Apocalypse, I built the infinite train. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 301 Fleet Upgrade. Woohoo! Countless life support robots slowly flew past the center of the vast hive. Above, a high-tech, white-painted robotic arm, driven by an automated program, rotated continuously along each floor's partitions, pausing for operational stops. In the circular monitoring hall, in the cabin elevator, a woman trembling like a drug addict lay shivering on the ground. She shook off fragments of broken fungus, which, struck by her head, shattered into pieces, seemingly no longer alive. Kiki's words startled several people including Luo Yang. Lin Xian looked at her. Do you know her? Kiki nodded, frowning. If I'm not mistaken, this woman should be called Tang Yun. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Xian and said with some displeasure, she is the wife of my father's brother. Lin Xian said, real brother? Yeah, then she is your aunt, Lin Xian said. Kiki shrugged, is that right? I don't have much impression of these people, but this person is okay. Because of her life experience, Kiki has no feelings for the Wen family and doesn't like to have any interactions with them. The people of the Wen family also speak coldly to her, an illegitimate daughter. But because the second aunt in front of her is quite kind, Kiki has a slight impression of her and doesn't dislike her. Hearing this, Lin Xian understood. He knew Kiki's background. Her biological father was the chairman of Linglong Group, the head of Jinhei's largest conglomerate. Before the Apocalypse Day, Linglong Group was one of Longou's largest real estate companies and a top 10 shipping group in the world. Technically, although she was an illegitimate child, if it weren't for the Apocalypse Day, Kiki would have been considered one of Longou's most prestigious daughters. And if this woman, Tang Yun, was Kiki's aunt, she would have been a key figure in the Wen family. The presence of such a person here was a cause for suspicion. The woman convulsed and trembled on the ground, wearing a white dress, more like two lab coat-like pieces, covering nothing at all. She was practically naked, twitching on the ground. At that moment, Kiki, who was standing beside him, suddenly nudged Lin Xian with her elbow, glared at him, and asked, what are you looking at? Lin Xian's expression was serious, and he gestured to Kiki. There's still some hyphae on her head, so she might already be a human fungus. Then kill her, Kiki said bluntly. Lin Xian observed her for a moment and discovered that, although the woman was twitching, she had normal vital signs. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of a relative from the apocalypse gave him some cause for concern. He immediately addressed the group. Stay away from her for now. Then, with a flick of his hand, a mechanical light flashed, and a transparent, mechanical isolation chamber quickly emerged. He said to Kiki, put her in. Kiki understood his meaning and used her telekinesis to place Tang Yun inside. Then, Lin Xian pressed the communicator and called Ling Junai over. After finishing everything, Lin Xian said to Kiki, your father joined the Dawn Project, but your second aunt became a member of the Crimson World of the Advent sect. She came here to become an eternal life. Don't you think it's strange? It's a bit strange, but I'm not interested in them. Kiki turned to look at Lin Xian with a cunning look in her eyes, but I know what you mean. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Chen Sixuan and Kiki had already discussed it. If they could successfully escape from Star Abyss No. 5 from Yijin City, then his next plan would be to separate from the joint train and transfer to Jinhei, because he had to make many preparations before entering the ocean orbit. Among them, the train drive is a very important part. Although upgrading the all-terrain drive will increase energy consumption and reduce speed, it can allow the Infinity to break away from the track restrictions and become more free in movement. If he wanted to enter the transoceanic track, he might have to consider surface, underwater, or even air travel. There were only two routes to the poles. The Dawn Center would take the Kyongu Strait, passing through several North American continents, and then reach the poles from the Black Ocean. This involved crossing a strait and an ocean. Lin Xian suspected that if the track was damaged, a large ferry would be needed for transportation. The other option was to take the transoceanic track directly across the Pacific. This would cover a wider area and carry a greater risk. After all, the condition of the poorly maintained transoceanic track was unknown. Jinhei was one of the world's largest production bases for interstellar trains. It was also home to the Longuo Institute of Nuclear Physics, Kiki's hometown, and the headquarters of her father, Linglong Group. Whether it was to upgrade the train's drivetrain or to complete the money-grabbing couple plan with Kiki, he had to go there. Ding Junai soon followed. For safety reasons, Lu Da and Shu Qin, who had rested, also appeared in the surveillance hall. It just so happens. I went back to research the data at this monitoring center and found some issues. Ding Junai approached with swift, decisive steps. Upon hearing Lin Xian mention the mysterious woman who had left the cabin, she immediately grabbed her mobile device and a set of brainwave detectors from the full-effect medical cabin. Behind her, the building held a hell-black chrysanthemum. I brought this along, just in case. What's the problem? Lin Xian asked immediately. Ding Junai walked directly to the isolation cabin Lin Xian had built, picked up the multi-frequency bio-ray lamp, and swapped it over the woman's head. She immediately put the equipment away, opened the cabin, and motioned for Shukin to hold her down. She then began to install the brainwave detector on the head of the woman named Tang Yun. Sasha's words also gave me inspiration. When I was observing the brainwave data of these surviving individuals, I found that when their brains generate Y-gamma brainwaves exceeding 200 Hz and 70 during states of excitement and stress, they exhibit a very high-frequency interference phenomenon. This is somewhat different from autonomous hallucinations. I don't understand, Kiki blurted out, pouting. If this person could think a little more clearly, they'd understand why, Ding Junai said. Okay, Lin Xian nodded. Then you two can look after her while I take care of other things. With that, Lin Xian called Luo Yang and the other two aside, so as not to interrupt Ding Junai's work, and prepared to speak directly to Luo Yang about his intentions. Really, Brother Lin? Can we really join your team? Lin Xian got straight to the point. Luo Yang's eyes lit up with surprise, excited and eager. I've been wanting to tell you this, and I didn't expect it. Oh, great. We're all willing to join your team, Brother Lin. Not only him, but Luo Amin behind him was also overjoyed. Captain Lin, we've been discussing this for a long time. Yes, originally, our three teams proposed joining forces when we passed through Zilin. Luo Yang finished speaking, then suddenly thought of the Dang team, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Lin Xian took a deep breath and patted Luo Yang on the shoulder. I know that we all survived the disaster, and we will be stronger if we unite. When we escape from the polar night here, we will combine the trains together, and I will reorganize them then. Infinity now has 16 carriages. If the 11 carriages of the Sun are added, the total will be more than 27. By then, the length of Infinity will exceed 800 meters, and the number of people it can accommodate will increase greatly. Okay. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Luo Yang's face was full of excitement. He raised his glasses and immediately said, Brother Lin, I will tell them the good news now, but he stopped just as he raised his foot, and looked at Lin Xian with a twinkling eye. By the way, Brother Lin, and, before he finished speaking, Lin Xian interrupted him, it also includes Li Yi and the others. I'll tell her directly. Lin Xian's words made Luo Yang's eyes light up, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. I understand. Although they were temporarily combined with Luo Yang's team, Li Yi's team was an independent team after all, and there were a large number of people. Lin Xian felt that no matter what the other party thought, it would be better to talk about it face to face, so as to avoid any grudges between partners. The Sun was a massive, yellow and black armored train, powered by a more advanced Huangsing 10A electric locomotive than the Huangsing 7F, coupled with a Linglong small nuclear-powered electric locomotive. Aside from 2 power cars, a supply car, an ammunition car, and a dining car, the remaining 6 cars were all living quarters. Compared to the Infinity's overload of multi-purpose cars, the living areas were larger. Lin Xian sensed a strong sense of life as soon as he boarded the train. Many of the supplies that had just been brought onto the train from the convoy had not yet been fully collected. The crew members of each car were still quietly tidying up their safe havens, just as they had when the Bigfoot team first boarded. The first 2 sections of the living carriage were occupied by young people from Luo Yang's group, with separate sections for men and women. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Many of the men in the men's section, wearing their newly acquired power armor, excitedly experimented with their equipment. In the women's section, they were mostly helping to organize and sort out the supplies they had acquired, clean up, and even study firearms, creating a positive atmosphere. Passing through these 2 sections, the next 4 sections housed the former Pao Ben Yuan camp. The corridors in the first section were spacious, with all the living compartments enclosed by partitions, allowing for quick movement and ample storage for supplies. Just as Lin Xian was wondering how this section of the living compartment could be so compact, a small head suddenly popped out from the upper partition of the compartment in front of him. Under the dim, cold light, a pair of large, watery eyes stared at him, blinked, and then asked in a whisper, "Brother, who are you looking for?" Lin Xian was stunned. The little girl in front of him looked no more than 4 or 5 years old, with short bob hair and a dirty-looking face, but it couldn't hide her lively and well-behaved face. At this age, she should be enjoying a happy childhood, but her little face was full of traces of fleeing all the way. Lin Xian sighed inwardly and smiled at her. "I'm looking for SHH." Before he could finish his words, the little girl suddenly pressed a finger gently on his mouth, and then continued to speak to him in a whisper. "Li Yi, Mom said to speak softly." "Okay." Lin Xian smiled and imitated her tone. "Captain Lin." Li Yi's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Xian looked up to see Li Yi clutching a repair kit filled with wrenches, screwdrivers, and other tools. She also had a large gun slung across her back. Surprise crossed her face upon seeing Lin Xian approach. "Captain Lin, are you looking for me, Mom?" Li Yi's voice caught the attention of the entire train car. Instantly, little heads popped out from the rows of living quarters, curiously looking their way. Lin Xian nodded, glanced at the children in the train car, and gestured to Li Yi. Li Yi nodded, quickly set down the repair kit, wiped the grease from her hands, and called to the little girl above Lin Xian's head, "Duaruo, it's time for bed." "Okay." The little girl, Duaruo, smiled and shrank back, glancing at Lin Xian furtively before quickly and obediently slipping back inside. Lin Xian stepped under the train, and Li Yi behind him hurriedly said, "We've allocated a separate carriage for the child, in the middle section, for easier care. However, this train is much more spacious than our bus, and the empty space has been filled with miscellaneous items. We haven't cleaned them up yet. I'm sorry to bother you, Captain Lin." "How's Liang Lei's injury?" Lin Xian asked. "It's getting better." Li Yi looked at him gratefully. "Captain Chen had someone take Lazy to your medical cabin for a recheck. He's recovering in every way. He's tough, and his ability is recovering quickly." Lin Xian nodded, then got straight to the point and explained the invitation to Luo Yang's team to join. "Luo Yang and the others have already agreed. I came to you because I hope your team can join us on the Infinity." Li Yi's expression froze at this. She stared at Lin Xian in shock, her mouth opening in disbelief. "Captain Lin, are you serious? Are you reluctant?" Lin Xian asked. No, Li Yi said, surprised and delighted. Tears welled up in her eyes for some reason. "Lazy, Luo Yang, and I discussed this a long time ago. It's just," she glanced back at the carriage, then at her pregnant belly with a hint of resignation. "I'm just worried I'll be holding you back, Captain Lin." Lin Xian's expression stern, then said seriously, "I heard you saved dozens of distressed survivors along the way." Li Yi smiled bitterly. "It's not easy. Helping each other is another way to survive, isn't it?" Lin Xian took a deep breath and confided, "I'm lucky to have met a team like yours. If I were a survivor struggling to survive the apocalypse, I'd dream of meeting you. How could I think you'd be holding me back?" From the very beginning, Lin Xian had a clear purpose for adding more people to his train. Loyalty and usefulness. He believed that was the necessary character trait to survive the apocalypse. It meant being an absolute egoist, someone who could be exploited. But as the dawn of the journey dawned, Lin Xian realized that only those who came together as a team, those who, despite the apocalypse, remained true to their humanity and offered a helping hand to their fellow men, united against the disaster, were truly worthy of overcoming the greater heights, carrying the torch forward and breaking through the dawn. The children in that carriage might not have the necessary fighting skills, and might not have offered much help in the apocalypse, but weren't those tender hearts the very ones humanity ultimately needed to protect? "Captain Lin, Lin Xian's words left Li Yi at a loss for words. Lin Xian spoke directly, "Join us from now on. We'll protect this big family together." Li Yi instinctively pursed her lips, then immediately covered them. Tears welled in her eyes. She looked at Lin Xian and nodded. "Okay, thank you, Captain Lin. Take care of Lazy and the children first. The rest of us should get used to the new equipment." We're going to break through the polar night, and that's bound to be troublesome." "Understood," Lin Xian said, conversing with Luo Yang and Li Yi. A sense of relief finally lifted. If all goes well, his infinity will undergo a major upgrade, not only in terms of weaponry but also in terms of intelligence and driver upgrades. Checking the time, it was already past 5 a.m. Lin Xian immediately returned to the Zero Element Center and began to devour items without delay. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points plus 10, mechanical devouring skill proficiency plus 5, swallowed successfully, mechanical source points plus 15, mechanical devouring skill proficiency plus 6, swallowed successfully, mechanical source points plus 20, mechanical devouring skill proficiency plus 8. In the monitoring hall, Lin Xian picked and chose, seizing every usable object he came across, transforming them into materials and mechanical source points. After completing the monitoring hall, Lin Xian directly controlled the robotic arm and began transferring the dead survival pods over. He then completed the devouring process through the glass curtain wall, swallowed successfully, mechanical source points plus 3, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency plus 1. After a survival pod completed its devouring, it disintegrated into a brown ash. Instantly, the occupants, along with a few shattered strands of mycelium, plummeted towards the center of the hive. Among them were men and women, nearly all over 40 years old. Their bodies had almost completely transformed into plant forms. Their internal organs would plop out of their shattered chests with a single plop, but without a trace of blood, creating a grotesque appearance. While these survival pods could only acquire a limited number of source points, their advantage lay in their sheer quantity. Lin Xian had finished hundreds of them in about 6 or 7 hours, and his own mechanical source points had increased by nearly 2,000. Absolutely massive. Current mechanical heart level LV, 5, 4340/20000, mechanical devouring. 4, 1760, 2000, increases devouring efficiency. Sure enough, coming to a large base with plenty of time, it really increases quickly. Devouring is almost at level 5, so swallowing an average car will probably only take a few minutes. After a busy day, Lin Xian felt very rewarding. This was also the first time he felt the sense of security underground. If it weren't for the difficult problems of Dark Invasion and Dark Mark, the dungeon would seem to be a real solution. Thinking about it, Lin Xian sighed again, remembering the unknown creature in Dungeon 9, and quickly shook his head. Damn, I almost forgot about that thing. Dungeons are so stupid. At this moment, Kiki's voice suddenly rang out over the communicator. Lin Xian, come here quickly. This woman is awake. Lin Xian immediately stopped what he was doing and ran to the other side of the monitoring hall. At this time, Kiki, Luo Yang, Ding Junai, and others were gathered around the isolation pod that Lin Xian had built. The woman seemed to have regained some consciousness at this time. She slowly climbed out of the isolation cabin and crawled to the ground. She raised her head and kept scanning the faces of Lin Xian and others. Then she began to panic and shouted nervously, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." As she spoke, her face turned pale, and she trembled in pain. Her eyes kept rolling. Then she suddenly got up from the ground and knelt on the ground like a madman, with her back raised high towards the crowd as if to flatter them, and kept shouting, "Don't kill me, come quickly, I'm willing to do anything, I can't stand it anymore, come quickly, come quickly." The woman's sudden and bizarre behavior instantly made Lin Xian and the others' faces drop. The hibernation suit she was wearing was essentially 2 white sheets, like a surgical gown, covering nothing at all. She was completely naked underneath. Her sudden movement, with all her private parts exposed to the public, was a truly absurd sight. Luo Yang, Luo, and Xiao Min exchanged bewilderment. Lu Shuqin also looked quizzical. Kiki, on the other hand, frowned. She quickly covered Lin Xian's eyes with one hand and, with her other, used telekinesis to wrap him in her hibernation suit before grabbing him from thin air. "Ah!" the woman named Tang Yun screamed, struggling in midair. Lin Xian noticed that her skin was pale, except for her eyes, which were bloodshot and looked incredibly sick. Ding Junai watched the scene with a calm expression, her hands in her pockets. It's probably a stress response from prolonged mycelial hallucinations, similar to drug addiction. But we've confirmed she's still alive and not parasitized by the mycelium. They must have used some kind of isolation technology. Tang Yun, Kiki suddenly spoke after restraining her. The woman seemed to tremble at the sound of her name, her rapid breathing slowing, and the confusion in her eyes gradually cleared. She looked at Kiki, her face changing from panic to confusion, and then her pupils shrank as she began to look surprised. You are that Wenwenki. Kiki's face was indifferent. It's me. Why are you here? Tang Yun stared at Kiki intently, her expression changing constantly, as if she had been thinking for a long time, and as if she had finally found some rationality. She glanced at Lin Xian and the others, and then said in a nervous tone, "What time is it now?" "Is the world safe?" Kiki said unhappily. "You've come at the right time. It's polar night outside, and monsters are having a party above your head." "What?" Tang Yun exclaimed, seemingly incredulous. She looked around suddenly, then looked at the center of the hive, and muttered, No, they said that we won't wake up until everything is over. It's just a blink of an eye. Even if we die, we will die in a beautiful dream." Why? As she spoke, she suddenly turned back to the survival pod she had emerged from, and began to struggle frantically. "No. I shouldn't be awake, no." Lin Xian and Kiki exchanged glances. Kiki, understanding Lin Xian's intention, addressed Tang Yun. "Hey, answer my question. Why are you here?" Tang Yun regained consciousness and realized she was being held in midair by a strange force. The people around her were clad in armor and armed, looking menacing. Finally realizing what was happening, she nervously called out to Kiki, Wenki, I'm your aunt. Help me. Don't let them kill me." Kiki let go, and Tang Yun fell to the ground, unable to find her footing. Wenki, help me. I'm your aunt. Have you forgotten?" She was completely overcome by fear and panic, completely oblivious to her revealing herself. She tumbled and crawled towards Kiki. Buzz! Lin Xian raised his hand and caught a black gun that flew from a distance. He then pointed the tip of the gun at Tang Yun's face, blocking her advance. "If you ask us to ask for the third time, then I won't ask any more," Lin Xian said coldly. Chapter 302 Linglong Group. "I'm telling you, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Please don't kill me." Lin Xian's aura instantly made Tang Yun's face turn pale. She seemed to realize her predicament and quickly said, "That organization called Crimson World brought us here. They said we could access digital life forms here, and that we'd be protected from the invasion of darkness. We could hide safely and happily in the polar night and wait for the end of the world." "You?" Lin Xian's gaze narrowed. "Besides you, who else?" "And my husband," she muttered, finally remembering something. She looked around the center of the hive, searching, mumbling, "Husband, where's my husband?" Tang Yun's mental state seemed extremely unstable, completely unable to control her emotions. She frantically searched, but her instinct for survival allowed her to maintain some of her remaining sanity and managed to communicate. The long sleep had nearly destroyed her coordination. She struggled on the ground, losing even her sense of direction. From the other party's fragmented explanations, Lin Xian learned that Tang Yun, her husband Wen Cheng, and several other extended relatives of the Wen family had come to participate in this project. As senior members of the Crimson World, they enjoyed exceptional privileges. They had been introduced to the Crimson World's mycelial network in Project Zero, and had personally participated in an experiment where they were briefly invaded by phantasmal spores, experiencing the joy and wonder of entering a phantasmal consciousness. Project Zero's goal was to use a survival capsule and a special biological isolation device to temporarily connect to a type of tenderized mycelium, allowing consciousness to enter the mycelial network. This allowed them to maintain their happiness and soaring consciousness while protecting them from the encroaching darkness of the underground midnight. The entire Zero Center would remain unmanned, ensuring absolute secrecy and security. The isolation device would periodically block the mycelial network based on its activity, preventing chronic brain overload and the unstoppable spread of mycelial growth. But the problem is, even if it's only 9 hours of brain overload, it's too much for an average person to endure. The life support system in the survival capsule can't save them at all, and people continue to die with every cycle. The Crimson World has long foreseen this situation, but in the words of these Adventists, such death is not true death, but rather the completion of consciousness upload. Therefore, even if the body dies, the consciousness can still exist forever in the mycelial network. When the darkness passes, it is entirely possible to reverse the consciousness through genetic cloning technology, achieve rebirth or even return to youth. Therefore, for these Crimson members, whether it is rebirth after avoiding disaster or immortality through consciousness, it is an excellent way to escape the apocalypse. This is why the members lying here are basically all over 40 years old. Their people said that the mycelium here is a very special life form, more than one level higher than human life form. If the brain is connected to the mycelium network, it will not be affected by the invasion of darkness, nor will it be attacked by strange bodies. Therefore, no staff are allowed to be present here. The purpose is to maintain cleanliness and create a safe environment and live in harmony with a mycelium network. Tang Yun's face was nervous and scared, and her eyes kept looking at Lin Xian. Live in harmony, live in harmony. Lin Xian laughed when he heard the word. Does anyone believe this kind of nonsense? Tang Yun wrapped herself in the blanket that Luo Yang had found for her just now, sat on the ground and whispered, we've made multiple contingency plans. One is that her consciousness won't completely escape, and the intelligent brain will periodically disconnect the mycelial network, allowing us to rest and survive. The second contingency plan is that even if we die, our consciousness will re-enter the mycelial network, surviving in a state of immortality, and will be very happy. She looked at the ground with her eyes wide open, as if with a certain yearning. She said, we've all tried it. In that consciousness, we have everything we want: wealth, freedom, sex, power, delicious food, fragrance, touch, all the wonderful sensations. Everything we want is there. That kind of happiness isn't the neurological stimulation of drugs, nor is it a false fantasy. It's so real, it's like the real world. Isn't that still an illusion? Kiki frowned. I'm still lying there, nothing has changed. No. Hearing Kiki's words, Tang Yun suddenly retorted loudly, this is different. They are right, they are right. If the essence of life is consciousness, then all the feelings of my body here now, and all the feelings I have in the mycelium network, is there any difference? There is no difference. The ups and downs felt in 60 or 80 years of life can also be felt in the mycelium network. You can have everything alive. If so, why do we still have to worry all day long in this doomsday, afraid of the night coming? Even if the world is destroyed, I will live forever in that world of consciousness, but other people are really dead. So tell me, at that time, who is alive and who is dead, which is reality and which is illusion? But you know that it is an illusion created by the brain, and these are not real. Luo Yang couldn't help responding after hearing this. Is this world necessarily the real world? Unexpectedly, Tang Yun responded immediately. There's a saying in Buddhism, a grain of sand is a world, a leaf is a Bodhi tree, our planet, our galaxy, might just be a neuron of some cosmic being. Our entire lives are just a fleeting glint of conscious neuronal signals, right? Tang Yun spoke faster and faster, her thoughts becoming clearer. Blood began to seep from the corners of her bloodshot eyes, and dark red blood flowed from her nose, quickly staining the blanket in front of her. Seeing Tang Yun's state, Lin Xian couldn't help but shudder, remembering the massive digital life ban bill years ago that shook the scientific community and triggered a tsunami of debate around the world. Countless people have different perspectives on the concept of living. Those who support digital life, like Tang Yun at this moment, believe that the essence of human survival lies in ideology, and that the physical body is merely a vehicle. As long as consciousness can be maintained, replacing the body with a robot, a terminal computer, or even accessing the internet is essentially the same. Digital immortality advocates believe that uploading consciousness is the ultimate form of life continuation, potentially even transcending the limitations of the physical body. However, the crux of this ban lies in its philosophical dilemma regarding the definition of life. It's impossible to determine whether the existence of a digitally simulated consciousness is identical to, or capable of iterative iteration within, the human brain itself. Therefore, it cannot be considered real life, but rather a form of AI, a logic that completely contradicts human morality. He had originally thought that this crimson world was just a gimmick to fool wealthy individuals who still possessed resources in the face of apocalypse. However, he hadn't expected them to actually combine the theoretical logic of digital life with the characteristics of the mycelial network, forming their own unique perspective on the apocalypse, and one they firmly adhered to. Oh, there's no hope. Kiki shook her head and looked at Lin Xian speechlessly. Lin Xian, what do you say we should do? No. Tang Yun's face was confused at this time. She kept trying to struggle to get up from the ground, but because her limbs had not moved for a long time, she didn't know how to stand at all. She began to say, I want to go back, my son, my husband, they are also in there, I can't wake up now. You still want to go in? 70% of the people in here are dead. You are lucky to come out alive without your head being swallowed by the mycelium. Lin Xian looked at the mycelium fragments on Tang Yun's head, and wondered in his heart, I don't know what kind of technology this Crimson World used to isolate the mycelium from the physical invasion of the brain, and at the same time be able to access the mycelium network. This is really bizarre. Her situation is relatively rare among this group. Her mental strength is so strong that her body has maintained its vitality. Ding Junai walked over with a mobile device and said, others with weaker resistance wouldn't be able to sustain it for long if their brains were overloaded. Lin Xian heard this and said, it seems this Crimson World didn't tell them that. They did, Shu Qin said with a complicated expression. Death means uploading your consciousness and becoming eternal life. Wow, Luo Yang raised his glasses. They actually have a perfect logical loop. These people are amazing. Kiki stood beside Lin Xian with her arms folded. Of course, otherwise how could they fool these rich people? Tang Yun, listening to the conversation, was stunned and said in disbelief, impossible. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and stood up and rushed towards the glass curtain wall. My husband, my son is still in there. What are your husband and son's names? Luo Yang asked. Tang Yun immediately responded, my husband's name is Wendong, and my son's name is Wen Jiacheng. He and Wen Qi were born in the same year. She said this and looked at Kiki. We found Wen Jiacheng in cabin 0912. Luo Yang, who was standing by, was holding a mobile terminal. He had already connected to the monitoring center here. He frowned and looked at Lin Xian and others and whispered, the vital signs show that he has been dead for a long time. What? Tang Yun was shocked. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He was there when I was in there. He couldn't be dead. Tang Yun's words made Lin Xian have some doubts. He looked at Ding Junai at this time. Director Ding, do you think that the uploading of consciousness is really completed? Yes. Yes, it must be like this. It must be like this, Tang Yun shouted hysterically. Ding Junai's expression remained calm, and she responded in a flat tone, the information I found in the Zero Element Center is not enough to prove that this mycelium network has data transmission and storage properties similar to those of a distributed cloud network, so I can't be sure. Even if it does, it is not logically feasible. How do you mean? Ding Junai said, first of all, this kind of sky mushroom mycelium is a dark species, and we currently don't understand its biological logic. To give the simplest example, the original digital life plan was to simulate neural networks through the supercomputing power of quantum computers, compress consciousness data into iterative quantum bits, and realize consciousness upload and immortality. The underlying operating logic is quantum bits, that is, 0 or 1, while traditional computers use binary bits, that is, 0 and 1. But no matter which one it is, this is the operating logic designed by us humans, so if we really want to realize this mycelium network, then the operating logic of this mycelium network must also be compatible with the neural operating logic of the human brain. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. This is not simple. It means that these alien creatures have a different operating system from us humans. Kiki understood it directly. That's right, but this is my logic. The boundaries of my thinking are limited by my human identity and the education I have received. Superpowers may cover areas of higher life forms, so my logic is not necessarily correct. However, from a practical point of view, there is another guess, that is, the sun she saw was an illusion simulated by her own brain through calculation. We have experienced this before, so we should understand it. Lin Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. I think I understand. At this time, Luo Yang, who was searching with a mobile terminal, spoke again. That's not right. I've searched several times. Except for this Wen Jiacheng, there is no other surnamed Wen. The name Wendong has never appeared at all. What did you say? Tang Yun, who is in a state of panic, didn't know where she got the courage from when she heard this. She climbed up from the ground frantically and rushed over to grab the mobile terminal from Luo Yang's hand. She kept searching, and she looked through the information of everyone in it one by one, but she couldn't find her husband's information at all. Instantly, her face paled, her movement slowed, and she collapsed to the ground, her mind blank as she muttered, impossible. Kiki's telekinesis took the mobile device from her. Lin Xian took it and looked at it, as if understanding something. It seems your husband doesn't fully believe in such a perfect immortality plan. Tang Yun turned to look at Lin Xian, trembling all over. What do you want to say? As soon as these words were spoken, the others immediately understood what Lin Xian meant. One theory was that Wendong was afraid and fled at the last minute, daring not to enter. The other theory was that Wendong had planned this, deliberately sending his wife and children here, but the reason behind this was intriguing. Tang Yun was no fool. Although her mind was groggy, she clearly remembered everything that had happened since arriving here. She recalled her husband's lukewarm attitude, completely unlike the doubts, joy, and fantasies she and the others had expressed upon learning about the immortality consciousness plan. Now that Wendong's name was missing from the survival capsule list, she finally came to her senses. Instantly, all the panic and nervousness she had just felt vanished, and she collapsed to the ground, her face pale. Unconcerned with the exposure of her private parts before everyone, her eyes filled with disbelief and despair. Seeing this, Lin Xian sighed inwardly, turned to look at Kiki, and whispered, "She's an acquaintance of yours. What are you going to do?" "It's up to you." Judging from Kiki's previous words, this woman shouldn't be a bad person. Now she has ended up lying in a coffin, becoming nutrients for mycelium, and miraculously survived, still dreaming of eternal life. She is quite pitiful. If she were just a stranger, Lin Xian might have simply planned to let some of the other convoys heading north to the Dawn Center take her away. Life and death are determined by fate, but this person is considered a relative of Kiki's family, so Lin Xian decided to ask her what she thought. Kiki nodded at that, but glanced at Lin Xian, seemingly with some thoughts of her own. Saving her is simple, but aren't you curious about why they came here, and what happened to the Wen family in Jinhe? Lin Xian's heart moved, wondering why his mind suddenly stopped working. It had to be Kiki, always thinking about her family's property for Lin Xian. If it were in peacetime, she would definitely be a perfect wife. After the episode ended, Lin Xian asked someone to bring some hot water and clothes to Tang Yun from the car. After Luo Yang and the others solved a problem here, they went out to patrol the tunnel, leaving Lin Xian and Kiki alone. Tang Yun was in very poor physical condition at the moment and did not accept the clothes and hot water that were handed to her. Kiki looked at her, took a deep breath and walked over. "Hey, we are still in the polar night, and danger may happen at any time. If you want us to save you, at least cooperate. It's so embarrassing to be naked." Her hair was disheveled and her face was dejected. She buried her head and her eyes seemed to have lost their luster. She murmured, "What's the point of covering up a few pieces of meat?" Men and women all looked the same lying there. After that, she raised her head and looked at Kiki intently. After a long time, she said, "We all thought you and your father were dead, Wenqi. Auntie can't do much to help you. I just suggest you be careful of the family with the surname Wen. My surname is not Wen either. My surname is Zhao." Tang Yun looked at the clothes and hot water in front of her, her eyes changed, and she said, "I know you don't have any feelings for the Wen family, but you were able to survive that plane. Maybe this is God's will." Kiki frowned when she heard that and asked cautiously, "What do you mean?" Tang Yun took a deep breath and said, "I don't know much, but judging from the reactions of your aunt and the others after you and your father got into trouble, they might have known that something would happen to you." Lin Xian, who was standing by, became interested when he heard this and came over to ask, "You mean, his father was killed by a scheme?" Tang Yun shook her head and said, "Is it true? I'm not sure." After the apocalypse, when Qi's father took over the power and decided the life and death of the entire family in the apocalypse, he used the construction business and shipping business too. He had staked his resources on both the Federation and the Order of the Phoenix. Besides the underground city project, he also planned to transfer 3 500,000-ton bulk grain cargo ships directly to Dawn City in exchange for a former Federation-owned deep-sea carrier, the Dragon Whale, and an entire escort fleet for a maritime escape. Furthermore, he was collaborating with the Silent City to construct a modified Eternal-class Doomsday train at the Jinhe Train Industrial Center, allowing family members to pursue Dawn Center by land. My goodness! Underground city, sea route, and land train, putting all your eggs in so many baskets. Lin Xian was awestruck upon hearing this. It had to be said that the Linglong Group was also a chosen one. After the apocalypse, the assets of most Fortune 500 companies were quickly reduced to nothing, as money was no longer money. However, some companies were different, such as Jianzhu Wei of the Finger Group, the Silver Star. As a technology conglomerate, Finger Group controlled transportation, machinery, manufacturing, and energy. Its assets were among the most sought after during the apocalypse. Linglong Group is involved in construction and shipping. The former is relatively simple. Linglong Group will definitely have a place among the contractors of the Federal Underground City project. In addition, Linglong Group also has a security company with armed forces, which gives it extremely high cooperation value and weight in the dialogue with the government. Not to mention shipping. The shipping business of bulk commodities often starts at 500,000 tons for a single ship, and Linglong Group, as one of the top 10 shipping companies in the world, has more than 410 large and small shipping cargo ships under its umbrella. Among them, there must be cargo ships transporting food or energy in the doomsday turmoil. These things are very valuable. In the doomsday, food is gold and energy is money. Kiki's father can mobilize these resources in a short period of time and quickly exchange them with the government or other organizations for benefits before civil unrest, rebellion, and large-scale population extinction occur around the world. From this point of view alone, Kiki's adopted father can be said to have some decisive means. Although the dragon whale that Tang Yun mentioned sounded a bit outrageous, Lin Xian knew that the strategic direction of the former Federation, now the Dawn City, was to build underground cities, and some of the surface aircraft separated from the interstellar army were basically useless and could not fly. 1.5 million tons of food could at least feed 10 million people for a year and a half, and even for 2 years if it was the minimum living needs. It made sense for the former Federation to use the unused surface aircraft to exchange for food with the Linglong Group. Oh, I understand what you mean. Kiki perked up. You mean that your Wen family now has an Eternal-class doomsday train fortress under construction, a dragon whale chasing No of the Phoenix Order, and also has quotas for the underground city project. All the Wen family's resources have been divided into 3 directions, right? 4. Lin Xian spoke at this time, and gestured to Tang Yun who was sitting on the ground. She is not here. Tang Yun shook her head when she heard this and said, these plans were arranged by your father. But after your father passed away, your Aunt Wen Wei was the main person in charge. She immediately cancelled these plans of your father and prepared to donate all the resources to Dawn City in exchange for a seat in the federal parliament. She believed that in this way, the entire Wen family would not have to fall apart, and the Wen family could continue to maintain its upper-class status in Dawn City. Huh? Lin Xian couldn't help but frown at this. Goodness, you're going to kill us all, right? Oh my god. Kiki jumped up in anger, gritting her teeth. What a fool. The apocalypse has already arrived, and she still wants to be a senator and a leader. I was so excited just now when I heard about the Eternal Train and the Dragon Whale, but she's ruined them all. I don't know the details, I just know that the Eternal Train has been half renovated, and the rest, Tang Yun said. So that's how you surmise that she and her father were set up? Lin Xian asked. Tang Yun shook her head. No, I suspect this because I discovered that my husband, including Kiki's Aunt Wen Wei, have long been secretly in contact with this Crimson World, maybe even before the apocalypse. Kel begs everyone to support us with a monthly ticket subscription. Thank you so much. Chapter 303 Shocking Change. Tang Yun's words surprised both Lin Xian and Kiki. They naturally understood the underlying meaning of her words, which indirectly explained why Tang Yun and her companions were here. Essentially, they were participating in the Crimson World project, and they had undoubtedly paid a considerable price for it. How much do you know about this Crimson World? Lin Xian asked. I don't know much. My husband brought me here. This organization is very secretive. The highest-ranking person I've met here is a white man named Julius Litt, in his 40s. He explained the characteristics of the mycelial network here and showed us the hallucinatory spores. Everything else, Tang Yun wasn't a very opinionated person, and she always followed the advice of her husband, Kiki's second uncle, Wen Dong. Therefore, it was somewhat puzzling why her husband had sent his wife and children here and then fled. Wenki, it's great that you are alive. Tang Yun looked up at Kiki and said dejectedly, although your aunt took away your and your father's assets, the dungeon quota your father gave you in exchange cannot be replaced. Regardless of whether she becomes a member of the Dawn City Parliament, you have the status of heir to Linglong Group and a senior member of the Dawn Project. You can go to Dawn City, which should be the safest place except for the headquarters of the Phoenix Society. You can survive there. Kiki looked back at Lin Xian after hearing this. That's right. I heard that Dawn City is now overcrowded and the cost of entering the city is getting higher and higher. My identity is useful, Lin Xian said, but your aunt and those members of the Wen family probably won't like you. What does it have to do with me whether they like me or not? Do I need them to like me? Kiki flew up on the spot, crossed her arms, and looked proud. Lin Xian smiled and thought to himself, that's right, this girl can now crush a truck with her bare hands. This super rare telekinetic ability is much more valuable than wealth and status in the doomsday. Okay, Lin Xian looked at Tang Yun, put on your clothes, get in my car, and I'll take you away from here. Unexpectedly, Tang Yun did not show any emotional fluctuations when she heard this, but kept silent. It seemed like a long time had passed before she said, I don't want to leave. Kiki frowned when she heard it. Hey, what do you want to do if you don't want to leave? Didn't you see that so many people died? Do you want to die? No. Tang Yun's face was sad, her eyes were red and she kept shaking her head. No, they are not dead. My son is not dead, he is in that world. We are together every day, it's not fake. Lin Xian glanced at her, not sure whether the other party could not accept the death of his son, or was completely lost in the mycelium illusion, so he could only say, after we leave, this place will be completely cut off from power, there will be no robots to maintain it, the survival capsule will no longer work, and your bodies will completely die and begin to rot. Are you sure? After hearing Lin Xian's words, a hint of fear flashed across Tang Yun's eyes, but was quickly replaced by obsession. Her chest heaved rapidly as she said, no, no, after I enter that world, I will live in that world. After that, she suddenly knelt down towards Kiki and said in a begging tone, Winky, I appreciate your kindness, but I feel that I am no longer living in this world. Let me go back. Kiki looked at this scene, and a rare look of anger appeared on her face. She shouted, I told you it was all fake. Fake. You finally escaped. As long as you follow us, you can survive. Isn't it good to be alive? Kiki's words made Tang Yun's expression darken. She was silent for a moment, lowered her head, and her messy hair covered some of her well-maintained face. She said sadly, my son is over there. He will be sad if I'm gone. He's still looking for his father over there, and he keeps looking. I want to accompany him. With so many strangers, he will definitely be lonely and sad. Winky, please help me just this once, for the sake of me being your aunt. Tang Yun pleaded on her knees, as if she had lost all life, neither happy nor sad, neither angry nor sorrowful. It was as if this world was a nightmare to her, and that if she could only re-enter that survival pod, she would wake up again in that happy, free world. Kiki was a little furious. Hearing Tang Yun's words, she felt strangely irritated. Although it was just a relative she hadn't seen for long, she didn't want to see Tang Yun choose to die like this. Just as she was about to say something else, Lin Xian suddenly grabbed her. He noticed that the blood red in Tang Yun's eyes was gradually turning black, a sign that darkness was invading and she was about to mutate. Forget it. She's lost the will to live. Even if she stays, she'll soon be overwhelmed by darkness and transformed into a zombie. Might as well grant her wish. Her mental defenses have completely collapsed. Her body is weak, her mental state is extremely unstable. In this polar night, it won't be long before she turns into a zombie. Unless they forcibly abduct her back to the infinity and protect her in the heterogeneous cube, Lin Xian doesn't want to do that. Tang Yun's worldview has completely shattered. Even if Lin Xian and Kiki kindly take her in, it won't help. She'll only live in misery and bring negativity to the team. In that case, it would be better to let her enter that illusion and die in the joy of reuniting with her son. Lin Xian pondered, perhaps he could leave a small robot NRA battery in Tang Yun's survival pod as a reward for the information she provided him. Kiki's eyes flickered with resignation when she heard Lin Xian's words. Seeing that Lin Xian and Kiki hadn't spoken again, Tang Yun slowly stood up, wobbling as she tried to steady herself. She raised her head and glanced gently at Lin Xian and Kiki. She wanted to say something but gave up, simply glancing at them with gratitude. Then, shakily, she turned around, tore off her hibernation suit, and, in her most primitive form, walked toward the open survival capsule. She climbed in, lay down, and closed her eyes. Lu Da and Shu Qin, who had been silent to the side, also watched the scene with complicated expressions. For some reason, Tang Yun's choice was even more emotionally complex than witnessing the survivors die. Buzz, low-pitched startup tone, identity verification passed, Tang Yun, 0 element number 0403, survival capsule activated, current body temperature 36 degrees Celsius, heart rate index 62, life support system ready. The survival capsule chimed, and the hatch slowly closed, completely isolating her. The survival capsule then entered the transport tunnel and descended into the hive. It was grabbed by a massive robotic arm and placed into a vacant hexagonal mycelium access area on the lower level. Upstairs, Lin Xian, Kiki, and the others watched this scene, sighing slightly. Do you think her consciousness has truly been uploaded into the mycelial network? Kiki asked. Perhaps, Lin Xian said. But the problem is, humanity's only remaining path is to defeat the darkness. Either humanity perishes, or we destroy these dark creatures. So, to us, they're all dead. Snap, snap, snap. Lin Xian turned around and saw Ding Junai, intently operating her mobile device. At the same time, the surveillance footage showed the interior of Tang Yun's survival capsule. I've added an additional EEG theta band neural connection electrode. If mycelial connection truly occurs, we might be able to detect some changes in brainwave interference, Ding Junai explained without even looking up at the sound of Lin Xian's footsteps. Lin Xian was about to speak when she said, I didn't see this in the previous surveillance footage. Normally, a research institute like this wouldn't be monitoring this frequency band. I think there's something wrong, so I'd like to pay more attention to it, Lin Xian was about to ask when Ding Junai cut him off. Scratching his head, he could only say, okay, then, get busy. Ding Junai's personality in the lab was typical, concise, to the point, and straightforward, never wasting time. This was evident in every aspect. Lin Xian devoured nearly every piece of equipment in the hall that could be devoured. His decomposition center was now completely full of materials. He had originally planned to use them for laying 22 kilometers of track, but now, he could use them directly to manufacture munitions. Checking the time, the mycelium's active period had already passed by over 10 hours. Lin Xian asked Lu Da and Shu Qin to watch over Ding Junai while he and Kiki returned to the train to deal with Grace. In carriage 12, Grace stood quietly in the center. Because her camera wasn't turned on, Lin Xian had to use a support frame to keep her standing. Meanwhile, Sasha, Lu Chang, and Miaolu gathered around Lin Xian, each curiously gazing at the beautiful humanoid robot. Oh my god, this robot is so beautifully designed, like a perfect ballerina, Miaolu exclaimed in amazement. Lu Chang marveled, her mask is obviously beautiful, but for some reason it always feels a bit creepy to me. Me too. Sasha reached out and touched Grace's leg. The cold touch made her shudder all over, and she couldn't help frowning. It feels like one of those bad robots in horror robot movies that malfunction and want to kill people. Go away, you little girl is usually so brave. Don't you like mechas? Why do you get scared of a robot? Kiki walked over and pinched Sasha's little face. This robot uses holographic projection and has no facial system. You'll know after it's turned on that she's actually quite beautiful, Lin Xian said. Only the previous household service robots needed facial systems, and they were all for communicating and serving people. But this thing was built to manage the zero-element center, and it also has good combat performance. There is definitely no need to design those useless functions. Although the scan was not completed, in the process of scanning Grace's torso, Lin Xian found that Grace's motion components were very powerful and were equipped with a plasma beam pulse gun. Coupled with its almost indestructible body material, its combat power is estimated to be at least comparable to that of a violent-level mutant. Kiki. Is it troublesome for this thing to overwrite the system? Lin Xian asked. Kiki nodded. It's rather troublesome. She looked at Lin Xian with big watery eyes. You know, this thing is not accessible to ordinary people. Traditional hard disk overriding can erase data by multiple overwriting, but the superposition of quantum states may cause information to remain in the environment through quantum teleportation, and I can't just delete all her movements and intelligent logic. If that happens, she will become a block of iron and can't even stand up, unless she rewrites it. I can't do it, and even if I can, I still have to do a lot of logic training. Okay, Lin Xian glared at her and said unhappily, don't fool me, ordinary people can't access it. Are you an ordinary person? Tell me what you want. Kiki's cheeks suddenly puffed up when she heard this, her eyes curved into crescents, and she smiled at him with cunning eyes. I can't fool you, of course I can do it, but you have to change the voice pack to mine. Sister Kiki, don't you think it's scary? Sasha turned her head and looked at her with horror when she heard this. A robot with your own voice talks to you, you know shit. Kiki slapped her head. Lin Xian didn't take it seriously and said, it's up to you. I only need her computing and service capabilities. Even if you use Sasha's voice and project her face onto a holographic building, I'm fine with that. Everyone was shocked. Sasha was even more horrified by Lin Xian's words. The thought of that scene gave her goosebumps. Don't do that, brother Lin. Kiki, however, put her hands on her hips and challenged Lin Xian. Okay, you said it. Lin Xian quickly cleared his throat and coughed, saying, I was just saying that. Let's not do this. It's really keeping me awake. With that, he headed towards carriage 5, where he was going to deploy a new G3 railgun. Kiki, who had rendered Lin Xian speechless, smirked. Seeing Lin Xian about to leave, she suddenly followed him and whispered in his ear, Hey, I heard that the service robot we used to have was very versatile, even offering companionship. Do you want to add some extra kits? This little girl was pushing things too hard, enjoying seeing Lin Xian's frustration. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks, turned with a smile, and held out his hand to her. Kits? You know I need blueprint scans from a machine manufacturing, right? Show them to me. Kiki's smile faltered at the words, and she instantly realized that what she had said was completely different from what Lin Xian had said. Her face flushed bright red, and she immediately exploded, Lin Xian, see you later. I have something urgent to do. Seeing the little girl's outburst, Lin Xian quickly ran away. After reaching carriage number 5, Lin Xian immediately began clearing space and preparing to build the electromagnetic railgun. He planned to build 2 1130s and 2 electromagnetic railguns on the Infinity, doubling its firepower. Combined with the YJ-3 anti-aircraft gun, the 16-car train would become significantly more formidable. Once the sun is connected, the carriages may need to be reconfigured. Lin Xian found an open space and sat down, then began to build the high-energy capacitors for the electromagnetic railgun. The train's integrated circuit system had already been upgraded in Zilan City, so all he needed to do now was install and connect the high-energy capacitors. And he'd be good to go. We currently have 2 nuclear-powered locomotives, a Gemini 11R 290 megawatts, a Linglong industrial-grade 200 megawatts, 3 electric locomotives, 2 Wyvern class, 1 Huingsing 10A, and my Whale 03E gas turbine locomotive. There are 6 solar-powered locomotives. The train also has electromagnetic railguns, 1130s, YJ3s, electric blade armor, and arc pulse cord vibrators. There are also scientific research carriages, mecha carriages, and hundreds of power armor rechargers. Plus, the ultra-high temperature plasma beam cutting array, fully automatic bullet punching machine, and even more power-intensive drive systems that Lin Xian plans to load later are all major power consumers. The 2 nuclear-powered energy carriages can generate enough electricity, but multiple electric carriages are needed to store it and maintain voltage balance. Fortunately, Lin Xian rarely needs to use the mechanical heart to drive the train anymore, so he doesn't worry about needing to fully control all 27 carriages. Then put the Huingsing 10A at the front, behind the gas turbine as before, and that'll provide enough traction. However, Lin Xian's biggest headache was the 2 nuclear-powered locomotives. The problem was that they couldn't be connected at the front, so they had to be placed at the rear. But Lin Xian wanted to separate them to reduce the risk of damage to the energy car. After much deliberation, there seemed to be only one solution left: 2 nuclear-powered locomotives, 1 at the front and 1 at the rear, each equipped with a Weilong class and a Huingsing 10A for combined energy storage traction. In that case, Lin Xian would have to give up his original giant Whale 03E gas turbine locomotive. I'm really reluctant to part with it. This locomotive was repaired bit by bit using the most basic materials when his mechanical heart in Jiang City was only level 1. It helped him break through the hordes of zombies, climb the number 9 underground tunnel, rush up the climbing elevator, and crush the stormy snowfield. Although the locomotive's power output has been greatly reduced since Lin Xian stopped using the mechanical heart, Lin Xian is a mechanical ability user after all, and he is somewhat reluctant to let him devour this meritorious old friend. After thinking about it, he decided to wait until he broke through the polar night. At worst, he could hang it at the end and use it as a backup power locomotive. After all, he has those mechanical source points. Lin Xian pondered as he worked tirelessly. His mechanical engineering skills had now reached level 5, significantly increasing his manufacturing speed compared to his time at Hangshan Pass. In just over 2 hours, the majority of the extreme energy capacitor unit was assembled. Another hour and a half later, a new G3 electromagnetic railgun began to slowly rise from the roof of carriage 5. Just as Lin Xian finished building the railgun's main gun and was about to perform a system self-check, he suddenly realized he was seemingly alone in carriage 5. "Where's Brother Ho?" Confused, Lin Xian stood up and walked over to Lu Xingchen's room, only to find it empty. The room was clean and tidy. On Lu Xingqian's personal tea table sat an old-fashioned answering machine. He immediately sensed something amiss. With a wave of his hand, his mechanical powers activated, and the answering machine powered on. A whirring electrical current pulsated within, and soon, Lu Xingqian's message began to play. Brother Lin, Brother Lu, all my friends and companions on Infinity, please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. I've been poisoned by the mycelium. I know I can't harm my companions, and I know I can't continue this journey east. So I'm leaving alone, guarding the peace for you outside the tunnel, doing my last bit of service. Hearing the words on the answering machine, Lin Xian's face suddenly darkened. Lu Xingqian was infected by the mycelium? How could that be? There had been no signs along the way, and Kiki's telekinetic shield had protected him the entire time. Besides that, Lin Xian thought, it seemed that Brother Ho, who was in charge of disinfection, had acted alone only when the joint train entered the tunnel. Damn it, the sudden situation immediately left Lin Xian with a sense of turmoil and inability to utter a word. He immediately prepared to contact Brother Ho through the communicator, but at that moment, Ding Junai's voice suddenly came through. Lin Xian, there's something going on here. Inside the zero-element center, Ding Junai looked at Tang Yun, whose head was now covered in mycelium. A strange peak pattern continued to emerge from the theta band of her EEG. Ding Junai's gaze narrowed slightly, having unexpectedly discovered that her cautious approach had revealed the true secret of the mycelial network. Speak, Lin Xian, on the other end of the communicator, shouted anxiously. Tang Yun's brainwaves in the theta frequency band are co-interfering with the connected mycelium. This indicates that being connected by mycelium is fundamentally different from our previous encounter with the hallucinatory spores. While the brain is constantly generating the illusion of self-awareness, the mycelium is co-interfering with all brain neurons. Get to the point. Ding Junai raised her glasses, gazing intently at the center of the vast honeycomb. This mycelial network truly seems to be able to access everyone's consciousness, but the problem is that everyone's brain neurons are being mobilized in a pattern that doesn't align with the changes in individual consciousness. It's very likely that this mycelial network is using these human brains as computing power processors. In other words, the entire mycelial network is very likely able to recognize human thoughts, including Tang Yun's rumble. As Ding Junai finished her words, a slight tremor suddenly began to rise in the underground tunnel, and smoke and dust billowed. The tremor instantly awakened everyone on the joint train resting and sleeping. Many of the awakened people immediately drew their weapons, and the internal communication bands began to buzz with noise. What's wrong? What happened? An earthquake? Elsewhere, Chen Sixuan, still resting, was startled awake. Out of caution, she immediately donned her Black Hawk armor and began contacting Lin Xian. Lin Xian, what's wrong? I don't know. Lin Xian had already disembarked the Infinity and was heading towards the zero-element center with Kiki. He called to Chen Sixuan, Teacher Chen, notify all teams to be ready to evacuate. Okay, Brother Shi, Sister Ning, quickly check the subway tunnels. We might need to evacuate soon. Lin Xian simultaneously contacted Longshan No. 1. Instantly, Shi Dian and Ning Jing on Longshan No. 1, Jin Dili and Xiao Meng on the Joker team, Monica on the Queen Mo, Luo Yang and Li Yi, and the leaders of over a dozen other train teams all received the urgent news and immediately went into emergency preparedness. Figures began to bustle through the corridors of the train cars. The electric motors began to hum, and the sound of countless limiters releasing on the 15-kilometer-long joint train could be heard. Quick, prepare for action, remove the limit, the reactor is heating up, prepare to increase the power, weapon station, the machine gunner will be in place soon. At the side of the subway tunnel, Lin Xian and Kiki were rushing towards the zero-element center. Sister Ding means that those Hi-Fi use the human brain as a processor for calculations, and can also spy on human consciousness. Kiki was pulled away by Lin Xian before she finished overriding Grace. After hearing what Lin Xian said, she subconsciously understood, so the Hi-Fi may have known the news that we are hiding underground through Tang Yun. Lin Xian's face was solemn. He picked up the mobile terminal and looked at the surveillance he set up in the vault of Yijin Bank and on the street. It was still very quiet at this time, so he said, we can't be completely sure, but since it is Director Ding's judgment, we must prepare for the worst. Then where are we going now? Lin Xian gritted his teeth, his fury surging. Looking for Brother Ho. At that moment, on the rooftop of Yijin Bank, Lu Xingqian leaned against the edge of the building, his gaze sweeping across the dark streets. Eerie whispers filled his ears. Those dark corners and alleys seemed to harbor countless unspeakable entities. Strange tentacles flickered in and out of the dark clouds above. The sticky black fog that blanketed the city had mostly dissipated. Lin Xian could see the massive sky mushroom tower and the heaven-covering crown above, his eyes cold. What a plague of demons! Filth abounds. He lowered his head, pulling down his collar, and ignited a flame with his fingers. He sighed as he saw large expanses of green fungus mycelium spreading across his chest and neck. Lin Xian picked up a communicator and confirmed the signal was connected. Then, he used his fingertips to burn a gold bracelet he'd found in the vault. The bracelet was covered in mud, which he'd wiped clean, just for fun. After speaking with the building, Lin Xian worried that the mycelium spores on his body would affect the others in the car. Furthermore, as a berserker-level esper, he worried that his transformation would cause unimaginable trouble for the Infinity crew. So, he quietly left the Infinity and went alone to the rooftop of the bank above the Zero Element Center, ready to stand guard for the Infinity while peacefully awaiting his own engulfment by the mycelium. Clusters, clusters. A tiny flame flickered on the dark rooftop. They say true gold fears no fire, but I've been burning this for so long and it won't dissolve. It seems my cultivation is almost gone, Lin Xian muttered self-deprecatingly, looking at the gold bracelet in his hand, which refused to dissolve. Suddenly, he felt a slight tremor in the air and immediately sat up, looking at the huge dark shadow of the sky mushroom tower not far away. At this moment, it seemed that billions of energy bundles were climbing along the complex root system of the mushroom tower, like blood vessels, causing the mushroom cap with a diameter of 2 kilometers in the sky to suddenly tremble. Lin Xian stood up, his eyes cold, and said softly, "Interesting, I actually feel like I'm being stared at by a mushroom. Please vote for me." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Goodbye, Brother Ho. Brother Ho, where are you? Lin Xian's voice rang out over the communicator. Standing on the rooftop of Yijin City, Lin Xian heaved a long sigh upon hearing Lin Xian's voice. He then picked up the communicator and said, "Brother Lin, I've noticed some unusual movements in the city. Perhaps it's related to the changes in the Mushroom Tower. This is an ominous sign. Be prepared. This day is about to change." Kiki and Lin Xian, both in the ascending elevator, looked grave. What's this guy up to? Why didn't he tell us he was parasitized by mycelium? He's trying to be a hero by running away, although she usually enjoyed teasing Lin Xian about his chunyabiao. Kiki's expression was filled with anxious worry upon hearing this news. Lin Xian's face was heavy. Director Ding said the Zero Element Center's survival chamber has a mycelium isolation device. If we are in time, perhaps this is the only way to save Brother Ho. Yes, Kiki nodded. He's a psychic, so he should be more resilient than an ordinary person. These were just her guesses, but in this situation, there was no other way. The two of them could only risk their lives and bring Brother Ho back first. With a clang, the vault floor opened again. Without a word, Kiki grabbed Lin Xian and flew out. My communication relay is only deployed near this building. He shouldn't be far away, okay? The two of them flew at high speed. As they exited the bank, Lin Xian's Lone Wolf S-Power Armor's human heat-sensing radar immediately picked up the direction of the rooftop. There he is, wow. The two of them climbed straight up, soon reaching the rooftop of the Yijin Bank building and saw Lin Xian standing on the edge. His expression was proud, yet also somewhat desolate, as if he had already prepared himself for the ultimate sacrifice. When Lin Xian saw Lin Xian and Kiki coming, his expression changed slightly. He immediately raised his hand to stop them from approaching and said, "Brother Lin, don't come near. The mycelium on my body is pervasive and I am not afraid of fire. If I implicate you, I will never rest in peace even if I die." "Hey," Kiki stepped forward first and shouted angrily, "don't you have the lofty ambition of becoming an immortal? Why do you want to end your life when you encounter a problem? Why don't you ask us? Don't you ask Director Ding? Maybe we have a way. We still have a full-effect medical cabin. What's going on? How serious is it now?" Lin Xian also asked immediately. Lin Xian sighed slightly when he heard that, and stood with his hands behind his back and said, "I am not a coward. I have seen the miserable plight of people infected by mycelium. There is no cure. Instead of being covered with mycelium and rotting like deadwood, it is better than what? Lin Xian frowned and said, just now in the Zero Element Center, a woman connected by mycelium survived the mycelium infection. She was just an ordinary person. Could it be that you are not even as good as a woman? That's right, hurry up, go back with us, Sister Ding may have a way, Kiki said anxiously. Lin Xian's words made Lu Xingqian's eyes move slightly, but he soon said with a defiant look on his face, no need, I've checked, the mycelium on my body is grown from my body, and I can't eradicate it even if I use my fire ability. As he said that, he looked at the sky-covering crown in the distance, and said, I already know about the crisis just now. There have been movements in this city. If I am connected to the mycelium, our infinity's location and escape route may be discovered by that strange monster. I don't want to see that situation, so, Lin Xian looked at him, what do you want to do? Lu Xingqian's eyes condensed, and he said loudly, I already have a foolproof plan. What foolproof plan? Kiki frowned. Lu Xingqian pointed at the Xiangyu Tower in the distance and said with a heroic look in his eyes, Brother Lin, you can rest assured to lead the convoy away. When you evacuate Yijin City, I will use the fire of extinction to burn the demon tower to ashes and completely detonate the entire filthy city. It will not only attract the strange bodies within a radius to help you evacuate, but also kill this fungus network that has killed hundreds of thousands of people. With the fire of my death, I can lead the sky flame to destroy the demons. Isn't it wonderful? Ho ha! Lin Xian's expression changed when he heard this, and he looked at Lu Xingqian and said, have you really decided, Lin Xian? Hearing Lin Xian's tone, Kiki thought he was going to give up Brother Ho again like he gave up Tang Yun, and suddenly became anxious. Lu Xingqian nodded, turned to look at Lin Xian and Kiki, and then his face darkened slightly, and he spoke to Lin Xian in a rare serious tone. Brother Lin, this journey with you is the most peaceful and comfortable time I have ever had since the end of the world. No matter how many times I have encountered life and death situations, as long as someone who needs me is there, I feel ready to die. So I am very grateful to you for letting me get on your car, treating me as a partner, respecting my habits, and even building me a specialty making machine. To be honest, Lu Xingqian looked at Lin Xian and said with emotion, there is a secret I have never told anyone else. In fact, I also escaped from the supernatural laboratory of the Underground Research Institute in the Crimson World, just like Zhao King and Abe. I don't know how many floors I was imprisoned in, maybe 100 meters or 200 meters underground, and I don't remember how many days I was imprisoned. Those experiments were more terrifying to me than the end of the world, so since I escaped, I don't want to enter any confined space or underground again. Now I am really going to die, I just hope that I will not be buried underground after I die. Maybe after this darkness burns out, I can still see the sun. Lin Xian's expression darkened as he listened. He finally understood why Lu Xingqian preferred the sun, why he refused to enter the underground laboratory in Qingshu Town, and why he had acted so strangely once the joint train entered the tunnel. He'd risked his life escaping Dawn alone in his RV, it turned out he'd escaped from the laboratory himself. Brother Lin, please apologize to Brother Lu for not being his roommate anymore. I really don't mind the noise of him packing up his weapons at night. And apologize to Sasha too. Brother Lu can't find her a new Micha. Also, Captain Chen, Sister Shuken, and Director Ding, and Kiki, Lu Xingqian said, looking at her. A tear trickled down his cheeks, and he spoke with a hint of defiance. You're a formidable opponent. It's my honor to fight alongside you, but my fire will never be defeated. At this point, Lu Xingqian's usual air of superiority faded, tears streaming down his face. He held his chest high. His expression a look of unyielding determination. Kiki's expression was tangled upon hearing this. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Lin Xian whisper at her, taking advantage of Lu Xingqian's tears. Kiki, quickly restrain him. Kiki didn't hesitate. Her rapport with Lin Xian had already reached 100%. The moment Lin Xian spoke, she unleashed her supernatural power and fiercely restrained the sobbing Lu Xingqian not far away. Lin Xian immediately activated his power armor, shooting out from the spot. In a few quick strides, he reached Lu Xingqian. Before Lu Xingqian could react, he ripped off his clothes and used the armor's bioscanner to scan him. Sure enough, Lu Xingqian's entire upper body and arms were covered in bruises and black, a terrifying sight. Brother Lin, be careful of infection. Don't come near me, Lu Xingqian cried, his eyes bloodshot. After the scan, Lin Xian's face was blank. He then glanced at the torn clothes in his hands, lost in thought for a long moment. Your undershirt, is the color fading? Lu Xingchen, who was sobbing and struggling, ready to sacrifice himself, heard this, his tearful expression slowly faltering. Huh? Hearing this, Kiki quickly leaped over, took off a piece of Lu Xingchen's clothing, examined it, and couldn't help frowning. Yet, where did you find this undershirt? It was from some supplies we found earlier. Lin Xian picked up the undershirt and examined it. It must be because the underground tunnels are too damp. I warned you yesterday, but the quality is terrible. That's right, what a piece of shoddy clothing, fading like this. You look like a cucumber, Kiki said, reaching out to pinch Lu Xingchen's shoulder, and sure enough, a large blot of blue-black dye came off. I can't help it, I just wear whatever clothes I have. I remember Brother Ho really liked this one. He thought it looked very handsome. If he was handsome, he wouldn't wear an undershirt. The quality is terrible, and the style isn't that great either. The two of them examined Lu Xingchen's undershirt in front of him, discussing it back and forth. At this moment, Lu Xingchen felt as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in his brain. His entire body began to turn red and hot, and he looked like he was about to split apart on the spot. KKIKI, can you let me go first? Lu Xingchen's face was covered with tears, and he said in an extremely trembling voice. Kiki put her hands on her hips and questioned, why let me go? Are you still going to blow up the Xianggu Tower? Lu Xingchen took a deep breath and tried to say something with a decisive tone. We are facing a disaster. If we want to evacuate now, for the livelihoods of these thousands of people, detonating this Xianggu Tower is definitely the best way. Lin Xian nodded and said seriously, good idea, but is there a way that doesn't require self-sacrifice, such as if I build a time bomb? Yes, Kiki's eyes lit up, and she immediately approved of the plan. Lu Xingchen, boom. For a moment, following the strange changes that occurred at the Mushroom Tower that day, the mycelial carpets throughout Yijin City seemed to be transmitting information. Within the darkness, the movements of numerous unknown creatures began to echo through the streets and alleys. Even towering figures appeared and disappeared in the hazy mist, their every step causing the streets to tremble violently. Meanwhile, beneath the Yijin Bank, where Lin Xian and his companions were standing, a roar began to surge. The strange entity is approaching. It cannot be marked with darkness. Upon seeing this, Lin Xian immediately signaled to Kiki, who immediately used her telekinesis to lift the three of them high into the air. Lin Xian's face changed. He noticed that the torrents of darkness seemed to be flowing towards the various subway entrances. He immediately thought to himself, oh no, Director Ding's suspicions were correct. After connecting with Tang Yun's consciousness that day, the Mushroom Tower had sensed Lin Xian and his group's presence, triggering the monsters of Yijin City to search for them. He no longer cared about the theoretical implications of this matter. He simply knew that if he didn't flee now, it would be too late. Brother Shi, Teacher Chen, everyone, leave immediately. Okay, Shi Dian's voice came immediately. Lin Xian, where are you guys? Chen Sixuan, having received the notification, immediately shouted into the communicator. Lin Xian glanced at the Xianggu Tower and said to Kiki, it's too late to go back. Let's detonate the Xianggu Tower and then catch up to the train from the air. Kiki nodded immediately. Lin Xian then said to Chen Sixuan, just run as fast as you can. We'll meet you at the intersection of the Salt Marsh Canyon Scenic Railway and the main railway, on the Infinity. Chen Sixuan's face darkened with worry at Lin Xian's words. She gritted her teeth and said, okay, I understand. She immediately informed Ding Junai and the others to return to the train. Ding Junai had already copied the Zero Element Center's information and used a planned cultivation isolation pod to remove some of the active mycelium attached to the Crimson member's head. She then immediately returned to the train with Shukin building. Go, get ready, everyone, keep quiet. No firing without notice, lights off, remove tunnel barriers, attention, everyone, follow the Infinity's instructions. The engines of the electric locomotives roared to life. With a coordinated output of immense power, the connected cars began to pull and tug, and the 15-kilometer-long underground train began to move ahead of schedule. Boom boom boom, clatter clatter. At this moment, the subway platforms, the vault outside the Zero Element Center, and the Crimson Pharmaceuticals building were filled with all kinds of ferocious black shadows. As if guided by some kind of guidance, these strange creatures began to burrow frantically underground. Beep beep. As the train began to rumble and accelerate underground, The mycelial carpets of the Sky Mushroom Tower began to vibrate violently. Inside the empty zero-element center, the lights flickered, the glass curtain wall began to shatter, and a torrent of debris rained down towards the hive. In Survival Pod 0403, Tang Yun lay peacefully, the light in her brain flickering before finally extinguishing. In her final moments, she seemed to be smiling, her breathing and heartbeat cessation, as she peacefully departed this despairing world. Elsewhere, high in the sky, Lin Xian and Kiki continued to accelerate towards the Xianggu Tower, dragging behind them a silent, scowling Brother Ho. Lin Xian glanced back. The man was clearly breathing, but it felt strangely like he had been dead for a while. After all, social death is still death, and for Brother Ho, who was extremely concerned about his reputation, that experience was like the arrival of the apocalypse. However, Lin Xian and Kiki weren't in the mood to laugh at him. This guy's sincere confession before his death was quite touching. Besides, the idea he'd proposed really gave Lin Xian a good idea. Now he had no choice but to give it a try. If he could detonate the Sky Mushroom Tower, perhaps he could actually buy some time for the team's evacuation. He flew with Kiki, continuously producing large quantities of high-energy explosives while observing the situation on the street below. Lin Xian, look, Kiki suddenly called out to him. Lin Xian looked up. They were now close to the Sky Mushroom Tower. This was the first time Lin Xian had seen it so close up, and his eyes fluttered. Billions of mycelium vines wrapped around the tower, resembling a towering tree. The mycelium above was like a data cable, a crimson light constantly flowing within it. And below, connected to it, were tens of thousands of human fungi. From Ding Junai's words, Lin Xian had already realized that this might be a supercomputer powered by the human brain. What was it calculating? What was it spying on? The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more horrified he felt. Acting impulsively, he had already created dozens of high-energy explosives, each powerful enough to overturn an armored vehicle. This was the ultimate in the capabilities of Lin Xian's mechanical manufacturing and fabrication center. Whoosh! Under the vast, sky-shading crown, countless spores drifted on the wind. A whirring sound echoed overhead. The wrinkles beneath the caps resembled swathes of kelp drooping overhead. Looking up, they seemed to be swimming in darkness. A sense of extreme oppression washed over him. Lin Xian immediately said to Kiki, "Quick, I've set the timer. Throw them in a scattered manner." Kiki nodded and immediately used her supernatural powers to launch the time bombs Lin Xian had created towards the dense root system of the Xianggu Tower. The three of them threw them in a complete circle around the Xianggu Tower. At this moment, giant figures from the city began to approach, and a large number of strange tentacles continued to entwine in the dark clouds above. Alright, let's go. The explosives had been deployed to the limit, and their success depended entirely on fate. For their lives, they absolutely couldn't afford to be marked by the monster's dark mark. So, as soon as they finished throwing the explosives, Kiki immediately took the two of them and flew eastward at top speed. "Brother Lin, do you really not need me to use the skyfire to detonate them?" Lu Xingchen whispered behind them. "No, okay, Brother Lin, I won't tell anyone else about this, thank you so much." Lu Xingchen's expression shifted, his eyes gleaming with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll never wear autumn clothes again. If I ever find out who the owner of that clothing factory is, I'll crush him to pieces." Alright, what time is it now?" Kiki shot him a sullen look, feeling both angry and helpless. This guy had truly frightened them. Fortunately, he hadn't actually been infested by the mycelium, which she couldn't help but feel relieved. But when she thought about his heroic, laughing and crying state just now, and how it was all because his autumn clothes had faded, Kiki couldn't help but laugh. Brother Ho had really lost face this time. He probably wouldn't be able to hold his head up in front of her and Lin Xian from now on. "Goodbye, Brother Ho." "Hello, Brother Zhuangli." Rumble. The underground train accelerated with a frenzied momentum and began to turn onto the subway line, whizzing through the former Yijin subway. The 15-kilometer-long steel stream caused a violent underground resonance. Sand and gravel flew across the streets of Yijin City, sparks flew from the subway tracks, and oppressive air pressure erupted wildly through the ventilation ducts. The Infinity was united, quietly paying attention to the situation outside the vehicle. In the cockpit of the leading Longshan No. 1, Shi Dian and Ning Jing were both in charge. Back on the Sun convoy, Li Yi and his men comforted the children. Luo Yang and his team members, all in power armor, stood ready. Jin Dili, on the other hand, remained calm in his own carriage. This was his first time fleeing by train, and he had to follow the train wherever it went. Even if he wanted to worry, he couldn't find any reason to. Instead, he felt much more relaxed than on previous convoys. After all, the entire convoy was connected within the carriages. There was no need to disperse, no need to control direction, and he didn't even have to consider road conditions. If they had to derail, they would all derail together. Meanwhile, Monica, aboard the Queen Mo, sat in car number 1 with a serious expression, monitoring all train conditions and decisively directing her men in the rear car. A glass of red wine sat beside her left hand. The luxurious train's suspension system kept the shaking in the carriages minimal, and the wine in the glass bounced slightly, but didn't spill. She looked ahead at the Dragon-class vehicle at the rear of the Infinity, as if lost in thought. Soon, the joint train rushed out of the underground tunnel into the subway track out of the city, and then rushed towards an underground sightseeing track outside the city that was originally an Aijin city. Lin Xian, Kiki, and the other two, using telekinetic shields to shield themselves from the howling wind, soared rapidly eastward. They had to avoid the ground and the darkest areas along the way, and they dared not fly into the clouds, fearing they would be spotted and marked by any monster. In the polar night, even with only a level 1 mark, Lin Xian was likely a beacon of light above Yijin City, blindingly bright. Their nerves were tense, but Kiki's speed was already impressive. Soon, they were moving away from Yijin City and entering a valley above, where silence fell. That's the Salt Marsh Canyon. The railway line should be coming from the elevated line in the suburbs, Kiki said, pointing to the distant outlines of several mountains against the black night. Why is it so dark over there? It feels like something demonic is going on, Lu Xingchen said, gazing at the mountainous area beyond the elevated line. It's dark everywhere, and where it's dark there's something strange, Lin Xian said. Now, if the train is marked, as long as we can get out of Yijin City, we'll have a chance to escape, Kiki nodded. That's assuming the track doesn't break down again, and we can get out of the polar night. Our stay was shorter than expected. At the rate of tidal expansion of the number 5 star abyss, we'll only need 6 to 8 hours at full speed to reach the western Gobi Desert, and by then we'll be not far from Quancheng, Lin Xian said analytically. Lu Xingchen ignored their words and continued, isn't the sky over there a little too dark? Lu Xingchen's repetition finally caught their attention. Lin Xian and Kiki looked up at the mountain range to the northeast. Indeed, they spotted a sharp peak, much darker than the surrounding area. But a closer look gave them a growing sense of something amiss. Wow! Kiki began to slow down, her pupils bulging with fear as she opened her mouth and cried out in horror, Lin Xian, is that a person? Not only her, but Lin Xian and Lu Xingchen's expressions also changed drastically. They all saw that the sharp, mountain-like black shadow seemed to have arms and was slowly taking a step. Boom! The next moment, as the black shadow took a step, a dull tremor radiated outward for hundreds of kilometers. The air within the mountains trembled violently. Lin Xian felt as if a towering, human-shaped mountain swung its arms, charging towards the three of them with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, in the valleys below, a dense, strange torrent of water seemed to be driven forward. They overran mountains and ridges, crushing villages and towns. Under the pitch-black night, they surged forward like a mudslide. Corpse Chaser. Brothers, please vote. Chapter 305 Number 5 Xingyin Corpse Chaser. Lin Xian first heard the term corpse driver during a bonfire fair organized by Zhang Yun in Guiguan. After ascending to the high-altitude orbit, he hadn't seen a single one. But now, with increasing reports, it seems the corpse driver is different from other dark creatures, resembling a true humanoid. The difference is, this one is a giant. Along with it comes a vast horde of strange entities, unspeakable and unknown, bringing untold terror. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian recalled his time in Yubai City, when the city was overrun by the tidal wave of corpses and strange entities. This could very well be the arrival of the corpse driver. At that moment, high above the mountains on the eastern outskirts of Yijin City, Lin Xian, Kiki, and Lu Xingchen watched as a massive, humanoid shadow, a terrestrial spectacle, approached them, their faces agape with shock. What the heck is this? Kiki's eyes widened. The sight brought back memories of the horror she had witnessed over Jiang City, and her face paled. From the looks of it, this might be the corpse chaser Grace warned us about. Lin Xian's face was grim. He knew this thing was at least S rank or higher. Lin Xian looked at the shadow and said hurriedly, "Not good. It's heading our way." "There's a train line leading out of the city below." Lin Xian immediately used his power armor search mode to zoom in. Sure enough, he saw the elevated track heading northeast along the mountain range. It was over. If the Union train rushed out at this moment, wouldn't it be a head-on collision? "Brother Shi, Teacher Chen," Lin Xian's scalp tingled. He immediately pressed the communicator, but the Union train was still moving underground, and the darkness and distance blocked any communication. "What should we do?" Kiki was horrified. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, his eyes fierce. "Let's go. We have to distract its attention." He had no other choice but to take the highest possible risk and try to draw the towering shadow away, then use his aerial advantage to escape into the polar night. Lin Xian knew this might be a near-fatal escape, but if the track broke, derailing the entire train and crashing into the corpse carrier's feet, that would be a true disaster. The three of them exchanged glances, nodding their heads firmly. They had to take the risk. "Yes," Lin Xian took a deep breath. "All right, a man should stand tall and proud. I will ignite the flames of my own fire." Boom. Before Lin Xian could finish his passionate and heroic words, a massive explosion suddenly erupted from Yijin City behind them. The three of them turned to see a massive pillar of crimson flames shooting skyward, triggering a strange crimson energy that transformed into a blazing white ball of light. The ball of light then expanded, completely illuminating the 2-kilometer diameter, sky-covering mushroom cap. The flames then expanded, layer by layer, finally detonating the massive cap. "Run!" Lin Xian, witnessing this, shouted to Kiki. Kiki immediately raised her telekinetic shield, and the three of them madly flew in a direction away from the corpse carrier. Boom! A second explosion erupted, and the massive, sky-covering mushroom cap suddenly collapsed inward, erupting into a cloud of flames. Instantly, a massive mushroom cloud, 5 kilometers in diameter, soared into the sky. A sudden burst of white light seemed to illuminate the entire world. Following the radiant light, a massive shockwave tore through the earth, instantly sweeping away even the clouds above. The mushroom cloud's flames radiated outward, igniting the entire city's fungal carpet like magma coming to life, erupting into pillars of fire hundreds of meters high from the cracks in the earth. At its peak, the net suddenly closed, draining all the oxygen from the entire city. A rumble. Lin Xian and the other two, flying at high speed, were directly struck by the massive shockwave, instantly being sent flying for kilometers like a bubble in the air. Kiki screamed in pain, gritting her teeth to steady herself as she controlled the others. All three felt their internal organs violently impacted, nearly dying instantly from a blackout and vomiting blood. The tide of flames spread continuously, creating a massive annihilation hole several kilometers long, centered around Pazihong Square. Streets and buildings within a dozen kilometers of the surrounding area collapsed and burned in the direction of the shockwave. The entire city was engulfed in flames and explosions. Those strange forms beneath the darkness were instantly reduced to ash. The entire city was a sea of fire, illuminating even the sky. Meanwhile, the Union train, hurtling underground at high speed, felt a massive tremor. The ground in the tunnel began to surge like a winding waterway, sending a torrent of smoke, dust, and debris cascading down. On the Infinity, over 30 members were thrown to the ground and slammed against the wall by the massive explosion. Screams and shouts echoed from the other trains. "Ah, the tunnel's collapsing, it's over, don't break, charge, did a meteorite explode, run." Just as the 4,000 people thought the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, the Longshan No. 1 train, led by the Longshan No. 1 train, broke through the surface and merged onto the sightseeing track, hurtling towards the city in a sea of flames. Fortunately, many people were equipped with protective gear, preventing further injuries. As the ground collapsed, the trains behind them began to be buried by a large amount of mud. However, because the combined trains had already gathered speed, they were pulled out of the collapsing tunnel at the last moment and rushed out angrily. Elsewhere, Lin Xian and the other two, who had been shocked to the point of vomiting blood, had just regained their balance. Now, standing in the air, they looked at the huge mushroom cloud that had not dissipated for a long time. Their faces changed drastically. Lin Xian had never imagined the power of the Sky Mushroom Tower's explosion would be so immense. They had already left the city, at least 40 or 50 kilometers away. If it weren't for the protection of their telekinetic shield, the shockwave would have nearly killed the three berserker-level Esper. The force was even more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Stunned, Lin Xian immediately worried about the situation on the Union train and immediately searched for directions beneath a cloud of flames. "Brother Lin, look," the shirtless brother Ho suddenly exclaimed. Lin Xian and Kiki immediately looked in the direction of the voice. Beneath a vast cloud of flames, the corpse chaser finally revealed its terrifying true form in the light. It was a towering, humanoid creature, its head covered in tentacles like a deep-sea octopus, appearing incredibly eerie and ferocious in the night. It stood amidst the mountains and valleys, its massive tentacles slowly swaying. Its body, covered in the skin of a mummy, looked like an otherworldly evil deity. As the massive explosion erupted in Yijin City, the octopus-headed giant seemed to sense a strange signal. Immediately, it began to turn, heading toward the center of the explosion. Its tentacles began to swirl wildly, emitting a deafening humming sound. The next moment, it lifted its hundreds-meter-long legs and stomped down. Boom! The corpse chaser veered away from the Union train's path, each step accompanied by a deafening roar. But the strangest thing was even more bizarre. As it moved, the immense dark entity gradually became transparent, as if entering some strange dimension, vanishing as it moved. How did it disappear? Lu Xingchen was incredulous at what he was witnessing. He had just been delighted that the monster had reversed course, perhaps giving the Union train a chance to escape, but after a few steps, it simply vanished into thin air. Lin Xian and Kiki stared at the scene in astonishment, unable to explain it. Lin Xian swallowed hard, feeling his hair stand on end. In the spreading flames, he spotted a long, steel-like train hurtling down the elevated track in the distance. "They're coming. Hurry. Let's follow them." He couldn't explain why this strange corpse carrier weighed heavily on him, and its strange disappearance was even more terrifying. He thought of the strange white monster that had appeared in Jiang City, and now he felt the same sensation again. He already knew these monsters were accompanied by darkness and its symbol, so how could he explain this corpse carrier? Could such a massive body become invisible? Unable to dwell on it, Lin Xian simply thought of rushing back to the train, and then everyone else galloping out of the polar night. With their current understanding, they couldn't comprehend what they were seeing, nor could they handle this unknown presence. The only option was to run. Clang, clang. Clang, clang. Under the darkness and blazing flames, the 15-kilometer-long Union train hurtled through the exploding and collapsing city of Yijin with unstoppable momentum. Inside the over 500 carriages, countless personnel were covered in wounds, all of them ravaged by the combined shockwave and earthquake. Many suffered extensive perforated eardrums, bleeding, lung damage, and other serious injuries from the impact of the collisions. For a moment, every carriage was filled with wailing. Those who were not injured rushed to rescue the wounded and clear the debris that had fallen and shattered from the train. On the Infinity, the crew, all wearing protective power armor with built-in shock absorbers, were somewhat better off, but they were all dazed and their living quarters in complete chaos. The Sun Fleet, the Joker Fleet, the Queen Mo, and the Dragon Mountain One were in similar condition. The devastating explosion had almost instantly destroyed an entire city, seemingly blasting a hole through the very sky. From the middle section onward, the trains that followed were completely covered in dust and debris, as if they had been dug out of the earth. Fortunately, the collapsed debris didn't cause significant damage to the heavily armored steel trains, and the predicted derailment didn't occur, a stroke of good fortune. The joint train continued its journey through the valleys surrounding the city, accelerating rapidly. Kiki, carrying Lin Xian and Brother Ho, flew through the air, finally catching up before the train merged into the main northern track. Because of the Mushroom Tower's explosion that day, the corpse chasers and the strange entities quickly vanished in the direction of Yijin City. The joint train narrowly avoided that tsunami-like wave of strange entities and plunged directly into the silent darkness. Lin Xian looked back and could still see Yijin City, ablaze with flames. The sound of explosions and a humming noise continued, but as they moved further away, these sounds gradually faded. He breathed a sigh of relief. It had been a close call. Looking at Brother Ho, he hadn't expected his plan to detonate the Sky Mushroom Tower to miraculously give the Union train a chance to escape. He couldn't imagine how disastrous the Union train would have been if it hadn't been for the explosion, facing the corpse chasers and the monster wave head-on. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was wondering, if Tang Yun hadn't died, causing the Sky Mushroom Tower to tremble, would the corpse chasers have discovered the Union train's underground convoy when they arrived in Yijin City? Teacher Chen, Director Ding, we're in the air, preparing to test us for the Dark Mark. Lin Xian's voice suddenly crossed Chen Sixuan's communicator. Her expression relaxed, and she quickly responded, "Okay, car 2, open the roof immediately." Ding Junai quickly arrived with a hell-black chrysanthemum. Kiki, still flying at high speed, flew back to the car with Lin Xian and Brother Ho. After testing with a hell-black chrysanthemum and Lin Xian's heterogeneous cube, none of them were dark-marked, and Lu Xingchen was confirmed to be free of mycelium. Speaking of which, Lin Xian had never mentioned the heterogeneous cube incident to the team, but coincidentally, Brother Ho's incident and Tang Yun's death gave the entire Union train, facing a near-fatal situation, a lasting hope. That was a close call. What happened? Why did you evacuate from the air? Chen Sixuan asked, her face filled with worry. The other core members of Infinity also gathered around. Everyone saw that Lu Xingchen was shirtless with a torn piece of cloth hanging around his neck. He looked quite disheveled. There was also a lot of blue-black dye on his body that looked like mycelium. Lin Xian's face darkened and he was sweating coldly. It's all because of him, Kiki let out a long sigh. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingchen's face turned pale and he swallowed nervously. Kiki glanced at him unhappily, and then helplessly covered up for him. Brother Ho came up with a plan to allow us to evacuate smoothly. He blew up the mushroom tower to divert the monster's attention. Really? Sasha asked in surprise. Right, Lin Xian, inwardly amused, agreed seriously, so we discussed this and decided to act together. It was a bit dangerous, and Brother Ho almost lost his life. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen's face, which had nearly turned pale, suddenly brightened. He looked at the two men with a look of immense gratitude, his eyes brimming with admiration. Wow, Sasha, standing nearby, heard this and her eyes widened, looking at Lu Xingchen with admiration. Brother Ho, you're so amazing. So you were the one who caused that huge explosion just now. Thank you for your hard work. You saved us all this time, Chen Sixuan said gratefully. Awesome, Dalu gave him a thumbs up and exclaimed, Brother, you blew up the entire city. That's truly eye-opening, that's incredible, Shukin chimed in. Brother Ho, you actually went to blow up the Xianggu Tower just for us. My goodness, Miao Lu's face was filled with admiration, moved to tears. Lu Xingchen's eyes seemed to light up with infinite light when he heard everyone's compliments, but he immediately put on a humble face. It's okay, it's okay. I just made a slight move and it's already turned the crisis into safety. Lin Xian and Kiki exchanged glances. Although he didn't do it alone, it was indeed because of his strategy that everyone was lucky enough to get to this point. So, knowing what was going on, they decided to let him pretend and not expose him. Alright, the shockwave just now was too destructive. Is anyone injured? Let's check the condition of the car quickly. Now we need to rush out of the range of the polar night tide at full speed. Lin Xian immediately made arrangements, while also using the communicator to contact the other teams and synchronize the situation. What? You blew up the Xianggu Tower? Holy crap! I thought a nuclear bomb went off, Shi Dian cursed over the communicator. But after hearing about the danger the corpse chasers had just faced, he sighed in hindsight. Holy crap! We almost became corpse chasers, Ningjing said gravely. It seems the previous information was correct. Corpse chasers are usually active on the edge of the Xingyin Dark Tide. Captain Lin, we're all fine. We're all wearing power armor. It's just that the car is a mess. Several armor plates have been smashed and deformed, and many windows have been shattered, Luo Yang said anxiously. Lin Xian then inquired about Li Yi, a pregnant woman with many children. As expected, the communicator rang, and Li Yi's side was filled with a cacophony of sobbing children. In the back carriages of the Sun, numerous workers from the former Pao Ben Yuan camp were busy carrying the wounded and repairing damaged items. The women in the logistics department were busy collecting debris. In the first carriage, Li Yi tended to the children. The children were frightened by the recent earthquake. Many had bloodied heads, but the older ones, despite the excruciating pain, held back their tears and remained silent. Only the younger ones could hold back their sobs, quietly sobbing. The long apocalypse had taught them to be quiet and patient, not to cry out loudly. Hey, baby, it doesn't hurt. Everyone, keep your voices down, or the monsters outside will hear you. Li Yi held her stomach as she applied alcohol to little girl's head wound. The intense pain made the girl wince, and tears as big as beans fell continuously, but she gritted her teeth and held back a cry. Captain Lin, he's just a little frightened. No serious injuries at the moment, don't worry. Hearing Lin Xian's concern, Li Yi immediately reported the situation inside the car. Everything's fine here. Some of our comrades have minor injuries, but there's nothing to worry about. Upon learning the situation, Jin Dealey of the Joker team took a deep breath. His tone didn't sound overly nervous, but rather an elegant and calm demeanor, as if you were destined to die. I knew it would be a good idea to follow you, Captain Lin. Thank you again for saving my life. I should buy you a drink. Monica, in carriage number 1 of the Queen Mo, overheard the conversation on the communicator and understood the shocking moment. By this point, her curiosity and interest in Lin Xian had grown even more intense. In the apocalypse, especially for women, people often harbor fantasies of a savior. In Monica's eyes, Lin Xian increasingly resembled that figure. He had entered Zilin City on the eve of the snowstorm, bravely stepped forward during the battle, and appeared in countless moments of despair. Such a person was bound to attract countless people's attention. Leader, savior, hero, these words had unknowingly become invisible labels, etched onto Lin Xian in the public's discussions. Monica was not surprised. She swirled her red wine glass in her hand, gazing at the infinity ahead with a charming, subtle smile. After all the teams reported back, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The vast majority of injuries were from shock, bruises, and perforated eardrums. Others suffered internal organ damage from the massive tremor. Some suffered vomiting and diarrhea, and several were in comas. However, no deaths had been reported so far. Maintaining this level of support amidst such a devastating disaster was a true miracle. Given the high number of injured, Lin Xian immediately alerted all teams to the encroaching darkness. The combined train had successfully escaped Yijin City, which was excellent news that needed to be relayed to everyone. They must maintain confidence in the dawn. Clang. Clang. Like a long, steel dragon, the black train churned through the hills and mountains beneath the night sky. It was now east of Yijin City, heading north, gradually entering the western Gobi Desert. The moonlight beneath the black night was cold, like a thin layer of silver sprinkled across the desolate plains. The train rolled over the wrinkled terrain of the hilly tracks. The undulating mountain shadows resembled the backs of sleeping giants, their low slopes carved into jagged outlines by the wind. These hills bore no trees, only sparse, dead camelthorn and sedge grass. Tumbleweed rustled in the night breeze, and dead branches scraped against the stone, creating a subtle rustle filled with loneliness and desolation. The wind blew from the depths of the Gobi Desert, carrying fine sand across the train car, whimpering softly against the metal. But after the apocalypse, there was no insect chirping, no sound of water, only the clatter of gravel against wheels, the whisper of wind against the rock face, weaving a silent nocturne amidst this eternal desolation. The train sped along for 2 hours, a period of bustle, tension, alertness, and bewilderment within each carriage. As the train gradually entered the Gobi Desert, the horizon widened, and a sense of utter isolation crept over them. No strange entities, no zombies, only the whistling of the night wind and the sand. Everyone became increasingly certain they had escaped. The tension within the train's 4,000-plus people finally eased somewhat, as everyone recovered from the initial devastating explosion in Yijin City. We've checked, there are no dark marks. We're all in silent mode now. In carriage number 2, Kiki had just brought Hell Black Chrysanthemum and a bay from Longshan number 1 to inspect the entire joint train from the air. After double confirmation, Lin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to Kiki, "Okay, you rest first. The shock wave of the explosion at the beginning should have had a significant impact on you." Kiki stretched and said, "It's okay, we're far enough apart, and with my telekinesis shield, I wasn't hurt much. In fact, it wasn't just her." After the huge earthquake underground, so many people were injured and dizzy, but they were not directly killed. The reason was that the Doomsday train's defense was strong, the distance was far enough, and it was isolated from the ground. The third point was that the more than 4,000 people on the entire joint train were more or less evolving because of the power of the night. Even the worst physical fitness was far stronger than that of humans before the apocalypse day. Their adaptability and recovery capabilities were greatly enhanced. Even Sasha, a little girl, could already pick up the roaring Gatling machine gun with one hand, which was evident. Ask for monthly ticket. Chapter 306 Western Gobi. The wind whistled and the gravel rustled. In the vast Gobi Desert under the darkness, the steel train moved slowly, with only the sound of the iron wheels rolling. Before completely leaving the polar night, the entire train did not slow down at all and kept rushing under the darkness. According to our current speed, We should be able to get out of the range of the star abyss polar night in about 5 hours, but the problem is that even if we go out, according to the time calculation, we will be in the darkness and dark tides. We can only wait until tomorrow's tide passes, and the dawn time should be around 9 o'clock. In the Infinity cockpit, Chen Sixuan calculated the driving trajectory diagram and the map, and then said to Lin Xian, "This is calculated according to the expansion speed of star abyss number 5 calculated by the Phoenix Society. The actual situation may be slightly different." Lin Xian nodded when he heard it. "As long as the road is unobstructed, we are in a silent state now, so we are not too worried." Chen Sixuan closed the driving logbook. He said to Lin Xian, "I understand your concerns about the track, but there's no need to rush. The situation is actually much better than we expected when we set out from Jiang City, because we're not the only ones escaping the train." Lin Xian said, "The paranormal and zombies won't destroy the railway without reason. We've encountered 3 track crises so far, 2 of which were man-made. Furthermore, it's been less than 100 days since the apocalypse, so the track isn't in such bad condition." But that's not always the case. The 3 track crises involved Tanghai, Yijin City, and the damage caused by the atmospheric mica tentacles before reaching underground city number 9. Based on past experience, zombies and paranormal entities used the dark mark to massacre humans during the tide. Even when destroying buildings, their targets were humans. Furthermore, the standards for the interstellar orbit and high-speed rail tracks of this era are very high, so access is generally smooth. Furthermore, their trains are not the only ones on this route, so other trains must have the means to repair the tracks. Now we have to expand our train team as well. This problem will have to be solved sooner or later." Lin Xian leaned back with his hands on the pillow. The train leading the way was Longshan number 1. They had a driving team specializing in inspecting road conditions and a radar system. With Shidian and Ningjing in charge, Lin Xian's side and the subsequent trains could save a lot of trouble. Chen Sixuan nodded. "So we are going to take the southern line from Quancheng to Luling to Jinhei, and then go to Shuguang City, right?" "It depends on the situation," Lin Xian said. "Jinhei has the Longuo CRRC group, which owns many train loading lines. Many doomsday train groups will go there. I heard that many organizations are doing the doomsday train modification business there. It's a huge profit chain. I guess there is the Linglong group, and the Finger group," Chen Sixuan said. "Didn't Shen Yago from the North Wind Alliance mention it last time? Jianzhou Yi from the Silver Star is looking for us. After they came down from the high-altitude corridor, they should have taken the Ring Star track all the way to Shuguang City. No, whatever happens, we'll talk about it once we get there. Then we and the other convoys should part ways at Quancheng," Chen Sixuan said. "Those convoys are all taking the northern route to catch up with the Dawn Center." Lin Xian closed his eyes slightly, his face weary, and said, "I know that after passing Quancheng, we should have the longest daylight hours." The long battle royal had exhausted him both physically and mentally. As long as they could get past Quancheng, only star abysses 6 and 8 would expand at breakneck speed, but they were far from Jinhei and Dawn City. As the heart of Dragon Nation, a large number of migrating survivors were converging there, and the various convoys and organizations would be a sea of refugees. However, this period of daylight would also be humanity's last and longest. When star abysses 6 and 8 began to close, it would mean that the 13 star abysses across Blue Planet would soon cover the entire world. Only 400 days remained until the Polar Doomsday Center was completely covered. Chen Sixuan, distressed, used a wet towel to wipe the dry blood from Lin Xian's mouth and nose, where it had flowed from the impact. Looking at his exhausted face, the determination in her eyes gradually turned to tenderness. She then lifted his hair from her ear and leaned in for a kiss. "You should rest a bit," she said, her ears flushing. She stood up and pressed the close button on the cockpit door. After closing the door, she tied her hair back with a hair tie, then leaned over, giving Lin Xian all her tenderness. Lin Xian hadn't expected his former university teacher to be so proactive at this moment. A sudden thought moved him, and he relaxed, feeling the warmth envelop him. His fatigue instantly faded. Teacher Chen's movements were a bit awkward, but she was neither hurried nor slow, completely immersed in the work. Her soft whispers made Lin Xian's ears tingle and a fire surge in his chest and abdomen. Just as he was about to stand, Chen Sixuan held him down. Then, looking up, her eyes as bright as water, filled with eagerness and tenderness, she said, "Don't move. Leave it to me." She stood up, shed everything, bit her lower lip, and approached him. "From now on, Don't bear all the pressure alone. Take me with you. We'll face life and death together." Chen Sixuan held Lin Xian's face in her hands, her body rising and falling, her voice gentle. Lin Xian felt a warm feeling in his heart, as if the taut tension had loosened. He couldn't help but put his arm around Teacher Chen's waist and breathe in the breath of freedom. In the Infinity's cockpit, there was the surging waves of rushing water, the gentle breeze of the mountain, the excitement, the exuberance, the apocalyptic frivolity that surpassed the dopamine of the mycelium network by 10 times. After passing, Lin Xian felt refreshed. Ever since his encounter with a corpse carrier, he wasn't even too worried about ordinary strange entities appearing in the darkness, and his mental state had become much stronger. In the sleeping cabin of carriage number 1, Lin Xian showered, and Teacher Chen had already fallen asleep. He planned to guard the journey through the polar night by himself. Once out of the polar night, he would rest well, leaving Chen Sixuan to take charge. Closing the cabin door, Lin Xian took control of the 20 Thunder Falcon 2000 attack robots. This was one of his greatest gains from being trapped in Yijin City. Originally, Lin Xian had intended to manufacture attack drones, but he lacked the ability to remotely control them. Even if he could mass-produce small drones and attach explosives, he would still need to control them using a control terminal. This was fine in non-combat situations, but with the dangers he had encountered before, such behavior sounded completely clownish. Not only did he now possess the ability to directly control machinery remotely, but these Thunder Falcon robots were far more formidable than the previous rotorcraft. Equipped with Hall-effect propulsion engines, they were incredibly fast and agile, and they were armored. Most importantly, each one was armed with a powerful arc pulse cannon. Lin Xian waved his hand, and with a whoosh, 20 spherical attack robots instantly took flight, floating in a ring before him. Their red light flicked like mechanical Dharma forms, a truly spectacular sight. Then, with a flick of his finger, they formed into an S shape, then a B shape, perfectly aligned, a scene that drew intense attention and immense excitement from Lin Xian. If I build 200, 2000, wouldn't I become the mother of a mechanical swarm? Fuck. That's a deus ex machina. Just imagining a swarm of drones firing their weapons in unison was enough to make his scalp tingle. Alright, I can combine a few robots and modify them, and install them on my power armor. Then I can fly, right, genius. Lin Xian became more and more excited as he thought about it. He planned to replace the Lone Wolf's power armor on his body and build another Black Hawk Silent Hunter. This kind of Phantom Wolf-class strength has been demonstrated in Chen Sixuan and Ding Junai. It is powerful and fully covered. Even if it does not have the flight function, it also has a small propulsion system. It can fly at low altitude and short distances, easily climb hundreds of meters high buildings, and it is not a problem to fly across the sky. After a little modification by Lin Xian, it will definitely greatly improve his mobility. By then, he will not need Kiki to take him flying, and his mobility will be greatly enhanced. At this time, Lin Xian opened his own research and development center again, G3 electromagnetic railgun, blueprint, development in progress. 16 hours 29 minutes, new blueprints are coming soon. Although Lin Xian was eagerly awaiting the new railgun upgrade blueprint, he decided to build a G3 railgun in Car 5 first. The newer the model, the more difficult it was to manufacture. Lin Xian was being practical. Just like he could build the Black Hawk Silent Hunter now, he didn't have the resources to provide a full complement for every train member. Being able to equip the tactical-grade Lone Wolf S was already a significant improvement over the previous model, far superior to the TRP Lin Xian was planning to build. There was no need to rush things. Lin Xian also planned to continue building the 1130 and G3 electromagnetic railgun, but he planned to reassemble the Sun and then manufacture them based on the car layout. Therefore, he put the fully automatic bullet press aside for now. He planned to repair the damage to the entire train from the earthquake first, and to see how Grace's system overwrite was progressing. At that point, he could hand over the train planning and design, including some blueprint modifications. Another issue was his own power surge skill. He needed to devour a 300 megawatt nuclear power plant to perform this mechanical amplification. However, in the entire United Train fleet, only the Longshan No. 1 and the Queen Mo were quasi-intercontinental class nuclear-powered locomotives with over 300 megawatts. Lin Xian couldn't possibly devour their very survival equipment. Such equipment was priceless, and even if he possessed it, he would feel incredibly bad about doing so. Besides Power Surge, the only skill he hadn't yet reached max level was Flashback. He hadn't used it in a while, and it was currently at Flashback, Rare, level 250%. Once we can bring the Sun Fleet in, we'll build a missile car and use the Mk-66 roll-on cantilever missile launcher we scanned earlier, Lin Xian pondered as he walked towards the rear car, scanning the car's structure with his mechanical heart and repairing any damaged details. However, he'd been too cautious. The newly modified composite armor offered incredible defensive power, and the car's hull was virtually flawless, saving Lin Xian a lot of trouble. He walked into carriage number 2. In the dark carriage, only Kiki's information center was emitting a blue light. Sasha had fallen asleep in the rest cabin, while Kiki was sitting on his swivel chair, holding a lollipop in his mouth, busy in front of the computer. "How is it?" Lin Xian asked in a low voice after approaching. "Not so fast." Kiki's 10 fingers were operating on the computer at a rapid speed, and he said with a lollipop in his mouth, "The computing power of my computers is too low. It will take a lot of time to analyze Grace's data. There is no point in being anxious, I know." Lin Xian nodded. "Then take your time. When there is a chance, I will update the configuration for you." "You wishful thinking. Do you know what the concept of a quantum computer with 8,192 computing power is?" Kiki kicked his calf, turned around in his swivel chair, looked at Lin Xian, took out the lollipop in his mouth, pointed at Lin Xian and said, "This level of computing power can be directly applied to the entire ocean track. The operation and maintenance unit processing is even an order of magnitude higher than the previous climbing elevator system of Yuba Airport. Do you think you can get it so easily?" Lin Xian smiled. "Don't we already have one?" Kiki rolled her eyes at him, then changed her tone and said, "Speaking of which, this Crimson World is indeed quite impressive. For such a hibernation center, they actually placed an intelligent brain robot of this level, and it looks like it should be a simplified offline version." Tisk. What she meant was that there must be more than one robot like Grace in the Crimson World, and there must be versions with more powerful computing power. Lin Xian understood what he meant when he heard it, and he took a deep breath and said, "If it is just a center to fool people, it seems unnecessary. But didn't Director Ling say that the mycelium may really be able to upload human consciousness and use the human brain as a computing unit to infiltrate brain consciousness? From this point of view, this kind of mycelium in the polar night is not simple, and the research in the Crimson World is not just to fool some rich people." Kiki nodded and said, "That makes sense, but you can only wait until I finish here. Don't turn on that, Grace, otherwise it will definitely cause us trouble if there is no system override." "Don't worry about that." Lin Xian smiled. "Why don't I just hand her over to you? I'll leave her with you." Grace's current programming instructions are to protect the Zero Element Center. Now that the Zero Element Center has been destroyed, there's no guarantee that if she's turned on, she'll trigger some kind of attack command. Although Lin Xian and Kiki can restrain her, who knows if she'll activate some information transmission function and cause trouble for the team. Therefore, Lin Xian will never turn it on until Kiki has completely overwritten it. He has also quietly severed the energy transmission components inside with his mechanical ability, making it impossible for anyone to start it unless it is disassembled and repaired. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Kiki waved her hands repeatedly. "No, I don't want to leave it here." "What, are you scared too?" "No." Kiki glanced at Sasha, who was sleeping not far away. "If I leave it here, that little girl won't be able to sleep." "Well, okay." Lin Xian nodded. He guessed that Grace hadn't been dealt with yet. After all, she was obtained from the Adventists, and she possessed extremely high intelligence and a perfect human resemblance. It was normal for the people on the cart to be worried about this humanoid robot. He was about to leave when Kiki suddenly blocked his path with her sheen and glanced at Lin Xian. "Wait, there's something I want to ask you." Lin Xian smiled, and before she could finish, he cupped her face and kissed her fresh lips. It was warm and sweet, with the flavor of a strawberry lollipop. "Okay, here's your reward." Kiki's cheeks flushed bright red at the suddenness of the kiss. She kicked Lin Xian away, angrily saying, "That's not what I was talking about, you jerk." Lin Xian felt a little embarrassed and laughed. What were you talking about?" Kiki's chest heaved rapidly, and she glanced at him angrily, her expression changing. Then she turned around, her fingers tapping on the keyboard, and an image popped up on the screen. "Here, make it for me." Lin Xian took a look. The blueprint resembled a cold weapon blade, resembling a phoenix wing. Strangely, the blade had no handle. Both ends were sharpened, with no grip. It looked like a sharp blade. What is this? Lin Xian frowned. A knife, Kiki said. I found this in the federal database I collected based on my own ideas. It's a pop-up, rotating blade for some mecha weapon, but it's probably a discarded design. Lin Xian looked at Kiki in confusion, unsure of her intentions. Kiki seemed to have guessed that Lin Xian would have such a look, so she patiently explained, when we participated in the Phoenix Society's superpower evaluation before, didn't Wenzhou talk about the development of superpowers? In fact, I have thought about this matter carefully. My superpowers are mostly functional rather than offensive. One of the uses I developed before was that large-scale shock wave, but it also consumed a lot of my physical strength, so I thought about it. Since hard weapons are not suitable for me, but cold weapons are, if you can help me make a blade of this configuration, and then I can control it with my mind power, it will not only have lethality, but also be recyclable, and it will consume less of my mind power. Isn't this killing 4 birds with 1 stone? What do you think? Isn't he a genius? Lin Xian understood immediately after hearing this, but couldn't help frowning. 4. What else? What? Kiki chuckled, turned around, and clamped Lin Xian between her smooth legs, looking at him with a smile. I want you to make me 100 sets. She spoke with energy, her eyes sharp, and gestured left and right like a martial arts master. I can wield 100 of these blades simultaneously. When they move, they're like a storm of blades, sweeping away the monster tide. When they're in control, they're like dragon scales, indestructible. They can also defend. Isn't that killing 4 birds with 1 stone? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. It was amazing that this little girl could come up with such a plan. Her telekinesis had evolved to a high level, and her control proficiency was increasing. If this method was used, the lethality would indeed be much greater. The blades could be recycled, and even if they were broken, Lin Xian could make new ones for her. This was indeed more efficient than simply blasting zombies with shock waves. The only problem was that the high-level monsters had strong defenses. Some of them might not be able to be cut by him even with his electric knife. When necessary, Kiki would need to concentrate her telekinesis and shock waves to suppress them. Thinking of this, Lin Xian nodded and praised, good idea. Okay, I will build you 100 sets according to this design, and then make a separate automatic storage cabin and place it on the roof of the train car, so you can take it out and use it when you need it. Is that okay? Kiki nodded immediately after hearing this. Yes, that's what I want. Before she could finish her smiling words, Lin Xian suddenly attacked her again, held her face and kissed her fresh little mouth hard, and then slipped away. Oh, you, Kiki angrily scolded the stinky hooligan who attacked her, gritting her teeth and watching Lin Xian's departing back. With a little joy in her eyes, she murmured, what a bad guy. Lin Xian thought Kiki was really likable. Although she seemed willful and capricious on the surface, due to her childhood experiences, she was actually a girl with a serious and tough temperament. Not only was she extremely beautiful, she was also a genius. Of course, her only shortcoming was her love for A, but this did not affect Lin Xian's love for this girl. The two of them were now getting more and more tacit understanding, which was gradually cultivated in many life and death battles. Now his relationship with Kiki was basically broken through that layer of window paper. Although the girl was arrogant and unwilling to admit it, she liked to find dark corners or excuses such as applying lipstick, but they both knew it well. In Carriage 3, all train cars were required to have their lights off, including this one. However, Ding Junai still kept a small desk lamp on, using laboratory equipment to observe the living mycelium she had brought from the Zero Element Center. When Lin Xian entered Carriage 3 and saw Ding Junai, she had just stood up and looked at him. You look tired. You should rest. Let's talk about it after we get out of the polar night zone, he said, a little surprised. This didn't seem like something Ding Junai would say in her daily life. Ding Junai put down the equipment in her hand and said to Lin Xian seriously, the fact that the mycelium network can upload consciousness has a certain warning effect on my cognitive judgment, but it shows a problem, that is, the degree of understanding of dark creatures to humans may be higher than we expected. We are studying darkness, and darkness is also studying us. Lin Xian's eyes converged when he heard this, and he murmured, when you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. Ding Junai raised his eyebrows slightly. There is another point. The mycelium network and the sky mushroom tower, as a special life form, have the characteristics of analyzing human thinking. Logically speaking, The weakness of being easily triggered by fire and causing chain explosions is much different than its value in protection. This is very unreasonable. You mean, this thing shouldn't be destroyed so easily? Yes, Lin Xian frowned slightly. Perhaps it's because this is already the polar night area, which already belongs to the territory of dark creatures. So, if you want to explain it this way, the corpse-driving man you saw might be considered a kind of protection mechanism for them, and we are accidental destruction, Ding Junai said. Of course, it may also be that humans themselves have explored too little in the polar night, and there is information asymmetry. After all, in front of dark creatures, we humans are still too small. It must be a rare thing to be able to ignite and detonate the Sky Mushroom Tower on their territory. I understand what you mean. There is another question that may interest you. Ding Junai walked to the side of the experimental cabin, where there were two plant cabins, one for the Hull Black Chrysanthemum and the other for the Silver Dragon 100,000 cucumbers. But the strange thing is that the Hell Black Chrysanthemum seems to be a little bigger than before, and the Silver Dragon 100,000 cucumbers has grown a lot taller from the original silver white seedling, and a white flower bud has grown in the middle of it. A closer look reveals that it emits a strange white light. Asking for a monthly ticket. Chapter 307. Where did you get this chain? Seeing the changes in the disaster plants, Lin Xian's expression suddenly became serious. He walked over quickly and said in a deep voice, "How long has this change been going on?" "Within 24 hours, Ding Junai said. "It is obvious that the disaster plants grow very fast in the polar night," Lin Xian said. "Is this the reason why the disaster plants only appear in the polar night?" "Maybe," Ding Junai nodded. "It is obvious that the disaster plants are adapted to a certain ecological environment in the polar night. The most direct force is the invasion of darkness. Because of these two disaster plants, I took them off the train for environmental observation." Lin Xian's heart suddenly trembled. In this case, the existence of the heterogeneous magic cube would not hinder the growth of the Hell Black Chrysanthemum and the Silver Dragon 10,000 errors? But then he thought, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't possibly allow the plant to grow without regard for the safety of the entire train, exposing everyone to the dark invasion. The Infinity Team's faster growth, better mentality, and greater motivation than the other survivors were largely due to the existence of the heterogeneous cube. Without the shielding power of fear, the train would have been completely defenseless during the attack by the forbidden strange radio station. If he hadn't leveraged his mechanical abilities, he would have been trapped and killed on frequency 1542. Perhaps I could try placing the plant in a distant car afterward. The heterogeneous cube's coverage was limited, Lin Xian thought. Later, whenever Ding Junai wasn't researching it, he could try placing it in the nuclear-powered car at the rear of the train. Thinking of this, Lin Xian looked at Ding Junai. "Have these disaster plants changed in any characteristics after they grow?" Ding Junai replied, "I haven't seen any changes in the black chrysanthemum yet. Maybe it's the efficiency of dark energy conversion. After coming out of Zilin City this time, I detected that the physical fitness of all the people on the train has greatly improved. It will be more accurate when I get the Phoenix Society's superpower peak detector later. It's just a guess now. As for this Silver Dragon 100,000 mistakes," she looked at the strange white flower bud and said, "Since it has bloomed, it means that there will definitely be corresponding characteristics. But we don't know yet. We need to wait until the flower is fully opened. Maybe we will discover its characteristics under specific circumstances." "Okay," Lin Xian nodded, full of expectations. The power of disaster plants can be regarded as a huge source of treasure for the entire train. Even the Phoenix Society has listed disaster plants as a key research project. The Polar Night Division of the Night Walker II is said to specialize in entering the polar night to conduct star abyss investigations and find disaster plants. Department 2, the smallest of the Night Walkers, is incredibly powerful and best equipped, dedicated to improving survival rates during the polar night. The intelligence and discoveries they bring are crucial to humanity's fate. Lin Xian observed the changes in the plants, feeling reassured. Fortunately, Ding Junai, who was overseeing this research, provided him with valuable information, crucial to improving the train's survival rate. His original train plan had included a plant specialist for the plant car. Although he didn't find one, this cool, aloof biology professor with plant-related abilities proved to be a godsend for him. Lin Xian surveyed the research car and found no damage from the earthquake. Only a pile of glassware and test tubes on the research table were shattered, and he hadn't had time to clean them up. Seeing this, Lin Xian was suddenly alarmed. Oh no. Carriage 4 had a whole bunch of plant culture chambers. It's broken. Lin Xian's face changed, and he was about to run towards car number 4. Unexpectedly, Ding Junai responded directly without even looking up. 2 small glass boxes in the original laboratory were broken. The impact is not big. The ones you made of polycarbonate material are intact. Lin Xian just took a step forward, and when he heard this, he stopped immediately and breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? Okay, I thought something happened to our vegetable garden. I know what's going on. Don't worry. Okay, then you can rest first. Lin Xian sighed and said to Ding Junai with concern. I'm not tired yet. Ding Junai had no intention of ending the conversation. Lin Xian turned around and found Ding Junai with her hands in her pockets, looking at him seriously with a subtle smile on her face. He suddenly felt something was wrong and said quickly. You've been busy all night at the Zero Element Center. It's time to rest. It's still polar night, so I'll be the one guarding the train. Upon hearing this, Ding Junai stepped forward, looking up at Lin Xian with an understanding expression. I've learned a new move. Would you like to see it? New move? Oh my god, how could she be so direct? Lin Xian's face changed, realizing that this woman's M-type seemed to be about to burst out again. He quickly said, wait for you to rest. I'll finish the weapons and equipment work first. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to, it was mainly because he had just finished. He also really wanted to quickly finish the weapons manufacturing and train repairs. Although the Infinity was sturdy, Lin Xian couldn't rest until he had inspected all the carriages. With that, Lin Xian turned and was about to leave. Just as he took a step, something seemed to block his way. He stopped immediately and looked down. It was a potted pot of pothos on the nearby workbench. A tender green branch suddenly stretched out, as if it had come to life, gently blocking Lin Xian's stomach. The branch seemed alive, possessing immense strength. Pressing against Lin Xian, it felt like a thin wire. This is the new move I'm talking about. Since arriving in Zilan City, Ding Junai had discovered a significant improvement in her plant-related abilities. She could now completely transcend plant growth patterns, achieving bizarre growth patterns. She could even allow plants to exhibit properties exceeding those of their own cellular structures, such as elasticity, strength, hardness, and pulling force. Lin Xian turned in surprise and saw Ding Junai calmly gazing at him with her hands in her pockets. Meanwhile, the small flower above her had blossomed, its delicate pink swing, a stark contrast to her intellectual and calm demeanor, its seriousness yet a striking contrast. If you're worried about me often and too directly asking for sex, I'll reduce the frequency. I'll obey you at all times, in all places, and in all ways. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Lin Xian's expression faltered, and he gave a resigned smile. He knew he'd misunderstood Ding Junai's intentions, but a strange sense of guilt washed over him. He looked at Ding Junai's calm gaze, his breath sinking. Without a second thought, he rushed over, scooped her up, and headed for the lounge. Meanwhile, Ding Junai, obediently embraced by Lin Xian, remained calm. She raised her glasses, a subtle yet smug smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes seemed to say, my hero, I've prepared a heroic moment for you. Are you satisfied? Inside carriage 5 of the Infinite Train, a cabin named Burning Heaven Palace, Lin Xian sat on the floor, his eyes etched with murderous intent. Before him lay a tungsten crucible. Inside was all his autumn clothes. He planned to incinerate them all at once. Does a fire god need autumn clothes? That's a philosophical question. But Lin Xian knew he would never wear a long-sleeved shirt again. It wasn't handsome, it wasn't classy, and most importantly, it faded. This demonic thing is disturbing my Taoist heart. How can I tolerate it? Lin Xian's teeth were chattering as he picked up the recorder that had left a message for Lin Xian and clenched it tightly. Today, click. Because you pressed too hard, he accidentally flipped the switch again, and the heroic message suddenly rang out in the quiet room. Brother Lin, Brother Lu, all my friends and partners in Infinity, please forgive me for not leaving. Lin Xian's face paled immediately, and he frantically searched for the switch and turned it back on. Then, with a flushed look, he threw the recorder into the crucible and closed the incineration lid. Then, with a low roar, he began to spit fire from the mouth of the incineration lid. Burn it all. Burn it all for me. The blazing flames instantly reduced the pitiful autumn clothes and recorder to ash. A burning stench and black smoke rose from the air. Lin Xian quickly turned on the ventilation switch. After cleaning, he mopped the floor, cleared the table, and put everything in order. He then took out his treasured ancient tea-scented air freshener and carefully sprayed it into the air of his small cabin. Soon, his exquisite room was filled with a clean, quiet scent of a monastic life. "So, my inner demon has been resolved," Lin Xian said, pleased. He picked up the crucible, left the room, and dumped the ashes into the trash can. Suddenly, a metallic clattering sound was heard, as if something had fallen into the trash can. Lin Xian froze for a moment, his eyes fixed on the trash can. Amidst a pile of ashes, a glimmer of gold appeared. Lin Xian's gaze narrowed, and then, with a look of disdain, he brushed aside the ashes and lifted the golden object with 2 fingers. It turned out to be the gold bracelet he'd found in the Yijin Bank vault. He'd actually impulsively decided to forge a golden object before his death, like a spirit tablet or a mysterious ring, hoping to leave behind a legacy, a last word. But the object wouldn't melt after burning for ages, leaving him frustrated. Seeing it again, Lin Xian felt a surge of disbelief. "Back then, I thought my heavenly fire was completely gone. Now, I want to see what kind of mysterious metal can withstand my heavenly fire." After all, Lin Xian's burning flame sword was powerful enough to pierce and melt even abyssal worms. How could gold, with a melting point of only 1,000 degrees, resist incineration? He immediately became intrigued. Cleaning the crucible and the gold bracelet, bringing them both back to his room. Under the cold light, this women's gold bracelet, with 9 golden flowers on a spiral hinge, was exquisitely crafted. After cleaning, it gleamed brightly, a remarkably valuable treasure stored in a vault. However, after the apocalypse, gold had become almost worthless, even its common equivalent reduced to blood essence. It was useless, save for a few industrial applications. Lin Xian turned on the tea maker and brewed a pot of tea for himself. Then, he examined the bracelet carefully, sipped his tea, and blew flames at it with his fingers, trying to determine its melting point. But Lin Xian kept blazing, pouring tea cup after cup, for several minutes until the bottom of the tungsten crucible began to melt red. Yet, the gold bracelet remained unchanged, and in fact, became even more radiant. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. The melting point of tungsten crucibles was 3,400 degrees Celsius, more than 3 times that of gold. How could it possibly not melt? Strange, strange. Is this some new material from the latest technology? Seeing the crucible about to melt, Lin Xian, fearing the high temperature might cause trouble, put aside his curiosity and stopped spitting fire from his fingertips. But then, a strange scene unfolded. After Lin Xian's flames died down, the gold bracelet actually began to slowly twist at the bottom of the glowing crucible, as if it were alive. Lin Xian looked at this scene, his whole body shocked, and he jumped back as if he had been electrocuted. Monster, 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 monster. In car number 3, Lin Xian felt refreshed again. In the rest cabin, Ding Junai's face was flushed. After soaring into the sky and landing smoothly, she did not stop for a moment. She immediately stood up naked and began to put on her clothes in an orderly manner. Except for the simple inner wear of jeans and shirt, she was used to wearing a white laboratory coat, which saved her time to consider the choice of clothing. But there was only one thing, that is, all her underwear had to be a set, and only in black and purple. This was her obsessive compulsive disorder, and it was also a supplement to her description of her female identity, sexy. Lin Xian stood up and watched Ding Junai's movements, saying with deep emotion, "Are you planning to do research again?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ding Junai turned and looked at him calmly. Immediately, she began to unbutton her jeans again, her lips curling slightly as she spoke tentatively. "If you want to do it again, or even hold me to sleep, I'll do whatever you want." Lin Xian's legs nearly gave way at that, and he quickly reached out to stop her from unbuttoning. "Let's save some energy for danger, it's still polar night." "Yes," Ding Junai nodded, put her white coat back on, raised her glasses, and resumed her cool, indifferent demeanor from the lab. She turned and walked out with a swift, decisive demeanor. Lin Xian stared at Ding Junai's back and sighed inwardly. The straightforward, direct, and passionate way a straight-laced engineering woman expresses herself is unpretentious and fervent. There's no veneer, no need for guesswork. When she speaks to you, you feel only the utmost earnestness, the suppressed madness within like a raging fire, instantly engulfing you. At that moment, a screen of light suddenly appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. It was the heterogeneous cube's warning message, "Warning. Non-mechanical fear energy intrusion detected." What? Lin Xian's expression changed drastically, and he immediately stood up and rushed out. Ding Junai, noticing the anxiety on Lin Xian's face, immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Xian didn't reply, but instead looked directly at the hell-black chrysanthemum. Strangely, the hell-black chrysanthemum didn't change at all. Lin Xian immediately said to Ding Junai, "Have you noticed anything unusual in the car?" Ding Junai immediately understood what Lin Xian meant. She quickly walked out of the corridor, glanced at the car in front, and then turned back to look at the back. At this moment, she suddenly frowned and whispered, "Something's wrong here." Ever since she had become close to the hell-black chrysanthemum, Ding Junai had become more sensitive to dark energy. The small pink flower on her head suddenly shrank back into bud, as if in response. Without hesitation, Lin Xian immediately followed Ding Junai, dashing from car 3 to car 5. Luda, who is maintaining his growler machine gun, saw them approaching and immediately asked, "What's going on, Brother Xian?" "Something's happening," Lin Xian replied. Luda jumped to his feet, alertly raising his machine gun, ready to engage the enemy. Just as Ding Junai was about to run to car 6, she suddenly stopped. "What's going on? Not this way." Ding Junai turned back, quickly reaching the door of Lu Xingqian's cabin. "Brother Ho, it should be here, if my perception is correct," Ding Junai said coldly. Lin Xian immediately stood in front of Ding Junai and called the others over via his communicator. Several key members of the Infinity, including Chen Sixuan, quickly arrived, weapons drawn, and standing at Brother Ho's door with stern expressions. "What the hell is going on?" Chen Sixuan, waking up, donned her Black Hawk armor, moving with incredible speed. "What's wrong with Brother Ho?" Kiki asked. Even Sasha, the little girl, rubbed her sleepy eyes, standing behind the crowd with a large hammer in hand. "What's going on? Is there a monster?" Captain Lin Xian glanced at the closed hatch and looked at Lin Xian with a wary expression. The building was filled with mixed emotions. He had just rested and was packing up his equipment, so how could he not have noticed anything unusual about Lu Xingqian? Lin Xian raised his hands, signaling everyone to disperse. "We've sensed the power of darkness invading here. Everyone, be careful." Kiki frowned and said, "This guy, could he really be?" She quickly shut up mid-sentence and said, "Stand back, I'll open the door." With that, she raised her hand to form a telekinetic shield to protect everyone and prepared to open Lu Xingqian's cabin door. Before she could make a move, the door to the cabin marked Burning Heaven Palace suddenly flew open. Standing at the doorway was none other than Lu Xingqian, who had just heard footsteps outside. Brother Ho, his hands blazing, looked ready for battle, his face filled with terror. Upon seeing the crowd outside, he shouted, "Everyone, beware. There's a strange creature." His words immediately set everyone on edge. Seeing that Brother Ho was alright, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. 20 Thunder Falcon robots swooped in and charged directly into Lu Xingqian's room. "Stand back," Lin Xian shouted. But after a thorough inspection, they found nothing. The companions, who had been on high alert, were all baffled. "What strange creature? Where's it?" "It's definitely here." Ding Junai frowned slightly, having clearly sensed some unusual energy fluctuations. Lu Xingqian, however, pointed to a crucible on the floor of his cabin and shouted, "This object is in that crucible. Strange phenomena are appearing. Look." Hearing Lu Xingqian's words, Kiki immediately used her telekinesis to grab the crucible. Everyone looked inward and saw a golden bracelet inside. It had twisted into an infinity shape and was quietly suspended within the crucible. The metallic luster was even more magnificent than gold, as if it had a layer of supernatural light. "What is this?" Chen Sixuan asked. Shasha tutted her lips in surprise. "Why is a chain flying? It looks like an artifact from our world, but the color is brighter than gold." "It's not brighter, it's probably infused with dark energy," Ding Junai said pointedly. "Dark energy?" Shukin and the others exclaimed in unison. Kiki immediately realized what was happening and asked, "Could this be a forbidden item?" "You mean like that strange radio station?" Chen Sixuan's expression darkened. The incident with the strange radio station was arguably one of the most despairing moments inside Infinity, and she still felt a lingering fear when she thought about it. Lin Xian stared at the floating golden bracelet and looked up at Lu Xingqian, wondering what had happened to him that he'd brought back a forbidden object. He quickly asked, "Where did you get this bracelet?" Lu Xingqian's expression was complicated, and he immediately recounted the whole story. "I was roasting it at high temperatures, and when it wouldn't burn, I noticed something was wrong. And then, to my surprise, this strange object actually started moving. floating in the crucible like a living thing. Lin Xian almost cursed at this, thinking, "You're just too lucky, kid. You found a forbidden object in the mud in the vault? Please vote for me." Chapter 308 Soaring up to 90,000 miles. Forbidden objects. Shukin looked puzzled. Regarding the rumors and research on forbidden objects, there used to be a department in the Federation called the Special Object Investigation Department. This organization was specifically responsible for investigating strange phenomena that occurred during the polar night. They weren't investigating strange entities, but a type of object that could trigger specific strange phenomena. These objects were originally part of our blue planet, and only after the apocalypse did they begin to trigger strange events. They were believed to have been contaminated by some special power, turning into extraordinary objects. These objects are called forbidden objects by the Angel Project, and they refer to specific objects that can cause regional or contagious strange extraordinary events, Ding Junai said at this time. "We knew this a long time ago," Kiki said at this time. "In fact, before you got on the bus, we encountered the 1542 strange radio station on Dalua Mountain before Yubai City. That was a strange phenomenon caused by a forbidden object. Yes, we were all scared at the time. We thought it was haunted." Sasha nodded. Shukin looked surprised. She had attended the Guiguan bonfire party with Lin Xian and was aware of Radio 1542. Hearing Lin Xian's words, she realized that the Infinity had encountered it before. 3 convoys had received it at night, and people had gone missing. "So, Captain Lin, you encountered that strange radio station. Are there any missing people?" Shukin asked immediately. Lin Xian shook his head and briefly explained the situation. "Although it's not truly haunted, it's a very dangerous thing. It can transport people to a certain radio frequency and, through mental invasion with the power of fear, can cause people to create their most terrifying images, so the danger of this kind of object cannot be understood by means of supernatural entities. It even exceeds the scope of currently known supernatural powers." Ding Junai heard this and said, "In this respect, it is somewhat similar to the mycelial illusion of the Xianggu Tower. The difference is that one is terrifying, while the other is a blissful illusion. So, certain illusions in the polar night can affect certain objects, turning them into taboos," the building asked. "That's the only explanation for now. Don't talk about anything else." Lin Xian looked at the floating and rotating golden bracelet, his eyes slightly heavy. He felt a headache when he heard the 3 words forbidden object. This thing hurt him last time, but the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube has now become the shield artifact of infinity, and it can also directly convert black smoke into a mechanical source point for him, so he actually loves and hates it. He has also considered that if such an existence appears, he might be interested in finding out. But at this time, this thing suddenly appeared in his car, which made him passive all of a sudden. No one knew what harm this thing would cause. Thinking of this, Lin Xian signaled everyone to stay away first, and then he raised his hand to create a simple metal long arm, reaching towards the golden bracelet. Who knew that as soon as the clamp of the metal arm approached, the floating bracelet immediately began to spray extremely fine blue flames in all directions, and it seemed like transparent air, but only for a moment. Suddenly, a scorching hot air swept through the entire carriage, rapidly increasing the temperature. Lin Xian's metal clamps were instantly melted into molten iron, dripping into the crucible. Not only his metal clamps, but even the crucible itself quickly glowed red and collapsed under the almost transparent blue flames. Instantly, the entire carriage 5 was filled with a surging aura of intense heat. Everyone's faces paled, and they retreated in a flurry. A wave of heat surged towards the carriages ahead and behind. Lin Xian had already activated his force field shield, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Fortunately, the flames only lasted a few seconds before stopping. If it had continued to erupt, the entire carriage 5 would have melted, and he wouldn't have even had time to throw it away. This thing can actually release such high temperatures. How terrifying. Be careful, Lin Xian. Captain Lin, don't be careless. Lin Xian. Kiki flew over and said, "I'll throw it out." Wait a minute. Just as Kiki was about to use his telekinesis, Lu Xingjian, who was standing next to the crucible and had even his trouser legs burned, had a color change in his eyes. He looked at the floating golden bracelet. After the flame was sprayed just now, the fluorescence above had dissipated a lot, and its floating state became unstable. Lu Xingqian's middle school heart started up, staring and shouting, "I understand, this is a fire treasure. I need to shed blood to recognize it as the master. Then, before, Kiki grabbed the conch shell from the trash can and threw it on his head. It's time to do this. What if the train is burned? Lu Xingchen looked a little embarrassed, and then said seriously, I mean, this fire seems to be the one I just burned, and then it was absorbed by it. Lin Xian glanced at him when he heard this. Are you sure? Lu Xingchen was speechless for a moment, and after thinking about it, he made up his mind, bent down and stretched out his hand to grab the gold bracelet in his palm. His action really scared the others. Even Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, but the next second, the gold bracelet held in Lu Xingchen's hand really did not spew out flames, but was just like an ordinary bracelet. At this moment, everyone's breathing seemed to stagnate for a moment. Lu Xingchen's heart was pounding at this time, but seeing that the eyes of the people around him were staring at him, he quickly put on a confident look, turned sideways and said in a pretentious manner, Look, what I said is true. After he said that, he spread out his palm and let the gold bracelet float in his palm. Just when Lu Xingchen thought that he had made a correct judgment and others should breathe a sigh of relief, everyone's eyes looking at him became even more horrified. The little girl Sasha stared at him with her eyes wide open, looking at his mouth open enough to fit an egg, and said in shock, Brother Ho, you, huh? Lu Xingchen felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere, and he quickly looked around, but what made him feel a little weird at this time was why the heights of Lin Xian, Kiki, Director Ding, Captain Chen, Brother Lu and others were getting shorter and shorter. When he looked down, he was shocked to find that he had actually left the ground. Brother Ho is flying. Chen Sixuan's voice was the first to break the silence. Lin Xian and Kiki looked at this scene in surprise. At this time, Lu Xingchen was like an astronaut flying into space, floating up lightly, just like the gold bracelet. Lu Xingchen couldn't hold it anymore at this time. He waved his hands as if swimming in the air, but no matter how he moved, he couldn't land. Just when his head was about to hit the roof of the car, he raised his hands and supported himself and fell down. This strange scene stunned everyone watching. Even Ding Junai showed a very serious expression and said 3 words, anti-gravity? In the scientific community, although the theory of gravity has not ruled out the existence of negative mass, there has never been any evidence to support the idea of anti-gravity. But seeing Lu Xingchen's phenomenon at this moment, she suddenly thought of this word. Lin Xian saw that Lu Xingchen was not only not hurt by the flames but was floating. His heart fell by half, and he said to Lu Xingchen, Are you feeling any discomfort? Lu Xingchen felt that it was a bit embarrassing for him to float in front of everyone, so he reached out and grabbed the door panel of the car, barely keeping himself standing, and said, Brother Lin, I haven't found any discomfort yet. After that, he picked up the gold bracelet and handed it to Lin Xian, saying, Brother Lin, do you want to check it out? Lin Xian was about to reach out and take it, but immediately gave up the idea. He was not stupid. Brother Ho had fire abilities, and perhaps that was why he was not affected. Thinking of this, Lin Xian directly activated a mechanical scan remotely. Scan failed. Non-mechanical energy detected. Lin Xian frowned. He had now confirmed that this thing was indeed a taboo, so he immediately tried to use mechanical devouring. After all, his previous heterogeneous Rubik's Cube was also the product of being devoured and transformed by the mechanical heart. As soon as the devouring started, the devouring progress information immediately appeared in front of him. Devouring progress 10%, devouring progress 30%, devouring progress 50%, devouring progress 80%, devouring is about to be completed. The item cannot be deconstructed. Confirm whether it is devoured as material, gold 0.05. Just as he was about to finish devouring it, a light screen suddenly popped up in front of him. Lin Xian frowned, thought for a moment, and stopped devouring. His eyes shifted slightly, and he immediately looked at Lu Xingchen and said, Brother Ho, try this thing again and see if you can use it. If this forbidden item can put you in a state of anti-gravity without any other hazards, then wouldn't your fire breath provide you with a flying boost? This thought suddenly occurred to Lin Xian. The main reason he wanted to devour the strange radio station before was that he couldn't control the invasion of that terrifying power, and it would be a pity to lose it. When devouring it, it happened to trigger the reaction of the mechanical heart, and thus obtained the heterogeneous magic cube. But this golden bracelet, whether it was flame or anti-gravity, could be controlled by Brother Ho. If it was only used to transform materials, it would be a waste. Lin Xian thought about it and realized that his current understanding of forbidden items was still too shallow. Not all items could be devoured. Instead of that, it would be better to let Brother Ho strengthen his abilities and stay vigilant. Take a look at this thing first. Is there any other undiscovered feature of it? His guess was correct. When Lin Xian heard what Lin Xian said, his eyes suddenly flashed with a light as if he had been enlightened. He took back the hand that he had handed to Lin Xian, and looked at the floating gold bracelet in his hand with a sharp look, his mind turning rapidly. Lin Xian's words reminded him at once. If this thing can allow him to maintain an anti-gravity state, then wouldn't he be able to fly through the sky and the earth with just a spit of fire? Then the god of fire would really be the god of fire. At this moment, Lin Xian's mind had already emerged with a scene of himself soaring into the air with fire, like an immortal. His heart was immediately surging, and even his breathing began to become heavier. Brother Lin is right. I'll try it right away. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he immediately reached out and grabbed the door panel and pulled it, floating towards the direction of the automatic door of cabin 5. Everyone also dispersed, watching his actions with concern. Hey, can he really do this? Kiki frowned. I think Lin Xian is right, let him try, Chen Sixuan said. Sasha curled her lips and crossed her arms. Look at how impatient he is. I have to try it. We still have to be careful. After all, we know too little about this kind of weird things, Ding Junai said. Dalu and Shukin also nodded. Brother Ho, you should be careful. The car is going very fast now. It's too rash to do this, Shukin said cautiously. Lin Xian looked at Kiki. Girl, you go with him. It's best to test out the details and characteristics of this kind of thing. Otherwise it will be unsafe to leave it in the car. Kiki glanced at Lin Xian when she heard this, sighed and said, okay, Chi. At this time, the automatic door of the number 5 carriage of the infinite Mercedes-Benz opened at high speed, and immediately a gust of biting Gobi sand blew in, driving away the heat wave in the car just now. Let's go. Kiki flew to the door with his arms folded across his chest, looking at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also very courageous. He flipped his palm and put the gold bracelet on his wrist. Then he turned his left hand back and used his fire ability. In an instant, a red flame shot out, and Lin Xian was carried out by the reverse thrust of the flame, and flew out of the car at a very fast speed. Everyone gathered at the door and looked outside. Lin Xian was just as Lin Xian said. He rushed to the sky with the flames in his hands. The speed was very fast, but he had never flown before. He was in the Gobi Desert at night. He felt dizzy and couldn't tell where the ground was and where the sky was. But Lin Xian knew that he was being watched by all his companions at this time, and there were also people from other teams. Perhaps they all saw him, the flying god of fire, and Kiki was ready to rescue him at any time. But if he couldn't even do this, how could he call himself the god of fire? Thinking of this, Lin Xian burst into fighting spirit, gritted his teeth, quickly regained consciousness, and then gradually adapted. Although he couldn't hover and control the direction as freely as Kiki, he was soon able to fly steadily by controlling his flames and posture. Above the night sky next to the west land, the jet flames with Mach rings gradually accelerated Lin Xian. He got faster and faster, began to soar straight up, broke through the wind barrier and slammed into the clouds. Although the polar night is full of dangers, there are still many things waiting for human exploration. Ding Junai put her hands in her pockets, looking at the streak of fire in the distant sky, and said solemnly, anti-gravity energy, consciousness uploading plans, the sky mushroom tower, corpse drivers, and growing disaster plants, all of this is just what they encountered in less than a day at the edge of the polar night. Many of them are major discoveries that can directly subvert the laws of physics and biology on Blue Planet, so it is no wonder that she would express such emotion. Lin Xian's expression was also complicated when he heard this. This time they rushed into the polar night, which was a blessing in disguise. He knew that many people did not have such good luck as them, such as the Phoenix Order team and the Night Front team. Now they can only flee all the way, with the only goal of doing everything they can to escape the polar night and rush out to the dawn. But one day, humanity will be completely covered by the polar night. At that time, the only surviving humans will have to face all the dangers of the polar night. Forbidden objects, disaster plants, Chen Sixuan sighed, we know too little about the night, but judging from the sky mushroom tower, the creatures of the night may know more about us than we think. Chen Sixuan's words made everyone feel a little heavy in their hearts, but Lin Xian's eyes became serious and he said loudly, look at the bright side, Brother Ho can fly, and our infinite team's combat effectiveness can be enhanced again. The power of darkness invasion can make humans evolve, and these dangerous taboos cannot be used by humans. Lin Xian looked at Ding Junai and said, "Isn't the purpose of the Special Item Investigation Department, you mentioned this?" Ding Junai nodded. "Yes, we study darkness, and the ultimate goal is to find a way to survive in the darkness, or to defeat the darkness, Alice." Just as the words fell, an excited shout came from the dark wilderness, resounding through the sky. It was Lu Xingqian's shout. Lu Xingqian's face was extremely excited at this time, with thousands of enthusiasms in his chest ready to go. Flying in the air has long been a skill he has dreamed of day and night. Now that it has been realized, he can't help but shouting. Human beings yearning for flying is engraved in their genes. Under the vast Gobi night sky, Lu Xingqian flew wantonly. He was like a silver arrow that had escaped from a bowstring and rushed across the sky. The strong wind roared in his ears like a sharp sound of tearing brocade. The airflow wrapped around every inch of his skin. Every dive was like cutting the silk of the atmosphere with flames, and every climb was like stepping on the debris of the stars as a ladder, as if even the soul was dragged into this endless carnival. He swooped down from a high altitude, like a line of fire from a meteor that cuts through the night sky, and came in an instant. This time, he was flying parallel to the high-speed infinity at the same speed. "Brother Lin." While flying, Lu Xingqian shouted to Lin Xian, who was standing at the door of car number 5, "Thank you for reminding me, this thing is very magical." After that, he swept his eyes over the people in car number 5 and Kiki, who was looking at him helplessly as he flew synchronously above the car. He smiled sternly and recited in a heroic voice, "Everyone, when the great rock rises with a wind one day, it soars straight up to 90,000 bangs." Who knew that before he finished reciting a heroic poem, his whole body and the car crashed directly into a sand wall stone beside the track. The sound stopped abruptly, and then disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. "Brother Ho!" Everyone was stunned, and at this moment they all leaned their heads out of the car to look for Lu Xingqian. Lin Xian just wanted to curse. Why didn't this guy fly without looking ahead? Wouldn't he be killed at such a fast speed? Who knew that before everyone finished speaking, a helpless voice came from the top of the car. "I won't die, I caught him." Kiki rolled his eyes, raised his hand and waved, then continued to cross his arms. Then the next second, Brother Ho, who was pushing the line of fire, appeared in everyone's sight again. He had a slightly transparent telekinesis shield on his body to protect him. The huge speed directly smashed the sand wall stone just now. It fell to the ground and rolled several times, and then flew up without stopping. All the heroic excitement just now seemed to disappear suddenly, as if changing faces. Lu Xingqian said to everyone with a serious and solemn expression, "Everyone, I have seen it. Everything is safe ahead, Brother Lin. The car is in good condition, and our Infinity is specially armored." The way he said this, as if nothing had happened just now. "Everyone." Hey Sasha covered her eyes directly, and said in a very disgusted tone, "Brother Lin, can you let him fly farther? I want to go to sleep." "Go to sleep." Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. He patted Sasha's head, and the little girl yawned and left. Ding Junai turned and left without saying anything. Shukin and the boss both had complicated looks. "Captain Lin, I'm going to take my turn." "Brother Xian, I'm not done with that gun yet." The two of them quickly looked for an opportunity to retreat. Chen Sixuan was left behind. She looked at Lu Xingqian flying outside with a complicated expression, then looked at Lin Xian and asked worriedly, "Is this really okay?" "It's okay." Lin Xian crossed his arms and sighed. He's a heroic man. He's walked on thin ice all his life and has seen everything. How could he be in trouble? "Let's leave quickly, and Kiki too." "Why?" Chen Sixuan looked at him puzzled. Lin Xian glanced at Lu Xingqian, who was flying all the way, and chuckled softly. "If we don't leave, how can he have the nerve to come back?" Chen Sixuan smiled, understanding Lin Xian's intention, and turned to leave, preparing to continue resting. After Kiki returned, Lin Xian said to Brother Ho via the communicator, "Brother Ho, it's midnight now. Using too much fire could be dangerous. It's best to return as soon as possible." "Brother Lin is absolutely right," Lu Xingqian replied immediately. With that, Lin Xian headed straight for the rear carriage. Once it was clear, Lu Xingqian exerted all his strength to control the direction and slowly flew into carriage number 5. After landing, Lu Xingqian dusted off his clothes, finding them ripped to shreds by the gusts of wind. Adding to the mess he'd made from crashing into the ground, he was already in a state of disarray. He glanced at the empty carriages in front and behind him and sighed. "Oh, This is truly undignified. While flying was exhilarating, his control was still extremely unstable. He knew with a little practice, he'd surely become more agile. After a moment's thought, Lin Xian glanced at the power armor suit Lin Xian had arranged for him. Originally, he had no use for it, considering it was difficult to activate his supernatural powers. But now, he was intrigued. At least with it, he wouldn't have to worry about clothing while flying, and it would also provide him with decent defense. Although his physical fitness far surpassed that of an average person, breaking through the wind barrier still nearly tore his skin apart. It was quite painful. Lin Xian, planning to return to the carriage, immediately picked up the crucible. He planned to carefully study the transparent flame emanating from the gold bracelet. He had noticed this from the beginning. This flame was extremely hot, even more powerful than his burning heaven sword. Being quite sensitive to fire, he immediately returned to his room, changed into comfortable clothes, brewed another pot of tea, and resumed his research. A forbidden object? What is a forbidden object? It's so magical, it can fly at the speed of the wind, and it can also spit fire like a wheel. With wind and fire like a wheel, why not call it the Infinity Ring? Lin Xian took off the gold bracelet and saw it curled into an symbol. He couldn't help but have an idea. Very good, boss. Please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 309 Break out of the polar night and turn on the lights. Lin Xian walked towards the storage compartment and the living compartment, checking the conditions of each compartment, while Kiki followed him and said, Lin Xian, are you really relieved about this thing? What can I do if I'm not relieved? Lin Xian responded, we can't just throw it away. Now that we have seen the benefits, we should use them first. There is no need to let unknown worries affect our judgment. After the farce just now, Lin Xian discovered that this taboo seemed to have been successfully contained by accident, and the tragic situations caused by the taboo shelters that Kiki had given him before did not happen. This gave him his current idea. That's right, Kiki thought for a moment and nodded. This thing can spit fire. Perhaps it just happened to be taken in by Brother Ho. That's the only explanation I can think of. Lin Xian suddenly stopped walking and gave a wry smile. We've been through so many pitfalls. Now that we've hit our stride, it still feels unreal. I even find it incredible that we escaped the corpse drivers unscathed. Back then, in the mountains outside Yijin City, when Lin Xian saw the corpse drivers and the vast swarm of strange entities, his mind went blank. He still remembers the suffocating feeling of despair. Brother Ho may speak eccentrically, but he's also an extremely cautious person. If there's a problem, he'll handle it immediately. I trust him. After saying this, Lin Xian felt relieved. He didn't have to worry about everything on the bus. Choosing to trust his teammates was precisely a form of growth for him. Looking back, if Brother Ho had truly been infected by the mycelium, his actions were genuinely for the safety of the rest of the team. In the apocalypse, he chose to face death alone to protect his teammates. How could Lin Xian not trust such a teammate and hand him over a forbidden item? Besides, it was just Brother Ho's luck that found the item. Now it seems this guy truly has some incredible luck. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Kiki smiled. Huh? I feel like you look a little brighter now that you're not so worried. Lin Xian was slightly startled. Are you trying to say I'm pale? That's right. Lin Xian looked at the time and breathed a sigh of relief and said, we are almost leaving the polar night area, but because it is still night, we can't take it lightly. You should also take a rest. Keep the radar running at full power. We don't have the lights on now, so we rely on this. Okay, Kiki stretched. Then I'll go to sleep. Don't wake me up. No. You must call me if there is anything. Kiki thought about it, and felt a little worried. She walked over and put her arms around Lin Xian's neck, looking at him with watery eyes. How about I go with you? Lin Xian looked at the rear carriage and shook his head. No, you should go and have a good rest. The explosion of the Xianggu Tower must have had a significant impact on you. There are so many people on the joint train now, you don't have to worry about me. Go and have a good sleep. Adequate rest is very important for dealing with crises. Lin Xian understood this after leaving Jiang City, and a very critical point, that is, the transformation of the dark power of the Hell Black Chrysanthemum, is exactly the best time for the body to evolve when resting. Lin Xian was the only one in the entire train who didn't need it, as the power was directly converted into mechanical sources by the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube. It was direct and simple. Alright, Kiki knew Lin Xian was concerned for her, so she didn't act tough. Then be careful. Once Sister Chen and I wake up, it'll be time for you to go to bed. Yes. She glanced at Lin Xian and turned to leave. After Kiki left, Lin Xian looked out the window. The silent Gobi Desert expanded, becoming as dark as the sea. He activated his mechanical heart and began to inspect the carriages and frames. He reached carriage 12. Here, Grace stood quietly in the shadows, her mechanical features beautiful and her silver-black metallic skin radiating a unique sheen. Lin Xian approached and reached out to touch something. Suddenly, a strange resonance within the coldness made his mechanical heart seem to tremble. In the pitch-black darkness of carriage 12, Grace stood quietly. Meanwhile, in the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered car behind carriage 12, a specially designed metal lead box containing a heavy suspension catheter suddenly lit up, emitting a cherry-red glow. A dark shadow appeared within its contents, then quickly and slowly dimmed, returning to calm. Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. He removed his hand and gazed at Grace's beautiful face. Strange. I'm clearly turned off, so why do I feel like you're still looking at me? After a moment's gaze, Lin Xian withdrew, feeling somewhat bewildered. He walked to the back, where Lin Xian's pile of maintenance tools had once been stored in the Infinity tool car. Now, there was a vast tool area, housing various train maintenance equipment, much of which Lin Xian had scanned and manufactured while on the train. In the train's building, Lu Cheng and a few other maintenance experts, along with their team members, were already sharing much of the train maintenance work for Lin Xian. With the addition of Luo Yang and Li Yi's teams, he'd have even more helpers on the train maintenance. Luo Yang's team consisted of tech-savvy university graduates with strong hands-on skills, while Li Yi's crew was even more capable and skilled, as evidenced by their transformation of a construction vehicle into a doomsday train. With the addition of the intelligent brain, Grace, and the PX-05 maintenance robot, along with the creation of a fully automatic bullet-punching machine, Lin Xian's stress would be reduced by at least 60%. He could then focus his efforts on improving the combat effectiveness of his entire crew, strengthening cooperation and communication with the Order of the Phoenix, and continuing to upgrade the interior living space, making it greener, more entertaining, and more intelligent, ultimately transforming the Infinity train into a mobile steel fortress. Thinking of this, Lin Xian immediately found an empty corner and sat down, preparing to first construct a set of Black Hawk's Silent Hunter power armor for his own use, while also performing some modifications to completely enhance his combat effectiveness. He would then build two PX-05 robots as backup, to be used later when reassembling the train cars. Clink, clink, clink. Immediately, the mechanical manufacturing light curtain activated, and countless materials began to fly out, forging from the most basic mechanical units. Clang, clang. The joint train sped across the vast Gobi Desert, the wind whistling, the steel wheels whirring endlessly. From 2 p.m. to 7 p.m., the blackness above the horizon seemed endless and limitless. Gazing at the endless darkness, a sense of loneliness, a sense of being abandoned by the world, emerged. Then, at a certain moment, Lin Xian's voice rang out simultaneously over the communicators of all the teams. Teams, we have now left the polar night area of Star Abyss number 5, but we are still within the coverage of the dark tide. Based on the tidal speed of Star Abyss number 5, dawn should be around 9 to 10:00 tomorrow. We have no dark markers and are in silent mode. Therefore, teams may activate their lights and proceed with normal operations, but exercise caution. In the Infinity carriage, Lin Xian checked the driving record on his mobile terminal and announced the news via the communicator. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This was his first time entering the polar night zone. Though it was only at the edge of Star Abyss number 5, it was a thrilling experience. Broken rails, parasitic mycelium, a fungal blanket capable of destroying steel, the Sky Mushroom Tower, the Crimson World, and the Corpse Chasers, each one teamed with dangers, leaving one dreading. This successful escape wasn't based on strength or any magic trick, it was truly miraculous. It seems the ancient saying, those who survive a great disaster will find happiness afterward, has some truth to it. Zilan City had just ended its catastrophe, and Yijin City was nearly devastated. Without a strong heart, this apocalyptic journey would have left one without the courage to survive. Tang Yun was a living example. Her husband had left her, and she refused to face the end of the world, choosing to be devoured by the mycelium rather than flee. When a person loses the courage to live, what awaits them is the encroachment of darkness, transforming them into zombies and humanoids. The last time a large-scale abyss worm appeared was on the first day of Xilan City's defense, when the city was suddenly overrun by a sinkhole set by abyssal worms, plunging the entire city into chaos. Therefore, as time goes by, there are very few cases of survivors transforming into zombies, unless they are seriously injured and their wills collapse, or in desperate situations like the fall of Xilan City. Lin Xian's words were passed on to each team, and immediately caused the captains of each team to shout excitedly, "Great, are we out of the range of the polar night? Thank God, Captain Lin, Captain Shi, you've worked hard. Yes, we must not let our guard down before we see the dawn. Everyone try to let the wounded and women and children rest first, and other people must also arrange shifts. Both people and radars must be there. Yes, don't worry, if every car works together, we will definitely see the dawn." "Okay." On the front, Longshan number 1, Ningjing, who was standing in the cockpit to command, also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. She gave instructions to her subordinates in the cockpit, and then walked to a lounge at the back. Half of the bandage on Shi Dian's body had been removed, leaving only the shoulder blade. The wound there was the most terrifying, and it was almost torn open by a snow demon and a winged demon. It is still shocking to think about it now. Even with the abnormal recovery rate of Shi Dian's violent beast-like ability, he still hasn't recovered yet. "Brother Lin, you've worked hard. When we run out at daybreak, we should enter those western towns of Rob. And we may stop to rest then." As Ningjing walked in, she heard Shi Dian communicating with the captains of several major convoys. She took a look and said, "We relied on Captain Lin to break out of the polar night this time. This man not only has means, but also has strong insight. He seems like a natural leader." Shi Dian laughed when he heard it and said, "I told you a long time ago that he was not simple. When we were in Yubai, he had 2 power cores on a train, a gas turbine and a nuclear power, and dared to rush into Yubai City with 5 or 6 people on board. Amidst the zombie tidal wave, even Miss Jian of the Finger Group would have to look at this kind of person with a different eye. Back then, I thought this guy was a big shot, right up my alley. Now, you see, I wasn't wrong." Ningjing found a seat and sat down, nodding. "So, what's the plan next?" "While exploring Yijin City, I heard Captain Lin mention that they were planning to re-enter the Jinhe orbit around the star. Apparently, they're going to pass through Dawn City. While there are many people there, it's former Federation territory, so the situation is bound to be extremely complex." Shi Dian understood Ningjing's meaning, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he began to ponder. Clearly, after leaving Quancheng, they should follow the northern route northeast. If they pushed forward at full speed during daylight hours without stopping, they would definitely catch up with Dawn Center in less than a week. Even if they encountered some difficulties or obstacles, they could reach the Kyonggu Strait and reunite with Dawn Center within half a month. The bridge over the strait had collapsed, and transporting 6 million people by ferry would be no easy task. Furthermore, there was a constant stream of survivor convoys heading northeast towards Xianji. By now, the Phoenix Order and the survivors residing in the 2 major cities of Donghae and Xianji were almost as numerous as those in Jinhe. "Following the Dawn Center will certainly save us a lot of trouble," Shi Dian said thoughtfully. Entering the Dawn Center essentially meant finding their base camp. Although it was mobile, the fleets had a central hub. However, the strategic mission of the Dawn Center differed from that of the Sky Phoenix City and the Sea City Noah. Its focus wasn't on escape, but on gathering survivors from around the world and bringing them to the Polar Doomsday Base. Therefore, the Dawn Center's movement was extremely slow, spending at least 20 days or a month in each region along its route before moving on to the next major city. Given the large population of Longo, the Dawn Center would also remain stationed for at least several months before crossing the Kyonggu Strait. The various Phoenix Order factions, the interstellar military forces, and the Phoenix Order's combined fleets were constantly gathering resources and transporting them to the polar regions at all costs. Therefore, the Phoenix Order's various city outposts and ocean ports were heavily defended. Construction groups led by Xinghu Heavy Industry are already constructing humanity's final polar defenses, Zhuangwu City and Kunlun Star Hub. Food supplies and mineral resources are being continuously transported there. This will be a final fortress capable of accommodating tens of millions of people and the final starship port for humanity's escape from Blue Planet. Therefore, the survivors who choose Doomsday Train as their transportation, beyond the train's inherent defensive advantages, have another major reason: its circumstellar orbit. This allows them to bypass the Dawn Center's oceanic orbit and directly cross the Pacific and Black Oceans to reach the polar ice caps, allowing them to reach the polar front sooner. In this regard, both Longxin No. 1 and Silver Star serve the same purpose, the former being more secure, the latter a bit more aggressive. However, humans are conditioned by preconceived notions. If the polar night cannot be stopped and the world falls, humanity's only remaining option is to escape Blue Planet. However, resources are always limited, and some will inevitably be unable to board the starships, ultimately perishing in despair in the polar night. Therefore, the Phoenix Society has a multi-pronged strategic plan. Among them, the starship plan is placed last. The purpose is very straightforward, that is, to prevent the survivors from giving up hope and to focus on defeating the darkness. My idea is that we may need to go to Jinhei. Shi Dian pondered for a moment, then said to himself, I know you want to completely transform the all-terrain drive of Longxin No. 1 and make plans for the follow-up. Yes, Shi Dian took a deep breath and said, even if we catch up with the Dawn Center, we have to live on the train. The track problem is a constraint for us and the Dawn Center as well, so they will definitely solve this problem. If there's really trouble at that time, should we abandon Longxin No. 1? Ningjing nodded, I understand, that's perfect, we can travel with Captain Lin and the others, and take care of each other. Starting with Longxin No. 1 and Infinity, the lights of one carriage after another began to turn on, and the goose yellow light shone through the windows covered with steel armor, illuminating the Gobi sand and sedge on the roadside. Soon, nearly 500 carriages of Train 22 also turned on the lights one after another. The 15-kilometer-long steel dragon was like a chain of light, traveling on the vast land. In the living compartment of Longxin No. 1, Zhaoqing, fully armed, polished her rifle. As the lights came on, she slowly raised her head, her indifferent eyes brightening with life. She glanced at Abe, who was fast asleep in the bunk across from her. She picked up a can, weighed it, frowned, and replaced it with an empty can before throwing it at Abe. Boom! Abe was struck, startled awake. What's wrong? The lights are on, Zhaoqing whispered. Abe raised his head, his sunglasses gazing at the overhead lights. A faint glint of light pierced the endless darkness. He raised his hand and extended it in their direction, his youthful face brightening. Great! We're out of the polar night. The other living compartments suddenly became lively. The lights came on, signaling that the most dangerous moment was over. Many people stood up excitedly, and exclamations began to fill the previously silent train car. A flurry of chatter filled the air. The logistics staff arrived at a mess hall, bringing food from the supply car and preparing hot meals and soups. Music even emanated from some cars, the thrum of an old music player. The oppressive, suffocating feeling of the polar night seemed to dissipate as the lights came on. The train, their apocalyptic home, held their entire sense of security within its steel fortress. On the Joker team's side, Chandler traded his coat for a stylish shirt and pink windbreaker. He walked steadily into the rear car, his men watching him silently. Since none of them had any experience on trains, the interior wasn't yet fully furnished, but the sense of security the train offered was palpable. Jin Dealey glanced at everyone with a smile. Why are you looking at me? Now is the time to prepare meals, set up your cabins, pack up weapons and ammunition, and prepare the carriages. Let's get moving. Up, Boss Jin. One of the burly men wearing a chef's uniform and carrying a gun stood up and said with a simple smile, everyone said we got steak this time. Jin Dealey glanced at everyone indifferently, and seeing that each of his men had longing eyes, he chuckled and said inexplicably, why are you asking me? Just eat the steak if you have it. The better the steak, the less it can be frozen for too long. You should enjoy it. Who the hell knows whether we will survive tomorrow? Lao Zhou, whether it is frying, stewing, stir-frying or deep-frying, just cook it however everyone wants. Bring out the wine, too. Really, do you still need to ask me such a question? As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces lit up. They stood up suddenly and said excitedly, yes, start the fire and cook. There's rice, seafood and steak. Hurry up, take action. Xiao Meng. Jin Dealey turned to Xiao Meng and said, please arrange it for me. I just want to eat some vegetarian food. After that, he turned and walked to the sofa beside him and sat down, watching his men start to get busy with their work. Xiao Meng glanced at her captain. Although Jin Dealey was extremely picky and sharp-tongued, and didn't seem particularly masculine, Xiao Meng, having followed him the longest, knew that Jindili was a very free and easy person, a completely straightforward person who never hid anything from his subordinates. Everyone on the train had a live-for-all attitude, and they were all desperate to resist. If it weren't for Xiao Meng, the deputy captain, managing the basic supply distribution, everyone on the train would probably have gone hungry. The Queen Mo's fully automated carriages were utterly silent. When the lights came on, before the heavily armed men could react, the door to carriage number 1 opened, and Monica slowly emerged, wearing a white power armor lining suit. This lining suit had fireproof insulation and enhanced the armor's mobility. It was extremely expensive, and originally only the high-ranking Special Forces soldiers and pilots of the Iron Hunters and Phantom Wolves in the interstellar military could be equipped with it. Monica took off her power armor, but the tight-fitting metal lining perfectly outlined her figure, instantly attracting everyone's attention. As members of the Queen Mo, although they were accustomed to Monica's unique style of clothing, they were still amazed at her. Monica liked the entire carriage to be spotless. Her wardrobe alone took up 1/5 of the space in carriage 1. Even in a doomsday environment, she always maintained her elegance. Everyone watched Monica walk out, and many men were stunned. On this male-dominated doomsday train, the only woman was their leader. This woman was also beautiful, with excellent temperament and a wild personality. She gave people a sense of affinity while also having a sense of superiority. Normally, in an apocalyptic world where logic collapses, no woman could maintain such a poise in front of a group of combat-capable and productive men. But Monica was different. Her superpowers were immense, possessing berserker-level strength. She also owned an automated doomsday train, nearly the size of a battle fortress, and abundant supplies. Combined with her mastery of people, she possessed a loyal following willing to risk their lives for her. So, while some men on the train harbored resentment or even coveted her, none dared to defy her wishes. This was the nature of the apocalypse. For both men and women, strength, supplies, and shelter were symbols of status. Furthermore, these men, along with Monica, were provided with food and drink, and their living conditions were truly exceptional. They even had the landlady's stylish wardrobe to dazzle them. While they could see but not touch, it was still better than looking at rotting zombies. What more could one ask for? Monica stepped out, looked at the group, and then waved her hand. An automated computer terminal on the wall popped out. She tapped a few times, and a robotic arm from the supply car extended, quickly delivering a meal prepared by a chef and automated robots. The trays contained steak, vegetable juice, fruit, red wine, and even a cigarette. Everyone was transfixed by the sight. Monica's lips curled slightly, and she spoke in a high, elegant voice, wine glass in hand. Everyone has worked so hard. Everyone has contributed to our escape from the polar night. This toast is to you all, Sister Mo, Queen Mo. We should be toasting you, the men said nervously, their glasses raised to Monica's delight. Yes, 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 Sister Mo, you've worked so hard. We only saved our lives by following you. Following Queen Mo is the best thing I've ever done. Everyone rose to their feet, their gazes fixed on her with intense reverence. Monica, now a queen, savior from the despair of death, her tall, voluptuous figure radiating with light, possessed a demeaning presence that aroused primal, violent desire in men yet dared not violate her. Even Song Hao and the fat man, among them, stared at her with undisguised, longing eyes. Monica, naturally sensing these intense gazes, smiled softly, savoring the gazes that felt like trophies to her. Cheers, she smiled, sharing a drink with her men before gracefully departing. Monthly votes requested. Chapter 310 New Armor. Under the silent night sky, dry tumbleweeds tumbled across the Gobi Desert. Having escaped the Arctic vortex, the temperature had returned to above freezing, but the Gobi Desert's nighttime temperature swings were vast, and the wind and sand felt chilly. The massive track, laid on the Gobi Desert, was elevated on a rock platform, and in this desolate, uninhabited area, there were no railings. The crisp trembling of the rails gradually grew, stirring the surrounding yellow sand. With a dazzling flash of train lights, a heavily armored black and green locomotive roared towards them with furious force. Behind it, a long, winding steel train stretched to the edge of the earth. Over 500 carriages, all with their lights on, were bustling with people, some sitting, some standing, some walking, some chatting. These were all survivors of the apocalypse, exiles from civilization. The carriages were clad in thick armor, riddled with bullet holes, claw marks, dried blood, and the remains of decaying monsters. The steel wheels' shock absorbers trembled wildly as they raced past. On September 3, 2069, Apocalypse Day, the D-97, led by the Longshan No. 1 and the Infinity, escaped the Polar Night from the Zilin City Transfer and the Abyss No. 5. 3 days remained, 100 days until Apocalypse Day. In less than 100 days, the Blue Planet, once home to tens of billions of people, had been wiped out by 99%. 13 annihilation abysses continued to expand, and the encroaching darkness transformed humanity into zombies and monstrous beings. Blizzards, black rain, and other natural disasters swept the land, wiping out flora and fauna. Human cities were overrun by zombies and other entities, leaving the 9 continents and 4 oceans desolate. The survivors, after months of flight, gazed upon the desert beyond the carriages, some confused, some terrified, some worried, while others remained positive and optimistic, constantly encouraging their teammates. The Sun followed behind the Joker team and Queen Mo like Jin Deely. This improvised train team wasn't quite used to the trains yet, but adapting to the vehicle wasn't a problem for this group, who had fought their way through the blizzard. In the front carriage, Luo Yang, along with Amin, Luo Luo, Li Guangwen, Xiao Bei, and other former members of the Sun chasing team, gathered in a former passenger car, where all the seats had been removed and replaced with simple bunk beds. 30 or so men and women were chatting among themselves over their food. These young people were knowledgeable and lively, yet they also had many skills, such as cooking. Everyone simply ate canned food, cookies, chocolate, and candy, happily discussing a single topic. Joining the Infinity. Oh my god. I never thought we'd actually be joining Team Lin's team. That's great, a girl, sitting cross-legged on the upper bunk, spoon and can, exclaimed in delight. Captain Lin is really amazing. He actually has mechanical superpowers, a talkative boy stood by the window, describing with a beaming eyebrow. Did you see that? The armor of the Infinity is very powerful, just like a mecha, and there is even a G3L electromagnetic railgun on the car. That's a model of the federal military, and Captain Lin made it with just one finger. Yeah, I heard that when we were fighting bugs that time, those Gatling guns that the Infinity gave us were all made by Captain Lin. Awesome. I will regard this superpower as the best in the world. Hey, do you think Captain Lin can rub a nuclear bomb with his hands? Of course he can. Superpowers can evolve, okay? Maybe Captain Lin can even build a starship in the future. Wow, a starship yet? Yeah. And there's also Sister Kiki and Brother Ho from Infinity. One of them's a telekinetic type, the other a fire type. Absolutely amazing, Li Guangwen, your explosive ability has met its match. You need to learn from it, Li Guangwen sneered. Zhou Cheoxin, you're teasing me, huh? How the hell can I compare to these masters? I might as well just fire some cannonballs. Ho ha ho ha, everyone laughed. Luo Yang, sitting nearby, eating a can of food, joined in the laughter, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. He and his classmates loved tinkering with weapons. His classmates, including him, majored in either mechanics or electrical engineering, as well as laser and power engineering. Their admiration for Lin Xian grew daily, especially after seeing Zilin City's towering Unit 01 battle an S-class giant sea urchin. Lin Xian had become their ultimate mechanical god of war. Luo Yang looked at Luo Luo and Amin beside him, and then asked, Amin, is your abdominal injury better? Amin nodded. It still hurts a little, but it's much better. Sister Chen told us not to do strenuous exercise within 48 hours, Luo Yang sighed. Well, now everyone has power armor, so you should train more and improve. It won't be just you two fighting alone in the future. Luo Luo smiled when he heard this, but Amin and I work together very well. You forgot that our limit coefficient is 1.7, and with a peak index of 600, it has also broken through the violent level of 1000. Now that we have new armor, we must be more powerful, don't you think? Amin nodded unyieldingly. That's right, we will still be the main combat force in the future, and sisters are worth too. Luo Yang nodded very cooperatively and said, of course, Captain Lin recognizes your strength. That's right. As they spoke, the crowd suddenly became noisy. Luo Yang looked up and saw Li Yi entering with several middle-aged men and women, carrying 2 large soup pots. We've made some broth. Let's all share, Li Yi said, her belly bulging. There was only one dining car on the train. Seeing that none of Luo Yang's group had prepared pots, she realized they hadn't prepared any extra hot meals, so she cooked 2 extra pots and brought them over. Cooking hot meals doesn't necessarily require a full meal. Luo Yang and his group were also capable of simple soup. The main problem was that these young people, accustomed to takeout, were now accustomed to cold canned food. Also, to facilitate the march, no one had bothered to get pots and simple, self-heating food for outdoor cooking. So, when distributing supplies at the permanent warehouse, Luo Yang and his group only took canned food and simple, self-heating foods, leaving behind rice, flour, oil, and meat. Wow, it smells so good. As the 2 large pots were brought in, the young people, accustomed to cold canned food, were immediately struck by the rich aroma of meat, instantly losing their flavor. Luo Yang quickly stood up upon seeing this and said in surprise, "Sister Li, we are already eating." "I know." Li Yi smiled and glanced at the group of young people. "The conditions on the train are much more convenient than when we drive. Seeing that you all eat cold food, I will cook it together. Let's eat more hot food if we can. It will make you energetic after eating." "Really? That's great. I want to drink it. I want to drink it." "Thank you, Mom Li Yi. Thank you so much." "Woo, I haven't eaten cooked food for a long time. I'm so touched. I'll have a bowl too." When everyone heard Li Yi's words, they immediately gathered around, holding a bowl of broth, carefully holding it, and drinking it in one gulp. Suddenly, a warmth swept over the body, making people scream with satisfaction, as if most of the fatigue was dissipated at this moment. "Don't be so polite. We've all been here together, and we'll all be a family from now on," Li Yi said with a smile as she and the others busied themselves with serving soup. "You young people don't like cooking, but that's okay. A team has its own division of labor. From now on, we'll handle the laundry, cooking, and cleaning. Those older men over there might not be experts in weapons research, but they do know a lot about machinery and equipment. We'll all work together then, okay?" Luo Yang smiled happily, cheerfully taking a bowl of soup from Li Yi. Seeing Li Yi, despite her large belly, bringing them food, he felt a warm feeling in his heart. "Let's all follow Captain Lin together from now on. As our team grows, and everyone brings their strengths to the table, we'll definitely be able to survive this apocalypse. Isn't that right?" "Yes," the young men and women echoed. For a moment, the carriage, once filled with people munching on cold canned food, suddenly felt like a family. A touch of warmth permeated the steel carriage beneath the darkness of the apocalypse. On the Infinity, unlike the other fleets, there wasn't a dinner party. Because of the busy schedules at the Zero Element Center and the escape, and also to ensure she could relieve Lin Xian after dawn, Chen Sixuan took the time to rest in the master bedroom of Carriage 1. Comfortably within the luxurious cabin of the sanctuary, she slept soundly. She knew that as long as Lin Xian was there, she could let down her guard and remain unfazed, even if the zombies were swamping the train outside. In Carriage 2, Kiki and Sasha's private space, 2 specially designed, wrap-around sleeping pods were staggered and alternating, both of them sound asleep. Only the information center remained lit. On the screen, besides the radar monitoring system, Kiki's analysis program was constantly processing Grace's system data. In Carriage 3, Ding Junai finished her last experiment, collected all the lab equipment, and after placing the hull Black Chrysanthemum and Silver Dragon 100,000 errors, she grabbed a change of underwear and showered in the restroom in Carriage 1. Then, she turned off the lights and returned to her lounge. She removed her glasses, stripped naked, and lay flat on her bed, meticulously even sleeping. Due to her work, she was very particular about her sleep quality, and she was the only person on the train who didn't have to consider rest rotations. Aside from Lin Xian's instructions, she maintained her standard 9 o'clock to 7 o'clock routine from before the apocalypse. However, she had changed one habit. She used to lock the door before sleeping, which gave her a sense of security and peace. Now, even though the lounge door had a lock, she left it unlocked. For her, locking the door wouldn't help if robbers or strange entities rushed in. Death was a peaceful experience for her. But locking the door and making it inconvenient for Lin Xian to enter would be an unbearable betrayal. So for her, this was a simple matter of logic. Such a habit could be corrected. In Ding Junai's mind, Lin Xian could enter Carriage 4 whenever he wanted. After the renovation and the blessing of Ding Junai's plant-based abilities, the 30-meter-long carriage had been transformed into a forest of green plants. The neatly arranged aerial vegetable cultivation tanks were filled with lush green grass, spinach, and light-free sprouts, water celery, kale, and so on. On both sides of the carriage, Lin Xian had planted a row of green radish and ivy for water and oxygen circulation, as well as pleasing moss walls and maidenhair ferns. The entire carriage had the flavor of a green forest. These plants were not only for viewing, but most importantly, they also played a role in air circulation. The purified water in the entire car, after being used by the team members, would pass through a circulation mechanism to feed the plants for growth. After a second cycle, it could be used for sanitary supply. Then, multiple water purifiers manufactured by Lin Xian separated and discharged the stains and waste, recycling the water back for drinking and relief. While it might sound a bit disgusting, it's unavoidable in the apocalypse. Clean water resources untouched by darkness are extremely scarce. In fact, thanks to the filtration standards of Lin Xian's A1 class subcritical reverse osmosis water purifier, combined with the shielding provided by the heterogeneous cube against the dark invasion, the water the Infinity crew members drink has always been of grade 1 pure water, regardless of how many times the water has been recycled. Even so, the Infinity's drinking water problem is becoming increasingly pressing. The snow water from the polar vortex is highly toxic, and since Qingshu Town, the Infinity hasn't had any fresh water replenished. With the black rain and the invasion of darkness, the concentration of dark intrusion in land-based water resources is increasing. While basic filtration has been achieved around the world, the dark invasion remains a significant challenge. In Car 5, the building manager rotates duty in the middle section, maintaining all of Car 5's weapons as usual, including the new G3 electromagnetic railgun and its elevator turret, which Lin Xian has equipped. Meanwhile, Dalu was cleaning his machine gun. A pot of hot tea sat on a small table nearby. He would occasionally take a sip, sighing with emotion, to ease the loneliness of his night watch. Ever since becoming roommates with Lin Xian, drinking tea had become one of his few hobbies and habits. Tea wasn't a scarce commodity in the apocalypse. While it circulated among survivors, it was mostly used to mask the stench of drinking water. For someone like Lin Xian to actually enjoy tea was a luxury. That required a safe and clean environment, as well as the time and opportunity to savor it. As he sipped his tea, Lu Da occasionally glanced toward Lin Xian's room, knowing he was still studying the gold bracelet. Meanwhile, he pondered the improvement of his own superpowers. After the events of Zilin City, many of the team members had seen significant improvements in combat effectiveness, especially after acquiring power armor. The genetically evolved teammates, led by Miaolu and Liu Chang, had seen a significant increase in combat effectiveness, not to mention Shu Qin. Although he and Shu Qin were evenly matched during the power test, Shu Qin, as a genetically evolved, had the innate advantage of using power armor to multiply her strength. But Lu Da couldn't. First, he couldn't wear it, and even if he did, his superpowers would require blood energy to continuously increase in combat effectiveness. This was a source of distress for Lu Da. He was tall and strong, ate a lot, and took up a lot of space, and he had a 12-year-old sister to take care of. Although Sasha was also very motivated, Lu Da felt that he had to step up and become Lin Xian's right-hand man, to repay Captain Lin for saving his brother and sister's lives and for his care along the way. At this thought, Dalu's eyes hardened. After cleaning his last gun, he resumed his physical training, doing push-ups and the like. 20 more sets, he shouted inwardly, remembering Lin Xian's reminder. The next time he fought a monster wave, he planned to try it without the aid of a gas mask or anything like that, directly coming into close contact with the black smoke of the monster corpses. Even though the dark invasion would cause extreme physical pain, he knew he could definitely endure it with his endurance. In dining car number 6, the lights were off, but a bright warm light still burned in front of one of the electric stoves. A small iron pot on top of it simmered sweetly. Xiaoyun, like a well-behaved wife, stood quietly beside the stove, watching the pear soup bubbling inside. It was a modified version of pear soup, specially added with red dates and goji berries from the Everbright warehouse. It not only quenched thirst but also cleared away heat and reduced internal heat. After it was cooked, she carefully placed it in a serving bowl, opened the lid, and let it cool down. As she waited, she realized Lin Xian was still busy in car 12, so she frowned and blew anxiously on the pear soup. What she didn't know was that Shu Qin, who was on patrol, was standing in the aisle of the dining car, watching the scene with a look of helplessness on her face. Many of the team members could see what Xiaoyuan was thinking, but it didn't really matter. Precisely because it was the apocalypse, men and women were more likely to develop feelings for each other when they shared hardships. Shukin had seen this happen many times. Even without mentioning cliched love, satisfying physiological needs in the apocalypse was a major event for humans. It helped relieve psychological pressure and alleviate depression. Even the joyful love between men and women was beneficial in resisting the invasion of darkness. Shukin was somewhat frustrated by the fact that Xian was attracted to Captain Lin. In fact, many women in the team had a passing interest in him. After all, he was the team captain, not only young, handsome, and capable, but also possessed a savior-like demeanor. It was hard not to develop feelings for such a figure, driven by a sense of belonging. But despite her feelings, she was the only one who could express them as directly as Xian, as everyone knew of Lin Xian's relationship with Chen Sixuan and his powerful, beautiful Kiki. She couldn't say much about this matter. There were no restrictions on marriage in the apocalypse. Shukin simply sensed that Lin Xian might not have those feelings for Xian, and worried that she might be upset. But now, Shukin looked at Xian, her face filled with anticipation, blowing on her bowl of pear soup over and over again, and could only smile helplessly. Well, that's true. As long as she's happy, that's all. In Car 12, mechanical lights flickered continuously, and countless materials were forged and converged in the air. Lin Xian sat cross-legged in a corner, his expression focused. Before him, a silver-black Phantom Wolf-class full-cover suit gradually took shape. While it was the men's version of the Black Hawk's Silent Hunter, Lin Xian had modified the outer armor material, using the same composite armor structure used to scan Unit 1's arms, the same material used for Unit 01. Therefore, it took slightly longer to create than the suit given to Teacher Chen. Considering that he would often need to charge into swarms of monsters, unlike Teacher Chen's long-range sniping, he had also slightly upgraded the outer armor material. Lin Xian also added 2 retractable magnetic hooks to his shoulders, allowing him to later use the Thunder Falcon 2000 for self-flying. The power of the 2 Thunder Falcon 2000's Hall effect engines would easily carry him high into the air. Of course, the drawback was that it wasn't very fast, and it consumed a lot of power compared to unmanned attack aircraft. However, the suit also had low-altitude leap thrusters, and these two combined essentially solved his maneuverability problem. Swish, swish, swish. With the last piece of armor complete, Lin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and gazed at the fully armored suit, designed for him, his expression agile and alert. Finally, it feels a bit like Iron Man, he said, unable to contain himself any longer. He immediately activated the armor. A holographic spectrum automatically illuminated on the armor, scanning Lin Xian's face. Immediately, the chest plate on the front of the armor automatically opened. Simultaneously, the bolts and retainers of the leg armor, along with the various armor units, began to automatically release with a series of mechanical hissing sounds that stirred a wave of excitement. Lin Xian walked directly inside and stood in the fully armored suit. Black Hawk, Silent Hunter Armor 01 is starting up, performing program self-tests. A cold, robotic female voice rang out. Hissing, the head armor slowly closed. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a light screen, and a progress bar appeared. Various subsystems such as movement, defense, radar, situational awareness, and life support appeared one by one on the screen. Then, the armor units on his body began to close, and the bolts automatically tightened. In an instant, he felt himself enveloped by a powerful mechanical construct, its entire body's cushioning lining perfectly restraining him. Lin Xian raised his hand, viewing his mechanical arm through the holographic view, and then slowly clenched it. As the hand's power unit delivered torque with almost zero lag, Lin Xian instantly felt a surge of overwhelming strength. This palm seemed like it could easily crush even steel. System is monitoring the pilot's vitals. Vitals are good, including heart rate and temperature. Synchronic system activated. Current combat system training value 0. Needs to undergo loop learning using motion and actual combat parameters to better match the pilot's movements. Lin Xian was now within the power armor, his eyes reflecting the light of the power armor's holographic view. He excitedly said, "There's no need to waste time importing the motion parameters for the TRP power armor. Let this suit learn it all." Even Teacher Chen had mastered it in a remarkably short time. This power armor was incredibly intelligent. Although it was fully armored, Lin Xian's experience was noticeably different from that of Unit 01. Unit 01 boasts a massive 10,000 tons, over 4,000 engines, and requires 2 people to communicate with each other. While possessing the power to lift the heavens, Its agility is undoubtedly far inferior to that of a personal armor. Even compared to Sasha's Sally, there's a significant delay between movements. This is unavoidable due to the laws of physics. The advantage of a personal armor lies in its ability to move with near-zero latency, acting like a form of armor, addressing the inherent weakness of human defense. For genetically enhanced individuals, the armor offers a significant advantage. Their agility, reflexes, strength, and even combat experience are perfectly adapted to the mechanical platform. A powerful armor can undoubtedly greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of a genetically enhanced individual. In this sense, the Phoenix Order's Psychic Ability Assessment Index is only a basic guide to the combat effectiveness of genetically evolved individuals. Human technology and machinery, combined with human evolutionary power, can indeed reach a level comparable to that of psychics. This is one of the reasons why the 90% of survivors without psychics are able to survive the night. Seeking monthly votes at the end of the month. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Global Goals. Chi-Chi. After familiarizing himself with the Black Hawk armor systems, Lin Xian excitedly opened the suit and stepped out, admiring his masterpiece from the outside with a sense of accomplishment. Ever since he first saw the Iron Guard III military assault suit at the North Bay outpost, he'd been determined to build his own suit of Iron Man-like armor, and now he'd finally achieved it. Lin Xian's abilities differed from others. His physical development progressed much slower than that of genetically evolved individuals like Shu Qin, and before he acquired the gravitational lens and mechanical amplification abilities, his combat capabilities were far inferior to his support abilities. Often, he relied on his mechanical heart to power the Infinity for frantic escapes. His body was too fragile against those strange entities, and even the steel plates and ice walls he'd built were no match for them. But with a full coverage armor, his mechanical abilities found a perfect platform. First, he donned the armor, which granted him unlimited energy and the ability to perform mechanical repairs during combat. He could also perform numerous modifications on the armor, creating on-the-spot improvements, making him more capable even against the monster waves. With this in mind, Lin Xian immediately sat down, preparing to begin crafting the PX-05 robot in preparation for the upcoming assembly of the new train. Since leaving Jiang City, aside from escaping and sleeping, Lin Xian had spent virtually no time, either crafting, devouring, or repairing. He was truly exhausted, but the Infinity's increasing safety and low mortality rate fueled his tireless work. With a flicker of mechanical light, the PX-05 robot began to be built. Compared to the 3 or 4 hours it took to build a single PX-05 in Jiazhou City, his mechanical manufacturing level was now at level 5, and he could create one in less than an hour. Lin Xian checked the time. It was 7 p.m. He planned to build 4 PX-05 robots as backup, then create a batch of powerful thermal weapons like the Growler K-23 electric rotary machine gun and the Meteor 3 for Luo Yang and Li Yi's men. While the arc pulse guns in the individual armored units were powerful, their drawbacks were their slow rate of fire and limited range. Therefore, kinetic weapons were essential for the current train regiment, especially during monster waves. Only high-rate weapons like the 1130 and Gatling guns could withstand that tsunami-like impact. Other weapons were less effective. While he was working on the weapons, Lin Xian heard footsteps and turned to see Xiao Yuan approaching with a bowl of pear soup. "Captain Lin, it's Xiao Yuan." Xiao Yuan came over and carefully placed a bowl of freshly warmed pear soup next to Lin Xian. She looked up at him timidly, biting her lower lip. "I see you're tired after a long night, so I made you some pear soup. Have some." "Great. I'm so thirsty." Lin Xian's face lit up, and he accepted it graciously. Seeing Xiao Yuan warmed his heart. It's hard not to feel loved and cared for. He recalled that time in Zilan City, when this girl had the courage to help him divert the abyss worms with a hell-black chrysanthemum. In that life-or-death situation, it was hard not to be moved. She had even been seriously injured for this. According to Teacher Chen, her internal organs were severely compressed and she had extensive fractures. If it weren't for the Infinity's full-scale medical pod, which saved her life for over 4 hours, she would have died. Even after recovering, she looked very weak. Lin Xian suspected that her physical evolution might have been affected by this. But the girl's face showed no trace of worry. Her slightly plump face was adorned with a smile as she gazed at Lin Xian with her large, watery eyes. Seeing Lin Xian's enthusiastic acceptance, her eyes lit up, and joy spread throughout her heart. Lin Xian took the drink and gulped it down. He immediately felt a refreshing sweetness flow down his throat. The refreshing, clear feeling made him feel as if the stiff muscles in his back relaxed. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is delicious, Xiaoyun, your cooking skills have improved." It had to be said that being able to drink this kind of drink in the apocalypse was truly an extraordinary enjoyment, giving Lin Xian the feeling that he wouldn't regret killing a few more snow demons. "I just made it casually. Captain Lin, if you like it, I'll make it for you often from now on." "Okay," Xiaoyun said nervously, her eyes fixed on him eagerly. This didn't sound like a simple question. "Okay, you cook it and I'll drink it later," Lin Xian agreed with a smile, agreeing without a second thought. He then devoured the soup and pear flesh, the dry, stuffy air of the Western Gobi dessert seemingly dispelled. Xiaoyun blushed slightly at this and nodded quickly. Like a sensible young wife, she took the bowl and spoon from Lin Xian's hands, stood up, and left, her body bubbling with pink. Lin Xian looked at Xiaoyun's back and sighed softly, thinking, what a wonderful girl. Being cared for like this seemed to give him more motivation to work. A smile crossed his lips, and he resumed his crafting. Time passed until the early morning. Lin Xian had built 4 PX-05 robots, 10 Growler K-23 electric mini-guns, a Meteorite 3 anti-material sniper rifle, and a large amount of 1,130 ammunition. He then took out his mobile phone and designed the flying blade for Kiki, according to her concept. The blueprints Kiki found belonged to a catapult-shaped flying blade for a military mecha. This type of weapon wasn't particularly practical in interstellar warfare, inferior to chain swords, and had long since been phased out. It was unknown how she'd found it. However, Lin Xian understood Kiki's intentions. This flying blade didn't require the sophisticated design of an ultra-high-voltage electric blade, it was simply intended for her to use as a telekinetic weapon. Therefore, he simply needed to consider the material and dimensions based on the design to suit Kiki's needs. After some thought, Lin Xian decided on tungsten titanium alloy, a metal commonly used for electric knives. It was both incredibly strong and heavy, and the kinetic energy it could generate would be particularly devastating. He quickly produced 3 sizes, a small 60 centimeters, a medium 100 centimeters, and a large 150 centimeters. The large weighed over 20 kilograms in his hand, its sharp edge reaching Kiki's shoulder, appearing incredibly lethal. With that little girl's current ability to manipulate her supernatural powers, a few hundred tons is no problem for her. Making 1,000 blades would only be a little over 20 tons, a piece of cake. Lin Xian glanced at his decomposition and preparation centers. Tungsten titanium alloy type I was considered a high-level, third-level material, and he couldn't seem to produce so many at once. If he used up all the material, he worried that it would be difficult to find devouring materials in this Western Gobi desert. Then, when the team needed to manufacture large quantities, they'd be left with nothing. Forget it, let's test the waters for her first. Make 100 blades, then install a hidden flying blade box on the roof of Car 2. We'll use them later. Lin Xian churned out one new, icy blade after another, working until after 2 a.m., when he finally felt the strain. In Carriage 12, Lin Xian looked at the masterpieces scattered across the floor, feeling relieved. He checked the time and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, let's get 4 hours of sleep before we build a weapon station. The Infinity's 12 carriages didn't have much room left for a weapon station. Carriage 2 housed an electromagnetic railgun, servers, and an information center. Carriages 3 and 4 were research stations. Lin Xian couldn't possibly use the specially designed Col 3 biological science research vehicle to modify its weapons. Carriage 5 also had an electromagnetic railgun, a YJ-03 anti-aircraft gun, and a machine gun turret. Carriages 6 and 7 were dining cars and a storage depot. Carriages 8, 9, and 10 were all living quarters. Carriage 11 housed the mecha hangar and robotic arm compartment, and Carriage 12 also housed 1,130. That left Carriage 10, where Shuken lived, and his own carriage, which was slightly empty at the moment. Lin Xian was actually planning to reconfigure the weapon stations after merging the trains and thoroughly planning the integrated power system. The 1130 and electromagnetic railguns had different tactical functions, and there were also YJ-03 anti-aircraft guns, including the missile system he was planning to build. He didn't want to rush into anything, as it would be difficult to modify once completed. If the configuration wasn't optimal, the coordination of nearly 200 personnel and the Infinity's defense would be disrupted. After some thought, Lin Xian decided it was best not to rush things. He returned to carriage 1, showered, and went to bed. When Lin Xian returned, Chen Sixuan was already awake. She immediately took over the shift, overseeing the overall situation on the train, allowing Lin Xian to sleep peacefully. Lin Xian's plan was to sleep for about 4 hours, allowing him to make some preparations before dawn. However, he didn't anticipate the profound impact of the explosion in Yijin. As soon as he, Kiki, and Brother Ho fell asleep, they felt weak and heavy, and a chilling sensation washed over them. In that instant, Lin Xian realized his body had been tainted by a massive invading force of darkness. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. A wave of intense negativity washed over him. Sorrow, pain, despair, fear filled his ears with a howling of hell. In that moment, he felt as if he were connected to the agonized cries of billions of zombies worldwide. It was like an endless nightmare, consuming him completely the moment he closed his eyes. For the first time, Lin Xian had felt the infectious power of the darkness so clearly. A cold sweat washed over him, and he lay in bed, unable to move, like a ghost wall blocking his way. Die, death will bring freedom, I will be devoured, I will rot. The horizon before him was an endless abyss of darkness, filled with countless indescribable horrors. Eerie whispers pierced his ears like demonic voices. Lin Xian felt as if he were being subjected to the world's worst torture. His fingers snapped, his skin peeled, his bones gnawed, and his heart was gnawed with despair. At that moment, Lin Xian frantically wanted to scream, to call Teacher Chen, to call everyone, to activate his mechanical heart, to unleash his at field, but he couldn't. The fear crawled over his head like billions of ants, burrowing into his orifices and gnawing at his brain. Suddenly, a wisp of dark energy, automatically transformed by the hell-black chrysanthemum, slowly entered Lin Xian's body through the hetero cube, and his mechanical heart began to function automatically. In an instant, Lin Xian felt as if all his senses and control systems were activated, and his mind once again took control. Soon, the corrosive pollution gradually receded, and the pain subsided. Lin Xian, sweating profusely, felt completely exhausted, and finally fell into deep sleep. From then on, Lin Xian finally understood why the Dark Invasion had been able to wipe out tens of billions of people worldwide in a single night on Apocalypse Day. Survivors, if their willpower was weakened or injured, would also face such pressure. Fortunately, the Infinity had the hetero cube, otherwise, with so many people on board, it would be impossible to control the changes emanating from within. To circumvent this situation, Longshan No. 1 assigned each carriage a captain and an assistant captain. These were chosen by Shi Dian and Ningjing for their exceptional abilities and combat prowess. These two not only oversaw the daily management of the carriages and combat sequences, but also ensured mutual oversight, sealing off any potential problems. Distant Jiazhou City, long since shrouded by Star Abyss No. 3, teemed with corpse crows on the dark city rooftops. They swarmed densely, their grayish-white eyeballs teeming with parasitic nematodes. The abandoned post-apocalyptic city was bleak, cramped, stinking, and shrouded in shadows. The darkness had devoured even the bones of the dead and decaying survivors on all the roads, rail lines, and highways leading out of the city. Cack, clack. Suddenly, the corpse crows began to stir, growing increasingly frantic. A chain reaction erupted, and swarms of crows echoed across Jiazhou City. Countless corpse crows frantically flew about like thick black clouds. The reason for the crow's frenzy was that a massive figure slowly loomed above the airport skyline in the distant high-altitude corridor of Jiazhou City, obscuring all starlight and enveloping Jiazhou City in a complete darkness that obliterated even the city's outlines. The giant figure sent a rumbling, trembling sound through the air, and smoke and dust billowed from the streets, burying the city like a sandstorm. Federal Star City, once Dragon Nation's premier technological hub and known as the Star Capital, is now the seat of the old federal government and renamed Dawn City, symbolizing the last glimmer of human civilization. The dark city buildings radiated from the twin towers at the center of the skyline like a dense steel jungle. Above the inner city, a vast, majestic city ring, Once the Star City's rapid aerial maglev rail system became a landmark of the city, visible even from low Earth orbit. But after the day of revelation, the Star City ring was completely extinguished, with 1/3 of its passageways collapsed, leaving only a shattered urban megastructure. A testament to the fading glory of human technology. In stark contrast, the non-high-rise areas were ablaze with countless neon lights, and the streets and alleys were filled with a variety of apocalyptic vehicles pouring into Dawn City. The federal parliament issued a ban on any light above 100 meters. This was because the Dawn City No. 1 defensive wall was 100 meters high. At the edge of Dawn City's intercity area, a massive wall rose from the ground, encircling the entire city. Towering and imposing, it remained unfinished. Countless automated cranes, transport robots, and tens of thousands of dangerous construction workers worked tirelessly around the clock. Along the 196-kilometer-long No. 1 wall, countless signal lights flickered like beacons, a steely defense line before the apocalypse. Furthermore, in the starport area of the inner city, where the Twin Towers are located, a Starport 2 wall has been constructed. This serves as the final barrier between the Dawning 1 underground city and the Federation Starship port, and also serves to isolate the densely populated outer city. Therefore, beyond this 18-kilometer-long Starport 2 wall, all of Dawning City is collectively referred to as the Old City. Once a technological metropolis, it now resembles a cyber black market beneath a wasteland, crammed with at least 3 million people. It's cramped, dirty, crowded, and dark, oppressively shrouded by a heavy tidal sky. The sky is overcast and rainy, and a strange smell permeates the old alleys. Neon signs of various vulgar advertisements are crooked, and broken light bulbs flicker. The alley is silent, with only the sound of condensation dripping from the power lines onto the metal trash cans. The flicker of a lighter flickers. In the shadows of a corner, a young man in a black leather jacket and a hood stands. The flickering light illuminates a youthful face. Soon, footsteps were heard nearby. The young man stamped out a cigarette and lowered his head to tug at the front of his hood. As the footsteps approached, a tall, gloomy man approached. He wore an unusual studded jacket and an exaggerated mohawk, giving him a distinctly gangster vibe. The man reached a corner, glancing back to see that no one was following him. Then, in a raspy voice, he addressed the young man. "Where's what I want?" The young man's eyes flashed, and he immediately pulled something from his leather jacket. It was a well-made mechanical prosthetic arm, though it looked a bit worn. A purple-red cat head graffiti was spray-painted on the forearm, seemingly the logo of some kind of mechanical modification alliance. The man's eyes lit up, and he immediately took the prosthetic arm, removing his own left prosthesis and expertly attaching it to the gate connector on his left arm joint. Click. The servo system activated, and the man slowly clenched his fist, a soft hissing sound echoing from the gears of his wrist and knuckles. He clenched his fist, azure lightning flickering on the bones of his fist. Seeing the surging electromagnetic light, the man's eyes flickered with excitement. "Not bad," he said, then gave the young man a cold look. He pulled a micro-storage device from his pocket and tossed it to him. "The city's in a state of panic right now. Not only the patrols, but even the garrison and the Angel Project have been dispatched. I won't be able to help with this kind of thing anymore." The young man took it, examined it, and then raised his hand. The skin on his left wrist automatically opened, revealing a data port. He plugged the device in, took a deep breath, and without a word, turned and left. The rain continued, this black rain filled with the toxins of darkness. Furthermore, it was night, and with the Federation's outer city curfew suppression order, the streets were deserted. The young man walked briskly, weaving through the streets and alleys until he turned into the corridor of an unremarkable building. After walking a distance in the pitch black, a deafening sound began to emanate from within. The young man pushed open the door, revealing a noisy underground bar. Every patron drinking was armed with various weapons. Even the waitress, wearing short shorts and black fishnet stockings, had 2 large-caliber bolt revolvers slung across her waist. A small red round bead was tattooed on her slender waist. The tattoo, in the shape of a strange blood essence, exuded a voluptuous beauty, but this tattoo also held a different meaning in Dawn City. For just one blood essence, you could have a night of romance. The hatted young man made his way through the noisy crowd to a corner booth where a man and a woman sat. Next to their booth stood several figures with fluctuating spirit values. The woman, dressed in a black trench coat, exuded a distinguished elegance, seeming to be out of place in this shabby, old underground bar. The other man, dressed in a windbreaker, looked smart and dashing. He sat in the shadows, observing the bar's various activities with interest. "Brother Zhang," the young man trotted over and handed the storage device to the man. The man sitting there was none other than Zhang Yun, who had previously rushed up the climbing tunnel with Lin Xian. The woman opposite him was Jian Zuwei, the head of the Finger Group and current leader of the Silver Star Doomsday Train. Zhang Yun reached out to take the item from the young man's hand, then pulled out a small terminal and opened the storage device. Inside was a surveillance video. A day earlier, a ghost attack occurred in the Old Town's Oakland neighborhood. This was originally the responsibility of the city patrol. Under the cover of darkness, incidents involving ghosts and other strange creatures were common in Dawn City, and generally, any incident that resulted in less than 50 casualties was considered minor. However, this incident was different. It involved a convoy called the Free Wind. While the convoy was small, all of them were psychics, including 4 at the berserker level. Strangely, the entire convoy's psychics had disappeared overnight, a highly unusual occurrence in a city heavily monitored by patrols and garrisons. The Free Wind fleet was a force to be reckoned with in their area, having spearheaded numerous night raids. Their sudden destruction sent panic through the survivors of the Oakland neighborhood. This footage, however, was from that very neighborhood. All of Dawn City's surveillance networks were centrally managed by higher-ups, making the acquisition of this information highly confidential. The footage lasted only 3 seconds. In the darkness, a man, slightly taller than an average person, walked briskly around a street corner. As he approached, the video suddenly went black, evidently affected by some kind of electromagnetic interference. Zhang Yun frowned, slowed down the speed, and rewound the video. He saw the man wearing a strange bowler hat and dressed in a style reminiscent of another century. Because the footage was so far away, even with a night vision system, his features were barely discernible. Suddenly, a delicate finger tapped Zhang Yun's mobile device, slowly scrolling, then hitting pause. "Look here," Jian Zuwei pointed to the eyes of the black shadow. In the picture, there seemed to be a faint red light. Zhang Yun exhaled and said solemnly, "Sure enough, it's this kind of red ghost. A machine and a human ghost creation. I really don't know what disgusting things that deep red world is researching all day long." Jian Zuwei looked at the noisy crowd in the distance and said seriously, "Our people observed that Silent City is now paralyzed in Lulling Forest after coming out of Star Abyss number 5. The Federation has already sent people there. There are corpses everywhere outside the city, and there are mutations and red ghosts in the city. Coupled with the problem of supplies, Dawn City is already facing internal and external troubles. I estimate that after the group of people finish repairing the number 1 city wall and collecting the city defense taxes, they will completely abandon the outer city. I think it will be difficult to finish repairing it." Zhang Yun smiled. "Hiding in the underground city is not much safer. The most serious problem is water resources. Solve it. The so-called Century Reserve is nothing but a joke. All the starship manufacturing berths in the starport are now fully booked. Those outside aren't fools. How could they fail to guess what the Federation is thinking?" Jian Zuwei frowned slightly. "This problem is a problem for both the Federation and the Order of Phoenix. Even the most advanced water purifier technology is meaningless if it can't block the invasion of dark poisons." "Miss Jian," Zhang Yun stared at her intently, fiddling with his wine glass. "I've been waiting for your plan for a long time." Jian Zuwei's expression was calm, and she spoke slowly. "What's the rush? Night is approaching, and this Dawn City is about to become the eye of the storm. You and I can't go anywhere. But that person has finally arrived, Lin Xian." Zhang Yun's face lit up with anticipation. "According to the Phoenix Order's global radio station's Firebook intelligence, he's done something big in Zilin. Now, whether it's the Order of Phoenix, the Federation, or the Adventists, this mechanical friend is already." At this point, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice was focused. "Global target, please vote for me." Chapter 312 Wasteland and World. Beep, beep. In a daze, Lin Xian felt a beeping of his watch approach from afar in the darkness, gradually becoming deafening. He realized he was awake, or rather, back to reality. Lying on the large bed in the cabin of Carriage 1, Lin Xian's eyelids felt heavy. Before he could open his eyes, a wave of heat accompanied by a cacophony of howling washed over him. His brain reacted instantly, dull, hot, dry, oppressive. Lin Xian's lips dried as he opened his eyes. Next to his pillow was the infinity sunshade, The hate and howling had come from outside. Lin Xian focused his attention, first looking at his watch. 11 o'clock. I slept for 9 hours. Rubbing his heavy head, Lin Xian recalled the experience of darkness before he fell asleep, his brow furrowing slightly. The feeling was unforgettable, and he simply didn't want to experience it again. He raised his hand to open the sunshade. The next moment, the scorching sunlight made Lin Xian's pupils shrink. He also saw countless withered, decayed zombie faces outside the train's multi-layered bulletproof windows. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned and sat up. Beyond the infinite train lay a sea of zombies. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. An endless, surging tide, like a sea. The horde of zombies, like a cloudless sky, swarmed towards the Union train. Beneath the tracks, the sounds of crushing and tearing could be heard. These zombies, dehydrated and bloodthirsty, were nearly all black and rotten, their human clothing reduced to shreds. Above, the sun blazed brightly, the sky cloudless, and yellow sand filled the air. When Lin Xian woke up, it felt like he had stumbled into a wasteland. Seeing the situation outside, Lin Xian's mind was slightly dazed. He quickly pressed the communicator to ask Chen Sixuan. Bang! After a while, the door was opened. Chen Sixuan had taken off her Black Hawk armor and was wearing a cool short-sleeved shirt and shorts. When she saw Lin Xian wake up, she immediately said, "You're awake, what's the matter?" Lin Xian looked at Chen Sixuan and then at the zombies outside. "Don't worry," Chen Sixuan said quickly to Lin Xian, looking at the zombies outside. "Ever since we left the polar night, the zombies in the Gobi Desert have been increasing in number. After daybreak, it's become an even more devastating sea of corpses." "So many?" Lin Xian asked, looking at the dense swarm of zombies outside the train. "Is it a problem?" Chen Sixuan shook her head and replied, "Don't worry, the convoy is moving normally. These zombies haven't caused us much trouble." Lin Xian realized what she said. He felt the speed of the train and understood why Chen Sixuan was so calm. This tidal wave of zombies had little effect on the armored train. The mass and kinetic energy of the 15-kilometer-long steel dragon moving like a mountain, and the combined power of the 22 trains was over a gigawatt. With the current protection of the infinity, there was no need to worry about these ordinary zombies. The zombies are so pitiful. They can't even survive the polar night. Lin Xian remembered seeing Chu Yan in his dream in Yubai City. There were very few zombies there, and even if there were, they remained motionless. The entire city was almost completely occupied by dark creatures. Chen Sixuan said, "So we all speculate that this is probably the result of zombies being driven out of the polar night zone by corpse drivers." Corpse drivers. Corpse drivers. Lin Xian frowned at this, wondering if this was what they meant by corpse drivers. This had never been officially mentioned on the Phoenix radio, and it seemed the order didn't have a clear explanation for this phenomenon. Relieved, Lin Xian recalled his experience last night and immediately asked Chen Sixuan, "By the way, how are Kiki and Brother Ho?" Chen Sixuan said, "They're doing fine. Like you, they slept a lot. They must be exhausted from blowing up the mushroom tower." Lin Xian immediately stood up and walked with Chen Sixuan to the back of the car. Arriving at car number 2, they saw Kiki already sitting in front of the information center, operating a drone to observe the path across the Gobi Desert. "Hey, you're finally awake." Kiki smiled at Lin Xian upon seeing him. "How's it going? Are you scared by all these zombies?" Lin Xian asked directly. "Did you feel any effects of the dark invasion last night when you slept?" Kiki frowned, shook her head, then nodded. "I had a nightmare, but it didn't affect me much." "What's wrong?" Chen Sixuan, perceptive enough to sense the underlying meaning behind Lin Xian's question, couldn't help but ask. Lin Xian paused, his eyes shifting before he slowly explained, "Last night, with the explosion of the Xianggu Tower, we should have been infected with a large amount of dark invasion, but judging by the current situation, it shouldn't be a big deal." He was surprised by Kiki's reaction. He had expected Kiki to be in the same boat as him, but to his surprise, Kiki wasn't as seriously affected. Lin Xian pondered secretly that it seemed to be Kiki and Brother Ho's ability index, which was itself due to their extremely high mental strength, and his own mechanical heart. At this time, Chen Sixuan said to Lin Xian, "Oh, good news, Liang Lei has woken up, and Brother Shi's injuries have recovered a lot. The Phoenix Society is right, dawn is indeed of great significance to us." Lin Xian's face lit up at the news. This was good news. According to the Phoenix Society, We have accumulated too much dark force within us. We need daylight or vegetable juice to neutralize it. If we stay in the dark all the time, we will definitely be finished, Kiki said. From Lin City until now, the team has been in darkness. Even with a heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, everyone has absorbed a lot of dark power. This power urgently needs to be neutralized and digested. Over time, it may cause irreversible damage to the body. Lin Xian's mind was a little clearer at this time. He sat down on the edge of the bed, opened the blinds, looked at the densely packed zombies in the wilderness outside and said, "Have you received any news from the Phoenix Society or other survivors' radio stations?" "We haven't received any news from nearby radio stations, but we have received the Phoenix Society's global radio station." Chen Sixuan took out a dark radio and played the recorded radio content. "Zizi, the Phoenix Society is issuing a global announcement. The Nightwalker Department and Xinghua Technology have jointly developed the latest soul drain value detector, the Spirit Compass. By consuming blood essence, one can determine one's peak soul drain value in the concentration of the dark mark. It can also detect fluctuations in the surrounding environment by strange entities, helping all survivors find relatively safe areas to camp before dark. At the same time, the Phoenix Society is issuing the following warnings regarding the dark mark. First, mark concentration is divided into levels 1 to 5. Levels 1 to 4 increase in concentration after being marked by different strange entities, and a level 5 mark is obtained by being marked by an S-level strange entity. Second, all marks can be reduced by killing strange entities and absorbing the black energy. Third, mark concentration and night attack are positively correlated, not absolutely. If you are in the territory of an S-level strange entity, even a level 1 mark will target you. Finally, the Phoenix Society has urgently manufactured 3 million spirit compasses, which will be airdropped by the Nightwalker messenger team to cities around the world not covered by the polar night. We urge all survivors to pick up the spirit compass and pass it on to others to jointly defeat the night. We haven't found this spirit compass yet. We should have a chance to see it once we get to Quancheng or encounter another convoy, Chen Sixuan said. Is it free? Sasha, wearing gloves, fiddling with an arc pulse string vibrator's excitation circuit in her hands, couldn't help but wonder, would anyone be so kind as to give it to us? Kiki heard this and said, why would anyone give you something for free these days? But doesn't the Phoenix Society give things away for free? That's the Phoenix Society. She looked at Lin Xian and said, or maybe you can have your brother Lin scan it and make it yourself. Lin Xian said, we have the Hell Black Chrysanthemum. This thing is only useful for measuring peak superpowers. Besides, the Phoenix Society can produce 3 million sets, with more to come. There's no point trying to sell it for a high price. Since the Phoenix Society can produce it, the blueprints must have been released for free. By then, organizations like Silent City, the Old Federation, and any other organization with R&D and manufacturing capabilities will surely be able to produce it. It won't be that expensive. This thing was even easier for him. He could now scan and replicate mechanical structures remotely. With that, Lin Xian pressed the communicator to communicate with Longshan No. 1 and the rest of the convoy. Brother Lin, we estimate we'll reach Robe in 2 or 3 hours. I wonder if there will be fewer zombies there. If things look good, I'd like to stop and have someone go find some water. Just as Lin Xian finished his question, Shi Dian's voice rang out. Lin Xian asked, are you short on water? Not at the moment. In the cockpit of Longshan No. 1, Shi Dian surveyed the water levels in the train's tanks and the bottled water in the supply cars. His expression darkened as he said, it's just a precaution. After we pass the Western Gobi Desert, there's the Taklamakan Desert. We could be forced to stop if something unexpected happens. Water shortages could be even more devastating than food shortages. Hearing Shi Dian's words, the captains of the other convoys agreed. Lin Xian then looked at Chen Sixuan, who also frowned and nodded. Yes, our current water situation isn't very optimistic. The last time the Infinity had refilled its water tanks was in Qingshu Town. At that time, the supply cars were stocked with bottled water. But since they left Hangshan Pass, they hadn't refilled their water supplies. The concentration of dark attack toxins in the snowy water of the extreme cold vortex was so high that even the heterogeneous cube would sound an alarm. Therefore, being in the snowfield was no different from being in the wilderness. Back in Zilan City, Chen Sixuan had exchanged some fresh water for the train, but water was becoming increasingly scarce. Chen Sixuan had raised this issue with Lin Xian at the time, But at the time, facing the city's impasse, water resources seemed the least of their concerns. Now, having pushed through Star Abyss number 5 and entered the Western Gobi Desert, the fleets, having long been without fresh water, were facing a water shortage. Lin Xian immediately reviewed the water situation on the Infinity with Chen Sixuan, and the results were even worse than he had expected. The Infinity had implemented a water-oxygen cycle, and all of the train's gray water was fed into a recirculating filtration system. This included bath and toilet water, as well as the urine of the men and women on board. This water was filtered and fed to the plant car number 4, completing the ecological cycle. After 3 rounds of filtration, it was connected to the drinking water pipeline. With a heterogeneous cube in place, the train's water remains unaffected by the secondary dark invasion. However, the heterogeneous cube and its filters are incapable of filtering out the initial dark invasion, effectively isolating the water from the train. Only after being absorbed and neutralized by the human body does the water gradually become clean. However, water cannot be used indefinitely. Evaporation from the human body, train consumption, the cooling system of the nuclear-powered carriages, and even vegetables are lost forever. The Infinity train is already in a relatively good position among the fleets, with fewer crew members and more storage, but the water problem continues to grow. What we got from Zilin City and the Zero Element Center are all bottled water. I've limited each person's supply to half a bottle per day. If we run out, we'll start drinking recycled water. In the number 7 supply storage car, Chen Sixuan reported to Lin Xian, there are still 2 major sources of water, the nuclear-powered car, and our planting room in carriage 4. This tide of zombies is also having some impact on our travel speed. According to what Brother Shi said, it will take us 2 or 3 hours to reach Robe. If we don't stop, we won't reach Aksay before dark. As for Quancheng, it's estimated that we won't reach it until the day after tomorrow. We have more food resources than water, which is indeed a problem, Chen Sixuan said with some concern. The Western Gobi Desert is too vast. Judging from the current situation, if we reach Quancheng without supplies, we will be in trouble. Even if we do, according to the Phoenix Order, the toxin concentration in the water will increase with each passing night, Chen Sixuan said. Currently, there is no better way to isolate and filter the invasion of darkness. We can only rely on the human body to absorb and resist it. Quancheng, a lost city nestled in the Takan Desert, is a landscape even more desolate than the Western Gobi Desert. From there, continuing east, across over 6,000 kilometers of the Takan Desert, one can reach the Jin River. Alternatively, one can head south to Luling or Baisha, but both are in the middle of the desert and difficult to leave in a short period of time. Therefore, water is currently a major concern for all convoys. Let's find water along the way, Lin Xian said with a helpless smile. As for the toxins of the darkness, those who have survived should have evolved to withstand them. Filtering them several times is better than dying of thirst. At least for now, we won't be consumed by the dark tide for a while. Countless zombies, their faces covered in black blood and their hair withered, rushed towards the speeding Union train. Under the immense kinetic energy and mass, they instantly turned into a bloody mist. Ouch! In one of the carriages of the Sun train, a group of children leaned against the windows, watching the zombie corpses explode along the way, each one gasping in surprise. The man guarding the train car was a bearded man named Lao Dong. He chuckled, "How's it going? It's really exciting, isn't it? Kids, watch out for a while, you won't be able to sleep at night." As the train moved, the sides of the train were stained with dark red blood, as if it had emerged from a sea of blood. Lin Xian arrived at plantation car number 4 and took in the all-green scenery with a complicated expression. While the sight of this sliver of green amidst a world of yellow sand was undoubtedly refreshing, Lin Xian also began to worry about the water problem. If the concentration of the dark invasion of global water resources continued to rise, one day, even the fresh water directly pumped into the Infinity would trigger the alarm on the heterogeneous cube. The polar night had not yet fully arrived, and this grave problem was already posing a serious challenge to all of humanity. Lin Xian had no idea how many people were left in the world, or how many died every day. Looking at the dense swarm of zombies, he realized which of them hadn't once been a living human on Blue Planet. Clang, clang. The train sped along, and everyone on the Infinity train had recovered well. In Brother Ho's carriage, all the sunshades were open. He wore the Infinity bracelet, floating in the center of the car, occasionally spitting fire from his fingers to adjust his position and maintain a parallel speed with the train. He completely ignored the zombies and basked in the sun. Ever since acquiring this miraculous item, he'd felt a sudden sense of enlightenment, a sense of freedom, completely forgetting the previous Jiuyi incident. Everyone, we might have to stop in Rob Town ahead to search for supplies, especially water. Everyone, get ready. Lin Xian's voice boomed over the train's radio, and everyone immediately donned their power armor and prepared their weapons. Caution at all times was ingrained in their minds. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingjian immediately pressed the communicator. Brother Lin, I'm willing to go on such an important mission. Knowing this guy could fly, Lin Xian was eager to learn, and responded directly, okay, I'll send you as the advance team. Just be careful not to cause any trouble. Don't worry, Brother Lin. In carriage number 1, Lin Xian had already brought a Black Hawk battle armor over. At the same time, 20 Thunder Falcon 2000s were neatly parked on the ground, charging. Chen Sixuan looked out the window and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems our guess was right. The further we go, the less dense the zombies are. They're all being driven out by the zombie drivers. Now that you mention it, I feel a little bit like the zombies themselves, Lin Xian said, picking up his black gun and adjusting the power value of the magnetic control engine. With a sizzle, Chen Sixuan donned her armor, her mask lowered. She spoke via mechanical voice, the further we advance, the closer we get to the Federation. We heard back at Hangshan Pass that the situation here is very complicated. The cost of entering Dawn City has gone from 3 blood essences to who knows how much. Lin Xian opened a small drawer, revealing the iron box Wei Kexu had given him, also containing 3 blood essences. For someone like Wei Kexu, collecting 3 was a significant feat, especially considering he was still a member of the Order of the Phoenix. For the other survivors, imagine how difficult it would be to slay 3 white giants or crimson centipedes without powerful companions. Everyone, please pay attention. We're entering Rob ahead, please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 313 Desert Iron Alliance. Shi Dian's voice came over the communicator, interrupting Lin Xian's train of thought. He turned immediately, his eyes flashing with a mechanical light. In an instant, the sunshades on all the Infinity train cars opened. Outside the windows, a desolate expanse of hard-packed Gobi Desert, covered in yellow sand, came into view. The entire train snaked across the land. Through the windows, a small town, nestled amidst the deserted sand, gradually came into view. The scorching sun sweltered across the desolate Gobi Desert, creating visible waves of heat. In the distance, the small town lay like a wind-dried camel carcass. Utility poles, like ribs, jutted diagonally from the dunes, their broken wires trembling slightly in the heat. Beyond, the wilderness was dotted with fruit and vegetable greenhouses, their black tarpaulins tattered, looking like regular wounds on the earth. The platform they entered was an old, open-air one. The words Luobu Station etched on the rusted iron seemed like a product of the last century. This small town had access to the railway, firstly because it passed through the spring city, and secondly because it was a rich source of melons and other fruits. However, at this time, these rare fruits were no longer available. The combined train was so long that Longshan number 1 began braking even before it entered the station. It slowed down for a full half-kilometer before the entire train finally came to a screeching halt. Lin Xian and Shi Dian discussed the matter and decided that the teams ahead of them would simply send a few people to conduct a quick inspection. There was no need to stay too long in a small place like this. If they couldn't find a place to refill their water, they would rush to the next area, aiming to reach Aksay before dark. After the train stopped, Lin Xian assigned the eager Ho Jet and had Shukin led Lu Cheng and the others. The 2 teams would search the town from the air and ground respectively, while Longshan number 1 would be led by Ningjing, Zhaoqing, and Abei. With Abai in his corner, Lin Xian no longer had to worry about calling in Director Ding or Hell Black Chrysanthemum. He could finally enjoy the leisurely ride on the train, waiting for his teammates to explore. Lin Xian crafted a dozen communication spikes and gave them to Shukin and the others, instructing them to place one within a 2-kilometer radius to prevent communication loss. Kiki also launched a drone to survey the surrounding airspace and observe the area. Under the scorching sun, the automatic door of carriage 5 opened. Before Lu Xingjian and Shukin could even exit, a wave of dry, stifling heat washed over them. The wind from the Gobi Desert was strong, whipping sands through the air like knives on skin, and the air was thick with the smell of gravel. The power armor wasn't full face armor, but it came with a separate gas mask kit. Lu Xingjian, feeling the hassle, donned a stylish windproof visor. Then, with fire blazing from his fingertips, he soared out. Shukin, also donning power armor, leaped down with her group, guns drawn. Crunch! The sound of teeth grinding echoed through the hardened earth of gravel and yellow sand. From the distant platform and around a few abandoned houses, a few emaciated zombies, clustered in groups of 2 or 3, were already swarming toward the train. Whoosh! A spinning blade darted out, severing the zombies' heads in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian sheathed his electric knife and, along with Shukin, quietly explored the town. The other trains following behind, some opened windows to peer through binoculars, while others launched drones. After stopping, the survivors quieted down, awaiting feedback from the advance team. In carriage 2, Kiki was operating the drone, while Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan stood in the back. The information center showed the desolate town of Luobu, a forgotten land. Barely 100 days had passed since the apocalypse, and with no one to clean the sand, much of the town seemed covered in a thick layer of sand. Dry weeds covered the ground, and tattered wooden shop doors hung halfway from their frames, swaying in the wind, whimpering and howling. Under the scorching sun, only the sun dried, yet still able to stand and pounce. Zombies, dressed in faded and weathered clothing, wandered slowly. The drone's rotors caught the attention of some zombies, who raised their heads, their rotten white eyes searching the sky. Forget water in this place, there's not even a broken car you could devour. Kiki observed the surveillance footage, rapidly moving the joystick. Lin Xian had a calm face. It's just a small place we passed by. We'll set off as soon as they have inspected it. Chen Sixuan looked at Lin Xian after hearing this. By the way, after leaving the Polar Night, several teams proposed that this joint team should remain united, but after I told Brother Shi that we might change routes later, their idea was dispelled. They all want to go directly to the North Line to catch up with the Dawn Center, right? Chen Sixuan nodded. Of course, after going through so much, these people want to catch up directly with the main force of the Phoenix Society, which is also safer for them. That's understandable, Lin Xian said. If it really is a route, it won't be a problem for everyone to unite and go together. There's strength in numbers. Well, we can unite, but we can't merge. Kiki turned around after hearing this. We can't take care of so many people, and there are some teams. Really? Chen Sixuan frowned when she heard that and asked in confusion, what convoy? Lin Xian saw Kiki's expression and immediately understood. He smiled and explained to Chen Sixuan. Longshan number 1 and the others investigated the situations of more than a dozen convoys except ours, so they put together this joint train. Brother Shi and the others have done a very good job in this regard. Then when we were in Yijin City, Sister Ning told us that the ocean convoy and the convoy was mainly engaged in some reselling business in Zilan City before. There were all kinds of people on the train, and the management was chaotic, so they had problems on the first day we entered Yijin City. In addition, there is a rose convoy. 80% of the women on the train survived by selling sex in the doomsday, and the men were responsible for guarding and pimping. There is also a convoy called Hell Warriors. Hell Warriors, Chen Sixuan frowned and repeated, what's wrong? But Kiki's face changed when he heard it. Lin Xian glanced at Kiki, who had a strange expression on his face, and immediately said, it's nothing. What does it mean if there are a whole car full of muscular men? You're overthinking it. I'm not overthinking it. Kiki arched his nose and glanced at Sasha beside him. Sasha, have you ever seen your brother wearing denim shorts? Snap. Sasha, who was tinkering with the circuit maker, couldn't help but tremble when she heard this. The circuit maker suddenly short-circuited and burst into a string of white sparks. Sasha turned around with a look of horror. What the hell? Look, Kiki pointed at Sasha's expression. Even she reacted like this. Chen Sixuan also looked strange when she heard this. Lin Xian said calmly, that's why I said we should just go together. A merger is definitely out of the question. And once they reach Quancheng, they'll all take the northern route, leaving us in Longshan number 1 to take the southern route to Jinhei. What about the Queen Mo and the Joker convoy? Kiki responded, doesn't that woman still want to follow you? Lin Xian suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. We'll talk about it later. If they go all the way, it won't hurt us. Jin Deely and Monica's convoys were both formidable, and their abilities were also powerful. Having more companions to accompany him to Jinhei wouldn't be a problem. Captain Lin, Shukin's voice came over the communicator. We've searched several streets, but nothing's been found so far. There were some signs of convoy camps here, but nothing useful. On a desolate street, half covered by yellow sand and shimmering with tumbleweeds, Shuken and Lu Cheng stood on a street corner in a small building's rooftop, observing their surroundings. There are still a few streets and a large market. We'll be done in about 10 minutes, okay? Lin Xian pressed the communicator. Brother Ho, how's the situation over there? Soaring high above, Lu Xingchen was deeply enjoying the thrill of flying freely in broad daylight. With his speed, he could see the entire town in a matter of moments, and the blazing air had no effect on him. So, of the entire joint fleet, he was the happiest person in this lowest desert. Brother Lin, no results yet. I'll expand the search area. With that, Lu Xingchen smiled carelessly and shot into the sky, a jet of flame. At that moment, on a farm northeast of Rob Town, a dozen or so modified off-road vehicles, adorned with wild spikes, surrounded a bus and car convoy. These vehicles were covered in barbed steel spears and adorned with red vulture motifs. Their shapes were distorted, modeled after the Order of the Phoenix. Their fronts had been transformed into rotating meat grinders, their blades stained with dried flesh. Their doors had been replaced with serrated circular saws, and their wheels were attached to barbed chains, crushing any obstacles as they moved. One of the trailer trucks had been converted into a steel cage, holding dozens of survivors like prisoners. These individuals appeared to be from different convoys. Some wore custom-made metal masks and bracelets, seemingly reserved for those with special abilities or enhanced abilities. Otherwise, the vehicles were mostly filled with men, children, and a few elderly women. Some of the survivors who had just been captured and put on the van were now screaming frantically, trying to break free. In a warehouse in front of the prison van, dozens of thugs were reveling recklessly. They were all heavily armed, wearing riveted jackets or unusual vests and windbreakers. They were shouting wildly. In the crowd, 6 or 7 women were beaten black and blue with kicks and rifle butts. Most of their clothes had been stripped off. The thugs had chained their hands and feet to abandoned wooden boxes and then lined them up to be raped. Several executed survivors lay on the ground, their blood still hot. For a moment, the whipping of onlookers, the cries of women, the roars of their teammates, the rampant screams of the thugs, and the howling zombies outside the barbed wire of the farm all formed a hellish scene of human depravity in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. The leader of this thug caravan, nicknamed Brother J, was a squad leader under the Crimson Vultures. Unlike his fellow thugs, he wore a clean, white shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, and meticulously greased hair, giving him the look of a sophisticated, middle-class urbanite. However, he was now clutching a Nepali machete as he dragged a bound, struggling middle-aged man toward one of the girls. The youngest of the group, she was tied to the edge. Though stripped naked, she hadn't been violated first, seemingly having been left there for him. The girl, weeping, watched as the leader slashed the man's shoulder right before her. Blood flowed profusely, and the man cried out in agony, "Ah, Daddy!" Her face pale, her eyes red, she cried hysterically, seemingly losing her mind and ripping frantically at the chains. The barbs on the chains lacerated her hands and feet, leaving a bloody mess. Hearing the girl's cries, the group of thugs around her all showed strange smiles, and Brother J's eyes immediately showed a crazy look, revealing a grotesque sense of a gentleman scum in this doomsday wasteland. He became excited, and the woman's reaction seemed to stimulate his strange fetish. He immediately unzipped his trousers and said to the girl, "Yes, yes, this is the expression, keep shouting, look at your dad and shout, ah." Let her go. The middle-aged man's eyes were red, and he shouted in pain, as if he had forgotten the knife wound on his body. At that moment, a telescope flashed across the roof of the thug's truck. The man on surveillance, his expression changed. He picked up his intercom and shouted, "Brother J, this is terrible. Rob has a big guy." Just as he was about to get into the act, Brother J heard the voice on the intercom. His frantic expression instantly froze. He immediately zipped up his pants and shouted to everyone around him, "Stop playing around. In the Western Gobi Desert, carelessness is paramount at all times, especially when it comes to your surveillance officer." Every thug is well aware of this. In an instant, whether they hadn't yet started or were in the middle of an assault, they all pulled up their pants, drew their guns, and began to stand guard outside. Brother J immediately returned to his car, picked up his telescope, and peered in the direction of the surveillance officer's signal. Suddenly, his pupils froze. In the distance from Rob Town, a heavily armed doomsday train stretched as far as the eye could see, a steel dragon stretching out from its sides. Its sides were drenched in blood and shredded flesh, like a chariot of destruction hurtling from hell. The mere sight of this imposing presence made Brother Jay's face change, and he immediately gave the order. Damn it, that's a powerful force coming from Zilin. Retreat. With just one glance, Brother Jay knew this was a force his convoy couldn't afford to mess with. They'd undoubtedly explore if they docked and rob. Fortunately, they wouldn't have to use the tracks. As long as they could plunge deep into the Gobi Desert before being discovered, these rail trains wouldn't be able to stop them. As soon as he finished speaking, all the thugs boarded, and the engines of the modified metal trains roared to life. One of the thugs pulled out a Molotov cocktail, ready to toss it into the warehouse, incinerating the group of women who hadn't finished their business yet. Instead, a bearded man in the seat in front of him turned and slapped him across the face. Brother Jay said, retreat, but don't make a scene. Are you fucking idiot? Just as the convoy was about to move, the person keeping watch seemed to see something. He pointed to the sky and yelled, oh no. It's a flying mutant. The sound instantly echoed through the intercoms, and everyone immediately drew their guns and prepared to engage. Damn, shoot him down, run. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Lin Xian was searching for Luobu town. After flying around the town and finding nothing, he expanded his range and spotted the farm with a large water tank in the distance. With an idea in mind, he soared towards them. High in the sky, Lin Xian saw the vehicles and thought they were a convoy of survivors, so he thought he'd come to negotiate and investigate. But as he got closer, he saw the bodies strewn across the ground and the prison vans. A chill crossed his face as he realized what was happening. Da-da-da. The vehicles below began firing into the air, and at the same time, they accelerated, their wheels kicking up dust and sand as if they were preparing to flee. Dare to kill and plunder in my presence? Today is the day you've been waiting for. Boom. The convoy below was charging, dozens of guns firing into the sky. The next moment, a massive fireball the size of a basketball court, seemingly obscuring even the sunlight, blasted down from the sky. Fire fist, buzz. Under the blazing sun, dozens of apocalyptic vehicles raced out of the horizon in a scorching heat wave. On a stretch of the Gobi Desert outside the Infinity, hundreds of men gathered. These were the captains or corps members of the 22nd Convoy. Meanwhile, on the roofs of the United trains, electromagnetic cannons, 1130s, various machine gun turrets, and countless armed patrols secured the area impenetrably. The zombies in the distance were dispatched before they even approached. Lin Xian, Chen Sixuan, Kiki, Shidian of Longshan No. 1, Jin Dili of the Joker Convoy, Monica of the Queen Mo, Luo Yang, Li Yi, and others all stood together, watching the convoy approach from afar. Soon, the Longshan No. 1 team, along with Shukin, Lu Chang, Ningjing, Zhaoqing, and others, drove over with the Crimson Vultures and all the vehicles from the looted convoy, including the caged prison van. The dozens of people crammed inside the prison van were terrified. Seeing the vast, long line of steel vehicles, many stared with wide eyes and gulped nervously. The sudden change in the farm left the looted prisoners somewhat bewildered, unsure of their fate. With a clatter, the lead truck stopped. Shukin and Zhaoqing led their men to throw the remaining 7 or 8 thugs off, including the man in the white shirt. Brother Jay. All their weapons were disarmed, and they were shackled with their own chains. The bus was packed with the survivors of the looted convoy. Several women, wrapped in their clothes, trembled, some unconscious, others in tears. Their companions were caring for them. With a piercing sound, Brother Ho descended from the sky and stomped directly onto Brother Jay's back. The immense force nearly caused him to vomit his internal organs. And blood spurted out. Fuck you. Do you know who I am? Kill me, and you'll all die? Brother Jay's mouth was covered in blood, and he glared at Lin Xian and his men. Even now, as a prisoner, he still maintained an arrogant demeanor. Brother Lin, I'm really sorry. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian with some apology. Just now I saw this group of beasts bullying men and women, and they had no humanity. I was so angry that I accidentally burned a few more people to death. Lin Xian glanced at Brother Jay on the ground and asked Lin Xian, how many died? There should be more than 40 of them, and only these 7 are left. Ningjing pulled a thug out of the trunk and threw him directly from a distance like a sandbag. The thug fell to the ground with a bang. Smoke and dust rose up, and a sound of broken bones was heard. He fainted without even a wailing. As she spoke, she looked at Zhaoqing beside her. The girl's gun blade was covered in blood. If I didn't stop them, they would have been gone. Zhaoqing's gaze suddenly turned to the 7 thugs on the ground, her face devoid of emotion. If Ningjing hadn't called them back, not a single one of them would have survived. Despicable people, damn them, Zhao King spoke in a rare cold voice, and Lin Xian couldn't help but look over. The girl's tone of voice seemed to evoke a certain ancient charm. He wondered if it wasn't 2069 now. Could Brother Ho's ailment be contagious? Damn it. Just kill these beasts. Why bring them back? Shi Dian snapped his eyes and spoke bluntly. There must be a reason. Jin Dili surveyed the group's attire and chariots. These vehicles are specially modified for the Gobi Desert. This means they're not migrants, but bandits stationed in the western Gobi Desert. Shi Dian frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Brother Lin, are you trying to pry something out of them? Kill them if you want to die. See if you can escape this wasteland. Before Lin Xian could say anything, Brother Jay suddenly shouted again. Shut up, Kiki, already gritting her teeth from hearing what these guys had done over the communicator, clamped her fingers together and clamped Brother Jay's mouth shut. All his teeth instantly shattered, preventing the blood from spurting out. Lin Xian gestured to Shukin, who stepped forward and kicked Brother Jay in the shoulder, flipping him over. She then used her gun to unbutton his shirt. At that moment, a dark golden hexagonal device suddenly appeared on his left chest, as if embedded in his heart. Is this the device? Yes, Shukin nodded. According to him, they have a Desert Iron Alliance of more than 10,000 people, and they are united by interests. The thing on him is called the Iron Alliance Order. As long as his heart stops beating, all the Iron Alliance convoys in the surrounding area will attack us. Yes, at this time, another thug also started shouting, dare to mess with us, you will never be able to leave this desert, and all the people in the Iron Alliance will unite to bite you to death. Bullshit. Shi Dian glared at him. Do you think I'm a fool? Can your thing have such a signal? It's true. At this time, the prison van on the other side, a young man, his face sunburned and red, clutched the iron bars, his face horrified. These sand bandits are all united, specifically targeting convoys bound for the Phoenix Order and the Federation. That thing he's wearing can transmit a local signal packet, like a radio. If the signal packet in a certain area isn't responded to every 3 hours, all the other convoys in the surrounding area will align and descend upon us. The number of people will increase. That's how they killed our convoy. Yes, that's how our convoy was targeted, too. They're hungry wolves. Another middle-aged man in the prison van gritted his teeth. I see. No wonder they're so stubborn even when facing death, Shi Dian sneered. A 10,000-person alliance? You're trying to fool me. Signal packet, Jin Dili said, folding his arms. Sounds like it's based on the same principle as the Phoenix Order's Firebook signal packet. These sand bandits are fighting for their own interests. How could they possibly unite? Li Yi, in the crowd, looked puzzled. Indeed, it's a bit illogical, Luo Yang added. Lin Xian, Chen Sixuan whispered softly in Lin Xian's ear, how can this guy still be so arrogant? Does he really have something to rely on? Hearing this, Lin Xian looked at Brother Jay and saw that he was hesitant and stammering with blood at his mouth. He then winked at Kiki beside him. After being freed by Kiki's telekinesis, Brother Jay was now filled with horror and fear. It was terrifying. This group of people was truly terrifying. There are endless ways to deal with it. He, the leader of the team, is powerless in front of the other people's little brother, and the captains in front seem even more unfathomable. At this time, Brother Jay knows that he is almost dead. Driven by the instinct of survival, his adrenaline soars, and he emerges with arrogance to cover up the fear in his heart. He struggles to get up from the ground and says with an inarticulate tone and foaming blood, don't believe it? Then kill me, ha ha ha, such a long train is full of treasures, beauties, and a lot of supplies. We, the Iron Alliance, have targeted you. We have dug up your tracks and made it impossible for you to fly away. Hey, seeing you come out to find resources, you must be short of water. In this place, even the army dare not mess with us. Even if I die, it will be regarded as a big gift to the Iron Alliance. The other brothers of my Crimson Vulture group will enjoy it. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Who could have imagined that a small convoy of thugs would dare to threaten their combined train of over 4,000 people? His words certainly cast doubt on the minds of the dozens of convoys present. If what he said was true, then these hyenas roaming the wilderness were indeed a formidable threat. Once targeted, despite your train's formidable defenses, they weren't aliens and wouldn't engage you head-on. Instead, as he'd suggested, they'd destroy the tracks along the way, then disperse and harass you, launching surprise attacks at night to draw the aliens to surround you. That would be the real trouble. At this thought, The faces of some of the convoy captains began to darken. Killing these men was easy for them, but they had no idea what the consequences would be. They turned their attention to Lin Xian and Shi Dian, waiting to see what these key figures would decide. Ninjing's face turned slightly cold, and she said in a cold voice, "Oh, really? The weapons on our train are all prepared for monsters. I just don't know if your Iron Alliance is enough for us to kill, huh? A mere group of wild dogs are worthy of threatening our infinity." Lin Xian gathered fire with one hand and shouted sternly. "Even if another 100,000 people come, you are not a bunch of scum in the world like you, and I will not be able to kill you all." Brother Ho is domineering. Sasha couldn't help but cast a look of approval at Lin Xian. "That's right, we have killed even the S-level weird bodies, so why should we be afraid of the threat of these caterpillars?" Dalu stood forward silently with a steel cutting sword in hand, staring at the few people. As long as Lin Xian said a word, he could immediately send this group of scum to hell. "I didn't expect that the Doomsday Bandits could actually form a coalition. The Wolfpack tactics are really interesting." In the crowd, Monica was fanning herself with her hands in her high heels. The team member behind her was holding a parasol for her. She continued with a calm smile, "But you made a wrong calculation when you met us. Our train can move without tracks. As for your Iron Alliance, I wonder if you really have the heroic courage to besiege us with a pack of wolves." She said this with great confidence, and the crazy smile on Brother Jay's face gradually solidified. His eyes kept flashing, and in front of him were the Infinity and Queen Mo. The armor of the carriages of these two trains looked extremely advanced. There were electromagnetic railguns and 1,130 terrifying muzzles pointed at them on the top, and the fire control lights of the arc pulse string vibrator flickered slightly. He couldn't understand the trains, and didn't know whether the Infinity and Queen Mo really had all-terrain mobility capabilities, but he could see that the Doomsday train in front of him was very advanced. So Brother Jay was panicking. While the Iron Alliance would undoubtedly react, he knew it wasn't about his life or death, but rather because he had passed on information about his prey to the other teams. Whether the combined train succeeded or failed, Brother Jay had nothing to do with it. If he died, he was dead. So he panicked, yet maintained a stern front. This was his only chance of survival. Even a slender escape was better than immediate death. Brother Lin Xian observed the crowd's reaction, turning his head to look at Lin Xian and lowering his voice. "Sister Mo is right. They're playing the game of easy to deal with the devil, hard to deal with the little devil. This Iron Alliance doesn't seem like a simple organization, but they think they can manipulate us with just a few words. They really don't take us seriously." "That's right," Kiki joined in. "Even if they kill them all, it's a good deal for them." Lin Xian's eyes flickered, scanning the area of vehicles and the prisoner car. He then walked straight towards Brother Jay, whose face was covered in blood. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xian. Brother Jay was startled to see a rather young man approaching him. He could tell from the others' reactions that this young man was the leader of this long, steely group, and a wave of disdain filled his heart. It looked like some wealthy young man had run this large group. Judging by the situation, the longer he lived, the more the other party was beginning to fear him. With this thought, Brother Jay's eyes lit up with hope, and he began to grow more confident. Lin Xian approached, his gaze sweeping over the group of strangely dressed thugs, his expression serious. "You're saying that as long as we don't kill you and you're still alive, these problems won't arise?" Brother Jay's gaze hardened. What the other party was saying was exactly what he was most worried about, but he had already devised a strategy to deal with it. "Hey, it doesn't matter. You could probably lock me up too, or cut off my hands and feet and leave me in the wilderness. If you lock me up, the signal device on my body will reveal your location. If you make me suffer a fate worse than death, I'll just die. I'm a worthless person anyway." He stared at Lin Xian provocatively and said arrogantly, "And you guys, you'll suffer." Lin Xian pondered for a moment, "Then it seems I have no choice but to let you go. Ha 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 ha. It's up to you, you choose, idle." Brother Jay laughed maniacally, his mouth full of blood. At the same time, several of his tied-up brothers beside him also laughed. Seeing Brother Jay's arrogant look, the others' faces turned black. Lin Xian looked around at everyone, as if considering it for a moment, before saying to Brother Jay, "It's impossible to let you go. The problem you mentioned really worries me. It seems we can only lock you up first and find another solution." Brother Jay's face froze slightly when he heard this, but he didn't stop smiling. In fact, he knew that the other party would hardly let him go, but at least there was still a chance of survival. He thought his gamble was right. As for what kind of suffering he would endure, or if he had to find another opportunity to escape, that would be a problem later. Looking at Lin Xian's expression, he felt a little relieved. He was indeed a leader with no courage. Even he couldn't beat such a person, and he still wanted to play with their iron alliance? He would be a piece of meat on the chopping block sooner or later. Whatever you want, Brother J laughed strangely, and his smug expression made people want to strangle him to death immediately. Lin Xian, however, looked at his white shirt and said with interest, "Not bad, to be so stylish in this god-forsaken place. You must have been doing well before the apocalypse. You're so delicate and tender. I really have to treat you well." Brother J's face suddenly turned a little puzzled at Lin Xian's words. What does delicate and tender mean? Suddenly, Lin Xian turned around and called out to the back, "Brother Dadan, hey." Captain Lin, a powerful, magnetic male voice responded from the back of the crowd. Brother J saw a group of people suddenly start to move away, especially some men. Their expressions changed into something strange, some were surprised, some gasped, some reacted with gloating, and some looked defiant. Snap, snap. At that moment, 4 or 5 tall, imposing men trotted in from the back of the crowd. They looked to be in their 30s or 40s, their bodies rippled with muscle, like they'd come from a bodybuilding club. The shortest was at least 185 centimeters tall. The leader was a typical hunk, with a Mediterranean physique, a full beard, curly chest hair beneath a tight vest, and tattoos covering his arms. While these men looked incredibly imposing and impressive, many here knew that the burly men of the Hell Warriors team were known for their masculine tendencies, exuding such menacing auras that even ordinary men wouldn't dare look them in the face. "What are you doing?" Brother J's face darkened as he looked at the suddenly emerging men. Lin Xian ignored him, turning to look at Brother Dadan with a serious expression. "Brother Dadan, these guys are robbing the team and raping women. I want to ask you, what should we do?" Dadan was stunned by Lin Xian's words. Why would he ask him such a question? So he blurted out immediately, "Damn these bastards, they must be killed. What I despise most is men who bully women and weak people." "Bah, that's right, it's best to kill them directly, kill them." Several strong men around him also echoed, and then Dadan changed the subject and said to Lin Xian respectfully, "But let's listen to Captain Lin's arrangements." "I'll do whatever you say." Lin Xian nodded and said to him with an embarrassed look, "This is what I think. Lock them up first and teach them a lesson, but we have women and children on the bus. They definitely don't want to stay with these guys. I heard that your car is relatively empty. How about you help?" Dadan was stunned when he heard this, and then he reacted immediately. At this time, the eyes of those who looked at Brother J lit up, and he swallowed hard and said, "Captain Lin, I understand." As he said that, he looked at the bus, and then looked at Brother J with a stern smile. "Tisk, tisk, tisk, don't worry, Captain Lin. Leave these delicate, naive sons of bitches to us. We'll take good care of them and return them to you safe and sound," he said, twisting his thick neck playfully, a crisp gurgling sound. The other big men also reacted, each smiling, their breathing heavier. Their initial glares at the thugs suddenly turned to amusement and admiration. "Oh, Captain Lin really trusts us. I hate rapists the most. I'll definitely fuck them. I'll definitely kill them. Great. I was saying this godforsaken place is so boring. Brothers, arrest them." Brother J and the thugs shuddered at the glares they were giving. He glared at Lin Xian and shouted, "Fuck you. Don't try your psychological tactics on me. I won't buy it." Lin Xian ignored him, smiled at Dadan, and waved his hand. Upon receiving the order, Dadan and his men glared and immediately stepped forward, dragging and carrying the thugs towards the train behind. "What the hell are you doing? Do you know who I am?" The last one, Brother J, looked at Dadan walking towards him and said in horror. Dadan's eyes had a somewhat evil smile, and he whispered in a tone that only Brother J could hear, "I heard you like to hear people call you Daddy. Don't worry, baby, I'll let you call me as much as you want later." Brother J gasped at this, his eyes completely vacant. Before he could struggle, Dadan grabbed him, pulled him hard, and carried him to his shoulder. Even so, he continued to struggle frantically, staring at Lin Xian with blood foaming from his mouth and roaring, kill me now." At this moment, everyone watching had a complicated and strange expression. Some men couldn't help but grit their teeth and gasp, as if they could imagine what would happen to Brother J and his men. The air seemed to be filled with a sense of sadness. Even the building leaned to the side. Although they were both men as strong as iron towers, the building felt that its preferences were relatively normal. If it encountered such a guy, it would definitely kill him. Ningjing and others here looked at Lin Xian's arrangements. Although they were very relieved, they couldn't help but say after they left, "Captain Lin, if you hand the people over to them, I'm afraid they won't survive." Lin Xian turned around with a calm face. "I didn't say to let them live. Did Brother Dadink say that they should be kept safe and sound?" He looked at the bus and sneered, "It's a pity to kill such scumbags directly. Since they like to rape others, why not let them experience the feeling of being raped before dying?" "That's fair." Lin Xian's words caught everyone off guard. Monica looked at Lin Xian with interest. "Don't you care about the Iron Alliance he mentioned?" "What can I do if I care? It's just a show of force to scare people," Jin Deely sneered. "I think he is right. It is impossible for him to let him go. He is taking us for fools." "Damn it," Shi Dian crossed his arms and said sternly, "Yes, what are you afraid of? When the enemy comes, we will fight him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. We may meet a lot of people from the Iron Alliance when we pass by this place. Do we think they have the means to do this and we are like mice seeing a cat, and we have no choice but to hide? Humph, I don't believe it. That's not what I meant." Lin Xian shook his head indifferently, raised his hand and waved it, and directly performed mechanical manufacturing in front of everyone. Countless tiny materials flew out and were quickly forged and assembled in the air. It didn't even take a minute. Soon, the golden hexagonal life-binding signal device on Brother Jay's chest was directly produced by Lin Xian, and then he said calmly, "It sounds mysterious, but it's actually a very simple physical sign and radio wave device. The most complicated thing about it is that there is a unique signal feature, which should be their identity code." Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he reacted from his previous anger. "So Brother Lin wants to use this thing to replace the original with the fake, so as not to trigger the signal of his death? Oh, so stupid." Before he finished speaking, Sasha, a petite girl in the crowd, immediately rolled her eyes at him and said with a pout, "I thought you were so domineering just now." I guess Brother Lin's intention wrong again." Lu Xingchen looked stunned. Chen Sixuan smiled faintly. "Think about it, carrying this thing isn't the same as carrying him. Instead, it becomes a tracking signal for the Iron Alliance. So, Lin Xian's idea is to place this simulated life signal farther away so we can avoid trouble with the Iron Alliance." Kiki smiled and said, "Yes, we can also trace the movements of the Crimson Vultures, uncover their lair, and catch them off guard. They're looting convoys fleeing to the Phoenix Order and the Federation, right? Maybe we can even find a bunch of resources along the way. Would that turn the passive situation into the active one?" Chen Sixuan and Kiki's words instantly enlightened everyone present, and everyone looked at Lin Xian in amazement. Lin Xian turned back to look at the two women. "Goodness, each one knows me better than the other. They're practically like worms in his stomach. Wow. What a great idea. That'll work. I think it'll work. You're worthy of being Captain Lin. Haha, that guy thought we could control him. I'm just worried about the lack of resources. I think we can do two things at the same time. This kind of car group will kill everyone they see. It's the consensus of all the survivors." "Yes." "Oh," Shi Dian clapped his hands and said happily, "I was just worried about not finding water resources, and these guys just delivered it to us. Then let's be desert bandits." "Ha ha ha." Lin Xian nodded, his eyes swept across the desert. "This place is deserted. The land is vast and sparsely populated, and there are zombies everywhere. It's not easy to find water. But these bandits must have a way. Since they've come to us, let's squeeze them out first, Brother Dadin and the others. See what information we can extract. I'll also trace the convoy's movements. I should be able to find a lot of useful information. Some troubles can't be avoided, and they'll find us anyway. It's better to be proactive. Besides, locals are definitely more familiar with the situation than outsiders like us." Seeing the people in the prison van, Lin Xian suspected they might be involved in some kind of human trafficking operation. Any resources in this area must have been exploited long ago. If they wanted to find resources, it would be easiest to go directly to these bandits. Lin Xian thought he'd explained himself clearly, but as soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the circle looked at him with complicated expressions. Squeeze, what a ridiculous word. Just now, you were so helpless in front of that Brother Jay. It seems you didn't even consider his life or death, nor did you care about the threat of the Iron Alliance wolves. Instead, you were thinking about what torture method would make him question life even more? The solution they came up with was to let the big guys on the train exploit these soft-skinned thugs. You are really good at it. Even Satan would ask you to hold a training class. Even the weird ones seem friendly in front of you. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 314 Toll. Bang. The steel cage opened, and dozens of survivors captured by Brother Jay were freed. Half of them were members of the robbed bus team. Basically, everyone in the team who could fight was captured. Of course, if they were women, even if they could fight, they would be played by this group first. Dad, the girls on the bus got off and rushed to the middle-aged man with a shoulder wound. Thank you. The middle-aged man's face was pale, and he seemed to have finally recovered from his despair. Out of sympathy, Lin Xian had Shuken return their vehicles and some of the stolen supplies to the team. Some teams in other train groups also sent them some things, a kind of mutual support during the apocalyptic journey. The remaining individuals were survivors from other convoys. Judging by their condition, they had been confined in the caged car for at least 2 or 3 days. Being released, they were all incredibly excited. Some of them, wearing helmets and anklets, possessed psychic abilities. Lin Xian consulted with the other convoys, and some of these individuals were assigned to smaller train groups within the Union train, while others joined a larger bus group. Otherwise, they would have been left to rot on the wilderness. However, these individuals were quite capable, with even the ocean eagerly vying for them. Lin Xian picked up one of the anklets and discovered it contained a remote-controlled high-voltage discharge device, specifically designed to restrain low-level psychics. Furthermore, the Crimson Vultures, a convoy of over 40, possessed 2 vehicle-mounted arc pulse cannons, 20 standard rocket launchers, various explosives, ammunition, and even self-destructing drones. This was decidedly unconventional, and Lin Xian and the others sensed something unusual. Meanwhile, the Union train regiment had also gained valuable information from these captives. The most important piece of information was about the Desert Iron Alliance, mentioned by Brother Jay. It was said to be a bandit alliance that had emerged in the western Gobi Desert and the Takan Desert over the past month or so, quickly becoming notorious for its brutality and plunder. Despite ongoing efforts by various survivor alliances and even interstellar forces stationed in Phoenix locations like Jin, this force, oddly, had not only survived but actually grown in strength. This Mad Dog Alliance model, where provoking one person would lead to siege, had left the fleeing survivors shunned. The Iron Alliance would plunder and kidnap the weak, while exploiting the vast, uninhabited terrain of the Gobi Desert to escape, then organize more Mad Dog convoys to launch counterattacks. If it weren't for the massive Alliance convoy, hundreds of people wouldn't have been able to stop this group. Some even tried to avoid trouble by simply offering some supplies as tolls. But that didn't guarantee safety. They might bribe a bandit group, but they might encounter another before nightfall. In this apocalyptic world, these thugs wouldn't tolerate any morals. After all, the survivors' goal was to escape, while these bandits were nothing but apocalyptic thugs, building a secret base in the Gobi Desert, a scene of a doomsday revelry. You guys should be passing through Axe next, right? Just as the Alliance train was packing up and preparing to depart, the sunburned young man spoke up. Yes, you know something, Shi-Dun responded directly. The young man said hurriedly. I know a piece of information, I don't know if it is useful to you. There is a large convoy stationed in Axe. The leader of the convoy announced that he knew a secret route that can bypass all the sand bandits and go directly to Quancheng. He asked us to buy the secret from him at the price of 1 first-level blood essence for 5 people. What? Everyone exclaimed. 1 blood essence for 5 people, does anyone believe this? It's a lie, announce it to the public. Shi-Dun glared and laughed, and cursed. What a crazy idea. Is that sand bandit a fool, or are the sand bandits blind to his external information? Why let people pass? Lin Xian noticed something unusual and asked the young man, you mean, you were attacked because you didn't pay the toll? The young man nodded quickly and explained, actually, we didn't believe it at first, but the people in the convoy said that they had negotiated with the sand bandits, and most of the blood essence had to be handed over to the Iron Alliance, so in essence it was not a route, it was just a toll. I understand now. Jin Deely stared at him and said, after all this talk, that group of people are actually in cahoots with the sand bandits. Hey, if it's the sand bandits, why don't they just rob them all? And make such trouble, so it must be a lie. The young man shook his head with a dark face and said, I'm not sure whether it's true or not, But I know that this large caravan has been stationed in Aksay for 2 weeks and has not been attacked by sand bandits. Moreover, because of the dark mark, they do not allow other caravans to stay overnight in Aksay. At that time, many caravans with us did not dare to go deep into the Gobi Desert for fear of encountering sand bandits, and they were also worried about the problem of night, so they chose to stay around Aksay and hug each other. But there were a lot of zombies at night, and there were also weird bodies, so everyone could not resist. Either they paid tolls or took a detour. Our caravan took a detour at that time, and as a result, interesting, Lin Xian said with interest after hearing this, the sand bandits united and formed an alliance, which was a chain reaction. The Phoenix Federation could not clear them out. After spreading their notoriety, they found an agent to collect tolls, which not only avoided the desperate counterattacks of those caravans, but also collected tolls without firing a shot. They really have a trick. Everyone looked at Lin Xian, their expressions complicated after hearing his analysis. This sand bandit alliance seemed far more troublesome than they'd imagined. This alliance's idea is truly outrageous, Jin Deely said, clicking his tongue. They were only allowed to bully others, not to provoke them. And they even charge tolls. How arrogant, HMPH. That's because they didn't run into us, Kiki snorted, crossing his arms. These guys are despicable. If they dared to mess with us, we'd crush them all. That's a good idea. I fully agree, Lu Xingjian, who had been silent until then, couldn't help but raise his eyes slightly and responded sternly. Ningjing frowned and said, we're certainly worried about them attacking the tracks. Lin Xian looked at her and smiled helplessly. That's why people are more troublesome than the aliens. When the bad guys want to kill you, you don't get to decide whether to cede territory or pay compensation. Since they're bandits, the only way to solve the problem is to kill them. That's right, Shi Dian shouted. Whether it's looting or tolls, I'll see. The monsters of Zilin didn't scare us, so how can a group of bandits skin me alive? At worst, a fight. That's right, these scumbags can't handle the aliens, so they only dare to target their own people. Everyone nodded at this. They had just rushed out of a sea of blood and corpses, and they knew that even worrying in this situation was pointless. It was better to be fully prepared. Lin Xian, using his mechanical abilities, temporarily turned this crisis into an opportunity, which actually gave them an opportunity. Just like Shi Dian said, why not just become desert bandits? They could proactively resolve problems and gain access to resources. Their combined convoy was already well equipped and desperate for resources, with diverse personnel from all over the country. How could they be intimidated by a bunch of desert bandits? Chi, Wu. At 1 p.m., the combined train, docked in Luobu town, set off again, aiming to reach Aksay before dark. In Car 2, Kiki was using Brother Jay's signal device to copy data from Lin Xian's device for analysis. The key members of the Infinity team had also gathered to discuss the situation. Even Luo Yang and Li Yi had been summoned by Lin Xian for a pre-team run-in. Lin Xian had already created an additional analog signal and deployed it somewhere in Luobu town, while Brother Jay's device had been deactivated. These 7 people were then handed over to the 80-something strong men of the Hell Warriors convoy for careful care. Dalu was sitting far away on the sofa with a gun in his arms, while Lu Xingqian next to him was playing with the infinity ring in his hand. They usually spoke less and just listened quietly. Captain Lin, I think this group of sand bandits is not just here to rob. Li Yu was pregnant. It was her first time to come to Lin Xian's infinity. She was a little restrained on her face, but she still actively expressed her thoughts. We have encountered this kind of thug convoy in the past. They burned, killed, looted and did everything. Although they are bad, they are not stupid. They built a big cage to catch people and take them back. They must have some purpose. I think so too. Chen Sixuan nodded and said, the special headgear and hinges are not something that an ordinary small convoy can get. It means that they are attacking the convoy. They were already preparing to kidnap those psychics when they arrived. Human trafficking. Kiki, sitting in her swivel chair, her chin resting on her hand, analyzed. What's their purpose? Could it be selling them to those Adventist organizations? Shukin replied seriously. For example, the Foundation and the Crimson World before them, weren't they using psychics for biochemical experiments? That makes sense. Luo Yang raised his glasses and replied seriously. That's why they have a constant supply of resources and are becoming more and more rampant. Then why are they collecting tolls? Lu Cheng asked. Kiki said, that's simple. If they collect tolls, they can't rob them a second time. They're just trying to fool people. Who would really believe the sand bandits in this situation? I say, the easiest thing to do is just to wipe them out. Lin Xian sat at the edge, observing the dark golden hexagonal life information device in his hand, his face ashen. Hey, Lin Xian, do you see what's going on? Kiki said, leaning her head back and looking towards Lin Xian. At the same time, everyone's eyes fell on him. This thing may look small, but its internal design is as sophisticated as the Phoenix Order we obtained. Lin Xian exhaled lightly. So you're all right. This group of sand bandits must be backed by a powerful organization, not just a group of them banding together on their own, but I'm a little confused now, especially about that convoy in Aksay. What's going on? If a powerful organization united the sand bandits, exchanging benefits for them, allowing them to kill, rob, and kidnap in the Western Gobi Desert, it would be relatively simple to understand. But the toll payment idea sounded somewhat contradictory. So, according to Kiki, the most plausible explanation was that it was just a combination of plunder and robbery. So, what useful information can you find? Lin Xian felt his thoughts were a bit confused, so he focused on analyzing the information package contained in the Iron Alliance order. Not so fast, Kiki pointed to the screen at this time. This thing is essentially a mobile shortwave transmitter that integrates environmental radio wave storage technology, but we don't have satellite positioning, so this kind of information packet can only find its location through mobile direction finding. I have used an omnidirectional antenna to scan the target frequency band, locked the area with the strongest signal, and searched for reflected signals all the way. Moreover, we can only find the one with the highest overlap. The signal is still very weak, and we have to drive for a distance to know. She turned her head and said, if we go in the opposite direction, we won't be able to do it, but if we can find a few more, it will be easier to duplicate the information. It won't be the opposite direction, Lin Xian said. Their lair will only be in the opposite direction of the polar night. It will only be lost if it exceeds the range of the antenna. Lin Xian, our route will definitely pass through Aksay. What do you think? Chen Sixuan looked out the window, frowned slightly. On the Gobi Desert south of the train track, a dozen vehicles of the survivors were rushing at full speed to follow the joint train. This was the convoy that had been attacked just now. It seemed that they also wanted to follow behind and seek some shelter. We're lucky to have come across this small convoy, Chen Sixuan said coldly. Judging from the arrogance of that gang, it's definitely not their first time doing this. Lin Xian pondered for a moment and said, let's not go into Aksay yet. Let's stop and investigate the situation first. Without a clearer understanding of the situation, Lin Xian decided to proceed cautiously. Towns already harbored numerous zombies and other entities, and now with a group of unknown origin entrenched, it was even more imperative not to rush recklessly. The joint train sped along the desert track, accelerating continuously to reach the area near Aksay before dark. Around 3 p.m., the train passed a salt marsh and entered a dry ancient river channel. The track meandered eastward along the weathered riverbed. Wind and sand had carved the sedimentary rock into mushroom-shaped pillars, forming the reddish-brown wind-eroded Yardong landform. Estimating the distance traveled, the joint train should now be less than 2 hours from Aksay. At this time, all the dark radio stations of the convoys received a radio signal in the civilian frequency band of the survivors, which came from the direction of Aksay. Zizi, Aksay announcement, all convoys seeking a safe route to Quancheng, please go to the Black Rose Bar in Aksay City before dark. Please note that convoys and armed personnel are not allowed to enter the city. Only leaders and individual personnel are allowed to enter the city lightly. Those who are not sincere or not afraid of death can directly bypass the city. Those who rush into the city without authorization will bear the consequences at their own risk. Zizi damn, they actually broadcast a collection of tolls on the radio. Isn't this too arrogant? On the Infinity, everyone heard the voice from the radio and immediately felt a little unbelievable. Why don't we let the convoy enter the city, Lin Xian? Why don't we just rush in and let them take it all? Kiki was immediately furious when he heard this radio. The toll was collected on their Infinity. Was it because the temperature of the electromagnetic gun was not high enough, or the firing rate of 1130 was not fast enough? Don't worry, Lin Xian said calmly. We have so many people and so many trains, we'll be a big target. There must be bandits around Aksay. To avoid alerting them, we didn't plan to enter the city. It would be safer to spend the night in the wilderness. The events in Luobo town had indeed reminded the United Train Regiment that bandits were rampant in this area, and they had formed a massive alliance with a complete profit chain in arms supply, so they should not be underestimated. In this situation, their train, with over 500 carriages and a length of 15 kilometers, would be an easy target. While the roaming bandits might not be able to match the United Train's firepower, flies and mosquitoes were still a problem. The United Train had two concerns: a lack of water and the presence of strange entities in the night. Therefore, Lin Xian and Shi Dian unanimously decided not to rush blindly into the town. They now had drones, flying psychics, and even the Night Star hypersonic aircraft, which they could use to scout out the situation and make strategic moves. Compared to the previous team's exploration of the city, they had many more options. At the moment, the expansion of Starbase No. 5 was very slow, so they didn't have to worry about the speed of the polar night for the time being. What then? Chen Sixuan asked. Lin Xian looked at the crowd. Do you think the voice on this radio sounds familiar? Huh? Famous? Who is it? Everyone looked puzzled. Kiki frowned at this and turned up the volume again. At that moment, the broadcast sounded again. Zizi, Aksay is announcing, this is the Fulu Show convoy, everyone seeking a safe route to Quancheng. Fulu Show? It's the big gold tooth, Shasha exclaimed. Oh my god, that wicked profiteer is here. Miaolu's eyes widened. Everyone on Infinity had a deep memory of this person. It's that convoy from Shangun. Even Luo Yang and Li Yi had encountered him there before. I was wondering who it was, but it's this guy. Kiki frowned. How did this guy get involved with the sand bandits? Lin Xian said gravely. Let's stop and go explore Aksay with a few of the other convoy members. Maybe we can meet this old friend, the lazy. Somewhat profiteer-like voice on the radio reminded Lin Xian of the guy who bought him a truckload of automatic rifles at Shangun. He'd also given him a lot of useful information, and the two had discussed a possible collaboration. Now this guy had inexplicably appeared here, and was linked to the sand bandits. Since the joint train had to pass through Aksay, Lin Xian decided to lead a group to explore Aksay. He now had various drones and numerous flying abilities, including Kiki, so he could get a general overview of the situation without even entering the city. Half an hour later, the train came to a halt in a vast, deserted Gobi Desert. Aside from the foundation stones lining the tracks, no human structures were visible. In the wilderness, not even a zombie was to be seen, leaving only loess, sand, and withered grass. A gust of wind blew across the Gobi Desert, stirring up billows of dust. The shrill clatter of brakes on the wheels stopped, and the long, black, steel train came to a halt across the scorching wilderness. Seeing the train stop, the survivors' bus convoy also approached and parked beside it. Knowing the convoy, the other train groups remained silent and allowed them to follow. At the same time, two large off-road vehicles drove down from Longshan No. 1. While their armor wasn't particularly strong, their advantages were their high chassis, powerful power, and desert paint, making them ideal for navigating the Gobi Desert. In addition to Ningjing, Zhaoqing, and Abei, Jin Dili from the Joker team also arrived. Kiki was set to accompany Lin Xian. Shi Dian had originally intended to personally lead Longshan No. 1, but his injuries hadn't healed yet, and Lin Xian wanted him to remain in charge. So, once again, Ningjing accompanied Zhaoqing and Abei on Longshan No. 1. Abei, a mobile black chrysanthemum with laser eyes, could help Lin Xian solve many problems. Although it was broad daylight and the sun was shining brightly, it was always wise to be cautious. I thought we were going in by aircraft, Jin Dili said with a puzzled look as he approached and saw the two off-road vehicles. Not yet, Ningjing said seriously. Although the aircraft is very fast, and a Night Star aircraft can reach this distance in a minute, the terrain here is open and cloudless. The sound of a hypersonic aircraft breaking through the air will not be masked and will definitely alert the enemy. We won't enter the city yet, but we'll just explore the periphery and see what happens later, Lin Xian explained. Although these people can be carried by Kiki's telekinesis, for the sake of the joint train's concealment, the current stop is over 100 kilometers from Aksay. It's a bit inconvenient to let Kiki carry them all this distance, so they drive there to provide more flexibility. I see, Jin Dili said. He had just finished speaking when he noticed an unexpected person approaching, seemingly ready to join him. Monica. Seeing the graceful woman in phantom wolf armor approaching, Jin Dili asked, somewhat perplexed, Hey, since when do you, Monica, Have to personally go out and scout the route. Monica gently pressed her ear, her visor opening. She glanced at Jin Deely, then looked at Lin Xian seriously and said, "As the team leader, I have a responsibility to the team. Besides, after spending so much time on the train, I always want to get out and move around, which helps improve my psychic abilities." Lin Xian's gaze narrowed slightly. I can hear sounds a kilometer away," Monica said confidently before Lin Xian finished. "Get in." Lin Xian smiled and, without further ado, invited the train queen aboard. Jin Deely glanced at her with a look that said, "I don't know what you're thinking." He then pulled a bottle of moisturizing spray from the inside of his windbreaker and sprayed it on his face. He had originally been heading to Lin Xian's car, but he simply walked over to Ningjing's car. So, the two cars, one in front and one behind, began to head deep into the Gobi Desert, their wheels kicking up a cloud of sand. Kiki was driving, and Lin Xian was in the passenger seat. He glanced at Monica in the back seat through the rearview mirror. The weather was hot, so he took a sip from a bottle of water and broke the silence, saying, "Monica, why haven't I heard of you having this ability before?" Monica leaned back in the back seat, legs crossed, and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. "My ability is sonic blades, and it's normal to be sensitive to sound vibrations, but I never tell anyone about it. Otherwise, my teammates wouldn't dare to masturbate secretly at night by calling my name anymore." Puff. Before he could finish his words, Lin Xian sprayed a mouthful of water onto the front window. Even Kiki, who was concentrating on driving, blushed immediately and muttered through gritted teeth, "Disgusting." Monica was always unexpected when she didn't speak. Lin Xian wiped the water from the corner of his mouth, feeling a little sorry for the wasted water. His expression turned bewildered. This Monica's statement was truly shocking. If that were true, wouldn't she know everything he said and did aboard the Infinity? As if guessing Lin Xian's thoughts, Monica spoke directly. "But don't worry. Using my superpowers is extremely draining on me. Unless it's for a profit or for reconnaissance purposes like this, I don't have a habit of eavesdropping on others." Monica's words were true. Using such an ability was equivalent to using her superpowers. For her, eavesdropping on her subordinates was one of her means of controlling the entire ship. Their private thoughts were within her grasp, but she certainly didn't have a habit of prying into the private lives of anyone other than Queen Mo. Lin Xian coughed dryly. "Your superpowers are much more powerful than I imagined, thank you." Although Monica didn't lie, her words didn't explicitly address Lin Xian. As for whether the Infinity was of any interest to her, only she knew. In the rearview mirror, Monica gazed out at the vast fields, a faint smile playing on her lips. Lin Xian's heart trembled slightly, unsure of this woman's intentions. Normally, if others knew of this ability, they would be wary of her. But she told Lin Xian so bluntly, whether it was a display of sincerity or some other ulterior motive, he didn't know. However, he knew that he had probably underestimated this woman. Chapter 315 Aksay. Two vehicles raced along the Gobi Desert, bordering the railway, toward Aksay. Their wheels crushed gravel and yellow sand, and the vibrations of their engines shook the sand and withered grass along the way. Then, the two vehicles veered up a hillside, stopping beneath a large, wind-eroded rock. Everyone disembarked and walked to the cliffs of a sandy hill. In the distance, a town emerged from the vast wilderness, isolated in the middle of the Gobi Desert. Aksay, served by a national highway and the Northern Railway line, was larger than the previous town of Lopner. The town itself was blanketed in sand, its color matching the Gobi Desert. There were no tall buildings, but mostly old, low-rise buildings from the western region. The more modern roads and streets were now desolate, covered in yellow sand. Several people pulled out their telescopes and peered toward Aksay. The town looked deserted, yet numerous convoys were stationed within. Lin Xian adjusted his telescope and peered outward. Along the national highway, he spotted numerous convoys of fleeing survivors, clustered near an abandoned gas station. This wasn't what Lin Xian had expected when he heard the radio. "Did they ban other convoys and armed personnel from entering the city?" Ningjing said, her telescope raised. "It looks like no one's paying attention." Abe shook his head, indicating nothing. Jin Deely said, "These convoys are probably ordinary, but their gathering here might have something to do with the Sand Bandit Alliance." "Are you saying they're afraid?" Monica asked. Jin Deely said calmly, "It's not necessarily fear, some may just find it troublesome. There are zombies everywhere here, and the soul value is not low. There will definitely be strange bodies appearing at night. After Aksay, there is a no man's land of thousands of kilometers. It is best to hurry on the road during the day. So for people like us, the less trouble we can have, the less trouble we will have. The group of sand bandits are also thinking of taking advantage of the survivors. Monica put down the telescope and said calmly, there are so many large convoys gathered here, and they don't seem to take the sand bandits seriously. Lin Xian looked at Kiki, who was operating on the mobile terminal, and said, how is it? You guess it right. This Iron Alliance order is really the same as the Phoenix order. It can receive information packets in close areas. There appeared near Aksay many similar signal characteristics. Kiki tapped his fingers and continued, there are none in Aksay. It seems they don't dare to attack Aksay directly. Lin Xian nodded. As for the sand bandits, it's okay to harass and bully small convoys, but there are dozens of convoys here, at least 1,000 or 2,000 people stationed. Unless the sand bandits have lost their minds, they will attack here. Ningjing frowned and said, then how dare this Fulu show convoy collect tolls here? Seeing is believing, hearing is not. Lin Xian stared at the distant town, and with his backhand, he created a signal antenna several meters high behind him. But since they dared to say such things in front of so many convoys, there must be a reason. After speaking, Lin Xian pressed the communicator and adjusted the signal communication with the joint train. Test, Teacher Chen, can you hear it? Zizzy, Lin Xian, I can hear it. Brother Shi, hey, Brother Lin, go ahead. After connecting the signal with the joint train through the signal poles he made along the way, Lin Xian made arrangements directly. Brother Shi, Teacher Chen, the joint train can go another 100 miles, and then organize 10 assault teams as we said before. I'll give you the coordinates later and disperse your actions, okay? Lin Xian immediately stood up and said to everyone, our people are here, let's go and meet that old friend in the city. I heard that there's actually a bar in this desolate place. Right, that's really interesting. Jin Deely was intrigued. It's definitely much freer than being in the polar night. Monica walked to the car and was about to get in when she suddenly said to Lin Xian, wait a moment. With that, she immediately activated her power armor and stepped out. She took off her undergarment, changed into a desert sun protective windbreaker, donned sunglasses, and a sandproof scarf. Lin Xian was stunned. This woman even had casual clothes stored in her power armor. The two off-road vehicles started up again, speeding through the wind and sand towards Aksay City. Waves of fire billowed across the wilderness, and scattered zombies kept rushing towards the vehicles. At this moment, two cold silver blades shot out, whirling like a storm, buzzing along the horizon, instantly slicing through all the zombies attacking from both sides of the convoy. Kiki, sitting in the passenger seat, had her eyes shimmering with telekinesis, her lips curled up slightly. It's really useful. Lin Xian frowned and looked at her. Where did you bring it? How come I didn't notice it? On the roof of the car, Kiki pointed upwards. I just brought two to try it out. Lin Xian smiled. This move is not bad. It's a master at clearing out a tide of monsters and corpses. I just don't know if I can cut through those strange creatures. I'll give it a try when the time comes, Kiki replied. Monica sat in the back seat, listening to the conversation between the two with a smile on her face. Captain Lin, how come the people following you are so powerful? How did you recruit them? Recruit. Hearing the word recruit, Lin Xian recalled that when he was in Jiang City, he had posted a message to recruit members for the Infinite Train project, but he didn't find a single one. Chen Sixuan and Kiki were, to some extent, outside of the plan. He replied, driving the car, no, we just met along the way. A glare of light emanated from the front. As the two SUVs approached the outskirts of the city, many eyes, through telescopes, focused on them. The outskirts of Aksay were littered with the dried corpses of the dead. Some convoys had set up camp at gas stations or motels, while many had driven directly into the city, setting up camp along the streets. The cars rolled over the gravel and began their journey on the cracked town roads. The roadsides and rooftops were filled with armed survivors, guarding them and casting glances their way. These convoys had gathered from different locations, each operating independently, with little communication. However, as travelers, they had a tacit understanding. Simply by looking at the vehicles, one could roughly identify a convoy's style. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lin Xian's two SUVs were not their primary vehicles for their eastward escape, but rather scouting routes. This wasn't uncommon. Many cautious convoys would scout ahead before the main convoy entered. Places like Axe were a hodgepodge of people, all stopping by to rest or gather information, so it wasn't a bustling scene. Lin Xian followed Ningjing's car through twists and turns until he finally found the Black Rose Bar near an old market. The street was cluttered with cars. If it weren't for the bar's old sign, now covered in dust, the dilapidated surroundings, and the car's various apocalyptic modifications, it would have felt like a bustling pre-apocalyptic street. Beside the parked cars stood many heavily armed survivors, members of various convoys. As soon as Lin Xian and his companions disembarked, they attracted considerable attention. Their youth, appearance, and makeup didn't look like the weathered remains of someone fleeing through months of apocalyptic flight. They were met with a flurry of skeptical glances. Is this a real bar, or just a cover? I'm not used to it, Jin Deely asked, observing the constant stream of people entering and exiting the bar. Monica raised her face, observing her surroundings through her sunglasses. A little bit, indeed. I'm curious what's going on here at night. We'll find out if we go in and take a look, Ningjing said. Lin Xian and the others stepped forward. Two large men in power armor stood at the door of the bar, blocking their way with their hands. One of them pointed at Zhaoqing, who was in the group. Sorry, weapons are not allowed. Several of them were psychics, and Zhaoqing was the only one holding a spear blade, so they were stopped. Zhaoqing glanced at Ningjing and said directly, I'll guard the car. With that, she turned and returned to the car. Okay, Ningjing nodded, and the two men immediately let them pass. Upon entering the Black Rose Bar, the scene suddenly brightened. Unlike the dusty entrance and the dilapidated sign, the previously abandoned interior had been renovated. A whiff of alcohol mixed with the dust of travel washed over him. The bar was dimly lit, and the tables and counter were filled with people. The bartenders were two men wearing sunglasses, and the waitresses were several attractive women. Their attire made it clear they were all temporary, and everyone who entered had a purpose. They quietly drank from the limited selection of drinks. Just as Lin Xian was marveling at Hula Xiao's baffling actions, a tattooed waitress approached, her eyes etched with the impression that killing zombies was easier than this job. Please come this way, she said impatiently, ushering Lin Xian and the others inside. Lin Xian followed the waitress, observing the surroundings and sensing a number of gazes. Then, he noticed an unusual gaze. Glancing sideways, he spotted a young man wearing a sand mask sitting alone in a corner, staring at him motionlessly. His narrow, lightning-like eyes gave off a sharp, indifferent vibe. Lin Xian paid special attention to the young man. He was dressed like a traveler, with a bag beside him and nothing else. He also caught a few unfriendly glances, but when he looked over, they averted their gazes. The waitress led Lin Xian and the others to a booth in the back and placed a card on the table. It listed 3 drinks, whiskey, rum, and brandy. We're not here to drink, Lin Xian said bluntly. I'm looking for your boss. The waitress scanned the bar and said to Lin Xian, they're not here to drink. Then what do you mean by giving us this? Kiki asked. If I'm not mistaken, these 3 kinds of wine represent 3 different things. Monica picked up the card and calmly said to the waitress, buying supplies, buying information, tolls. The waitress glanced at her and said, yes. Ningjing looked puzzled. You really charge tolls? It doesn't matter. It's up to you whether you pay or not, the waitress said bluntly. If you're strong, you don't have to worry about it. Jin Deely smiled at her and chuckled softly at the others. Sure enough, the radio is just scaremongering. Lin Xian understood and pointed at the whiskey. Snap. The waitress tossed down a pen and gestured for Lin Xian to write it down. Lin Xian thought for a moment and wrote his request on the card. The waitress took it and looked at it, her brow furrowed. She looked at Lin Xian with a strange look. Are you sure? I am. Okay, all right. The waitress had never seen such an odd request for supplies before. Her eyes scanned the others. She then walked over to the bar, gave a few instructions, and then walked through a small door. Not long after, another waiter came up with 6 glasses of iced whiskey. Monica picked up one and looked at it with a smile. Not bad, it looks quite decent. Kiki picked it up and took a sip. Well, not bad. It seems that this guy has got a lot of supplies, even so many kinds of drinks. Ningjing looked around. There are quite a few people. Everyone who comes here has some understanding of the sand bandits. After Axe, there is a large no man's land. It will take at least a day and a night for our train to reach Quanchang without stopping. Therefore, most people who come here will be more cautious. It is better to find out some information or join a group than to blindly enter the no man's land. Jin Dili crossed his chest and analyzed calmly. Abai, Lin Xian said, looking at the silent Abai. Dark marks, do you feel them? Abai lowered his glass with both hands and nodded at Lin Xian. Yes, quite a few, Ningjing said. Now that we have a method to detect dark marks, it's not easy to form a group. Others will check your team for dark marks, otherwise it will bring trouble upon themselves, Jin Dili nodded. Without the protection of a large team, those with dark marks will have to find a way to deal with them on their own. Not every team can be found. Lin Xian looked at the wine-drinking Monica, who was sipping wine nearby. She had already gulped down her glass before anyone else had even started. Monica, can you keep an eye out for a few people for me? Oh, Monica looked at him with interest. Tell me about it. See if it matches my guess. Lin Xian lowered his voice and explained. Monica's eyes lit up. Bingo, Captain Lin, what did you notice? Ningjing asked. Lin Xian looked at her and whispered, sand bandits. Ningjing's brows furrowed. In a secret basement of the bar, the lights were brightly lit, the floor covered with thick carpet, and a corner was filled with various supplies. An old-fashioned fan hummed, and Hula Xiao, dressed in shorts and a shirt, was solemnly placing strange blood essence into a metal box. 98, 99, 100, shit, Hula Xiao grinned, spat inwardly, and quickly put the metal box away. Faced with so many first-level blood essences, he didn't seem happy, but rather worried. There were several such metal boxes in the basement. Hula Xiao paced anxiously, occasionally staring at a special communicator on a low table, but the light on it remained red. With a clang, the heavy alloy door swung open. This basement had originally been a small nuclear-proof shelter. After all, Aksay was once a nuclear blast town, and many atomic weapons testing sites were located in secret bases here. The person who entered was none other than his deputy, Sun Chang. Sun Chang's robotic arm seemed to have undergone a systematic upgrade, replaced with red armored components, appearing to have greatly increased their strength. Boss, don't look for me, I'm already bothered. Hula Xiao slumped down on the messy sofa, his face sullen. An acquaintance came to visit, Sun Chang said with a cold expression, approaching and handing Hula Xiao a card with her robotic arm. Hula Xiao was puzzled by this. He glanced at the card, paused, and then snatched it away, examining it. Ordering 1,000 Spark 26 fully automatic tactical rifles? Who's so stupid? Before he could even utter a word, Hula Xiao's eyes narrowed. He looked up at Sun Chang, then at the card in his hand. Who gave it to you? They're right outside, 3 men and 4 women. Their soul energy is fluctuating wildly. It's not peak, but these 7 people alone are enough to overturn our bar, Sun Chang said calmly. Hula Xiao's eyes shifted, and he quickly called out to Sun Chang, quick, get them all in. Sun Chang glanced at him, said nothing, and turned away. Hula Xiao frantically raced around the room, ready to hide the boxes of blood essence, but on second thought, he decided against it. Instead, he straightened his clothes, cleared the messy sofa, and found a bottle of fine wine from his personal liquor cabinet, quickly pulling out a few glasses. Soon, footsteps echoed down the stairs. Hula Xiao turned and saw Sun Chang, Lin Xian, and the others entering the basement. Wow, there's so much space down there. Kiki looked around curiously upon entering. Hula Xiao, upon hearing the voice, immediately confirmed the other party's identity. Captain Lin. Lin Xian removed his windshield and, looking at Hula Xiao, dressed in shorts and a shirt, couldn't help but exclaim, Boss Hu, you're truly worthy of your reputation. You've even taken on the bandits in business. With a swish, the alloy blast-proof door slowly closed. In the spacious basement, Lin Xian, Kiki, Jin Dili, Monica, Ningjing, and Abe were seated in the reception area. Hula Xiao immediately poured them drinks and said, beaming, Captain Lin, wow, that's great. What brought you here? We were just about to ask you something, Kiki said, slamming the table. Tell me, what's the deal with collecting tolls from the bandits? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Hula Xiao. Sun Chang stood to the side, still poker-faced. Hula Xiao paused while pouring the wine, and smiled awkwardly. You all know each other, I won't hide it from you. This is actually the case. He cleared his throat, sat down on the sofa beside him, and said, the sand bandits are rampant in this area. They have recently formed some kind of alliance. It is notorious and evil. I don't know how many convoys have been robbed, killed, raped, and they can do anything. As for me, I will stand up decisively from the perspective of maintaining justice and vow to tell the truth. Sun Chang on the side suddenly spoke out, without giving him, the boss, any face. Lin Xian looked at Lu Xiao and smiled. He looked at the time on his watch and said, "It's almost dark, don't waste time. I just want to know what this toll is. If possible. It would be good to know a little about the movements of the sand bandits." Lu Xiao's expression shifted slightly. "It's nothing complicated, actually. I encountered the bandits as soon as I arrived, but I negotiated with them, saying I could help them collect tolls. Any convoy that paid would be given a special signal device. Later, when we went to Quancheng, the bandits along the way would turn a blind eye. That's the idea. So you collaborated with the bandits to save your life?" Ningjing asked with a chill. "That's wrong," Lu Xiao immediately stood up and retorted. "You don't know, since I made this deal with the Bandit Iron Alliance, attacks across the Western Gobi have decreased by at least 70%, 70%, everyone. Even if I can't be enshrined in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, at least you should be grateful." Lin Xian chuckled and stood up. "I don't know about the Imperial Ancestral Temple, but those bandits around Axe should have prepared an iron temple for you to go inside and relax." With that, he made a move to leave. "Captain Lin, save me." Before Lin Xian could finish his words, Lu Xiao's smug expression instantly changed. He dropped to his knees and pleaded, "Don't go, don't go. I'll explain everything to you." "Can I tell you everything?" "Wow, you're kneeling so fast," Kiki said in surprise. The others were also a little stunned. On the contrary, Lu Xiao's deputy, Sun Chang, had a look of disgust, as if she had seen her boss kneel down many times. After Lin Xian sat down again, Lu Xiao hurriedly stood up and said with a complicated expression, "To be honest, Captain Lin, you may not believe it, but the reason I do this, besides making money and saving my life, is to help those small teams find a way to survive." Lin Xian looked at him. "Do you believe this yourself? Those are sand bandits, will they be honest?" Jin Deili said sarcastically. "Even if they are, 5 people have 1 blood essence. You are making a fortune from banditry." Lu Xiao sighed. "Of course I know that sand bandits are unreliable." "Then you still." Lu Xiao raised his hand, motioning for him to finish. He pushed the cup on the low table away, and underneath was a map of Axe. He pointed to the map and said, "Because of Star Abyss number 5, Hakwa can no longer leave, so Axe is the main transportation route to Quancheng. Of course, I know that 1 blood essence for 5 people is very expensive, and I also know that even if the blood essence is paid, those sands bandits will not be too restrained. It's nothing more than a few large bandit groups nearby. They behave more steadily because they pay tolls to them, but those in other places don't. They say they are an alliance. Bah, how can a group of doomsday thugs still have morality? But the key is that as long as these survivor convoys gather in Axe, whether they are paying tolls or taking a rest, with so many convoys here, those sands bandits will not dare to come to harass and plunder. After all," he glanced at Lin Xian, and said with a guilty conscience, "Still quite a few people paid the toll." After he finished speaking, his expression immediately turned serious again. "So, the convoys here, whether they pay tolls or not, can do one thing." "What is it?" Kiki asked. "Form an alliance." Lu Xiao suddenly slammed his hand on the table and said seriously, "Because those sands bandits actually only target small and medium-sized convoys, they dare not mess with any larger convoys. So if small and medium-sized convoys can unite here, it will be much safer." Kiki looked at him with interest. "So what you mean is that you provide such a platform, ostensibly to collect tolls, but in fact to warn passing convoys that there is a bandit problem here, so that they can come together to keep each other warm and overcome difficulties, right?" Lu Xiao clapped his hands, an expression of gratitude that his good intentions were finally seen through. Lin Xian looked at him. "We have encountered those sands bandits before. They were doing kidnapping and looting. The weapons in their hands were not ordinary goods. There must be a big organization behind them to support them. If so, why would they agree to cooperate with you?" Lu Xiao smiled when he heard this. "In fact, the sand bandits are not stupid. No matter who they cooperate with, it is for profit. Kidnapping and looting require knives and guns to kill people. He can get the benefits without firing a shot. If I were a sand bandit, I would agree to it." And Lu Xiao suddenly came up and said seriously, "The people in those big convoys outside don't actually take the sand bandits seriously. I'm worried, because the biggest danger here isn't the sand bandits at all." "You mean at night?" Lu Xiao nodded. There's a big problem in the western Gobi Desert, sandstorms. Even during the day, strange creatures will appear in sandstorms. The most common of these are called sand ants. They're inexhaustible. Even if the interstellar army were here, they'd have to hide. Moreover, strange creatures are very likely to appear in open wilderness, and it's difficult to avoid the dark mark. Someone who escaped from the no-man's land by luckily finding the right direction saw some kind of terrifying atmospheric creature there, which swallowed up people and cars into the air. He became more and more excited, and said to Lin Xian in a serious tone, "Also, I have intelligence that a forbidden object has appeared in the no-man's land." Forbidden object. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xian, Kiki, and the others all exclaimed in surprise. "Yes," Hu Luxiao said mysteriously. "Because of this, the Federation's Angel Project sent people here. And there's an organization specializing in studying forbidden objects, called Divine Revelation. They've also appeared in Aksay, acting mysteriously." Divine Revelation? "I've heard of that name," Monica said, folding her arms. "They also spun off from the Angel Project, part of the Advent sect, I guess. But they're a bit mysterious, and I haven't heard much about them." Lin Xian nodded. "I've heard of them too," Hu Luxiao then added. "That's why I said the sand bandits aren't the biggest problem. Now, at night, regardless of whether you have a dark mark or not, you absolutely cannot move. Even the most notorious sand bandits have to hide in their dugouts." Lin Xian glanced at Ningjing, and their eyes met. To them, this information was more important than the sand bandits themselves. "It seems this uninhabited area from Aksay to Quancheng is our biggest problem," Ningjing said. "Boss Hu, what are the specific characteristics of these sand ants?" Lin Xian asked Hu Luxiao. "This, eating people." At this time, Sun Chang, who had been silent on the side, suddenly spoke. "Sand ants pass through and are eaten by the wind. We can only hide in the car, and we must protect ourselves tightly. Once we are drilled in, no bones will be left." "Yes, yes, yes," Hu Luxiao nodded fiercely. "This is not the most terrifying thing. In the depths of the no-man's land, there are many weird bodies that you can't imagine. They are 120 times more terrifying than what we encountered in Hangshan Pass." Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it, and looked at Hu Luxiao. "Thank you for the news, Boss Hu. Tell me, how do you want me to help you?" Seeing that Lin Xian was satisfied, Hu Luxiao immediately put on an embarrassed expression and said, "Now I receive a lot of blood essence here every day. Every 3 days, people from the Sand Scorpion Gang and the Crimson Vulture Group will come to collect a share of the toll. If I leave, then these small car fleets, won't they?" Lin Xian raised his hand to stop him. "There's no point in talking about that. You have to save your own life now." Hu Luxiao, who was about to get emotional, smiled awkwardly. "Nothing else, Captain Lin. I'm in a dilemma now. Although I only received 20% of the benefits, those sands bandits will definitely not let me go if I leave. They will definitely want to eat up my entire group. So I have contacted several convoys and want to form a large group with them and then retreat." Kiki smiled. Hu Luxiao nodded. "Oh, that's unfortunate," Monica said politely. "At this time, we have just found out that your plan has been exposed. Now there are at least 3 spies from the Sand Bandit team in the bar outside watching you. Even if the whole city runs away, they will not let you run away." "Who made you so fat?" Jin Dili looked at the room full of rare supplies and the boxes of blood essence, and couldn't help but sighed. "You are a talent. You can take on this kind of work on the edge of a knife." "Captain Lin, save me." Before everyone could react, Hu Luxiao fell to his knees again. Even Sun Chang couldn't stand it anymore. She closed her eyes and said, "Captain Lin and the others want information about the sand bandits." Hu Luxiao stopped crying halfway, raised his head and looked at Lin Xian. "Captain Lin, these gangs of sand bandits have at least 500 or 600 people in total, and they have a lot of weapons in their hands. You can't be their opponents." Based on Hu Luxiao's understanding of Lin Xian, although an infinity tank has heavy artillery and masters of superpowers, the entire group has only 30 people. How can they fight those sand bandits? "So," Lin Xian said seriously, "given your caution, you must have investigated the strongholds of those bandits who came to collect tolls. What are you going to do? Aren't you afraid that these bandits will unite?" Hu Luxiao asked with a puzzled look. Lin Xian shook his head, looked at Hu Luxiao earnestly, and said, "I'm afraid they will run away. Please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month." Chapter 316. I'm afraid they'll run away. I'm afraid they'll run away. When Lin Xian said this, not only Hu Luxiao but even Sun Chang were stunned, staring at him in disbelief. Jin Deili and Monica also looked at him in surprise. They'd thought being a desert bandit was just talk, but from the sound of it, not only was he more bandit-like than the desert bandit leader, but he was also planning to attack Ping'an County? Kiki chuckled, a sly look on her face. Lin Xian's plans often seemed counterintuitive, yet they were also incredibly foresighted. Lin Xian knew that darkness was the most dangerous. Even with everyone working together, they might not survive the darkness, but a single antagonist could easily wipe out the entire army. No matter how many defensive measures were employed, they couldn't compare to the devastating consequences of Tanghai and the Crimson World digging up the tracks. The joint train was about to enter uninhabited territory, and the threat of desert bandits needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. Humans were much smarter than the aliens at finding ways to cause trouble for their own people. He now had over 4,000 men on the combined train, over 1,000 armed personnel in tactical-grade power armor, and countless berserker-level psychics. Their firepower rivaled even that of an interstellar military brigade. Why should he be so cautious against the bandits? His only concern was that they wouldn't be completely eradicated, leaving some behind. Through Brother Jay's Iron Alliance command data, it was revealed that these bandits each had their own territories and weren't entirely united, with complex intertwined interests. Hu Luxiao and several major bandit gangs in the area around Axe were involved, which presented Lin Xian with an opportunity. Captain Lin, Hu Luxiao's eyes widened. What do you mean? When was your original evacuation plan? The day after tomorrow. How many convoys? 3, plus the 4 of us. The largest one, the Dawn Convoy, has more than 200 people and a lot of heavy weapons. The remaining ones are the Safe Haven Convoy and the Axe Brotherhood. They are all small convoys. The 4 convoys together have only 400 or 500 people. We've checked and none of them have dark marks. You're quite cautious. Lin Xian bent forward while sitting on the sofa, snapped his fingers at him to signal him to come closer, and then whispered his plan to him. Huh? Hu Luxiao's eyes nearly popped out of his head after hearing Lin Xian's words. This is really... Before he could finish, Lin Xian suddenly produced an object and gently dropped it into the wine glass in front of him, making a clinking sound. He said to him in a seductive tone, "How about it, Boss Hu? Let's work together again." Hu Luxiao's pupils narrowed as he saw the object in the glass, and he took a deep breath. Okay. Hu Luxiao, am going all out. I'm counting on you, Captain Lin. At 4:20 p.m., Lin Xian and his group emerged from the Black Rose Bar, each covered with a sans mask, and drove back the same way they had come. Outside Axe, the setting sun blazed fiercely, the horizon shimmering with heat-wave glare. 2 off-road vehicles traversed the Gobi gravel beach. In a secluded, wind-proof dry valley, they saw a makeshift camp consisting of 2 armor-based vehicles and 7 or 8 other vehicles. Approaching, they saw that the occupants were Chen Sixuan, Lu Chang, and others. Teacher Chen, clear the airspace at 3 o'clock, roger that. Chen Sixuan, wearing a desert-colored windbreaker, crouched on the roof of the base vehicle and calmly fired a shot at the rear of Lin Xian's 2 SUVs. Bang! The roar of a sniper rifle resonated across the wilderness. Just behind Lin Xian's vehicle, a small, concealed drone suddenly exploded, a small ball of fire bursting into the air. Kiki looked back and frowned. Why can't I find that guy flying the drone? He can't have a remote control signal that far away, right? Monica, sitting in the back seat, smiled and said, he's a psychic, well-trained and skilled at hiding. He's hiding behind the wind-eroded rock behind us, I see. Bang, bang. The 2 SUVs stopped in front of the camp. Lin Xian immediately ordered Lu Chang and his men to pursue in the direction Monica had indicated. He's already escaped. We shouldn't be able to catch him, Chen Sixuan said cautiously as she got out of the vehicle upon seeing Lin Xian and his men approach. Lin Xian looked back and said with a smile, we discovered someone's drone, but we didn't send people out to search for it. How can we justify it? Ningjing, who got off the car in front, walked over with Zhao King and Abe. She swept her eyes over the camp and looked at Lin Xian curiously. I thought you called people here because you were worried that we would get into trouble in Axe and come to support us, but you used them for show? No. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Sister Ning, don't think too much of me. I was worried that we would get into trouble from the beginning, so I asked the team members to hide around Axe and prepare for support. It was only after I learned about the situation inside that I changed my mind temporarily. Jin Dili looked at Lin Xian in amazement. So you discovered that someone was following us all the way, but you deliberately didn't solve it. Of course, you forgot that Lin Xian is a mechanical mutant. How could he not notice a drone following him? Kiki yawned and said, but that guy looks like a lizard, without making any sound. It's really well hidden. Monica came up, lifting her windproof scarf in the wind and sand, and whispered, these sand bandits have been following us since we left the Black Rose Bar. They saw us enter the basement and mistook us for a convoy jointly with Hu Luxiao, so they naturally investigated our background. Lin Xian looked at her at this time. What else did you hear? Monica crossed her arms and said with interest, a lot. There was discussion about who had a bigger and more elastic butt and breasts, Ningjing or me. There was also discussion about how many of us women were your concubines, your sexual ability, Lao Jin's sexual orientation, Kiki's bust size. Every one of us women was discussed by them, and you men were ridiculed by them. The tone and words they used were unbearable to hear, extremely disgusting. Which part do you want to hear? As soon as these words came out, the air suddenly froze, and everyone looked at Monica in shock, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Monica looked at the silent crowd, shrugged, and said with a helpless smile, so I said, I don't have a hobby of eavesdropping on others. Sometimes knowing too much, hearing too much, can actually be a form of distress. Fortunately, Monica has a proud heart. Unlike other women, she can accept men's covetous words about her behind her back with a cheerful attitude. In her view, this represents a reflection of her personal charm and also allows her to see through the hypocrisy of human nature. Ahem. Lin Xian cleared his throat and broke the silence, saying, it's not that. It's mainly about information about the sand bandits. They've indeed been keeping their eye on the fat fish, the Fu Luxiao convoy, and now they've almost figured out the situation of the convoy cooperating with Hu Luxiao, Monica said seriously. Anyway, if Hu Luxiao makes any unusual moves, they're ready to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Now they also think we might be one of the convoys that may be cooperating with Hu Luxiao. That's why they sent people to follow us after we left the city to find out more about the situation. The reason is to find out our scale and combat effectiveness. Lin Xian nodded. At this time, Lu Cheng returned from the pursuit with a dozen people outside. He said with some shame, Captain Lin, the person got away. That's good. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? Lu Cheng saw Lin Xian's face relax and was immediately confused. How could not catching the person be a good thing? Lin Xian's gaze swept across the Gobi Desert, which was about to enter dusk. He collected his expression and said to the group, all right, we should retreat. Hu Luxiao said the Gobi Desert is extremely dangerous after dark, so we should go back and prepare. Everyone agreed, and soon, the temporary convoy camp was filled with a roar of engines, and they left in a cloud of dust. Axe, Black Rose Bar, basement. Hu Luxiao's face was filled with anxiety, and he paced back and forth. Damn it, damn it. I just want to make some money safely. Why is it so hard? Sun Chang stood quietly by, speechless. It was the end of the world. How could there be any peace and security? So she said coldly, it's getting dark, boss. I know. Hu Luxiao's eyes shifted anxiously, and suddenly he stopped, his gaze fixed on the glass on the low table. Inside was a dark golden life information package device, the Iron Alliance order. Hu Luxiao knew better than anyone what this thing represented. Lin Xian had eliminated a member of the Iron Alliance, yet he had the audacity to interact with a few men. This could mean that the Iron Alliance's chain threat was useless to him, or that the Iron Alliance members didn't dare to touch him. Or it could mean that Lin Xian had cracked the packet network identification problem. Either way, it demonstrated that Lin Xian's methods and the team's energy were beyond ordinary. At this moment, Hu Luxiao recalled the time at the Hengshengan Stadium when Lin Xian had created a Roar K-23 electric minigun right in front of him. It had stunned him, and for the first time, he realized the terrifying power of mechanical abilities. With this thought, Hu Luxiao stared at the dark gold Iron Alliance order, his eyes fixed on it. Call for help, Sun Chang replied, turning and leaving. 20 minutes later, more than a dozen people sat in a private room in the Black Rose Bar. These people were mainly divided into four forces. The largest force was a force called the Duan Team. The leader was a slightly plump middle-aged man in his 40s named Lu Zhao. He was wearing a tactical uniform and had a face as dark as gold, giving people a serious feeling. His team had more than 200 people, various electric heavy trucks, and anti-aircraft weapons. It was considered a medium-sized team with considerable strength. The other group, consisting of 3 men and 2 women, had a more nervous air than the others. Their attire was a bit disjointed, but they were neatly equipped with tactical flashlights, daggers, guns, and canteens. This group, called the Axe Brotherhood, was actually a relatively new formation, reunited from several groups that had been shattered by desert bandits and crises after entering the western Gobi Desert. Their leader, Sixuan, was in his 30s, already showing a sense of hardship. After the destruction of his group, he and the remaining men united the broken groups around Axe, naming them the Axe Brotherhood. While their numbers were gradually increasing, their weaponry and team strength remained mediocre. The final group, called the Safe Haven, was also small, numbering just over 60, but their vehicles and equipment were well equipped, and their combat effectiveness was impressive. Their captain, Wu Dapan, was a middle-aged man, the most easygoing in the room. Hu Luxiao and his deputy, Sun Chang, sat across from them, having their men pour drinks for everyone. "Boss Hu, aren't we going to evacuate the day after tomorrow? Why are you calling us here now?" Lu Zhao of the Dawn Fleet frowned, lowered his voice with caution and said, "Our people found members of the Sand Scorpion gang in the Broken Flow Valley this afternoon. Those sand bandits are keeping an eye on Axe every day and they don't even hide. There must be sand bandits in this city. If the sand bandits knew about our alliance, we would be in trouble." "It's okay." Hu Luxiao had a smile on his face, patted his chest and said, "Such a large convoy of mine is still here, what do they have to worry about? Besides, I helped them make so much money without spending a single soldier, so I am their ancestor. Which fool would cut off his own path to wealth?" "How?" Lu Zhao snorted and looked at Hu Luxiao and said, "Forget about you fooling others, you should know that this toll is indeed your idea, but you, Boss Hu, are not irreplaceable to the sand bandits. They have asked you to collect tolls here for more than 2 weeks. They probably plan to eat you up together with the soup and meat. Then they collect the tolls here themselves. Why should they give you 20%? He said with a half-squinted smile, "Brother, you are staring at the lice on the tiger, and the tiger is staring at your life. Otherwise, you would not look for us to unite and run away, right?" The man named Sixuan of Axe's brothers also said at this time, "Now those convoys in the city should unite and prepare to enter the no man's land at dawn tomorrow. If there are no new convoys, there will be only a few of our convoys left in the city. At this time, we will discuss secretly. The sand bandits have noticed something, and they are afraid that they will make a move." Wu Dapan of the Safe Haven convoy looked at them with some worry. "We have at least 500 people in total. Do those sand bandits really dare to rush into the city directly?" "Humph." Lu Zhao snorted coldly when he heard this, and the fat on his face trembled. "Captain Wu, we have 500 people with our families, and only 300 can come up to help. There are no old, weak or sick people in the sand bandits convoy." As soon as these words came out, Sixuan and Wu Dapan's faces sank. Wu Dapan sighed and quickly looked at Hu Luxiao. "Boss Hu, didn't you say that you could contact the Red Goblin Commando sent here by the Star Garrison? How is it? Is there any news?" "Yes," Lu Zhao also said directly at this time. "Boss Hu, although we accepted some benefits from you, but before you said you knew a safe route to Quancheng and could contact the Red Zio Commando. This is what I care about. Otherwise, why would we risk going head-to-head with the sand bandits to cooperate with you?" Lu Zhao was telling the truth. His team was strong, and he could choose to join forces with other teams or simply pay a toll and leave Axe directly. But he also knew that this toll was likely just a short-term experience card. Although joining forces with other teams was a good way, the thousands of kilometers of uninhabited areas and the rumors of various strange bodies really made him uneasy. Lu Zhao was used to fighting confident battles, so he found Hu Luxiao to buy some useful information from him, and was then fooled by Hu Luxiao into getting on the Alliance chariot. The Axe Brotherhood, however, took a different approach. They were a small, weak team, with little say in the coalition. Joining the coalition offered them both benefits and leverage. Therefore, Sixuan and his team agreed to take the risk. Even if they were targeted by the sand bandits, they were willing to risk their lives. After all, they'd all lost friends and family to the bandits, and each held a deep hatred for them. They were, in fact, the group most supportive of Hu Luxiao. "Let me be frank," Hu Luxiao said, his voice high and mighty. "I've gathered everyone here before dark to tell you that the Red Zio commandos can't make it. They're currently stationed near the Sand Snake's mouth. Time is of the essence, So the evacuation plan needs to be adjusted. Adjust? When? Hu Luxiao shifted his gaze, his expression composed. Tomorrow, Lu Zhao frowned. Seriously, Hu Luxiao said seriously. Wu Dapin was very surprised. Boss Hu, you don't want to move with those convoys before dawn, right? What he said also hit the mark of the other two convoys. Lu Zhao said with a serious face, Boss Hu, those convoys will not pay attention to us, no. Hu Luxiao waved his hand and said, didn't I say it? I have a way. Lu Zhao looked at him with a scrutinizing eye. Are you sure that the Red Zio commando will really pick us up? Don't worry, everyone. Hu Luxiao smiled and signaled everyone to calm down. Since I have made such arrangements, I will definitely not fight a battle without confidence. Everyone, rest assured. Tomorrow, the convoys will assemble as planned, prepare enough ammunition and get ready to set off, but stay alert at all times. We should enter the Aksay no man's land before noon. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn. Ziguan from the Aksay Brotherhood was the first to nod and agree. Okay, Boss Hu, I'll go back and make arrangements right away. Lu Zhao looked at Hu Luxiao with scorching eyes for a long time, then slapped his thigh and said, okay, since we have already formed an alliance, there is no need to worry about this or that. In this world, life and death are all gambles. After passing this ghost gate, there is no guarantee that the next one will not be a single plank bridge. I have seen a lot, so I am not afraid of him. Wu Dapin from the Safe Haven convoy was very nervous at this time. There may be sand bandits secretly watching in the city. We must assemble tomorrow. It'll attract attention. So I suggest we don't make too much noise tonight. That's just nonsense. How much noise can we make? Lu Zhao laughed in anger. I can't even hide from those sand ants. If we run into another strange entity tonight, that'll be troublesome. He then turned to Ziguan of the Aksay Brotherhood and said, Z, your convoy should drive into the city tonight and find a spacious area. If something like last night happens again, no one will be able to save you. Ziguan, remembering what happened last night, nodded gravely. Okay, then there's nothing else to do. Let's retreat, Lu Zhao said, rising first to leave. Thus ended the secret joint meeting. As darkness approached, the atmosphere in the survivor convoys surrounding Aksay grew increasingly subdued. The crews of each convoy began to carefully inspect their vehicles, even sealing off the air intakes with sponges. Some convoys, having distributed food and supplies in advance, had already boarded their vehicles, securing their armor and doors. In the basement of the Black Rose Bar, Hu Luxiao was constantly collecting his property, relying on his sharp mind. In just over a week, Hu Luxiao had earned hundreds of blood essences, as well as various rare and valuable items. There's one thing the bandits don't know, or perhaps don't care about. Hu Luxiao doesn't charge every team a 5-person blood essence fee. Often, he offers discounts or offers a small benefit in exchange for a security badge. This explains why the numerous teams arriving in Aksay haven't shown any significant hostility toward Hu Luxiao's. For larger teams, this security badge offers a way to avoid some trouble and, by the way, gain useful information from Hu Luxiao. By comparison, giving up a small profit is perfectly acceptable. For smaller teams, however, even if they obtain the security badge, they still find no peace of mind and ultimately seek alliances with other teams. So, in a sense, Hu Luxiao did a good thing. Alliances are the best way to improve survival in the no man's land, and the bandits are just one of many obstacles. Tomorrow could be a tough battle, Sun Chang said, standing at the basement door, her voice still calm. Nonsense, Hu Luxiao said with a deep breath, we still have to find a relatively safe base to realize our ambitions. In this world, everyone treats me as a fat sheep before I have the strength. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he looked at his supplies with tears in his eyes and said, poor me, I have earned so much, but God has not let me enjoy any blessings. As Hu Luxiao spoke, he picked up a bottle of expensive whiskey at hand and took a big gulp. Sun Chang rolled her eyes at him, then turned around and began to arrange for her men to prepare for the evacuation. At this time, in the desert Gobi under the afterglow of the setting sun, a car quietly drove out of Aksay and drove to an abandoned motel on the far side of the road. With a squeak, the car swept up a cloud of dust and stopped. The door opened, and 2 figures looked around and then walked in. The dilapidated, abandoned hotel was a shambles. Several decayed corpses lay scattered on the ground, and yellow sand covered the tables and chairs. Entering the hotel was none other than Wu Dapin, from the safe haven convoy, and one of his men. His previously casual demeanor shifted, a shadow in his eyes. He then walked to the center of the hotel lobby, paused, and spoke immediately, "Don't hide. It's getting dark soon. Get down to business." At that moment, a figure, almost blending in with the surroundings, suddenly moved in the corner. Light and shadow shifted around him, revealing a bald, tattooed young man who could change color like a chameleon. Chewing gum, the bald man emerged and said, "Speak now, who has changed his plans? He wants to escape tomorrow morning. Go back and let us know," Wu Dapeng said fiercely. The bald young man looked puzzled. With the other convoys, "No, he wants to go through the sand snake mouth, saying that he has contacted the Red Goblin Commando." "Bullshit," the bald young man laughed sternly. "There are people who believe this kind of nonsense. That place is full of our people." "Ha ha ha, I didn't expose him. This guy has wanted to run away for a long time. Now he wants to escape after kidnapping a few convoys. He really takes us for fools." Wu Dapeng smiled and said, "He wants to get benefits from our Sand Scorpion gang and the Red Vulture group and leave." Big Brother guessed this trick at the beginning, but Big Brother thought this method was good, so he asked him to do it for me. "We just need to open up the way and save his life for a few more days." The bald young man nodded. "Okay, I will rush back now and make sure that none of them can escape from Axe tomorrow. I heard that this guy is very fat now. These hundreds of people are definitely enough for us to eat for half a month. In addition, there is the Dawn team, which seems to have some strength." Wu Dapeng sneered. "It's okay, I will cooperate with them from inside and outside, and they won't be able to stay alive for long." By the way, after speaking, Wu Dapeng looked at the bald young man. "What is the background of the convoy I asked you to follow at the beginning? They have had contact with a man named Hu. Maybe I was also fooled by Hu and got on the pirate ship." "Tisk," the bald young man sneered. "A car full of handsome men and beautiful women. I thought it was some awesome team that took care of the people so well, but it turned out to be just a small team with no more than 40 people in total." "Are you sure?" Wu Dapeng frowned slightly. "When we were in the bar, I felt that this group of people was very unusual. There were only so few people. Could they be an elite team composed of masters with special abilities?" "Boasting," the bald young man said disdainfully. "I added a drone and followed me for 30 miles and they didn't find me. What kind of masters with special abilities are there?" I took a special look. There are more than a dozen vehicles in their camp, 2 of which are well equipped. Other than that, there are just a bunch of new recruits. They can't even catch up with me. If the boss hadn't said not to alert the enemy, I would have sent several of them off on the spot." Wu Dapeng's eyes lit up after hearing this. "Fuck, it's a good thing we didn't alert the enemy. Damn, the women in this group are so high-end. What's the matter?" The bald young man looked at Wu Dapeng with interest. "Aren't you worried that this group will unite with the Hu guy?" "Tisk." Wu Dapeng glared at him angrily. "I'm afraid they'll run away. Please give me a monthly ticket." Chapter 317. At night, close the windows. Amidst a wind-eroded valley and a dry riverbed, a 15-kilometer-long heavy-duty rail train quietly docked. Its 500-plus carriages snaked like a dragon, seemingly stretching to the horizon. At 6 p.m., the setting sun cast a rusty red hue over the Gobi Desert, casting the sands into a fine golden scale. A sudden north wind whipped the sands into a flowing red tide, carrying gravel and crashing into half-buried abandoned oil drums with a hollow echo. On the combined train, over 4,000 people were frantically preparing for the night. "They say sand ants are different from the ants we know of, but just to be safe, check every crack, vent, and even the bathroom pipes." Chen Sixuan, walking briskly between the cars, warned everyone on the Infinity's communicator. Lin Xian also inspected each car, just as meticulously as he had with the snow water leak. However, he knew that sand ants were definitely different from snow water. They might be able to slip through any cracks. His biggest concern now was whether these sand ants, like the snow demons, could inflict the dark mark on people. Did Hula Xiao say that the teams he contacted didn't have the dark mark? And those teams have been in Axe for a few days, so they shouldn't have any, right? Kiki said, following Lin Xian all the way to carriage 3. "It's always good to be cautious," Lin Xian pointed out the window. "I've set aside a few rotary wing drones and pre-made explosives outside, just in case." "Director Ding," he said to Director Ding, who was conducting experiments on mycelium, "I'll temporarily close the air circulation ducts in these 2 cold test cars. It shouldn't affect the plants, right?" Ding Junai looked up at him. From a botanical perspective, Director Ding, Lin Xian gave her a meaningful look. No, okay, Lin Xian nodded happily, appreciating Director Ding's conciseness. With that, he pressed the communicator to all the train captains. Again, don't panic when the sand ants cross your path. Everyone, hold fire, understood? This time, the captain of the ocean was the first to respond. Although Lin Xian had shared his findings about the nighttime situation in Axe with all the other train teams upon their return, he felt it necessary to repeat it. Over 4,000 people, that's no small number. Before the apocalypse, Lin Xian hadn't even wanted to be a university dorm leader. How could a bunch of roughnecks manage mushrooms growing on their balconies, socks and underwear? Not to mention that the people on the United Train were a veritable motley crew. While everyone was united in their circumstances and alignment, united against the enemy and obeying Lin Xian's orders, from a management perspective, Lin Xian knew there were still plenty of fools. So he exercised his utmost patience, hoping to avoid any trouble after nightfall. Brother Lin, Stuart's voice came over the communicator. Before you returned, I had all the trains checked for dark markings. Don't worry about anything else, okay? Don't worry, Captain Lin. Our convoy is flawless, Monica said gently, sitting in carriage number 1 of her own Mo Queen. We don't have to worry either, Jin Deely said. Captain Lin, we're fine here too. Li Yi and Luo Yang's voices could be heard. Li Yi had already made arrangements for the children's carriage. They'd faced the dark of night many times before, with tides of strange woodless and corpses. These children had long since learned to remain quiet and focused. Keeping quiet and quiet. They were incredibly well behaved. Captain Lin, Shuken said, approaching Lin Xian. While you were away, the Hell Warriors told us that group had revealed a lot of information, especially about kidnapping people with special abilities. They were indeed using them to trade with a certain organization. The location for the transactions was a place called Ironpot Valley. We checked, and there's no such place on the map. Ironpot Valley? Is it related to the terrain? Lin Xian suddenly thought of this. According to his description, there are many abandoned radio telescope antennas in that place, so it is called this name, radio telescope. Lin Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. Then it should be some kind of starry sky observatory. That's easy. Kiki on the side immediately took out his mobile terminal and searched. Got it, Beiluten Starry Sky Observatory, but it stopped operating in 2056. It has been abandoned for 13 years, according to the location on the map. They have indeed changed this route before, but the overlap is very small, because they only go there once at a fixed time. Lin Xian took it and looked at the location and said, we have dealt with the sand bandits in Axe. We have to go here to take a look. Lin Xian had overlooked a point before. He had been excluding areas with low signal packet overlap in order to find the sand bandits' lair, but now it seems that the trading place is also worth exploring. Shukin nodded. In addition, there is their transaction price. According to them, a diamond-level genetic evolver can be exchanged for 2 first-level blood essences, but if it is a mutant, it can be exchanged for 5. The violent level will be increased by 5 times, and the destructive level will be increased by 20 times. What? Kiki pointed to his nose. So I am only worth 25 blood essences. Not bad. 2.5 tubes of cold dark reagents. Lin Xian teased. Humph. Kiki snorted and said coldly, I'm afraid they won't be able to get their lives to take it. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his eyes stern, and said, if we rob a small convoy of 20 or 30 people, we might have only grabbed some supplies and a few blood essences, but with this human trade, those sands bandits might be able to get more than 10 or 20 blood essences. Although they may not be able to deal with those violent and destructive level characters, there are many small and medium-sized convoys in the fleeing team now, so they are targeted by them. This is much more profitable than the previous robbery, Shukin said. If you exchange dozens of blood essences for supplies, you can't eat them all in a month. No wonder these sand bandits are so crazy. Lin Xian looked at Shukin. No news yet. Shukin shook her head. No at the moment. That Datin brother said that they are still squeezing them, but one of the 7 people has died. He also wanted me to ask you if you can keep them for a few nights and don't kill them first, because they still have dozens of brothers. Let them. Lin Xian immediately raised his hand to stop Shukin from saying anything, his face full of black lines. He said, this group of people has no value to us anymore, just don't let them go, let them be, okay? Shukin showed a somewhat strange smile on her face, and did not continue. Upon hearing this, Kiki immediately let out a long A with a disgusted look on her face. And looked at Lin Xian with a click of her tongue. Really? It's disgusting? You can't say that. Lin Xian took a long breath. All things in the world are interdependent and mutually exclusive. Isn't this the best punishment for dealing with such a thug who likes to rape women? Besides, the enemy is suffering, but our teammates are happy. Huh? Kiki frowned and looked at Lin Xian with her chin tucked in. I don't want teammates like this. Lin Xian smiled helplessly, then turned to Shu Qin and said, by the way, tell the people from the Windwalker convoy outside about this news. The Windwalker convoy was the bus convoy that had been looted. It was now quietly parked in the Gobi Desert beside the joint train. Lin Xian had also updated them on the situation with the sand ants, and the convoy had made the necessary preparations. Okay, Shu Qin glanced at Lin Xian, understanding his intention, and quickly turned and left. With night approaching, Chen Sixuan had already arranged for food to be distributed throughout the train. Each bottle of water now lasted 2 days, and everyone was aware of the current water shortage. Even in the scorching heat, they were hesitant to drink large gulps of water. Every car on the joint train began to close its windows and sunshades, and a tense atmosphere rose within. Lin Xian closed the gates to each car, then he and Chen Sixuan entered the cockpit and gazed out the cockpit windows at the approaching nightfall on the Gobi Desert. Rustle. Across the desolate Gobi Desert, the only sound between heaven and earth seemed to be the wind whipping sand. Sand grains slapped against the carriages and windows, making a dry, rustling sound. Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan sat, one on each side, quietly waiting for night. The other trains on the joint train, which was on the communication band, had also fallen silent, everyone checking the time. I remember when we first left Jiang City, we waited for nightfall like this, Lin Xian said, looking at Chen Sixuan, whose face was filled with caution. Back then, Chen Sixuan was still a university professor, desperate and panicking, clutching a lifeline. She huddled in a corner of the cockpit aisle, clutching the bread Lin Xian had given her. Lin Xian, meanwhile, held a dagger, keeping a vigilant eye on the scratching of zombies outside. Chen Sixuan glanced at him, then turned away. Even though there's no dark mark, I don't know why, but I always feel uneasy in these desolate and open places. She gazed out into the vast wilderness, her eyes fixed slightly. The world was vast, the horizon far, yet deep within that empty, uninhabited area, Chen Sixuan inexplicably felt even more crowded than in a city. She didn't know why she felt this way, and when she realized it, she was startled. Lin Xian glanced over, his breath dropping. Beep, beep. The beep of his watch suddenly rang out in the quiet car. Though faint, it seemed to be audible across the vast expanse of wilderness kilometers before darkness closed in. It's getting dark, hum. Above the sky, a tidal curtain of light swept across, rapidly opening like a veil covering the stars. The next moment, the world went dark. The sun hadn't even sunk below the horizon, but the entire western Gobi Desert had already entered darkness. The starry sky seemed obscured by a kind of chaos, dimming its brightness. A deathly silence fell over the land. Everyone held their breath. Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan sat in silence in the cockpit, seemingly hearing only the beating of their own hearts. At that moment, the wind suddenly grew stronger, and the sound of a light rain gradually began to pick up. Is it raining? Lin Xian frowned slightly. No, Chen Sixuan said solemnly, looking out the dark window. It's the sound of the earth. Inside the train compartment, the lights had long since gone out, and the children held their breath, daring not to make a sound. Duoduo lay sprawled on her pillow, peering through the slits in the sun visor at the dark horizon outside. The sound of the rain seemed to grow louder, from a drizzle to a heavy downpour, yet there was no trace of water on the window. She stared wide-eyed outside when suddenly, a strange insect, with a thud, crawled onto her window. It scurried past quickly, like a spider with a long tail, but no bigger than a thumb, making it impossible to discern its true form. She only felt the insect twist and distort, scrambling across the window at breakneck speed. Startled, Duoduo immediately shrank back. The next moment, more black bugs crawled past the windows, their swarms growing denser, while the sound of the rain gradually shifted from a shower to torrential downpour. Swish, swish, suddenly, the entire train seemed to be filled with this eerie sound. Everyone in the train car felt only the pounding of sandstorm-like gravel outside, a sound so intense it overwhelmed all senses. Inside the Infinity's cockpit, Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan watched the front window completely covered by a swarm of black bugs. They instinctively stood up and took a step back. At that moment, all light seemed to be obscured, leaving the train completely pitch black. Sand ants were swarming. An overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped the entire 15-kilometer-long train. No one could see a single ray of light, while outside, the sound, like a torrential downpour, continued to engulf the train. From the sides, the roof, the floor, all directions, it was a dense mass, a sound that seemed to be the only thing left in the world. Hearts raced, some clutching handrails and weapons, but no one dared to move. In the pitch blackness, everyone could only pray. Nothing had crawled into the train. In carriage number 2, Kiki and Sasha huddled together, covering their ears. Kiki simultaneously created a small telekinetic shield, shielding them both, fearing the flesh-torn, bone-devouring insects might suddenly crawl onto them in the darkness. Lin Xian's eyes were grim, his mechanical heart frantically working to examine the entire infinity train, attempting to cover the metal texture of the train. But the more he did so, the more he felt as if he were surrounded by billions of strange, crawling creatures, sending a tingling sensation down his spine. This strange, suffocating feeling lasted for 2 hours before the sound of the torrential rain gradually subsided and vanished. Just then, the windows, once covered by sand ants, cleared again, revealing the faint glow of stars and the outline of the horizon over the open fields outside. Huh? Lin Xian let out a long sigh, his heart finally at ease. Just as he was about to press the communicator to inquire about the other convoy's situation, Chen Sixuan suddenly stepped forward and covered his mouth. "Look over there." Chen Sixuan's startled voice filled Lin Xian's ears. He immediately looked in the direction Chen Sixuan pointed, his pupils shrinking. Several kilometers away from the joint train, over the desolate Gobi Desert, a thick cloud of yellow sand gathered like a thick, boiling soup. From within this thick cloud, several enormous, eerie, arthropod-like legs slowly descended, their irregular, eerie outlines visible to everyone. These insect-like legs dangled in the air, gently gliding across the Gobi Desert, as if unconsciously following the gathering cloud, slowly moving deeper into the uninhabited area. A sandstorm swirled around them, and a fierce wind swirled, blowing a whistling sound across the joint train. Many survivors who witnessed this scene felt a chill run through their bodies. It wasn't just pure fear, but rather the dangling insect legs beneath the thick cloud seemed to carry some strange mental vibration, swathed in a concentrated dark terror, charging towards the wilderness in all directions. Massive dark terror impact detected. Instantly, the warning screen of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube appeared before Lin Xian's eyes, and a thin layer of icy mist began to condense on the windows of the Union train. Lin Xian was completely helpless, concentrating and holding his breath, refraining from making any sound. For a moment, everyone on the Union train felt their hearts tremble. As time passed, the outline of the insect legs beneath the thick yellow sand cloud gradually disappeared into the depths of the Gobi Desert, and silence finally returned to the entire ancient riverbed. Woo-woo, the cold night wind rustled the dry achnatharum splendens and tumbleweeds. Lin Xian felt his hands and feet begin to warm up. He glanced at Chen Sixuan, whose gaze was similarly horrified. Their eyes met, both teetering on the edge of terror. "Fortunately, we don't have the dark mark," Chen Sixuan said, her face pale and filled with fear. She and Lin Xian had been through a lot together, even encountering S-level anomalous entities. But what had just happened was not only horrifying, but also made her deeply aware of the oppressive force of the dark terror. Lin Xian sighed deeply. He had felt this same feeling before, even before falling asleep. The toxicity of this dark invasion was absolutely devastating to the human spirit. This was why, overnight on Apocalypse Day, tens of billions of people transformed into zombies. Those who survived, though gradually adapting and evolving through the absorption of dark energy, remained inexperienced in the face of true darkness. Thinking of this, Lin Xian immediately activated his communicator. "All teams, report the situation. Rose Team, 2 people on the verge of mutation have been brought under control. Triangle Team, 6 people are currently experiencing instability. 1 has already mutated, and a fight broke out in Car 2, but it has been eliminated. Hidden World Team Ocean Team, the situation on Longshan 1 is stable, but many children and women are suffering from vomiting and diarrhea. An emergency treatment is being carried out." Ningjing's voice came over. "Captain Lin, it's similar here." Li Yi and his team were busy in the children's car. Many young children were pale and vomiting violently. On Luo Yang's side, many young people in the car were shaking uncontrollably. Li Guangwen slapped his thigh fiercely and gritted his teeth. What the hell, shaking for no reason, I can't control it, another companion said hurriedly, looking at his shaking hands. On the Queen Mo, Monica looked at the vital signs of all the team members on the monitoring screen, her eyes fixed slightly. Then she pressed the intercom button. Everyone, calm down. Wick, get everyone a cup of hot coffee. Okay, Queen Mo, a member of the catering staff responded immediately. On the Joker team, Jin Deely moved swiftly between the cars, followed by Xiao Meng and several of his trusted subordinates. He pressed the communicator. Captain Lin, I suggest turning on the lights and heating throughout the train to dispel the negative energy. Okay, on the Infinity, Lin Xian had the same idea. Now that the Gobi Desert was silent, he immediately notified all teams to turn on the lights and heating, energizing the team and combating the overwhelming sense of fear. Suddenly, the lights in a train car flicked on, and the air circulation and heating systems began to rev up simultaneously. The entire train felt as if it had been through limbo. Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan also rushed all the way, from carriage 2 to carriage 3, all the way to the living carriage at the back. Because of the existence of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, Infinity can be said to be in the best condition. He checked the information on the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube and then looked at the team members. Everyone felt a chill running down their spines, their faces pale. Chen Sixuan quickly distributed the vegetable juice she had prepared in advance. Miaolu, wrapped in a blanket, drank the not-so-palatable but fragrant juice in one gulp. As the car warmed up slightly, her trembling heart finally eased a little. Looking around, everyone else was in a similar situation. Xiao Yuan had just recovered from a serious illness, her slightly chubby face still pale. She said nervously, "It's so strange, like I'm being stared at by a ghost. I can't stop feeling creepy." Yes, Lu Cheng nodded vigorously. It was like sleep paralysis. At that moment, I felt like I lost even the courage to resist. Lin Xian handed Shu Qian a bottle of water. "How are you?" Shu Qian shook her head. "Captain Lin, I'm fine," she said with a complicated expression. "Just now, it reminded me of the day of the apocalypse." Lin Xian nodded. "I didn't expect such a strong dark invasion in the Gobi Desert." "We're still not well prepared," Shu Qian said. "Captain Lin, this situation shouldn't be common. Otherwise, the people in Aksay wouldn't have been able to stay peacefully for so many days. But since we've encountered it, we should be more prepared from now on." Lin Xian pondered. Humanity has mixed feelings about the Dark Invasion. It seems to be the source of all doomsday, but it is also the source of the survival of the survivors. Everyone is maintaining balance, striving to survive, just to avoid being swallowed by this force. At 1 a.m., the suffocating feeling of oppression had passed, and the united train began to return to calm. Lin Xian came to carriage number 2, ready to call together the backbone and various teams to discuss Aksay's plan. At this time, a prompt sound suddenly rang out from Lin Xian's R&D center. He then remembered that the G3L electromagnetic railgun blueprint that he was developing and upgrading had been successfully upgraded. G3L electromagnetic railgun blueprint upgrade developed successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained the Solar Prominence K1 Orbital Star Cannon blueprint. What? Looking at the superscale blueprint in the holographic vision, Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but exclaim in horror. "Isn't this thing the main gun of the Interstellar Army's starship? Can this be installed on a train? Please give me a monthly ticket." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Nighttime Preparations. The blueprints in the R&D center made Lin Xian's mind buzz. He hadn't expected such a blueprint from the R&D center. This was the latest model of shipborne energy weapon, newly commissioned by the Interstellar Army. Before Apocalypse Day, Lin Xian had enthusiastically discussed it online with a group of military enthusiasts. The meltdown damage it could inflict was terrifying, and the intense electromagnetic field it released could even induce a transient high-voltage EMP effect in the target's circuits. But Lin Xian's first reaction was, "Can this thing fit on a train?" He looked at the specifications. The main gun was over 53 meters long, and the particle accelerator, half the size of a basketball court, wouldn't fit even if he removed 2 train cars. Even if he could fit it, The second problem was the insufficient energy density. The Gemini 11R's nuclear energy had a thermal efficiency of 290 megawatts. To accelerate the particles to critical point, the entire train would have to shut down and wait. R&D Center, you've got me in a horrible mess. Lin Xian's mind raced like 1,000 galloping horses. Even with the blueprints, he had no idea where to begin. Converting a train into a starship? Never mind the question of whether Lin Xian could even do it right now. Wasn't that all for a plate of vinegar dumplings? With this dilemma staring him in the face, Lin Xian looked at the R&D center, feeling a strange headache. He'd originally planned to upgrade the railgun blueprints before trying the 1130 version, but now he had to give up the idea. The blueprints had taken so long to develop, but they wouldn't be of any use right now. While the Starshiker looked impressive, if it were just blueprints, it was useless in Lin Xian's current situation without being able to build it. And the basic weapons didn't seem to need upgrading right now. Just then, Lin Xian turned to look at Shasha, who was studying the arc string vibrator with goggles on, and immediately remembered the ultimate weapon, the Vulcan. This blueprint is high level, current mechanical manufacturing level 5, and R&D time increased by 50%, T8Z Vulcan Assault Type, Blueprint, R&D time 28 days 23 hours. Lin Xian looked at the information that popped up from the R&D center with a determined look. If this thing could be developed into higher-end heavy mecha, even if it was overweight, it should be able to be towed by train. His experience in Zilan City had greatly increased Lin Xian's optimism about mechas. In the face of large-scale disasters, large mechas with both offensive and defensive capabilities could sometimes be more tactical than most psychics. However, Sasha was the only one in the fleet who could pilot one, so Lin Xian thought that when he had time, he could build a few more Vulcans and upgrade this powerful weapon. With this in mind, Lin Xian immediately confirmed the development. Brother Lin, this desert is unpredictable and treacherous. We need to deal with the bandits quickly. Otherwise, if we stay here too long, we might run into something else tonight. In the meeting car of Longshan No. 1, Shidian, Ningjing, and a group of key personnel were listening to reports from the various cars with grim expressions. Fortunately, there had been no exchange of fire or fighting tonight, so everyone was not panicking. Otherwise, under the intense darkness, Shidian had no idea how many of Longshan No. 1's thousands of people would have fallen. He had been sweating profusely, and before Lin Xian could say anything, he voiced his concerns. Yes, water is also a problem. The no man's land is vast. It will take us at least 2 or 3 days, and that's not counting any unexpected events, Lin Xian said over the communicator. Meanwhile, the key personnel from Infinity had also arrived at carriage number 2. At this time, Lin Xian briefly discussed the situation of Axei and Hulasha with the other team members. Although they had the advantage of the initiative, numbers and combat power this time, this was the first time for the entire joint train to fight as a whole. In addition, as for the situation of the sand bandits, Lin Xian only knew that there were no more than 1,000 of them, but lacked information on firepower and other aspects. Therefore, in order to defeat the enemy in one blow and eliminate future troubles, Lin Xian felt that he had to attack with all his strength, and he also had to consider multiple situations. The Fulu Show convoy provided information that there are 3 main Sand Bandit Iron Alliance teams within the hundreds of kilometers of Axei and Shashnikau. One of them is the Crimson Vulture group we encountered. It has more than 200 people. There are 3 teams mainly carrying out looting missions outside. We have killed one. The leader is nicknamed Red Eagle and is a psychic, but we have never seen him take action. The largest convoy is called the Sand Scorpion Gang, with more than 400 people. The leader calls himself the Emperor of the Desert and is nicknamed Old Scorpion. The convoy has artillery and heavy firepower. There are also many psychics following him, and his strength is the strongest. The remaining one is called the Earth Dragon Society. It has the smallest number of people, more than 100, but it has many high-speed vehicles. It is a Gobi guerrilla force that specializes in harassment. Its leader is the Bone Dragon. At most, there are 800 people in total, but from the perspective of estimating the enemy's strength, we have to treat these 3 groups as 1,000 people, not including those guarding the nest. Jin Dealey of the Joker team heard Lin Xian's words and expressed his opinion directly. There are so many people, we can't kill them all, just defeat them. In car number 2, Lin Xian said loudly, the Sand Bandits have many enemies in this place. As long as we kill the main force and seize the heavy weapons and supplies, the remaining stragglers will not be able to cause any trouble. Shi Dian nodded heavily in the communicator after hearing this. That makes sense. The remaining small fish and shrimps will not be able to make much of a difference. Even if that Iron Alliance wants to counterattack, it's impossible that they can move faster than us, and they are all in other areas. As long as we reach Quancheng, I don't believe that a group of bandits dare to rush into the important city. I think we shouldn't take the Iron Alliance too seriously. Monica sat in her number 1 cockpit, holding a glass of red wine in her hand, and said leisurely, "It's just a group of doomsday thugs. No matter how crazy they are, they will have to pee their pants in front of the electromagnetic cannon. Captain Lin is right. Kill all the main forces. For the rest, there will definitely be people who want to beat the fallen dogs, such as the Axe Brotherhood. They can't wait to eat those sand bandits alive." Then Captain Lin. "What if those sand bandits run away?" Luo Yang asked a key question in the communicator. "They can't escape." Lin Xian looked at the Iron Alliance order in his hand. "Thanks to their Iron Alliance order, not only can we track their path, but we can also identify whether their leader is in charge. We conducted reconnaissance during the day, and those members of the Sand Bandit group have been roaming and stalking the uninhabited area of 100 to 150 kilometers around Axe for several days, so even if they don't come tomorrow, I'm going to organize an action team to conduct a point-to-point elimination. Clearing the way for the joint train was one goal. This group of Sand Bandits had been looting this uninhabited area for months, and they must have a lot of resources. Lin Xian wanted to use them to prepare supplies for the crossing. Another point was to explore the source of the kidnapping and trafficking of psychics and obtain some useful intelligence. "Okay. Brother Lin, we'll follow your instructions," Shi Dian said proudly. "But Axe's terrain is wide open, with vast wilderness all around. If those people break into the city and defend it, we'll charge right through. There's no cover in the Gobi Desert, and we'll probably be under heavy fire. I've thought of that, too." On the Infinity, Lin Xian looked at everyone and said sternly, "So, I have a slightly more exciting plan." Exciting? The captains of all the convoys on the communication band felt a pang of fear at the mere mention of the word. It was 5 a.m., and the Gobi wind blew like a knife under the darkness, stirring the sand. The train cars were still bustling with activity. In the quiet, sealed carriage of the Infinity, Lin Xian sat on the floor, working on a machine. Countless materials from the decomposing space were constantly being forged and assembled before him, and circuit boards began to take shape. As he worked, Lin Xian checked the time. Inside the train, he wasn't going to rest today. He was fully focused on preparing his equipment. In each carriage, everyone was furiously preparing for battle. Lin Xian had assigned nearly everyone a task for tonight's battle plan. Of course, there was only one exception: Director Ding Junai. Lin Xian's instructions were to stay alive, maintain elegance, and take good care of the plants and flowers. In Carriage 5, Shukin, Lu Chang, Miaolu, and the building diligently prepared ammunition, while all the power armors on the train were recharging. Sasha, wearing goggles and carrying tools, used the ladder to install a new arc pulse string vibrator on her Sally. She removed the heavy Vulcan chest armor, each piece weighing over 100 pounds. She managed to grab it with her tiny hands and drop it to the ground with ease, then continued to work among a pile of circuit boards. In Carriage 2, Xiaoyan and Kiki were learning the automated operation of all the weapons in the information center. The little girl was extremely serious about the important task Lin Xian had assigned her, taking notes in a small notebook. On Luo Yang's side, Li Guangwen and the entire team were suited up in power armor. Amin Luoluo was explaining its use to the team. In the back, Li Yi and a group of strong workers were implementing tactical arrangements according to Lin Xian's instructions. Liang Lei, who had almost recovered, removed the bandages and shook his hand. His entire arm, transformed from flesh and blood into dark silver metallic skin, exuded an indestructible aura. "Lizzie, how's it going?" "Very well." Liang Lei stood up and tightened his neck, his face brimming with excitement. "I'm finally fighting alongside Captain Lin. I won't let him down." Back on Longshan No. 1, Shi Dian and Ning Jing led a group to study the terrain around Axe. In another carriage, Zhao King, with a cold expression, maintained her weapon with knife oil. The young woman was now fully armed. She gripped the handle of the gun blade with one hand, and a slight vibrating sound suddenly rang out. Abe, who was lying quietly on the bed beside him, was wearing black glasses and said softly, "Your knife is so sharp, be careful not to get hurt." Zhao King paused and looked at Abe. "You are the one." In the Joker team, the deputy captain Xia Meng was seriously preparing weapons and combat equipment, but Jin Dile was leaning back in a chair with a leisurely look on his face. An old record player that he found from somewhere was playing the cheerful "I'll be there for you." "So no one told you life was gonna be this way? Your job's a joke, you're broke, your love life's DOA." Xia Meng, clad in black power armor, her shapely figure imbued with a razor-sharp coolness. She addressed her men, "Everyone, crank up your power armor's running assist system to maximum output. We'll be doing a lot of maneuvering tomorrow." Aboard the Queen Mo, in the quiet of carriage number 1, Monica lay in a spacious bathtub, enjoying the bliss of a desert soak. She clutched a glass of red wine, the mobile TV in front of her playing The Count of Monte Cristo, a film she'd watched countless times. The mist from the tub tinged her beautiful cheeks with a faint blush, and the rippling water revealed the whiteness of her breasts like surging waves, sometimes appearing and disappearing. Beside the tub, on the large bed, lay high-end lingerie, armor lining, and the custom-made Phantom Wolf class full-coverage battle armor, which Monica dubbed the Eye of Hestia, currently charging. For Monica, her train had the fewest people on board and the most abundant water resources. With the train's advanced water recycling system, she could naturally indulge in a bath. Some people outside were teasing her, hoping her bath water wouldn't be filtered so they could savor it and satisfy their own quirks. All the trains following her were now ablaze with lights, and the atmosphere was tense. Of course, one train, the Hell Warriors, was the exception. The next day, at 8:30, the sky remained dark. According to calculations, dawn should have been around 9:15, but inside Axe, countless convoys of survivors had already flashed their headlights. Numerous vehicles roared, their engines roaring as they headed towards the East City exit. From the passageway, heading east for hundreds of miles, past a Sand Snake Pass, they would enter the endless Axe no man's land. In the darkness, the series of convoys resembled a string of lights moving across the vast wilderness, slowly advancing in a tense atmosphere, stirring up vast clouds of yellow sand and dust. These convoys either formed alliances of 3 or 5 or stocked up with supplies and equipment, and drove together towards the Sand Snake mouth. Until dawn, the city began to become empty, leaving only the Dawn Convoy and the Axe Brotherhood's convoy camp parked in the streets and alleys on the outskirts of the city, with lights still on. In the square outside the Black Rose Bar, dozens of large trucks were parked in an orderly row. These trucks were well equipped and well stocked. The more than 100 members of the Fulu Show convoy were all dressed neatly, including an elite team wearing power armor, and their leader was none other than Sun Chang. Inside the bar, Hu Luxiao, wearing 2 sets of bulletproof vests, sat at the bar, looking at the empty bar with a complicated expression. He inexplicably felt that he hated that his talents were not in the right era. He couldn't help but pick up a wine glass and began to look at his reflection narcissistically. Hu Luxiao, your parents gave you this name, hoping that you would have good fortune, wealth, and longevity. So, today, your lifespan must continue, right? As he spoke, he looked towards the bar's basement, his eyes flashing with solemnity. At this moment, the sound of an engine was heard, and then the bar door was pushed open. Lu Zhao, the leader of the Dawn Convoy, and Ziguan of the Axe brothers walked in together. Seeing Hu Luxiao sitting there alone, Lu Zhao immediately said, "Boss Hu, those convoys have left. Isn't it time for us to leave too? Our people are ready too," Ziguan said seriously. Is it time yet?" Hu Luxiao took out a gold pocket watch from his arms and looked at it, then raised his head. Where's Wu Dapin? I've called him several times through the communicator, but there's no response," Lu Zhao said. "I see their convoy is still parked in the west of the city," Ziguan said. "Is he sound asleep?" Lu Zhao cursed. No response. Hu Luxiao's face darkened, and he quickly pressed the communicator. Captain Wu, it's a bit strange. I'll just send someone over to check. This old guy is usually very cautious, so this shouldn't happen," Lu Zhao said bluntly. He then looked at Hu Luxiao with an anxious look on his face. "Also, which route are you talking about? You're making it so mysterious. Are you afraid other convoys will see you?" Hu Luxiao cleared his throat. "Nothing mysterious. We're just following the northern track, railway." Lu Zhao and Ziguan were both surprised. "Why?" Lu Zhao asked. "The railway is indeed a good route. At least we won't get lost in the uninhabited area. While the Gobi Desert is difficult to navigate, it's certainly a viable option. It's the fastest route, and with so few trains passing through these days, those bandits might not even be focusing on it. Before Hu Luxiao could say anything, Ziguan launched into his own analysis, becoming increasingly more fervent, leaving Lu Xiao baffled. That sounds about right. Many teams have mentioned this route before, but, Lu Xiao frowned. That secret route you, Boss Hu, have been talking about for so long, is this the only one? The downside of following the railway line for the team is that there's no road. While the Gobi Desert is vast, openness doesn't guarantee access. The Gobi Desert is rocky and windy, and while the survivors' vehicles have undergone apocalyptic modifications and can handle most terrain, traversing thousands of kilometers of uninhabited land will undoubtedly be slower than taking national highways or paved highways. No, Hu Luxiao said with a mysterious cough, taking this road is not only a matter of route, there is also an important reason. What reason? Bang, bang, bang. Before he finished speaking, a strange gunshot suddenly rang out in Axay City. When Hu Luxiao heard the sound, a bitter look of trouble is coming immediately appeared on his face. Something happened. Lu Xiao and Ziguan were shocked when they heard the gunshots, and immediately rushed out of the bar. Hu Luxiao looked at the backs of the two people, sighed helplessly. You will know the reason soon. The gunshots seemed abrupt and harsh in Axay City, which was still dark. The people in the several convoys parked in the city were nervous at this time. Lu Xiao ran out of the bar with his men, but before he could ask, the voices of his teammates immediately came from his communicator. Boss Lu, damn, Wu Dapen's convoy is shooting at us. What? Lu Xiao was startled and immediately pressed the communicator. Wu Dapen, what the hell are you doing? But no matter how he shouted, there was no response on the communication band. Oh no. At this time, Ziguan behind him pressed the headset, his face full of astonishment. Our people saw a large convoy coming from the north of the city. Judging by the paint job, it's the bandits, boss. The Dawn Convoy's observation post high above Axay City also reported to him at the same time. Bandits are active in the southern suburbs of Lim Slope. Damn it, Lu Xiao felt his scalp tingle at the news. How could the bandits have such a perfect timing? Bang! Lu Xiao and Ziguan pushed open the door of the Black Rose Bar again. Boss Hu, we're being targeted. Let's retreat. There's nowhere to retreat. Hundreds of bandit vehicles are coming from the direction of Shashikao, and they're all surrounding us. Sun Chang walked in from outside at this time, her eyes stern, and she said, two small convoys were chased back together, and now they have engaged in a fight. We are being attacked from all sides and can only defend the city. From all sides. Ziguan was stunned. We can't go west of the city. Wu Dapen even shot at my people, and you can't see it, Lu Xiao said angrily. It must be this bastard who reported the news, and now he is blocking our retreat. He is not a reporter, he is a sand bandit. Hu Luxiao, who was sitting inside, slapped himself in the face in annoyance and cursed. Damn it, Hu Luxiao, have seen countless people. How could I not tell that this old guy is a sand bandit? Sand bandits don't wear their names on their faces. The equipment of the Safe Haven convoy is all clean. As long as they don't expose themselves, no one will know they are sand bandits, Sun Chang said bluntly. Fuck, there's no point saying this now. Quickly pack up your weapons and fight your way out, Lu Xiao shouted angrily. Ziguan shook his head in panic and said, so many bandits must have been prepared in advance. Even if we rush out, we can't get rid of them. We will only be exhausted to death in the no man's land. Then what do you say we should do? We can only defend the city. Sun Chang still had a calm face. Captain Z is right. There is still room for city battles. Rushing out is tantamount to suicide. Yes, Ziguan said anxiously at this time. Maybe there will be another convoy passing by after dawn. This group of bandits can't stay in Axay forever. Will other convoys care about us? Wishful thinking. Hurry up and notify the people in the convoy. That damn Wu Dapen is a bandit. Lu Xiao was so anxious at this time. He glanced at several people, turned around and rushed out of the bar. Ziguan also ran out immediately, and began to summon his own convoy to retreat into the city and set up a defensive formation. Our people have been arranged around the square, and the commanding heights and firepower points have been set up in advance. Sun Chang looked at Hu Luxiao. The bandits in several directions add up to at least 700 or 800 people. Judging from the situation, Old Scorpion, Red Eagle and others are probably here this time. I know, Hu Luxia rubbed his hands with a frown and said to Sun Chang, "Those psychics of theirs may be a bit troublesome. You tell them to be more careful. Don't open fire without my order. I've been saving manuscripts and sorting out the plot recently. I'll update it once I have enough manuscripts. I'd like to thank the bosses for their support. I'm begging for a monthly ticket. Thank you very much." Chapter 319, Sand Bandits Besiege the City. Bang, bang, bang. At 9:15, the sky cleared, and the entire western Gobi Desert was once again filled with daylight. The sun rose high, and the vast Gobi Desert was filled with the roar of engines and the crisp sound of gunfire. Above the horizon, hundreds of ostentatiously modified sand bandit vehicles were pursuing the two survivors' convoy, rushing all the way from Shashikau to Aksay. They bumped and scurried across the gravel beach, their tires rolling over weathered camel thorns, making a crackling sound like the whine of chewing bones. These sand bandit vehicles were like a torrent of steel, stirring up billows of yellow sand across the Gobi Desert. Leading the desert bandit convoy was a half-truck with tank tracks welded to its head, a flamethrower constructed from a modified oil pipeline mounted on its roof. Red Eagle, the leader of the Crimson Vultures, wore a welded-on gas mask, from beneath which emanated a voice-changer-processed roar. Men put in cages, women captured alive. Ooh. The cars behind rushed forward, laughing maniacally, and hurled Molotov cocktails at the SUV's shattered windows. Boom. Flames exploded, and the few survivors inside, who hadn't escaped, burst into flames, screaming and struggling miserably. The survivors' convoy returned fire, retaliating with a barrage of metal. A shouting thug was instantly ripped apart by the metal jet, his jaw hanging in the air. The stench of blood instantly filled the air. Seeing this, the thugs, far from fearing, became even more excited. In the middle of the group, a heavy truck with a golden hull had two rows of exaggerated exhaust pipes sticking out from the rear, billowing black smoke. A burly man wearing a razor mask and shirtless stood in the back of the pickup truck, holding a modified Gatling gun in one hand, and wildly blasted the rear window of the survivors' convoy. Blood and shards of glass exploded in the cab, and the screams were drowned out by the roar of the engine. In the passenger seat of the golden monster truck sat a burly, middle-aged man with a face as dark as a knife. He was the leader of the Sand Scorpion gang, known as Old Scorpion. He called himself the Desert Emperor. He stood 1.9 meters tall, his waist twice the size of a normal man's. His bare right arm was muscular like a steel cable, and a tattoo from the back of his hand to his forearm depicted an exploded diagram of a man-eating chainsaw. His belly bulged from under his riveted leather armor, a figure he deliberately left uncovered. Two wisps of washed hair dangled on either side of his bald head, giving it a greasy look. In the back seat, two beautiful women with chains around their necks massaged his shoulders, while the other occasionally fed him ice cubes. He and the women's fingers sipped on them, and then he bit down on the ice, crackling it with a creaking sound. Suddenly, in the distance, a signal light in Aksay City, trailing red smoke, slowly rose into the sky. After seeing this, Old Scorpion picked up the walkie-talkie and said in a hoarse voice, "Red Eagle, Bone Dragon, Wu Laoer has sent a signal. The west side of the city has been blocked. I see." The triangular eyes under the Red Eagle's gas mask were shining with a red light at this time. "The convoy did not enter the city yesterday, and my people have gone to their camp. Old Vulture, the women in that convoy are so beautiful. No matter what you say, you have to leave me one that is not worn out this time." The leader of the Tulong Society, Bone Dragon, was wearing camouflage power armor, and his thin face was full of shrewdness, but his eyes were covered with dark bags, as if he had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. "Don't worry," Chiang said coldly through his transformation device. "Old Jay's team's still operating in Luobu. I'm sending Ma Zi's team this time." "Damn it," Hua Gulong cursed upon hearing this. "That old Ma Zi is even more fucking perverted than old Jay. What the hell am I even doing? Your men are either beasts or perverts. Even the whores at Tulingji are afraid of them." "Ha ha ha." Old Zi's unbridled laughter echoed through the communicator. "They're just women. No matter how beautiful they are, what's the use? Tell your men to keep their eyes open. Don't let anyone out of Aksay, they can't get away." Hua Gulong tutted his tongue. "In this fucking desert, even if they fly, I can shoot them down." Buzz buzz buzz. The convoy roared, yellow sand billowed everywhere. Soon, the sand bandit convoy approached Aksay City, and the surrounding abandoned buildings gradually increased. Chasing all the way to Aksay, the Sand Scorpion gang didn't completely annihilate the two survivor convoys, but their brutal tactics largely shattered the armed forces pursuing them. After forcing the terrified and shattered survivors into Axay, the Sand Scorpion gang's vehicles began to slow. Simultaneously, bandit groups approaching from Bazipo in the southern suburbs and from the north of the city gradually began to converge. These convoys soon began circling Axay, completely surrounding the city. Ouch! A barrage of incendiary bombs, rockets, and remote-controlled self-destructing drones began to rain down upon the city, creating a frenzied scene of apocalyptic looting. For a moment, the sounds of explosions and gunfire filled the sky over Axay. Countless abandoned residential buildings, shops, and streets began to burn, sending billowing black smoke billowing into the sky, blazing across the Gobi Desert. Fuck them. In a high-rise room, Lu Zhao, using a telescope, gazed at the surging sand bandit convoy outside the city. His face stern, he picked up the intercom and shouted to his men, "Retreat. Lao Zhao, take your men and block the front street. Don't let that bastard Wu Dapin attack us from behind." Alright. In the square below, two convoys of survivors, unlucky enough to be intercepted, were severely damaged. They had barely time to catch their breath as several groups of sand bandits rushed into the city, advancing along the streets. Bang, bang, bang. The Dawn convoy and the Axay Brotherhood, already in position for defense, immediately opened fire. The ferocious firepower of several hundred men instantly suppressed the bandits' offensive momentum. The two convoys finally had a chance to catch their breath, driving into the square to rescue the wounded. Fighters also rushed in to resist. The main sand bandit convoy outside the city seemed in no rush to attack, but instead harassed the enemy from the periphery, laughing wildly as they watched the burning streets. Boom, boom, boom. Several loud tremors echoed, and several buildings outside the street square suddenly exploded, sending clouds of dust and smoke rising. A sand bandit psychic, covered in dirt and rocks, tore through the buildings like a tank, appearing directly in front of the Dawnbreaker convoy. As the survivors turned their guns to defend themselves, a flying psychic with eagle wings and a helmet suddenly swooped down from the sky. A burst of bullets killed several innocent survivors fleeing from the burning cars, and then arrogantly dropped several specially crafted dirty air bombs into the defending convoy. Woohoo, swoosh. The defending team was not to be outdone. A mimic psychic with 4 or 5 tentacles erupted from his hands, soaring into the air. He snatched up the bombs mid-air and hurled them back at the stone psychic. Boom, boom, boom. A brown-yellow explosion echoed. One of the mimic's bombs was too slow, instantly blasting one of his tentacle into a bloody mess. Rocket, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distant streets, 3 rockets arrived instantly, exploding in front of the heavy trucks defending the convoy. Their windows and hulls shattered, and a group of people were swept away by the flames. The small city of Axay was suddenly filled with smoke and the sound of gunfire. Wu Dapin. Damn you! From a high building, Lu Zhao, observing the approaching convoy, was instantly enraged. The fierce attack intensified the pressure on the survivors, and casualties mounted. However, relying on the streets and defensive lines, the survivors temporarily withstood the attack. Then, as if on some kind of command, the bandits launched a tentative attack, then, catching everyone off guard, withdrew their attack. The gunfire suddenly ceased. What's going on? Stop fighting, running away, retreat. Retreat. Pull the men back, Ziguan, commanding the battle from below, shouted furiously. In just a dozen minutes of the bandits' probing attacks, his side had already lost several men. The oppressive firepower filled him with despair and anger. As the bandits retreated, the defending survivors began to sense something was amiss. The bandits seemed to have gone into hiding, and the frenzied exchange of fire suddenly quieted, leaving only the sound of burning buildings. Buzz! At that moment, the sharp, electric whistling of a loudspeaker echoed through Axay. On the main road east of the city, a golden truck parked among a group of escort vehicles. Old Scorpion picked up the megaphone, his voice beaming across Axay through the loudspeakers his men had recently installed in several areas of the city. "Ladies and gentlemen, we're sorry to interrupt this beautiful morning," Old Scorpion said, stroking the woman beneath him like a cat. His voice raspy. "My name is Old Scorpion. You may not have heard my name, but that's fine. Just know that this is the man who sent you to hell. Our purpose today is simple, as you can all see. It's either you kill me, or I kill you all. Simple, right? Ha 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 ha." As Old Scorpion spoke, the hundreds of bandits surrounding Axay let out a series of strange laughs. This raspy voice echoed through every street in Aksay, leaving all the survivors with a heavy expression, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Beside the monster truck, the Red Eagle of the Crimson Vultures and the Bone Dragon of the Earth Dragon Society glanced toward Old Scorpion, their eyes filled with rage. Oh, feeling the playfulness of the woman under his crotch, the Old Scorpion breathed a sigh of relief and continued, however, we sand bandits are actually reasonable. We all want to make a living. We don't necessarily have to fight and kill each other. Like we agreed to cooperate with Boss Hu before and collected tolls. Then we are guarding the safety of the Aksay area and clearing the way for all the convoys. We are doing our best and it is our duty. Look, hasn't Aksay been very safe during the day for half a month? The Old Scorpion smiled coldly, but why did we come today? There is no way. The brothers have no food to eat to guard everyone's safety. You say, we do things for you and collect some hard work fees. It is very logical, right? It's logical. On this side of the square, the Dawn convoy immediately raised a loudspeaker and shouted towards the distance. At this moment, Lu Zhao, Ziguan, and the two convoy captains who had escaped were all gathered at the Black Rose Bar to discuss strategy. Lu Zhao, known for his short temper, glared at Old Scorpion and cursed, robbery, then rob. That nonsense you're using to fool your father? Fight, then fight. Even if everyone on my side dies, we'll see if half of these hundreds of men can make it out alive. Oh, you're still a tough nut. Hua Gulong scoffed upon hearing this. Old Scorpion snorted coldly, but without anger. He spoke instead, that doesn't sound like Boss Hu. By the way, where's Boss Hu? Tell him we're mainly looking for him today. The other convoys are innocent. Boss Hu has already paid your tolls. You can leave now. At these words, the expressions of many of the convoys defending Aksay changed, and the morale of the previously solid defensive line seemed to be shaken. Is what he said true? Damn it, they were bandits. You believe what they said? What if it's true? If the toll is paid by others, then nothing will happen, right? They are already at the door, and you are still dreaming. At the Black Rose Bar, Hu Lushao's face darkened when he heard this. He looked at the captains of the convoys and swallowed quietly. Sun Chang beside him also realized that the other party was trying to split their camp. Although it seemed very straightforward, it was hard to guarantee that someone would not lose their mind in this situation, so she stepped forward with some vigilance. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lu Zhao of the Dawn Fleet glared, then broke into an inexplicable laugh. He picked up the megaphone and sneered, ha 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 ha, no wonder you're the leader of the Sand Bandits. Though your brain is broken, you still understand a bit of military strategy. First you want to scare the enemy with a show of force, then try to sow discord now, huh? Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I believe you're Sand Bandits or that tonight's strange being is a fair, tender woman? Hu Lushao was surprised by Lu Zhao's words and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Captain Lu is truly an expert. He saw through their scheme so quickly. Lu Zhao tossed a megaphone onto the table, his expression still grim. Although he looked burly and short-tempered, that didn't mean he was without cunning, nor did it diminish the fact that he was once a top graduate student. He saw through Old Scorpion's cunning intentions at a glance, but even so, the current predicament remained dire. Lu Zhao's words instantly silenced the chatter in the convoys, bringing the survivors to a sobering realization. Wu Dapin, trapped west of the city, narrowed his eyes and called out to his subordinates, those Lu guys are at the Black Rose Bar. Take them over and keep an eye on them, and wait for the boss's orders. He gestured with his hand, wiping his neck. Capture the leader first. For these convoys, the leader was their core. Eliminating him would quickly crumble their defenses. All right, the subordinates replied, and left. At Lu Zhao's words, Old Scorpion's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Then, his expression still stern, he said, oh, it seems this team leader is not willing to accept a toast. Since your men don't want to leave, then fine. From now on, all your team members will have their eyes gouged out and their noses cut off, and the women will be gang raped on the spot. No one will be spared. How is that? Doesn't that justify your ruthlessness? His words directly pitted Lu Zhao and his team against each other, and it was undeniably cruel. Damn it, Lu Zhao cursed inwardly. Although he knew their tactics were being used, these bandits would surely pay a price if they wanted to wipe them out completely. They were simply playing mind games, trying to tear their group of survivors apart before easily taking them. But he was helpless. The initiative was in their hands, and they had no choice but to defend. What should we do now? Ziguan said with a heavy face. We definitely cannot win by fighting. Should we keep dragging it on? No, with the methods these sand bandits have, they might cause us some trouble at night. If we get involved with a strange body, then we will be really finished, the captain of another convoy said with an embarrassed look on his face. What if they keep setting fire to the city like this? No, don't worry. Hu Luxiao came over at this time, reached out to take a loudspeaker on the table, grinned and looked at the captains of several convoys tentatively. Since the other party called out my name, let me negotiate with the old scorpion first. Then Hu Luxiao picked up the loudspeaker under the gaze of everyone and cleared his throat. Hello. The sound of the high-power loudspeaker outside was deafening, and echoed in the street. Hu Luxiao smiled awkwardly, and then his face became serious. Is it the old scorpion leader, the Red Eagle leader and the Bone Dragon boss? It's me, Hu Luxiao. What's wrong with you today? Why are you so angry with so many people? Hu Luxiao's voice echoed in the city of Axe. On the side of the sand bandits, the three old scorpions heard Hu Luxiao's voice and all smiled slightly. Old Scorpion picked up the loudspeaker. Boss Hu, what's the matter? You knelt down and begged me to help us brothers collect tolls. Now we are working hard outside, but why are you abandoning us brothers and running away? No, how is it possible? Who told you that? Hu Luxiao denied it 3 times in a row. I was going to hand over the hard work fee collected in these 3 days to you today. You must have heard it wrong, huh? Old Scorpion snorted coldly, the fat on his face trembled violently, and he said with interest, forget it, don't try to play this trick on me. I have seen through your thoughts a long time ago. I know you are not the same kind of people as us. So, you keep the 20% benefits you collected. In view of your hard work, I will let you and your car the team left safely. Well, I know you don't really want to stay here. You'll want to escape when the polar night comes, too. So, from now on, I'll handle the toll collection myself. Hu Luxiao was stunned by this and tentatively shouted, really? You'll let me go? Of course not. Ha 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 ha. Old Scorpion grinned arrogantly, his eyes gleaming. Honestly, although you're not very strong, you're smart and a talent. I really don't want to let you go. So, if you're willing to come with me, let's just call it a day. You can continue to collect tolls here for me. How about that? Hu Luxiao looked puzzled. If I follow you, how the hell can I survive? As he finished speaking, the noise outside suddenly quieted down. The eyes of the people in the Black Rose bar shifted, and after a moment, Old Scorpion's laughter could be heard again. I'm still lying to you. How could I possibly trust a profiteer like you? I'm going to capture every man and woman in your group and sell them today. That's the most profitable deal. Fuck it. Hu Luxiao stared at the megaphone in his hand in amazement. In all his life, this was the first time he'd been so thoroughly tricked. No, this was the second time. Last time, someone sold him thousands of Spark 26 type fully automatic tactical rifles. Lu Xiao looked at Hu Luxiao's expression and his face darkened. Those bandits simply had arrogance and arrogance written all over their faces. Ha 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 ha. Just when Hu Luxiao was angry and everyone was silent, a crisp laugh suddenly rang out from the basement passage behind the bar. Hu, Lu Xiao and others were immediately startled, but saw Hu Luxiao hurriedly blocking them. As soon as the voice fell, a purple-haired girl walked out with light steps, trying hard to suppress a smile on her face. I'm laughing to death. You lied to him 3 times with 1 sentence. Boss Hu, don't you call yourself a doomsday businessman? The barrel of the gun is already stuck in your throat, and you still want to negotiate. Another calm voice also sounded from behind him. Lin Xian, clad in Black Hawk's silent hunter armor, marched with a resounding gait, his visor open. A smile crossed his face as he looked at Hu Luxiao. Why, you're so unsure of our plan? Following Lin Xian, besides Kiki, were 2 2-meter-tall, towering figures, Dalu and Lianglei. Each wielded a heavy, roaring Gatling gun, their presence terrifying. Behind them were Chen Sixuan, Li Guangwen, Luo, Amin, and 24 other masters in power armor. These, escorted by Kiki's telekinesis, had quietly entered the city before dawn and hidden in the basement of the Black Rose bar. Hu Luxiao's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Xian emerge, and he smiled. How could that be? A businessman? What's a businessman? There are people who can negotiate anything. I'm trying to scare the bandits and give us a head start. Seeing this impressive group of figures emerge, Lu Xiao, Ziguan, and the others retreated, their eyes filled with astonishment. Boss Hu are they? They're here to support us, Hu Luxiao explained quickly. Support? Lu Xiao's face lit up when he saw this scene. Do you have a secret passage? No, we came in early this morning, Lin Xian said bluntly. Tisk, Lu Zhao was stunned when he heard that, and slapped his thigh and said, how can this be called support? Aren't you walking into someone's encirclement? That's not necessarily true. Defending a city is much easier than attacking it. Besides, Lin Xian smiled and looked at the team leader named Lu Zhao with a sharp look in his eyes. It's not certain who will surround whom. After that, he took the megaphone from Hula Shao and said calmly, to all the survivors defending the city in Aksay, listen up. If the group of sand bandits outside were really capable, they would have slaughtered us long ago. Why would they use loudspeakers to launch a public opinion offensive? In fact, they are just worried that they can't eat hundreds of us and end up hurting themselves. By the way, Old Scorpion, Red Eagle, and Bone Dragon, right? The names are quite interesting. You are from several gangs, right? What's going on? Have you guys discussed whose people to send up as cannon fodder? The seriously injured one might be swallowed up by your good brothers. These words struck home. Old Scorpion, sitting on the monster truck, felt a chill in his expression, his fury rising. Just then, the woman beneath him made a mistake, and infuriated, he yanked the chain, yanking her free, nearly severing her throat. The other two, Red Eagle and Bone Dragon, also had flickering eyes, their expressions unwavering. They knew the other's intentions, but knowing didn't mean they didn't share them. Now, exposed by this, the tension between the three bandits had clearly grown. Which team are you from? Do you have a say here? Red Eagle, noticing Old Scorpion's scowl, picked up the intercom and shouted at Lin Xian. Didn't you investigate my team yesterday? Did you forget all about it overnight? As soon as the words left their mouths, Old Scorpion and the other two locked eyes, communicating via the intercom. It's that convoy with that beautiful woman, Hua Gilong said immediately. How could that be? Didn't Wu Laor mention any other convoys entering the city? Chiang's eyes narrowed. Then it looks like Ma Zi and the others will be missing, Laoxi pondered. I don't like surprises. Let's just get started. A few more people in the city wouldn't matter to Laoxi and his men, but the sudden appearance of a convoy they were tracking where it shouldn't have been indicated a flaw in their intelligence and that the enemy was well prepared. The ruthless Laoxi immediately picked up the intercom and said, Viper, Scorpion, Granite, prepare to attack. Instantly, all the bandits surrounding Aksay received the order and opened fire. Several of the bandit group's superpowered masters rushed out. Please vote for me. Chapter 320 No, you? The brief negotiation came to an abrupt end. Seeing the bandits fall silent, the survivors in Aksay suddenly gained confidence. While the bandits were ferocious, annihilating them would take considerable effort. Just then, the sound of artillery shells pierced the air from afar. The defenders, upon hearing it, shouted, mortars. Air mines, boom boom boom. Numerous explosions erupted in the streets surrounding the square, sending plumes of smoke and dust billowing. From the sky, countless missiles pelted from all directions. As the bandits' vehicles charged, heavy machine guns, arc pulse cannons, and rocket launchers unleashed their full force on the square. A siege erupted. Hold on, fight them, blow them up. Members of the Dawn Convoy, the Aksay Brotherhood, and the Fulu Show Convoy responded frantically, using all manner of heavy weaponry. Buildings and windows were shattered throughout the streets. A number of bandits, resembling death squads, screamed as they emerged from the artillery smoke, hurling special high explosives and incendiary bombs at the defending formation. The bandits, upon their appearance, were pulverized by the survivors' intense firepower. However, the explosives they launched blasted and ignited the defending vehicles, killing and wounding numerous members. The bandits, riding high-speed mountain bikes, rushed out like crazy, one after another, while heavy armored vehicles continued to advance towards the square behind them. Beware of the psychics, whoosh! The flying psychic Viper swooped across the rooftop, firing directly into the crowd with two guns. At that moment, a beastly psychic from the Dawnbreaker convoy, transformed into a leopard, leaped from the rooftop and tackled Viper. The two landed on a single-story building, then tumbled into an alley, where a bloody melee ensued. Meanwhile, more psychics joined the fray in the streets, and the Fulu Show convoy's power-armored squadron began to move in unison. In an instant, the battle reached a fever pitch. The square erupted in chaos, and the sounds of collapsing buildings and shattering walls were heard everywhere. Behind the bandits, the three tanks of Old Scorpion, Red Eagle, and Bone Dragon slowly approached. Wu Laoer has found their location. They're all hiding in that black rose bar. Let's take them out without wasting time, old Scorpion said in a hoarse voice. Boom, boom, boom. Elsewhere in the square, Granite, the earth and stone transforming mutant, wielding a piece of discarded tank armor, smashed through burning cars and roadblocks, charging into the convoy under a hail of bullets. The survivors behind the car line, watching this, paled. Don't let him get in, concentrate fire, use the pulse cannon to repel him. At that moment, two survivors raised an arc pulse cannon, charged it, and unleashed a volley at Granite. Buzz! A surge of electric arcs erupted, instantly striking the tank's steel plating, unleashing a dense magnetic storm current that forcibly blocked the Granite for a moment. But before they could react, their arc pulse cannon exploded, spewing fragments that shattered a survivor's arm. Sniper, beware, the survivors below cried out. Atop Axe's watchtower, Scorpion, wielding a high-precision anti-material sniper rifle, chewing gum and peering through the scope with a sinister look, hid behind a wall and plundered through a hole. Bang! 5, bang! 6, yes, that's right. I like to kill multiple people with one bullet. You'd better stand in a line, in the corner of the square. No one noticed. On the street, an invisible man, almost blending into the ground and wall, clutching a sharp dagger, slipped through the defensive lines unnoticed and headed towards the Black Rose Bar on the innermost street. He was the psychic who had been stalking Lin Xian yesterday, Chameleon. Once you're inside, find the right moment to take out either Lu Zhao or Hula Xiao. Those two convoys have the most people. Once they're taken care of, the battle outside will be over. Wu Dapeng stood in a broken window of a building, telescope pointed toward the Black Rose Bar, and spoke to Chameleon via communicator. No big deal. Chameleon strolled outside the Black Rose Bar and, just as he was about to raise his hand to push the door open, his hand suddenly stopped in midair. He sensed something ominous. As a scout who had long lurked in the shadows, Chameleon had a keen sense of danger, and he trusted his sixth sense immensely. So he withdrew his hand, took a step back, and prepared to retreat to the side to observe. He couldn't move too quickly, as any such change would easily be noticed by those around him. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed from behind him, sending shockwaves through his lungs. Who are you looking for? Clang. Chameleon's nerves tensed, and he instinctively turned and lunged. Ling. The sword seemed to strike something solid. Chameleon focused and saw that behind him was a spherical drone floating in the air, a large crimson eye fixed on him. Drone. Sensing something was amiss, Chameleon immediately prepared to flee, but the next moment, countless spherical drones slowly descended, surrounding him from all sides. The Thunder Falcon 2000's thermal imaging system revealed Chameleon's body temperature and heartbeat to be rapidly soaring. Squeak! The drone's eye in front of Chameleon automatically contracted its focus and instantly glowed red. He felt a chill run down his spine, and the light around him shifted wildly. Ah! Before he could even scream, a red plasma arc pulse blast blasted him headfirst. A dull sound of someone falling could be heard at the entrance of the Black Rose Bar. The camouflage aura vanished, and a bald man, covered in tattoos, collapsed to the ground. A thumb-sized, dark red hole appeared in the center of his forehead, and terror was written in his eyes. Lin Xian sat in the bar, watching the drone footage, and immediately made arrangements on the communicator. Brother Shi, the battle has fully engaged. Let's go, okay, woof. At this moment, a heavily armed heavy train was hurtling across the Gobi Desert at breakneck speed. Above it, the plasma pulse engines of 5 Night Star hypersonic aircraft hummed, instantly breaking the sound barrier, like 5 black swords slicing through the sky. Boom. On the defensive line of Axe Square, Granite, holding a tank armor, accelerated again towards the convoy. Seeing that he had reached the front, the crowd was almost overwhelmed and shouted, "Retreat!" But at that moment, a nimble figure jumped onto the roof of the train behind them, rubbing his hands in preparation. He looked at the charging Granite and smiled awe-inspiringly. Explosive fist, Li Guangwen shouted, and punched the tank armor directly into the air. A distorted wave of air vibrated outward, striking the armored structure directly. The thick alloy steel plate instantly buckled and dented. The next moment, the shock wave suddenly exploded, ripping the armored structure into a stream of shrapnel that pelted the Granite behind. The massive explosion instantly ripped the Granite apart, its hardened earth and stone pierced with steel shards. At this moment, 2 towering figures, like iron towers, pierced through the retreating crowd and emerged from the convoy's defenses. Building, Liang lay, their faces stern, Wielding 4 Gatling guns, they resembled gods of war. In an instant, the motors of their miniature machine guns revved, aiming full force at the granite and the charging convoy behind them. Do. The convoys charging from behind were directly met by this powerful firepower, instantly reducing several mountain bikes and off-road vehicles to sieves. Elsewhere, a group of experts in power armor suddenly appeared, charging into the streets at breakneck speed, instantly turning the tide of the battle. The Scorpion atop the lookout tower saw the previously broken front suddenly erupt with immense power. His expression suddenly darkened, forgetting even to chew his gum. With a silent curse, he immediately adjusted his rifle to target Li Guangwen on the front line. Bang! The dull crack of a sniper rifle echoed over Axay. The Scorpion's head, crouching on the lookout tower, exploded in a volley, along with the cover in front of him. His finger remained on the trigger as he died. 500 meters away, a nimble figure in Black Hawk armor, holding a Meteorite 3, leaped from building to building at breakneck speed. The main propulsion system behind her accelerated Chen Sixuan's speed to a near-automatic afterimage. With a swish, she landed on the roof of a low building and ducked to a stop. Sparks flew from the friction of her armor against the ground, and as she landed, her upper body was already poised in another direction, ready to fire. Bang! Another shot ripped through a large truck carrying a rocket launcher, along with 2 people in the back seat. Their brains, bones, and skin shattered, splattered against a car window. The only survivor was the driver. Witnessing this bloody scene, his previous frenzy of killing gave way to deep fear. His eyes trembled, his mind fuzzy as he repeatedly debated whether to hit the accelerator or the brake. Bang! A mere 0.5 seconds later, his head vanished from his neck. 8. By this time, Old Scorpion had sensed something was amiss. The survivors in the city seemed to have far surpassed their expectations. Damn it, they must be the same gang from yesterday, Red Eagle yelled, then addressed Old Scorpion. There are few experts there. We must take care of them immediately. With a bang, Old Scorpion had already kicked open the door of his monster truck and positioned himself at the wheel, his eyes scanning the streets in all directions. Red Eagle, Yuan Wulauer, attack the main street. Hua Gulong, a sniper has taken out Duxi. Find him. Everyone else, follow me to the Black Rose Bar. I'm going to scatter the ashes of those team leaders myself. A cold glint flashed in Red Eagle and Hua Gulong's eyes as they issued orders. The bandits surrounding Axay began to surge towards the city. Half of Axay was ablaze with these bandits. The streets were scorching hot, and bandits fired guns and artillery from every street. All manner of modified, bloody weapons were aimed at the survivors' convoy. Several bandit leaders attacked simultaneously. But just as they realized the inner city was in trouble and prepared to attack with their forces, a sharp sound suddenly pierced the air from high above. Whoosh! Suddenly, several black aircraft flew by at high speed from a distance. Simultaneously, several ground-to-ground missiles swooped down at an angle, barreling towards Old Scorpion's chariots with lightning speed. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the missiles exploded like flames plowing the ground, instantly destroying Old Scorpion's chariots and all the bandit chariots along the entire street. The burly man with the Gatling gun mounted on the back of the golden chariot didn't even have time to raise his rifle to see what was in the sky before he was completely annihilated by the missile explosion. The razor mask covering half of his face flew hundreds of meters away, landing in a shabby garbage dump. Meanwhile, Old Scorpion, who had just escaped danger, saw his chariot destroyed from a distance, his face suddenly changing color. Aerospace fighters, damn it. Are they from the Federation or the Order of the Phoenix, boss? This is bad. At this moment, the voice of the younger brother in charge of surveillance suddenly rang out over the intercom. A train is coming from the west. On the rooftop of a tall building on the edge of the city, a yellow-haired bandit raised an electronic telescope with trembling hands and looked at the Gobi Desert in the distance. In his sight, a long steel dragon suddenly rushed out from the windy and sandy hilly area at high speed, and sped along the track on the flat Gobi Desert towards Axay. Train. How many people? Old Scorpion shouted. 123,456. The younger brother adjusted the view with the telescope, but found that the heavy armored train had no end in sight. The front of the train had already gone for several kilometers, and the carriages far away in the hills were still leaving. There are countless of them. Hundreds of train cars, all heavily armored and armed. Heavy machine guns, anti-aircraft guns, howitzers, anti-aircraft guns, close-in weapon systems, they're everywhere, The younger brother stared in amazement as the blue glowing main gun of one of the train cars slowly rotated around its base, his jaw dropping to the ground. They also have an electromagnetic railgun, woo. Zip. Before he could finish his words, the electromagnetic railgun had already opened fire from beyond visual range. The Azure jet aimed directly at the safe haven convoy west of the city, blocking its retreat. A chorus of electromagnetic shockwaves erupted, and several heavily armored vehicles behind Wu Dapen's convoy, on their way to the city, exploded, blasting through several houses. In an instant, explosions and screams filled the air. Holy shit, what the hell is that? Electromagnetic gun. The bandits harassing the city from the west were stunned. They had received their leader's orders to encircle the city, but suddenly, a massive steel beast roared across the open field behind them. The sands of the Gobi Desert trembled slightly at the mighty dragon's high-speed charge. Seeing the heavily armored train, its rooftop heavy artillery, designed to fight monsters, all lowered their range and trained on them, the bandits were stunned. As the combined train approached, all the heavy weapons on its roof, both automatic and manned, were fired upon the bandit convoy surrounding the city. In an instant, full fire. Boom, boom, boom. Where did this train come from? Aerospace fighters, armored trains, was the interstellar military deployed? No, isn't aiming an electromagnetic railgun at a person a bit too much? That train is so long. This was the last thing the bandits could think of before being engulfed in the barrage. Aboard the Infinity, Xiao Yuan controlled the ship's fire control radar, locking onto the bandit vehicles and area. Then, all weapons were activated simultaneously, the 1130mm and G3 railguns, all at full blast. Instantly, the bandit vehicles, adorned with spikes and steel plates, and the bandits hiding in the streets and buildings were wiped out. The flimsy shelters of the Gobi Desert proved like paper to the heavy weapons. A barrage of fire reduced the city, along with several streets and buildings, to ash under the heavy fire from the Union train. Inside, Old Scorpion, hearing his men's report, leaped to the roof of the nearest building and immediately took a look through his binoculars. The moment he caught sight of the Union train, his shadowy eyes twitched, his pupils blazing with rage. At that moment, he knew the enemy was prepared. With his mind racing, he decisively shouted to the convoys via intercom, "Red Eagle, Bone Dragon, this is a tough call. Retreat." Upon hearing Old Scorpion's voice, Red Eagle and Bone Dragon, who had paused their movements to hide due to the earlier battle, immediately changed color. They immediately climbed into the nearest vehicle and shouted, "Retreat." Instantly, the fierce battle in the city suddenly shifted direction. The bandits who had been charging desperately turned around and began to flee towards the surrounding streets. Vehicles entering from the periphery also swerved, and the three bandit gangs quickly retreated from the east, south, and north. As those bandits who hadn't managed to escape were quickly dispatched by the survivors' convoys, everyone felt the pressure instantly dissipate, and all were a little confused. The bandits have escaped, our backup is here. Is it the Red Zile Commando? Great, we're saved. That plane just now must be from the Interstellar Force. Everyone, look, there's a massive train coming from the west. At this moment, many people climbed onto the rooftops and peered around, all seeing the combined train hurtling across the plains. But then, accompanied by a roar, a cloud of dust billowed from behind the combined train. Everyone looked and saw, startlingly, that the long steel train had split off and emerged from the Gobi Desert with two all-terrain trains. One black-green, the other black-red. They formed a trident formation, heading north and south of the city, respectively. They were the Longshan No. 1 and Queen Mo all-terrain trains. Judging by their momentum, they were preparing to encircle the bandits trying to escape from either side of the city. Boom, boom, boom. The two trains' high-speed maneuvering quickly surrounded the city, blocking both the north and south roads. The train's electromagnetic cannons and heavy weaponry began to pound the fleeing bandit convoys. Damn it, Scarlet Eagle, wearing a gas mask, saw a black and red, fully automated armored train hurtling towards them. His pupils trembled beneath his mask, and he immediately yanked the steering wheel of his subordinate. Turn around, head east of the city. Meanwhile, Bone Dragon, on the other side, also realized the route was blocked. Seeing the heavy armor of the train and the terrifying heavy weapons mounted on its roof, he knew he couldn't just charge into the Gobi Desert. That would just make him a target in the open. This was how they'd felt before, chasing the survivors, but now the roles were reversed. He knew he had no choice but to turn around. Meanwhile, Several convoys within the city, orchestrated by Lin Xian, launched a counterattack, steadily crushing and sweeping away the fleeing bandits in the streets. In a short period of time, the Sand Scorpion Gang, the Crimson Vultures, and the Earth Dragon Society suffered heavy losses. The scattered bandits were mowed down like wheat. On the rooftop of the Black Rose Bar, Lin Xian watched the billowing yellow sand rising from the eastern city streets and the fleeing bandit convoys heading eastward toward the Shashikao mouth. He called to Kiki and Chen Sixuan beside him, "Teacher Chen, you and them meet the train and clear the city." "Kiki, go, da da da." Boom boom boom. Under a barrage of gunfire, Old Scorpion and the remaining bandits fled hastily along the eastern city highway, their path a hail of bullets in their wake. The armored vehicles of the Fulu Show convoy, including those of the Axe Brotherhood, led by Ziguan, were completely furious. These men had been persecuted and displaced by the bandits, their own convoys suffering countless casualties. Watching the fleeing bandits, they gritted their teeth. Now that the tide of war had turned, with a chance for revenge, they were eager to stomp on the accelerator, determined to exterminate Old Scorpion and his men. Meanwhile, the members of the Dawn convoy remained in the city, mopping up the remaining bandits hiding in the streets. In the Sand Bandits' chariot, Old Scorpion turned back to look at the pursuing vehicles, his face twitching. In his rage, he crushed the chariot's door armrests. Only a dozen vehicles remained behind his convoy, and there were fewer than 100 people in total. "Damn it," Old Scorpion cursed. Suddenly, he looked up and saw several people flying towards him. Leading the way was a man in battle armor, along with 2 burly men and a dozen or so men also wearing power armor. Such advanced equipment, they must be this group, so many flying psychics. Huagelong looked back in panic. His eyes were sharp, and he knew that the power armor worn by Lin Xian and his men was not capable of high-altitude flight. They must be some kind of psychic carrying them, Qi Ying said coldly. His eyes flashed as he glanced at the rearview mirror, pupils reddening. He gritted his teeth and said, "There's no way we can escape. Kill a few to test the stuff." With that, he kicked the car door open, then grabbed the roof and, with a muffled roar, flipped onto it. Braving the hail of bullets, he stretched out his hands toward the convoy behind him and toward Lin Xian and the others pursuing him from the sky. 2 charred holes appeared in his palms. The next moment, the veins in his arms began to turn black. With a bang, 2 plumes of black smoke suddenly erupted. A bandit tank was behind them. The driver, seeing this, swerved, but the smoke still stained the rear of his tank. The steel rustled with a sizzling sound, and a thick, poisonous cloud billowed out. Lin Xian, rapidly approaching the convoy, observed Qi Ying's actions through his armor sights and reacted instantly. "Poisonous fog, Kiki, hey!" Kiki moved her hand, pushing everyone back. Then, she sped ahead of the heavy convoy of Fulu Show and the others. Her eyes flashed with supernatural light, and a massive telekinetic barrier rose like a tsunami, enveloping the black smoke and dispersing it across the plains on both sides. Qi Ying's face darkened upon seeing this. His poisonous fog was pervasive, forcing even an S-level expert to retreat. A sudden attack would have slain even a destruction-level expert. But how had Kiki been able to control the fog completely? This was his natural nemesis. "Holy shit," Hua Gulong exclaimed in shock upon seeing this. "Qi Ying, what's going on? Your poison isn't working." Qi Ying had always been nearly invincible with this technique, especially against pursuers. With the right wind, he had a near-perfect chance of a comeback. But this time, his ultimate weapon hadn't been used. Qi Ying's eyes trembled as he looked at the flying girl. He said in disbelief, "She turned on." What did she turn on? Before Qi Ying could reply, a tiny, charred hole suddenly appeared on the center of his gas mask. His eyes blurred and he fell out of the car. High in the sky, a virtual metal device appeared from Lin Xian's fingers, and the faint sound of a motor gathering energy could be heard. Mechanical energy cannon. "Oh my god," Hua Gulong gasped, turned around, picked up an arc pulse gun, and fired at Kiki in the air. Whoosh! The arc energy burst out in an instant, but the impact mysteriously disappeared in front of the girl, as if he had never hit her. At this moment, Lin Xian appeared behind Kiki, and an force field shield appeared in front of everyone. "Old Scorpion, these guys are so strange. What should I do?" Huagelong felt he might die here today, and cold sweat broke out on his face. Red Eagle had died without a sound. The enemy's attack immediately gave Huagelong a sense of oppression and powerlessness. Old Scorpion sat in the lead vehicle, his eyes shifting as he considered a response. Then, his gaze fixed, and he slowly picked up the intercom. Stop! The fleeing bandit convoy suddenly slowed down and slowly came to a stop in an open area, sending up a cloud of yellow sand. They quickly formed a defensive formation. The Fulu Show convoy, the Axe Brotherhood, and the Dawn convoy behind him saw the bandits stop and also stopped, keeping a distance. Da-da-da, bang bang bang. Both sides stopped their vehicles, but the fire continued. The bandits retreated behind their vehicles and continued to fire at the pursuing convoy. A barrage of bullets pelted the armored vehicles, showering them with countless streams of metal. Damn it, let's fight them, don't be afraid, our backup will be here soon. We've got our men everywhere in Shashikao, once we get out of the city, it's our territory. These guys are celebrating too early, the dozens of remaining bandits still retain some arrogance, firing and cursing. Meanwhile, Old Scorpion and Bone Dragon huddled together. A subordinate once again took out a megaphone and placed it on the roof of the car. Old Scorpion then shouted, "Who are you? Since you dare to mess with our Iron Alliance, it seems you don't want to leave this no man's land, right?" Lin Xian sighed. Kiki and the others descended from the sky. For safety, they all took their place behind the armored trucks of the Fulu Show convoy. Yo, these guys are trying to threaten us again. It seems they know their end is imminent, Kiki said immediately. He's waiting for reinforcements, Lin Xian said with a stern look. But Old Scorpion and Bone Dragon definitely have some tricks up their sleeves. Be careful. Yes, Kiki nodded. Captain Lin, at this moment, a member of the Fulu Show team, dressed in a black suit, eagerly came up with a megaphone. He pointed to the roof of the car and said with a smile, "This is a German brand. Excellent sound quality. It's definitely better than the other guy's cheapo speakers." From being trapped in despair to defeating the bandits, these members were now filled with excitement and thrill, treating Lin Xian like a big boss. Lin Xian smiled in surprise. Why were all of Hula Shao's minions just like him, speaking in the same tone as profiteers? But from his own perspective, he seemed quite perceptive. Lin Xian picked up the megaphone, glanced at it, and immediately pressed it. "Is this Leader Scorpion? I heard you were planning to cage all our men and capture all our women alive. Why aren't you being so assertive now?" On the other side of the sand bandits, Old Scorpion's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "My dear brother, you're a dragon crossing the river. We can't afford to offend you. But you must know that the entire western Gobi and Takhan Desert belong to us, the Iron Alliance. We have the Iron Alliance order connecting all regions. If you provoke us, aren't you afraid of receiving some gifts in the dark of no man's land?" In Old Scorpion's opinion, Lin Xian's group's firepower made them impervious to any attacks from the sand bandits. They even had all-terrain trains, and the only way the Iron Alliance's tactics could pose a threat to them was darkness. For all humans, this was the greatest threat. So Old Scorpion knew that only by mentioning this could he instill fear in them. "Don't be afraid." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian responded. "The Iron Alliance order is merely a regional signal packet technology. It can't transmit over long distances, and can only be used to communicate changes through regional cross-domain communication. This means that if something happens to you, only the closest faction to your territory can arrive and know at a specific location that you're dead. But I'm guessing that while you're officially an alliance, your respective factions don't roam freely. Furthermore, even if one faction discovers something, it would take at least 2 or 3 days for the entire Iron Alliance to spread the news. And that's even with the other factions rushing to relay the news via radio. How could they even find us by then? Besides, do those of you so-called allies really have the guts to provoke me now that I've wiped out all 3 of your factions?" Lin Xian had long since seen through the Desert Iron Alliance. He had the Phoenix Order. Even an official organization with exceptional execution capabilities like the Phoenix Society couldn't manage large areas in a short period of time under the cover of darkness, unless they used a global radio station that consumed a significant amount of blood essence. The Sand Bandits, a thug organization, were simply a bunch of doomsday thugs, so how could they possibly muster such a level of response? Even with the Iron Alliance order, it was more of a deterrent. Smaller and medium-sized convoys, unable to counter it, naturally gave the Sand Bandits a wide berth. On the Sand Bandits' side, Old Scorpion and Bone Dragon's expressions chilled at Lin Xian's words. Their glances exchanged, as if they had already guessed the bandits were completely unafraid of the Iron Alliance's threat. Lin Xian had also correctly pointed out the falsehood of the so-called Iron Alliance. Besides, given the current situation, no other convoy would have the guts to rob the joint train. Even if the Iron Alliance did unite, they'd be nowhere to be found. The idea of a single move affecting the entire train was nothing more than a bluff. Old Scorpion cracked his knuckles, groaned, and picked up the communicator again. Does this brother have any grudge against us? I don't remember seeing you. So many of you fled eastward for survival. Why bother to provoke us sand bandits? Don't tell me you want to uphold justice in this world. Tell me your purpose. We have a lot of resources here, at least 500 blood essences. As long as you let us go, we can talk about it. When the people in the survivor convoy heard this, they were all shocked. From the words of the old Scorpion, it can be seen that the other party is now begging for mercy. Lin Xian couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. He looked at Kiki, then at the building and Liang Lideng and others, and said speechlessly, I really don't understand. He immediately picked up the communicator and said, by the way, I almost forgot. I already knew the location of your base, so, Lin Xian cleared his throat and said in a sharp tone, stupid, even if I kill you, you are still mine. Pucci Kiki couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. All the survivors looked weird. Captain Lin's response was always unexpected. Over there, Old Scorpion and the others' faces darkened upon hearing Lin Xian's words. He almost crushed the megaphone subconsciously. Just as Old Scorpion was lost in confusion, Bone Dragon, standing nearby, suddenly looked around and saw numerous vehicles appearing simultaneously from the south, north, and towards the sand snake's mouth, sending up clouds of yellow sand on the horizon. Seeing this, Bone Dragon's eyes lit up, and he leaped to his feet. Haha, reinforcements are coming, the remaining bandits erupted in excitement. Here they come, our men are here, let's turn the tide, this is our territory. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Everyone responded in unison. Old Scorpion's eyes twitched, and he realized what was happening. His sullen expression finally softened, and a few drops of sweat dripped from his face. He picked up the megaphone again, and this time, his voice sounded more relaxed, his commanding presence returning. Excuse me, brother, look around you. What do you think we stopped to tell you all this? Ha ha ha, you're a bit naive to fight me on my turf. Old Scorpion let out a long sigh and continued, this time, I'm defeated. But since this feud has been established, I hope you'll get out of the Western Gobi Desert as soon as possible, otherwise your train might become my presidential suite. Ha 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 ha. As his words fell, the bandits laughed wildly. Huagilong spat fiercely. He knew that the arrival of reinforcements would only help them escape, but counterattacking the enemy's joint train was almost impossible. With that kind of firepower, anyone involved would be killed. But no matter what, saving their lives and continuing to live freely was the most important thing. Nothing else mattered. The members of the Fulu Show convoy, the Axe Brotherhood, and the Dawn convoy saw the yellow smoke billowing in all directions and began to panic. Lin Xian, however, remained calm. He picked up his megaphone and said, they say the bandits have poor brains, but I've never heard their eyes aren't working either. How about you take a closer look? Whose men are those? His words suddenly stopped the laughter of the bandits on Old Scorpion's side. Upon hearing his words, many of them immediately pulled out their telescopes, realizing that the vehicles approaching at high speed from a distance didn't appear to belong to the bandits. Instead, they were led by some heavily armed base vehicle, accompanied by a number of off-road vehicles. Interestingly, the vehicles from all directions were the same base vehicle, clearly belonging to the same faction. Looking at the telescopes, Old Scorpion and Bone Dragon's expressions suddenly changed. Lin Xian then emerged from the convoy, picked up his megaphone, and sighed deeply. When you attacked Axe City, I took care of all those little guys of yours. Before dawn, to completely cut off the bandits' retreat, Lin Xian had already deployed assault teams to conduct point-to-point sweeps in the high overlap areas previously targeted by the Iron Alliance's Sino waves. Brother Ho headed to the Sand Snake Mouth area. Shukin and Lu Chang led a team to the Salt Claw area, reuniting with Brother Ho at Sand Snake Mouth. Jin Dili and Xiao Meng led a team in the northern Black Oil Valley. Ninjing led Zhao King and the rest of Longshan No. 1's team to the southern Wind Erosion Gate area, stealthily infiltrating. Monica personally headed to the Rust Slope area, accompanied by Abai. Finally, there was one more location, the Fei camp where Lin Xian and his team had been yesterday. To ensure safety, Lin Xian had specially arranged a group of men to stake out the area. Datang and the others from the Hell Warriors. 20 minutes ago, Mozzie, the captain of the second squad of the Crimson Vultures, received a mission from the Red Eagles and headed directly from the Rust Slope area to the west of Axe, towards the camp where Lin Xian and his team had stayed yesterday. A group of over 20 vehicles, loaded with heavy equipment, raced across the Gobi Desert. Mozzie's face was pockmarked, but rather from a skin toxin, splattered with zombie blood while killing zombies, leaving it covered in small red spots. He led his 60-plus men directly to the convoy's camp. Inside the vehicle, Mozzie held an old mobile device with photos of several people on it: Lin Xian, Kiki, Ningjing, Zhaoqing, Abe, Jin Dili, Monica, and others. It was obvious that the bandits had secretly taken them at the Black Rose Bar yesterday. Though the photos were a bit blurry, Mozzie's eyes lit up at the sight. What a gem, brother Mozzie. Are you talking about men or women? Bullshit. Hey, I was wondering why my right eyelid had been twitching this morning. Turns out the boss gave us a really cool job, one of the bandits said, looking rather sleazy. Brother Mozzie, it's a good thing Brother Jay isn't here. If he knew we'd caught so many top-notch girls this time, he'd be pissed off. Ha ha ha, Mozzie sneered. That idiot, he's always arguing with me. This time, I'm deliberately not killing them. I'm leaving two alive so he can see how I play with women. Brother Mozzie, can you give me that purple-haired woman? Why? Do you like that type? Brother Mozzie, I want the one with the biggest breasts. That look of arrogance. That's the best. I want that one. I'll take second place, then I'll take third. The convoy sped across the Gobi Desert. Even before they reached their destination, the bandits were already buzzing with excitement. As they turned into the wind-eroded valley, they didn't see a single car. Mozzie, the leader of the group, stopped the car. He, who had been so smug just moments before, now looked puzzled. That's not right. The coordinates Chameleon gave are right here. Bang, bang, bang. Before Mozzie could react, intense gunfire erupted from the surrounding valley. In less than 5 minutes, the bandits were instantly annihilated by fire from all sides. Soon, the assault convoy, originally numbering over 60, was reduced to fewer than a dozen, all disarmed and kneeling obediently on the ground. As the bandits stared in terror and despair, 70 or 80 bearded men in vests, their hairy chests exposed, approached from all directions with the force of a landslide. Mozzie raised his head and saw the armed men before him, feeling as if he were surrounded by a mountain. He shouted angrily, "Do you know that you've provoked the Iron Alliance?" Snap! Before he could finish his Iron Alliance threat theory, Mozzie was slapped in the face by a large man, nearly knocking him unconscious. The leader, Gadon, glanced at the bandits, his eyes filled with intense anxiety. Hey, I was wondering why my right eyelid kept twitching this morning. Turns out Captain Lin gave us such a satisfying job. Upon hearing this, Mozzie and the others couldn't help but shudder. They looked up at the sweaty group of strong men, and the look they gave them seemed familiar. It was exactly the same look they usually gave to girls. Please give me a monthly pass. Chapter 321 Resolving the Battle. Across the Gobi Desert, the sandstorm intensified, stained the distant sky in murky rust. Old Scorpion, once the self-proclaimed emperor of the desert, now felt his deathbed. Facing the stranglehold closing in from all directions, his face twitched fiercely. With a snap, the megaphone in his hand shattered. Just moments earlier, he had teased Hula Shell 3 times, only to be slapped back 3 times. Old Scorpion now understood that the enemy wasn't acting on impulse. They had long ago made thorough arrangements, intent on annihilating them all. The Bone Dragon's face was ashen, as he stared at the approaching convoys from several directions. A hint of despair hung in the air. Old Scorpion, what should we do? We're doomed this time, Old Scorpion suddenly shouted, gazing at the rolling yellow sand on the distant horizon. I can't fall, he said, grabbing the Bone Dragon. The surrounding Gobi Desert sands surged toward him like a living thing, instantly sweeping the two up and swam at breakneck speed towards the sand snake's mouth. Old Scorpion, despite his portly and muscular build, could actually manipulate the desert sands. His supernatural power was incredibly advanced. Amidst the sky, a Thunder Falcon 2000 drone captured Old Scorpion's movements. Lin Xian, hiding behind a car below, stared intently. So that's the supernatural power. Although Old Scorpion and his companions were at their wits' end, Lin Xian remained extremely cautious. He knew that those capable of becoming bandit leaders were undoubtedly exceptional, their supernatural powers unknown to anyone. Just like the Red Eagle from earlier, Without Kiki's telekinesis, he and his men would have had no effective defense. The wind was headwind, and it seemed Red Eagle had already used this method to kill many others before, making him no ordinary creature. Therefore, Lin Xian prepared to surround him, wait for Jin Dili, Brother Ho, and Monica to arrive, and then kill him from a distance, trying to minimize casualties among his own men. After witnessing the old scorpion's ability, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Manipulating sand was truly advanced, no wonder it was so rampant in the Aksay area. Attack, Lin Xian commanded immediately. At that moment, the team members, as well as experts like Liang Lei from the building, simultaneously launched their attacks. Lin Xian and Kiki quickly swept across the battlefield, pursuing the surging yellow sand. With a whirring sound, dozens of Thunder Falcon drones formed a circle around Lin Xian, locking onto the yellow sands and launching a swift pulse ray attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless red beams blasted into the surging yellow sand, triggering a series of explosions. However, the old scorpion and the bone dragon were hidden beneath the sand, and even the life detectors could not detect their exact location. They were extremely cunning. Brother Ho, Zhaoking, pay attention. The enemy leader is approaching you, Zizi. I see. The fewest vehicles were approaching from the direction of Shashikao, where Shukin and Lu Chang were flanking. Meanwhile, a fiery meteor streaked across the sky. Lu Xingjian, hearing Lin Xian's voice on the communicator, instantly fixed his gaze on a mass of shifting sand on the Gobi Desert. Without a second thought, he dove down, gathering fire in one hand and shouting, "Divine Brahma Flame Sword!" Boom! A cluster of slender jets, like falling meteors, slammed directly into the quicksand. Instantly, a massive fireball erupted, a surging wave of flames blasting the sand apart. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly shot out from the sand pit, advancing at breakneck speed towards Brother Ho. Unexpectedly, something could leap so high, Lu Xingqian blocked it with both hands, and a fierce burst of fire erupted. Wow! By this time, the other teams had already closed in. They watched as the flames in front of Lu Xingqian, in the air, were crushed like a wall of fire, sending him flying backwards. The dark shadow, trapped by the flames, spun rapidly, losing momentum and plummeting to the ground. Lin Xian, arriving, focused his gaze and saw that it was actually a huddled ball. The bone dragon, clad in power armor and covered in sharp bone spurs, landed like a rolling dragon, spinning rapidly before escaping into the open air. Lu Xingqian, in the air, looked down at his hand. The swirling bone spurs had carved deep grooves into the armor of his power armor, a truly astonishing sight. That was a close call. Thank goodness Brother Lin reminded me to wear the power armor, otherwise my hand would have been ruined. After spotting the bone dragon, Lin Xian immediately began to locate Old Scorpion. His Black Hawk armor's target detection system continued to search. Suddenly, a sand pile near the blast pit shot out in the direction of Rust Slope. The approaching convoy was Monica Bay. Lin Xian frowned. He saw a rolling sandstorm approaching from the direction of the sand snake's mouth in the distance. This old scorpion must be trying to escape through the gaps in Shukin and Monica's blockade and rush into the sandstorm. Seeing his opponent's intention, Lin Xian couldn't let him succeed. Shukin, Monica, stop him. Shukin and Lu Chang also stopped their cars, their power armors at full power, and rushed across the Gobi Desert like cheetahs, closing in on the sand pile. I'll go left, you go right. Shukin, gun in left hand, knife in right, ran almost to the ground, the two men separating. Just as they closed in, Shukin hurled a steel knife in her hand. At the same time, Lu Chang's rotating electric knife flew out, blocking the upper and lower spaces of the sand pile horizontally and vertically. Clang! The old scorpion beneath the sand pile sensed danger and suddenly shot out, sending a cloud of yellow sand swirling through the air. He raised his armored hand to block Shukin's flying knife. A large cloud of yellow sand formed a crust behind him, trapping Lu Chang's flying blade. He then raised his hand and swung it, sending a stream of sand spikes surging towards the two men like thorny waves. Bang! Shukin's Remington fired 2 shots, and the two men leaped to avoid the incoming sand spikes. The sand wall blocked all the shotgun pellets. He then rolled up a wall of sand, crushing them with all his might. The yellow sand on the ground seemed to come alive, rapidly gathering, and forming 2 sand arms, one on each side, that grabbed Shukin and Lu Chang. Die! The old scorpion shouted, but the next moment, a laser beam accompanied by a piercing sonic blade arrived instantly. The sonic blade severed the two sand arms, while the laser beams blasted the sand wall surrounding Old Scorpion, instantly transforming the sand into a torrent of magma. The sudden and terrifying force of the attack chilled Old Scorpion's eyes. Without a second thought, he raised his hands, sending a massive explosion of sand flying. Boom! Sand erupted in all directions, clouding with dust. Then Old Scorpion dove back into the sand, heading towards Rust Slope. Elsewhere, the Bone Dragon, transformed into a sphere of bone spikes, rolled across the Gobi Desert at breakneck speed, even faster than a car. Here, Ningjing and the others turned their cars and chased the Bone Dragon. Zhaoqing, Ningjing called to Zhaoqing in the passenger seat while driving. Without a word, Zhaoqing nimbly scrambled out of the car, climbing onto the roof and aiming the jet hook gun in her left hand directly at the Bone Dragon. Bang! A slender hook shot out, nailing directly into a massive, wind-eroded rock. Immediately, the device on her left hand began to rapidly contract, and Zhaoqing leaped into the air, piercing through the air at breakneck speed, closing in on the Bone Dragon. Before she even touched the ground, Zhaoqing bent mid-air and kicked off, her power armor's leg jets suddenly firing, allowing her to achieve a second mid-air dash, unexpectedly sprinting directly in front of the Bone Dragon. The next moment, she raised her spear blade and slashed it, a sharp force that shook the air, seemingly splitting even the dust in the air. With a clang, she had shaved off a row of bone spurs from the Bone Dragon's body. Ha! The Bone Dragon quickly stretched its body, blasting the bone spurs from its back like meteors. Fire Fist, boom! Before the bone spurs arrived, the flames were already there. A roaring wave of fire swept them away. Lu Xingqian flew over, his body ablaze, and he shouted sternly, "Evildoer, don't run!" Zhaoqing's pupils reflected the crimson flames. She glanced up at Lu Xingqian, unleashed another hook line, and dashed through the blazing waves, charging towards the fleeing Bone Dragon with unwavering momentum. Lu Xingqian hadn't expected this girl to be even more eager to steal the spotlight than he was, and was momentarily stunned. Then, with a soft chuckle, he accelerated, gathering a ball of fire in his right hand and slamming it down at the Bone Dragon. Divine Flame Explosion Star, boom! A massive blast of fire exploded in front of the fleeing Bone Dragon, sending him flying into the air. Just then, a dark figure swiftly arrived, holding her sword in reverse, and slashed with it. Swing! Zhaoqing whispered the name of a move. This was her own thought, whispered quietly. But the sharp-eared Lu Xingqian still heard it. Huh? A sharp blade slashed down, severing the bone spurs from the Bone Dragon along with its power armor, Zhaoqing severing its entire left arm. The Bone Dragon screamed and plummeted to the ground. Swinging, what an aim, Lu Xingqian said as he landed, looking at Zhaoqing and exclaiming in admiration. Zhaoqing glanced at him with a dark expression, her eyes evasive for a moment, as if she didn't want anyone to hear the line. But every time Zhaoqing whispered it out, she thought it was pretty cool. The Bone Dragon wanted to wail and curse. What the hell were these freaks? How could there be so many powerful psychics? As a bandit leader, he didn't even have the chance to fight back. The fire god was fine, but the alloy power armor could actually be severed by a knife. Was this still on Blue Star? Where did he get it? Had the genetic evolutionists advanced to this point? Sensing imminent death, the Bone Dragon wanted nothing more than to flee. Seeing Lu Xingqian and the other man speak instead of finishing him off, he realized his chance and immediately prepared to roll into a ball and run. As long as he could get into the sandstorm, he'd be saved. But just as he was about to roll up, a woman suddenly swooped in beside him, lifted him up, and raised her other hand to gather power. Boom! A single punch slammed into his power armor. In an instant, the Bone Dragon felt like he'd been struck head-on by a 100-ton truck. The armor instantly shattered, taking his internal organs with it. PFFT, the Bone Dragon spat out blood, staring at the beautiful woman in dismay. If I catch you, I'll kill you. He didn't know what to say in his final words, so he uttered these words on the spur of the moment. Ningjing frowned coldly, threw him to the ground, and stomped on his head, crushing it. What were you two talking about? After dispatching the Bone Dragon, Ningjing glanced at Lu Xingqian and Zhaoqing. Hurry, there's another one over there. Lu Xingqian looked at the Bone Dragon's corpse on the ground, feeling a surge of frustration. He thought his attack wasn't ruthless enough. He needed to incinerate the enemy before he could rest assured. Back at the Old Scorpion, Lin Xian and Kiki, who had arrived on horseback, saw that Abe's laser beams hadn't immediately damaged the Old Scorpion, and their eyes darkened. A sandstorm had already arrived ahead, gradually reducing visibility. The wind began to howl, initially picking up scattered grains of sand that crackled against the exposed rock face, before a denser gust of sand swept in. Monica, clad in rose-red power armor, soared over the horizon. Two invisible sonic blades slashed through the Gobi Desert, carving long, thin slices of sand. The old scorpion dodged and dodged, swirling the sand. At that moment, Lin Xian immediately mounted several drones and rushed forward, their sights trained on the sand beneath. 20 Thunder Falcon drones launched simultaneously. Boom! A burst of red pulses converged, instantly detonating the sand dune and sending the portly old scorpion tumbling to the ground. Kiki immediately prepared to grab it with telekinesis, and Lin Xian raised his hand to unleash his mechanical energy cannon. Unexpectedly, the old scorpion shot out from the sand pile, then suddenly threw a disc-shaped device towards Shukin and Lu Chang. The device emitted a strange vibration, vibrating the ground continuously. Lin Xian saw the device and instinctively shouted to Shukin, "Retreat!" Shukin and Lu Chang also noticed something was wrong and quickly retreated. But the ground was swirling and swaying like quicksand. Kiki, ready to strike, quickly used telekinesis to grab Shukin and Lu Chang and lifted them into the air. Boom! The next moment, several eerie tentacles burst through the ground beneath them, shooting upwards, clawing at Shukin and Lu Chang. Be careful, their power armor's jets instantly activated, and with Kiki's supernatural powers, they exploded in midair for acceleration, leaping dozens of meters and narrowly dodging the tentacles. With a swish. At that moment, a laser beam swept across, severing the entire row of tentacles. Abai arrived at the scene. After the tentacles were severed, the Gobi Desert ground began to vibrate violently, the sand boiling as if some ferocious creature was raging. Be careful, Kiki, having rescued Shukin, immediately called to Lin Xian. Everyone, get out of the way. Lin Xian was secretly horrified. He hadn't expected this old scorpion to have such a trick. He immediately scanned the resonance device and devoured it through the air. Then, raising his hand and pointing, he saw a strange form surging beneath the sand, and his thoughts changed. Fearing the dark mark, he had originally prepared to use his mechanical energy cannon, but suddenly switched to a gravitational lens, ready to destroy both the monster about to emerge from the sands and the old scorpion. Trying to hide, buzz! Above the sky, a distorted space suddenly appeared, rapidly concentrating the sunlight that was about to be obscured by the sandstorm. Then, it swept directly towards the fleeing sand pile. Gravitational solar ray. Swish! A scorching ray, as thick as a bucket, blasted through the sand pile, leaving a dark red, burning tunnel on the ground. The monsters underground, which had not yet emerged, seemed intimidated by the intense light. The turmoil on the ground suddenly subsided, and the sand pile the old scorpion had burrowed into was directly slashed open. Ah! The old scorpion screamed, the yellow sand around him shattered, and his fat body rolled out like a potato. His legs and lower body were burned and vaporized, leaving only his huge upper body and fat belly rolling on the sand. Don't kill me, I have important information that can buy my life. The last means of saving his life has failed. Feeling the approach of death, the old scorpion quickly began to beg for mercy. Bang! 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 At this time, the tentacles of the strange body that rolled out of the ground emitted a violent vibration, and then quickly retracted into the ground and disappeared. Important information? Tell me. In the dust, Lin Xian felt the disappearance of the strange body and said in a deep voice. The old scorpion hurriedly shouted, I know a top-secret information about the Federation. There's a huge treasure in the no-man's land. As he spoke, he quietly pressed the mechanism in a finger bone, which was connected to a highly toxic explosive device in his stomach. The old scorpion watched the figures of several people approaching him. At this time, he heard the faint sound of the countdown in his stomach, and suddenly laughed in his heart. Even if I die, I will take all you guys with me. Listening to the countdown to his own death, old scorpion felt a surge of rage. After the apocalypse, he had reigned supreme in the western Gobi Desert, killing and plundering at will. He had once been a mere scum of society, gambling away his wife and daughter, living a life of indifference and achieving nothing. Yet, at the end of the world, he had become the emperor of the desert. He founded the Sand Scorpion Gang, robbing what he could find and seizing what he couldn't. He was timid in the darkness, but he struck hard against the fleeing survivors. In a short time, his power grew, and his stronghold housed a dozen stunning women, catering to every taste. He lived a life of unparalleled bliss. The thought of these days being gone filled him with hatred for these troublemakers. Treasure? What treasure? Kiki asked in amazement. Come here, I'll tell you. Old Scorpion smiled a maniacal smile, his smile growing wider as he watched the men approach. Finally, he broke free from hiding and roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha, treasures, you'll be buried with me. Die! Old Scorpion opened his arms and shouted with a maniacal arrogance. But as the countdown stopped, nothing happened, no explosion, no death. Then, a muffled ringing sound emanated from Old Scorpion's stomach. What's Daddy's dad's name? Dad's name is Grandpa. As the wind and sand swept through, Lin Xian slowly appeared in Old Scorpion's sight. Old Scorpion tried to move, but was suppressed by an invisible telekinetic force. He heard the strange song from his stomach, and the maniacal smile on his face froze, completely confused by the change in the situation. Where's the bomb? Where's the detonator? What are you waiting for? Is the bomb going to go off? Lin Xian stepped out, his armor mask lowered, and looked at Old Scorpion with indifference. The mechanical device on Old Scorpion's body seemed to be naked before him. Before he could activate it, the explosive device in Old Scorpion's stomach was directly swallowed by Lin Xian, replacing it with an alarm clock. Old Scorpion's pupils widened as he stared at Lin Xian's cold face, feeling a deep fear. It was the fear of not even being able to choose how he died. No, Old Scorpion stammered incoherently. I really do have a secret. Whoosh! 20 Thunder Falcon drones simultaneously fired pulse beams. Before Old Scorpion could finish his words, he was already blasted into receive by the dense stream of pulse beams. Lin Xian reached forward with one hand, scanning and devouring the dark gold Iron Alliance token in Old Scorpion's heart. With a backhand, he created a new one, then a detonator, placed the Iron Alliance token inside, and tossed it aside. This was just a convenient addition. Whether or not other Iron Alliance members showed up, it could be a small surprise. Whoever picked it up would be the culprit. This guy is full of evil. Even on his deathbed, he's still trying to harm others. Kiki used telekinesis to grab Old Scorpion's corpse and toss it. Monica, who approached, whistled, and the fat, ugly corpse instantly exploded into a bloody mist. He can actually summon strange entities. Shukin approached with surprise. It shouldn't be summoning. Lin Xian observed the raging sandstorm. Hula Xiao said before that strange entities would appear in sandstorms. This guy used a bait-like device. Looking at the device blueprint in the mechanical heart, Lin Xian's expression darkened. This couldn't possibly be something the Sand Bandits could have created. Like the Iron Alliance token, this disc-shaped device was meticulously constructed, requiring exceptional industrial manufacturing capabilities to create. Then we suggest we retreat back to the convoy and avoid the attack, Monica said, watching the sandstorm, like a dark cloud, sweeping in. Let's go, we've already dealt with it. Let's return to Axay first. Once the sandstorm passes, we can count the lost supplies. Everyone nodded, and the four groups immediately turned and headed towards Axay. The combined train had already entered the Axay platform, its over 10 kilometers long carriage dragging across the vast Gobi Desert. Inside the city, Hula Xiao, Chen Sixuan, Lu Zhao, and the others had already cleared out the bandits. After receiving a notification from Lin Xian and the others, they immediately gathered all the survivors back on the train to avoid the sandstorm. Captain Lin. There are strange entities in the sandstorm. You must remain quiet, Hula Xiao called Lin Xian via the communicator, reminding them to be safe. He and Sun Chang then quickly retreated to the Black Rose Bar's nuclear explosion basement. Everyone, please avoid any vibrations upon entering the vehicle. Lin Xian scanned the disc and knew it would emit a specific vibration. While he wasn't entirely sure what it was, he knew it could potentially cause problems. Soon, all the crew members of the Union train, including the Infinity, returned to the train, closing the doors and windows. For safety reasons, Lin Xian instructed all crew members to shut down all electrical equipment, including water purifiers and air conditioning systems, ensuring absolute silence within the vehicle. He entered the cockpit and peered out the porthole. The northeastern sky seemed to crack open. A wall of sand, over 1,000 meters high, was advancing at 80 kilometers per hour. The surging sand clouds at its summit were like a tsunami. At its base, the entrained debris and various waste oil drums roared and rustled. The wind was no longer flowing air, but materialized sandpaper. The sound of sand scraping against the rock wall gradually shifted from a low-pitched hum to a razor-like whistle, punctuated by cries that were either real or hallucinated. Suddenly, The sandstorm descended like night, engulfing the entire Gobi Desert. At that moment, on a rocky outcrop in a distant canyon, young men wearing sand masks stood, their gazes fixed on the direction of the joint convoy. They pressed a button on a recorder and began recording a log. A muffled voice emanated from beneath their masks. Time, D99, Aksay region of the western Gobi Desert, an unknown forbidden object discovered, tentatively designated 0051, contained by a fire-type mutant. Please vote. Chapter 322 Silver Bullet. A sandstorm rolled in, engulfing the light. Aboard the Infinity, Lin Xian sat quietly, holding a metal disc. This was a device he'd created to scan the old Scorpion's throw. It was powerful, its shock waves capable of transmitting to the ground dozens of meters below. It seems this sandstorm, like the blizzard on the Parma steppes, will have strange entities waiting in the wings, because these bandits engaged in human robbery and organized blood-sperm exchange. Lin Xian naturally connected the two. Besides their lavishly modified chariots, the bandits' weapons and firepower were clearly superior to those of ordinary convoys. Lin Xian simultaneously examined the Iron Alliance tokens worn by Huagelong, Chiang, and Old Scorpion, noting some differences from those worn by Brother J. While Brother J's token served only to route and transmit signal packets, the tokens worn by these three leaders were more complex. For example, Old Scorpion's token, in addition to monitoring his own vital signs, also had the ability to actively destroy them. In other words, with this device implanted in his heart, his life was in the hands of the organization that created the Iron Alliance Order. Ding, ding. Lin Xian sat in the cockpit, tapping the Iron Alliance Order with his fingers, his gaze fixed on the sandstorm outside. He suspected that the Iron Alliance Order, the coordinated efforts of the various bandits, their firepower support, and the looting of survivors were all connected to that organization. Lieutenant Lin Xian picked up his phone and checked a digital map, discovering that the location was somewhere in the southern part of the uninhabited area, over 2,000 kilometers from Aksay. He had originally planned to arrange for someone to visit the area with a Night Star aircraft after entering the uninhabited area. But after dealing with Old Scorpion, Lin Xian hesitated again. Clearing out the bandits, both to eliminate potential risks and to secure supplies for entering the uninhabited area, made the risk worthwhile. But the organization behind this Sands bandit said, forget it, it's better to have less trouble than more. The no man's land is so dangerous, it's better to enter Quanchang as soon as possible. Quanchang is a big city. Once there, he will immediately change course and head towards Luoyang and Jinhe. The journey is dangerous. In addition to the terrifying taboos in the no man's land that Ula Xiao mentioned, there are also the drooping insect legs they saw last night. These are all potential hidden dangers. At this time, Chen Sixuan walked in and whispered to Lin Xian, the sandstorm makes it impossible to see anything. If it lasts too long, our plan, let's wait another night. Lin Xian sighed. If it doesn't work, we can wait another night. We've put in so much effort, wouldn't it be a waste if we don't get anything? Yeah, Chen Sixuan nodded, looking at the yellow sand outside, the sky full of dust, and even the ground was unclear. His face was a little heavy. The good news was that, just as Lin Xian had anticipated, the sandstorm didn't last as long as he'd anticipated. Within 2 hours, the howling wind and sand outside the train began to fade. Lin Xian opened the sunshade, revealing a thick, continuous cloud of dust, but the wind had died down. Within minutes, the murky sky outside began to clear, the veil-like sandstorm had passed. With a swish, the automatic door opened, and before Lin Xian could even exit the train, a torrent of sand rained down from the roof like a waterfall. Lin Xian waved his hand, then jumped off. Looking back, he saw the entire train was covered in a thick, mottled blanket of sand. This sandstorm came suddenly, without any warning. Chen Sixuan followed. The swirling dust passed, and Aksay was once again a clear, sunlit expanse. Lin Xian looked towards Aksay City, enveloped in the yellow sand, his expression relaxed. It was now 1 p.m., and the battle had gone much better than he had expected. In less than a morning, Old Scorpion's bandits had been defeated by their combined internal and external forces. If they had simply attacked from the outside, the situation would have been much more complicated. Because Lin Xian and his men had held off the encirclement from within, the external strangulation was incredibly successful. This was also due to their intelligence advantage. Lin Xian and his captains had decided to go into battle that very day, formulating a battle plan overnight, something the bandits had never anticipated. The most crucial element was the Iron Alliance Order. This device, implanted in the heart of the bandit leader, had become a powerful weapon in their fight. Inside Axe City, several convoys of survivors surrounded the square, their vehicles covered in yellow sand. The streets were littered with bodies and charred car frames, covered in sand. The smoke and blood of the battle were buried by a sandstorm. Lu Zhao, a member of the Duan team, stepped out of his vehicle, his expression complex as he breathed a sigh of relief. He'd been through a lot, but the emotions he felt at this moment were still lingering. From being besieged, battling, and despairing, to the miraculous arrival of the Lin Xian allied team, the complete annihilation of the bandits, and then a terrifying sandstorm, all in just one morning. Now, watching the sandstorm pass, all the survivors in Axe felt a sense of joy at having survived. Boss Hu, Lu Zhao, Ziguan, and several team captains walked into the Black Rose Bar together at this time. He was excited. Haha, good guy, it turns out that you really didn't bluff us when you said you had support and methods. I really misunderstood you. Hu Luxiao, who had just come out of the basement, put on his frog-shaped sunglasses, holding a small fan, with a smug look on his face. He waved his hand and said, "There's nothing I can do. There are some things I can't say clearly. If I say it clearly, it won't work." Ziguan's eyes lit up. It turns out that Boss Hu had already seen through Wu Dapan being a sand bandit. He was playing hard to get. Hu Luxiao nodded without blushing or beating his heart, and said complacently, "Of course, I saw through that bastard's face a long time ago." Lu Zhao looked melancholy. "So, when Boss Hu said follow the northern track, he meant we should follow Captain Lin and his massive combined convoy into no man's land. I finally understand now. I never thought we'd completely wipe out old Scorpion and his band of sand bandits." "What a relief," Ziguan and the others chimed in. "They should have been damned long ago." That's right, Hu Luxiao grinned, his golden teeth bared, a deep sigh of relief welling up inside. He had assumed Lin Xian's forces would still be the same size as before at Hangshan Pass, but he hadn't expected them to possess a terrifying force of over 4,000 men. With such strength, they could easily crush the bandits and march through Axe with impunity. Hu Luxiao now suspected that Lin Xian's scheming was motivated not only by eliminating future trouble, but also by the desire to seize the bandits' supplies and, incidentally, eliminate the remaining survivors, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Sun Chang, standing by, glanced at him with disdain. She was already accustomed to this guy's smooth talk and his ability to flatter her. He had been kneeling down decisively, but now he pretended to have a plan all his own. Bang! At that moment, the door to the Black Rose Bar opened, and a large group of people walked in. They were all the leaders and key members of the United Train. Having just cleared out the sand bandits, Lin Xian and Shi Dian had called them here. Firstly, they were to discuss the detachments that would be deployed to several of the bandits' strongholds, and secondly, they were to prepare for the upcoming entry into no man's land. This was Hu Luxiao's territory, and there was wine and meat, and a drink to go along. "Captain Lin?" Hu Luxiao's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Xian and others coming in. He hurriedly came over with tears in his eyes and lowered his voice and said, "Boss, why didn't you tell me in advance that there were so many of you? I was scared. I was scared all morning." "Huh?" Shi Dian said as soon as he came in. "They actually set up a decent place to drink. It's perfect. Let's make arrangements quickly and clear out the strongholds of the sand bandits before dark. We'll rest here tonight and go into no man's land tomorrow. Clear out the strongholds? I'm good at that." Hu Luxiao immediately became energetic when he heard it. "Those sands bandits have been entrenched in this place for a long time. There must be a lot of good things." Then we. Lin Xian glanced at him and patted him on the shoulder. "Right, Boss Hu is an expert. Our fleet specializes in this, and they have a ton of guys loading and unloading demolitions. How about this? We've already done the work of sieging the bandits, so Boss Hu can personally lead the team to clear out their lair." "Okay." Hu Luxiao was stunned. "What do you mean, I'm going alone?" "Oh, no. That's the bandits' lair. Captain Lin, are you sure you want me to go alone? I trust you." Lin Xian looked at Shi Dian and the other captains. "What do you think?" "No problem," Shi Dian chuckled. "It's perfect, we've been fighting all morning, so we need a break. It's so windy outside, I don't want to make another long journey." Monica found a suitable seat and sat down. Upon hearing Lin Xian's plan, the others came in and found seats, leaving Hu Luxiao standing there in a daze. He was stunned. While he was most willing to do things like confiscating supplies, it had to be done safely. Even though the main force of the bandits had been eliminated, their lair was sure to still have defenses. Wouldn't it be a disaster for Hu Luxiao to lead his men alone? Boss Hu, thank you for your trouble, Lin Xian said, pulling out a mobile device and handing it to him. Here are a few suspicious locations I've located. They're all dangerous and easy to defend, but difficult to attack. You must pay close attention to your safety. Lu Zhao and the others were also somewhat confused by Lin Xian's words. Hu Luxiao glanced at the others, his face immediately pale. He hurried over and said in panic, "Don't worry. There are so many strongholds. How can I possibly handle them with so few men?" "Captain Lin, you can't handle it?" Lin Xian looked embarrassed. "We rescued you and helped you eliminate the main force and leader of the bandits. It's not good for you to take on such a small task." "That's right, we helped you, and you haven't even shown any appreciation," Kiki said with a smile. Shi Dian also said loudly, "Then thank you, Boss Hu." Hu Luxiao's face turned pale when he heard this. He had already reacted by now. Lin Xian's words were clearly trying to get him to give up some benefits. Thinking of this, Hu Luxiao felt a sharp pain in his heart. Knowing that he could not dodge the knife, he simply put on a stern face. "Captain Lin, please stop talking. These sand bandits are committing all kinds of evil and causing trouble for the world. They have robbed countless survivors who fled for their lives. I used the name of collecting tolls to stabilize them and bought a respite for all the brothers and sisters in Aksay. Now, I have finally waited for you to come and eliminate this harm. During this time, I have secretly collected a lot of intelligence on their activities, which can eliminate many suspicious locations and save time. In addition, the supplies I earned from collecting tolls also belong to these sand bandits, so I will also give them out. Captain Lin, Captain Shi, you can decide." As soon as these words came out, the leaders of several convoys such as Lu Zhao and many uninformed captains on the joint convoy side were all surprised, and their expressions turned to respect when they looked at Hu Luxiao. "Wow, so Boss Hu has his reasons for collecting tolls. I misunderstood you before. Boss Hu is so righteous, I don't deserve it," Hu Luxiao said with a wry grin, his gold teeth etched. Lin Xian and Shi Dian, standing by, exchanged glances and both smiled secretly. He thought this guy was quite sensible. Not only did he clear his name, but he also won the hearts of the people and acted very impressively. However, Lin Xian didn't care. Hu Luxiao gave up this part of his profit as an accomplice to the evil, which was actually a statement. After all, in the eyes of so many teams, he was not a positive character. If he didn't do this, entering the no man's land with this former accomplice of the sand bandits would at least cause some criticism from the other teams. Then again, this guy had already made a lot of money by collecting 20% of the tolls. Those sand bandits didn't know how much fatter they were. Thinking of this, Lin Xian decided not to waste any more time. We still have about 5 hours until dark, so we should be in time. Let's split up and wipe out the lairs of the Sand Scorpion Gang, the Earth Dragon Society, and the Crimson Vultures. The rest of us will regroup in Aksay. Tomorrow, we'll enter no man's land before dawn. Shi Dian nodded. Then send more vehicles and more people. That'll make it easier to deal with any trouble. Ideally, we can wipe them out all at once. Lin Xian had barely finished speaking when Kiki raised her hand, her eyes wide and eager, gazing at him eagerly. Raiding someone else's lair is so much fun. Lin Xian, please let me go, please, she spoke with a pleading tone, as if she were the real sand bandit. Brother Lin, I'm willing to go too. Lu Xingchen was unusually eager to undertake a long-distance mission. It seemed the excitement of gaining the ability to fly hadn't worn off yet. I'm going too. Brother Lin. Can we go in that Nightstar aircraft? Sasha was also excited. Little sister, we are going to seize the stronghold, not blow it up. What use can you have by flying a plane except alerting the enemy? Shi Dian said with a smile. Lin Xian nodded, the main force has been eliminated. Even if there are people in the stronghold, there won't be too many, but there must be defensive heavy weapons, so they can't be underestimated. After speaking, he looked at the crowd. Jin Deely stood up directly and said, I will lead the team to Hyaogao in the northern district. Anyway, we are familiar with the route. It should be the stronghold of the Tulong Society, but there should be more than one. There must be more than one, Hu Luxiao said excitedly at this time. Don't look at this Tulong Society because he has the least people among the 3 convoys, but that Huagalong is a shrewd person. He has a lot of good things hidden in his hands, and he has more than one stronghold. I have detected 3 small strongholds alone. Ningjing looked at Shi Dian, then there is Chiang. I'll take the troops, Shi Dian nodded. Take Lao Mao and the others with you, just in case. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then turned to Chen Sixuan. How about this? You take Brother Ho and Kiki with you to the Sand Scorpion Gang, and the Sasha building. Luo Yang, you guys should also take the troops. Follow Teacher Chen's instructions. Chen Sixuan was a little surprised. She hadn't expected Lin Xian to proactively ask her to go out and fight. She was immediately delighted and nodded. Okay, I'll get ready right away. Lin Xian's reason for calling Chen Sixuan along was simple. She was calmer than Xiaoniu and Brother Ho, and having her around made him feel more reassured. Furthermore, with her improved perception and equipped with Black Hawk power armor, her strength was already considerable. Even if the Sand Scorpion Gang's stronghold still had significant firepower, with these people, it shouldn't be a problem. Li Yi, Lin Xian said to Li Yi. You have more people on your side, so bring Liang Lei with you. But you stay. I'm going to use this opportunity to adjust the train deployment and then combine your train with ours. Li Yu nodded. Okay, alright, I'll follow your instructions. Soon, the task of clearing the stronghold was assigned. Each team had at least 50 people. Lin Xian arranged for the use of the 10 base vehicles and the off-road vehicles from Hula Xiao's team. Under the bright sunshine, several teams roared off. The remaining teams stayed put to rest, and many team leaders arranged for their team members to rest and relax. After all, being stuck in the train compartment all day was not good. After all, they needed some sun. In a short while, the Black Rose Bar was filled with people who came to drink Hula Xiao's drinks. Since they had fought side by side, Hula Xiao didn't have the nerve to charge. He could only watch his treasured collection of drinks dwindle case by case, his eyes filled with heartache. At this time, Hula Xiao saw Lin Xian, who was about to return to the Infinity Train for maintenance, and quickly stepped forward and pulled him into the basement with a bitter face and said, Captain Lin, we have a deal. You have to cover us when we pass through the no man's land. Lin Xian sighed slightly and said, I don't know if I can cover it or not. If it's a sand bandit, it's okay. If it's a weird body, you know. Even if the Phoenix Interstellar Army is here, there is no such guarantee. Understand, understand, understand. Hula Xiao nodded repeatedly. Anyway, we will follow you. By the way, after you pass Quancheng, will you go to Jincheng or Luling? What's wrong? Hula Xiao smiled and said, just asking. If you go to Dawn City, I can stop by. You are going to Dawn City? Yes, Hula Xiao said as he took out an identity card as thin as a cicada's wing from his pocket. I paid a lot of money for the status of a middle-class citizen of Dawn No. 1 Underground City. Lin Xian took it and saw that this card had a new numbered ID card for federal citizens. It contained Hula Xiao's personal fingerprints, voice prints, and retinal information, which was somewhat similar to the electronic information he had entered into the Phoenix Society in Zilin before. I may not go to Dawn City, but I will definitely go in the direction of Luling. Hula Xiao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. That's great. I feel much more at ease to be able to follow your large group. By the way, Lin Xian looked at him. How did you get to Aksay? Oh, don't tell me. Hula Xiao sighed and said, I originally took a long Jiang River from Hangshan Pass, intending to chase that silent city. Damn, who knew that something strange would happen? Dozens of our convoys were all lost in the polar night when the number 5 star abyss suddenly expanded. When we ran out, hey, we were in the western Gobi Desert. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. Are you saying that you crossed the star abyss? Hula Xiao's tone paused. It's hard to say whether there is such a thing or not, because we have been running at night all the way, and all the information devices have failed, but the dozens of convoys we have should have been lucky. It seems that the Dark Mark has all been attracted to the silent city. My goodness, giants in the sky, weird corpses underground, and horrors everywhere. It's like 100 ghosts parading at night. Now I don't know if the silent city is still there. I guess it must be mysterious. There are said to be 80,000 to 90,000 people there. By the way, Hula Xiao suddenly looked at Lin Xian. There are living people in Xingyin, who, oh Hula Xiao said, and guessed, I guess it might be the Night Walkers or something. Anyway, there is a group of guys who are not afraid of death investigating inside, but they are all on the periphery. Speaking of which, Hula Xiao frowned. If we're talking about crossing the star abyss, that's unlikely. we can still feel the encroaching force of darkness. It gets stronger the deeper we go, and the sky gets darker, almost like you can't see your 5 fingers. So I guess I just stumbled here from the edge of the star abyss. Then you're incredibly lucky. Lin Xian looked at Hu Luxiao with a puzzled look. They'd left Zilin City and nearly been wiped out simply by entering Yijin City. Yet, Hu Luxiao had actually led a convoy around the edge of Star Abyss number 5, from Longjiang, into the western Gobi Desert. It had to be said that this guy had some luck. He didn't suffer immediately when he encountered the sand bandits, but actually made a killing. Talent. Nothing else, right? Yes, Hu Luxiao said, quickly turning and running to a corner where a safe stood. He pulled out a specially made storage box and walked over to Lin Xian. He pressed his finger on the fingerprint unlocking mechanism, and with a click, the metal box swung open. Lin Xian looked over and saw 10 dark red blood essences in the box. The size revealed them to be second-grade blood essences, varying in color and still lingering with a faint, fishy aroma. It's just a small token of appreciation, Captain Lin, for helping Mr. Hu out this time, Hu Luxiao said with a shy smile. Lin Xian looked at Hu Luxiao with interest. Be direct, it's true, nothing special, Hu Luxiao said hurriedly, opening the upper layer of the storage box. There's another thing, buzz. The moment Hu Luxiao opened the upper layer of the storage box, the lights in the basement flickered violently. Lin Xian's gaze froze, and he looked around. He noticed that the chandelier and some suspended metal objects were tilting slightly toward the storage box, as if drawn by some gravitational force. Lin Xian looked over at the bottom of Hu Luxiao's storage box. Quietly placed on a layer of sponge was a 12.7mm silver black armor-piercing bullet. The bullet had clearly been fired, showing signs of wear and tear, and even a trace of black blood. The moment Lin Xian saw it, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation of radiation and the chilling presence of darkness. Hu Luxiao looked at Lin Xian and said mysteriously, "To be honest, Captain Lin, this must be a taboo, please vote for me." Chapter 323 Train Modification and Upgrade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the basement of the Black Rose Bar, Lin Xian could clearly hear a low, humming sound of electricity, seemingly caused by the strange bullet-shaped object Hu Luxiao had produced. Forbidden item? How did you know? Lin Xian was puzzled. If the object before him was indeed a forbidden item, then this would be the second one Lin Xian had encountered in a short period of time. Hu Luxiao's face looked a little strange. He quickly closed the special storage box, and waited until the space around him relaxed a little before he said, "Actually, I didn't know it at first. After we got lost in the Star Abyss night, one of the people in the caravan brought this to me to exchange for supplies. I could tell at a glance that this thing must be something special. Although I have never seen a real forbidden object, this thing is very weird when it is taken out. The light around this thing will become very dim. I thought, could it be the legendary forbidden object? But the rumors about forbidden objects are either weird or dead. Who dares to touch them? But that person said that as long as it is put in this lead box, there will be no problem. So you think this might be some kind of treasure that can be used to exchange for some benefits from the Federation or other forces, right?" Lin Xian saw through Hu Luxiao's thoughts at a glance. He didn't have the courage to suppress bandits, but he had the courage to make money in the name of suppressing bandits. Hu Luxiao was well informed, so he naturally knew that no matter whether it was a disaster plant or a taboo object, it had extremely high research value for the government or various organizations. Ordinary people stayed away from it, but he, Hu Luxiao, was not an ordinary person. Even if he didn't understand what the use of it was okay as long as someone understood it. Hey, Hu Luxiao, whose thoughts were guessed, did not blush. "Yes, that is what I meant," but his face fell again. "I didn't expect that. Although this thing is separated by a box, the power of darkness invasion is so strong. I'm afraid that I will be burped before I find someone who knows the goods. So I thought that Captain Lin has a big force and many capable people. Otherwise, you can take it for research." Lin Xian sneered in his heart when he heard this. This excuse was completely nonsense. This guy first came up with the Emperor plan, and then he even knew about the activities of the mysterious Adventist organization, such as the Holy Revelation. How could he not find someone who knew the goods? He guessed that this guy must have realized that someone was targeting him and didn't want to cause trouble, so he wanted to hand this hot potato to Lin Xian, and also wanted to repay Lin Xian for saving someone, so that Lin Xian would thank him. His calculations were really clever. Taboo objects were far more troublesome than catastrophic plants. He knew nothing about their properties, hazards, or containment methods. He was still concerned about Brother Ho's gold bracelet, and he couldn't rest easy. He didn't know its current condition. Furthermore, the moment this object was opened, an unpleasant darkness nearly filled the room. It was clearly not a friendly entity. For a moment, Lin Xian hesitated. "Open it again and let me see." Thinking of this, Lin Xian asked Hula Xiao to open the box. He prepared to use his mechanical ability to test it. Hula Xiao nodded and quickly opened the lower box. Instantly, Lin Xian felt the surrounding space darken considerably. The dizzying sensation of radiation and the chilling encroaching darkness returned. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and immediately activated his mechanical heart to test the silver bullet. Scan failed. Non-mechanical energy detected. Lin Xian frowned. It was indeed a taboo object. So, he prepared to use his devouring ability again. But this time, unlike before, the moment he began devouring, the silver-black bullet immediately began to vibrate violently. Black and red arcs of electricity rose from it like a solar corona. The intense air pressure sent debris from the basement carelessly flying towards the bullet, like a black hole. At this moment, a terrifying message appeared on the screen of Lin Xian's mechanical heart: devour failed. Mechanical heart unable to respond. Startled, Lin Xian immediately stopped the mechanical heart. A whirring sound. Scrap of paper and smoke flew everywhere. Hula Xiao, stunned by the scene, shouted to Lin Xian, "Captain Lin, something's wrong." Lin Xian stared at the trembling silver-black bullet and immediately closed the box. Instantly, the arcs of electricity vanished, and the basement returned to calm. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, a deep sense of alarm building. Whatever this thing was, it was currently in an unknown and dangerous state, unable even to be devoured by the mechanical heart. Each of the three encounters with a forbidden object had given the mechanical heart a different reaction, only intensifying Lin Xian's curiosity. "How much do you know about forbidden objects?" Lin Xian asked, looking at Hula Xiao. Hula Xiao immediately shook his head. "It's just bits and pieces of information. Only the Phoenix Order, the Federation, and organizations like Divine Revelation are researching it. It's still a mystery to us." Okay, Lin Xian thought about it and decided to accept the box. Even if he didn't accept it, the outcome would be the same if Hula Xiao followed them this time. If they were targeted by some Advent sect, that wouldn't matter. After all, Lin Xian had more than one forbidden object in his car. He had already dared to confront the Federation over the Hull Black Chrysanthemum incident, so being targeted by some Advent sect wouldn't matter either. He couldn't possibly give away the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube and Brother Ho's bracelet to avoid trouble, like Hula Xiao had done. Seeing Lin Xian accept it, Hula Xiao's eyes lit up, and his expression suddenly became more confident. After exiting the Black Rose Bar, Lin Xian, holding the special alloy box, thought for a moment and crafted another lead box, intending to temporarily store it in the special box on the Gemini nuclear locomotive. He planned to learn more about the forbidden object later and then deal with it. As soon as he boarded the train, Lin Xian immediately used the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube to test it. Fortunately, the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube didn't sound an alarm, indicating that the object, sealed in the box, still had some use. Many on the train were dispatched to clear out a bandit's lair. After Lin Xian put his belongings away, he immediately prepared to assemble and connect the Sun with Li Yi and the others on the Axé platform to facilitate team deployment later. At this time, many people were getting off the Axé platform and on the United train far outside the platform. This was the first time the combined train had been free to move freely since emerging from the polar night. Although it was only an afternoon, each team seized the opportunity to vigorously repair the damage in Zilan City and Yijin City. At the same time, after enduring such a long night, everyone needed some sun to cleanse their bodies of the toxins of darkness. Inside the city, several teams also hurried to clean up the battlefield and seize usable supplies left over from the war against the Sand Bandits. This brought a new life to the once deserted and desolate area around Axé City. The Infinity was bustling with activity. In Chen Sixuan's absence, Xiaoyun helped lead the team to clean up the interior and exterior of the train. Meanwhile, dozens of middle-aged and strong workers from Li Yi's team came down to help Lin Xian reorganize the train. Most of this group were Liang Lei's former colleagues from the mechanical engineering team. After the apocalypse, they brought their families together to form the Pao Yuan camp. Each of them was a dedicated individual, hard-working and capable of supporting the enemy. Over 60 of them were capable of leading the charge against the strange entities. The entire train team consisted of 110 people. Adding Luo Yang's university student team, the entire Infinity Train had a crew of over 180, nearly 200. With so many people, and a train spanning over 800 meters and 27 carriages, Lin Xian faced numerous challenges. These included the configuration of the living quarters, dining car supplies, sanitation, weapon station deployment, and personnel management within the train cars. Lin Xian and Shi Dian discussed how to operate a train car with over 1,000 people on board, and decided to organize the members into teams with specific functions. The first task was to manage the train's internal affairs. Chen Sixuan was in charge of housekeeping, sanitation, medical care, and catering, while Miaolu and Li Yi assisted with the train car allocation. Electronic information, defensive weapons, surveillance, and intelligence are managed by Kiki, with technical experts Luo Yang and Xiaobei providing assistance. Weapons, ammunition, and equipment are managed by Shukin and the building, with Sasha, the little munitions genius, also helping out. The train's engineering department and maintenance team are led by Liang Lei, a group of former Pao Banyuan camp engineers and a group of technicians from the sun chasing team. Several people from Lu Chang's group who have followed Lin Xian to understand the train's condition also join in the effort. Finally, there are the scientific research and planting carriages. Normally, Ding Junai manages all the train's scientific research and medical services, but now that they have enough manpower, Lin Xian has assigned Xiaowen and several young people from the Infinite and Sun chasing teams to Ding Junai. He is also planning to expand another carriage for planting. The reason was simple: under the current encroachment of darkness, the team members had a greater need for greens and vegetables. Experiments had also shown that the Infinity's plantation compartments could provide some protection against the darkness. While not as effective as the heterogeneous cube, Lin Xian felt this was crucial. Even Longshan No. 1 had followed Infinity's lead, installing plant cultivation equipment in each compartment. And it wasn't just them. Ever since news of the Phoenix Club's vegetable juice spread, cultivating plants had become a pursuit and obsession for nearly every survivor. It wasn't just for the juice, it was a deep obsession. It seemed that as long as green continued to grow, people wouldn't despair of the doomsday and would be filled with courage to pursue the dawn. So, even amidst the horrific and suffocating flight, countless teams around the world were scrambling to gather the few remaining plants and seeds on Blue Planet. Using simple containers, they filtered water and soil, and planted these green shoots of hope. Then came Infinity's battle sequence. Lin Xian had divided the team members into groups based on their experience in the apocalyptic escape and their unique abilities and special powers, for easier deployment. The first to bear the brunt of the task was the technical team. Headed by Lin Xian and Kiki, responsible for electronic information technology, hacking, mechanical devices, radar, and other tasks. Luo Yang and Shasha also joined. The train then needed a team responsible for reconnaissance and maneuvering. The reconnaissance team was led by sniper Chen Sixuan and her deputy Miaolu, and was joined by several operational experts such as Luoluo Amin. When needed, they would pilot aircraft for regional reconnaissance. The maneuvering team, on the other hand, was comprised of Shu Qin and Lu Chang, joined by demolitionist Li Guangwen and 20 physical masters wearing power armor. Their characteristics included climbing parkour skills and strong adaptability to the environment. Lin Xian would make special arrangements for their equipment, equipping them with grappling guns, high-fiber ropes, reconnaissance drones, and more. Their primary responsibility was to provide rapid support and maneuvering. Next, Lin Xian divided the remaining main combat forces on the Infinity into two assault teams. Led by the two towering war gods of Lu Dai and Liang Lei, Assault Team 1 and Assault Team 2, each comprised approximately 50 men. All were equipped with Lone Wolf S-class tactical power armor, individual arc pulse guns, Rower K-23 electric rotary machine guns, Thunderstorm A-1 grenade launchers, bazookas, and various preloaded explosives. They were the Infinity's primary force in crisis response. Lin Xian planned to equip them with every heavy weaponry a single soldier could muster, delivering a furious firepower. Lin Xian also assigned a flight assault team to Fire Brother Lu Xingchen. This team, Lin Xian planned to expand once he could manufacture individual flying vehicles, was currently comprised of only Fire Brother. However, after Lin Xian explained this to him, Fire Brother radiated confidence, declaring himself a single-handed army, no problem. Finally, there were Kiki and Lin Xian. While the technical team was strictly focused on internal operations and defense, Lin Xian would flexibly deploy Kiki, Luo Yang, and Shasha depending on the situation. Take Kiki, for example. She's incredibly versatile. Whether it's technical skills, reconnaissance, or mobile assaults, this girl is a true all-rounder. Luo Yang is a ranged fighter on her own, and even on the vehicle, she's a powerful weapon. And there's no need to mention Sasha. She's practically turned a Vulcan into a Vulcan arsenal. This little girl constantly seeks out Lin Xian for advice on all sorts of mechanical knowledge. She's thoroughly researched every weapon on the vehicle, even going so far as to dismantle the railgun. Lin Xian doesn't stop her, he's always accommodating and caring for her. He'll build her anything she wants, provided she has the blueprints. Despite her tiny 12-year-old frame, she pilots the Sally through the monster waves with a ferocity that rivals even her brother's building. So, Lin Xian is thinking about building a more powerful mecha, or mass-producing several, so he can form a mecha wing like the 7th Survey Corps. With such a steel barrier, the entire vehicle's safety rating will be elevated to a whole new level. After staffing was finalized, Lin Xian began preparing the Infinity's train configuration. This presented him with some headaches. Unlike the Longshan one, the Infinity train had a plethora of functional trains. Currently, it featured 2 nuclear-powered trains. A Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive, Intercontinental class, 290 megawatts, and a Linglong Engineering class nuclear-powered electric locomotive, 200 MW. Additionally, there were 2 Weilong class electric traction locomotives, a Huixing 10 and a Dabaoba Ijujing 03E heavy-duty gas turbine locomotive. Lin Xian sat in train 12, his face gloomy, adjusting the train layout with his mobile device. Grace stood beside him. He glanced at the graceful robot inside. He had originally thought it would be much easier to design a train layout using the Crimson 3 AI. However, the information center's computers took days to analyze the AI's program, and even that wasn't always perfect. The thought of this gave Lin Xian a headache. If we want to fully solve this problem, the Weilong-class traction locomotive and the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered locomotive must be modified. The Weilong class is simple, but the nuclear-powered locomotive requires the complete removal of the driver's console. Instead, we can place both nuclear-powered locomotives at the rear for traction. I'll connect the Weilong class and place them in the front. This way, the power traction won't be so rear-heavy. Currently, both power and electricity are extremely important to the Infinity. Lin Xian won't easily devour them. Perhaps a better solution will emerge after he reaches Jinhei, but for now, this is probably the best approach. Let's do it. Lin Xian's eyes fixed, and he immediately picked up his mobile device to begin arranging the new Infinity train layout. At the front of the train was the same heavy-shielded Jujing 03E heavy-duty gas turbine locomotive, equipped with a driving radar, an active phased array radar, an electro-optical probe, a sentinel system, and a horizon gateway. Lin Xian will connect the 2 Dragon-class traction locomotives acquired from Zilin City behind Cars 2 and 3. These vehicles will feature double-aisle armor, boasting a power output of 70,000 kilowatts. Combined with the gas turbines, they'll be more than capable of pulling the combined train, even if the hundreds of cars behind them are idle. Lin Xian has equipped the roofs of these 2 traction locomotives with YJ-03 anti-aircraft guns and an automated Vulcan machine gun turret, all controlled by the Information Center's integrated fire control system. The 4th car, further along, will once again house Car 1, the main vehicle where Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan reside, and Car 2, the Information Center for Kiki and Shasha. Besides the 2 girls' quarters, this will also house the train's integrated electrical system and a G3 railgun. Cars 3 and 4 are the Col 3 biological science research vehicles, originally excavated from underground City 9. These will serve as Ding Junai's residence and research area, while Lin Xian will also be using them for planting. Lin Xian plans to relocate the Sun's dining car behind Car 4 and add a planting cart to provide for the entire train. As a result, Carriage 5, originally occupied by the building in Hojie, became Carriage 6, Section 9 of the Infinity. This is where Lin Xian successfully built a G3 electromagnetic railgun while in Yijin City. He also plans to install an 1130 tank here, giving the weapon station truly powerful firepower. However, this also means that the station can accommodate only a small number of people. Carriages 7 and 8 continue to be the core supply and dining cars. In fact, most of the dining cars on the Infinity are used for storing supplies, as large-scale meals are rarely needed. Most meals are prepared in the dining cars or canned food, and people come to them on their own. Carriage 9 has been the living quarters since its inception. This car is also equipped with a YJ-03 anti-aircraft gun and an automated Vulcan machine gun turret. Shukin, Mialu, and Lu Chang primarily live here, totaling 26 people. Shukin has a larger private room to herself. Carriage 10 is quite special. Lin Xian has placed 22 children, including Duaruo, in this car, which has been heavily armored. Lin Xian assigned car 11 to Li Yi, and also to some of the women in his team with families, making it more convenient. Car 12 was still the weapons station, equipped with an 1130 close-in weapon system. Lin Xian also planned to build a G3L electromagnetic railgun here. He also assigned Luo Yang and Xiao Bai, the technical backbone of his team, to guard the weapon station. Lin Xian left an empty tool car in car 13, which he planned to use to build a fully automatic bullet stamping machine and store the train's weapons and ammunition. This location was relatively convenient, as it was located in the middle of the train. Carriages 14 to 18 were all living quarters, housing nearly 100 people. Lin Xian had arranged for 16 women, including Luoluo and Amin, from the former Luoyang team, to live in carriage 14, while carriage 15 was occupied by 18 men, including Li Guangwen. Carriages 16, 17, and 18 were occupied by members of the Pao Ben Yuan camp. Most of them were Liang Lei's former co-workers, and some families rescued along the way were also present, so it wasn't all men. While it was natural for things to happen between men and women in this apocalyptic world, especially for singles, that was their freedom. However, for the sake of convenience, Lin Xian tried to separate men and women, excluding families. He also considered the deployment of combat personnel, so the women responsible for housekeeping were generally placed closer to the dining car. The children and the supply car were also located in the central area protected by the Infinity. Next, in car 19, Lin Xian converted the former tool car into vehicle car to house the two Nightstar hypersonic vehicles. He needed to modify this car to allow for fully automatic opening to facilitate takeoff, but this required careful consideration of armor, which presented a significant challenge. Car 20, the former Mechinar Bay, housed Sasha's Sally and the 6-axis robotic arm used for lifting. Car 21 served as the Infinity's final weapon station, protecting the Silver Star 10A traction locomotive and the Gemini 11R and Linglong nuclear-powered locomotives. Similarly, Lin Xian also needed to construct an 1130 and a G3L electromagnetic railgun here. Car 21, along with the 6 power cars, comprised the Infinity's new 27-car train set. With the exception of the gas turbine car, Lin Xian deployed a PX-05 maintenance robot to each of the power cars and weapon stations for routine maintenance, inspection, and ammunition resupply. After completing the carriage configuration, Lin Xian decided to start the modification immediately and use the current time to complete the modification of the train. He estimated that he should be able to complete the modification of the Dragon class, the armor of the new planting carriage, and the number 19 aircraft storage carriage in this afternoon. The rest, he can only do it slowly on the road. Lin Xian has not slept for 2 days and 2 nights. He must rest tonight no matter what. The train will enter the uninhabited area tomorrow. He also used the gravitational lens once today, and his energy is really not enough. Carriage 6 is short of an 1130 close-in weapons system, Weapon Station 21 is short of a G3L electromagnetic railgun, and Weapon Station 12 is still empty, so both need to be built. Then the Sun's original armor needs to be improved and upgraded to the Infinity's level, but that's the least urgent. We must first complete the fully automatic bullet stamping machine in Carriage 13, and then the ultra-high temperature plasma beam cutting array to replace the outer armor electric blade device, and the power supply, water supply, and information system for the entire vehicle. Lin Xian closed his eyes. Expanding the team is really not an easy task. Fortunately, he now has partners like Luo Yang and Liang Lei, who are both knowledgeable in engineering and mechanics to help him. Lin Xian only needs to complete the manufacturing, and everyone can help him with the rest, which is a lot less worrying. Thinking of this, Lin Xian checked the time on his watch and stood up immediately. Let's get started, please give me a monthly vote. Chapter 324, Escape from Zhangjian. The sun was high, the heat blazing. The concrete platform at Aksay Station cracked into a spiderweb, the dry camel thorn and sedge grass in the cracks a lifeless earthy color. The iron station sign hanging above the station creaked mournfully in the wind. The joint train stretched from the Aksay platform to several kilometers outside the city. Under the blazing sun, a sea of people filled the air. To the east lay an endless uninhabited area, the wind howling, and only the surging heat of the horizon could be seen. The sky and earth seemed to be reduced to a withered yellow. After the members of the joint convoy enjoyed a moment of sunlight, excited by the escape from darkness, they were replaced by scorching heat and drought. Men and women changed into thin clothes and sweated profusely as they repaired their survival vehicles. With the exception of one convoy, the Queen Mo, in an open space outside the platform, Monica's men had erected a sunshade. Dressed in a hot, short, bralette, and sunglasses, Monica lay comfortably on a recliner. A mini fridge held a cool drink, and a subordinate kept her cool with a fan. She looked as if the dangers of the no-man's land had nothing to do with her, as if she were simply on vacation. Her commanding presence and overly sexy figure not only made the men around her nose bleed, but even the men from the various teams busy on the platform glanced in her direction, making the air in Aksay feel 2 degrees warmer. Ignoring the glances of those around her, Monica appeared to be resting, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Xian, who was meticulously modifying a train in the distance, operating drones and countless suspended materials. Mechanical abilities seemed to go too far against my understanding of superpowers, she muttered. On the Aksay platform, the Infinity had disconnected from the Longshan number 1 and was reassembling its carriages on a spare track. Lin Xian was operating a drone to modify and manufacture the Dragon-class carriages, while Li Yi and Xiao Yuan, along with hundreds of other people, were busy assisting him. Despite her heavy belly, Li Yi's face was filled with hope and longing for survival and a bright future. After the night in Yijin City, Lin Xian's invitation had kept her awake all night. She and Liang Lei, both strong-willed, had always played the role of saving others during their escape. Now, joining the Infinity, she felt like she had found a platform she could trust and rely on. Li Yi was filled with gratitude. If she weren't pregnant, with her psychic abilities, she would surely have been able to help by jumping up and down, carrying armor plates. Sister-in-law, take a break. Leave these to us. Several large men in engineering exoskeleton power armor were constantly moving various armor plates and materials that Lin Xian had manufactured. Seeing Li Yi busy at work, they couldn't help but say to her, "That's right, it's quite hot outside and the wind is strong, now is not the time to rest." Li Yi followed behind, carrying a heavy toolbox, and said loudly, "We will enter the no-man's land tomorrow. Captain Lin said that we should prepare as much as possible." "He is right, Sister Li Yi." At this time, Xiao Yuan ran over to her and said, "Come to the car and help us organize the supplies. We need to free up a lot of space." "Oh, okay." Hearing that it was Lin Xian's arrangement, Li Yu nodded quickly. She didn't know that Xiao Yuan was actually called by Lin Xian. Originally, Lin Xian arranged Li Yu to be in charge of housekeeping. Seeing that she was still busy with heavy work despite her big belly, he asked Xiao Yuan to call her to the car to help. On the spare track section of Aksay, an over 800-meter heavy armored train has been lined up. From the outside, it is obvious that it is 2 trains with different armor styles combined, but the overall appearance is still very domineering. The interior was being cleaned and arranged according to Lin Xian's instructions, while outside, workers were welding the car armor and automated gates at the joints between the cars. While Lin Xian couldn't complete the outer armor all at once, he had to at least make the entire train completely sealed. At the front of the train, Lin Xian was controlling several PX-05 maintenance robots as they dismantled the main control console of the Dragon class and constructed a large reinforced connecting car to connect it to the Whale 03E heavy-duty gas turbine locomotive. This assembly might sound like a safety hazard, but for Lin Xian, it wasn't. His production was precision engineered based on the complete Dragon class blueprints, with forged parts that were better than new, not just simple welds. As he pondered, several hovering PX-05 robots, guided by Lin Xian's mechanical heart, performed standard tasks. These robots' eyes became Lin Xian's eyes. At first, Lin Xian wasn't quite used to it. After all, he only gained this ability after unlocking the remote control. Perspectives flooded his mind from all directions, quickly causing him to feel dizzy, his otoliths to distort, and he experienced bouts of vertigo, spinning vision, and nausea. Only after forcing himself to perceive in a mechanical way did he begin to adjust to this all-encompassing perspective. He'd been accustomed to seeing the world with a single pair of eyes his entire life, and now suddenly having so many more perspectives was a real headache. And these were only a few. He recalled his plan to manufacture thousands of Thunder Falcon 2000 attack drones. If he could actually build thousands, how would he manage them? Lin Xian's initial solution to this problem was to use AI, but the more he thought about it, the more it seemed out of place. What would he have to do with the drones if the intelligent control system controlled the attacks? Would that make him a drone production mothership? Thinking of this, Lin Xian closed his eyes and frowned slightly. This seemed like a real problem. How does the human brain process thousands of units simultaneously? Against the enemy, Old Scorpion, he could only control all attacks simultaneously. For the time being, he had to hand over the drone's automatic control unit after searching for the enemy. Swish. Elsewhere, Kiki, Chen Sixuan, and Brother Ho, along with the Infinity, Luo Yang, Liang Lei, and their men, rushed forward. The rumble of the convoy shook the sand and dead grass along the path. The engine hum slowly faded, and the wind and sand raged around. Kiki, following the Old Scorpion's Iron Alliance signal envelope, quickly located an area with the highest overlap. Using triangulation, she located the location, known as Wangfang Valley. However, dozens of kilometers from the target point, Chen Sixuan suggested stopping and letting Kiki take her and Brother Ho to conduct the reconnaissance. The three of them were highly mobile, making them more adept at handling any problems. Of the three, only Chen Sixuan wore full-body power armor. Ho Jie wore lone wolf power armor with a windproof visor, while Kiki wore simple shorts and a leather jacket, using a telekinetic shield to block out the wind and sand. That location is probably about 27 or 28 kilometers from here, quite secluded. The bandit strongholds are quite far apart, and all in uninhabited areas. Aside from zombies and other entities, the average survivor wouldn't have the energy to find them, Chen Sixuan said cautiously. This was the first time she'd led a mission without Lin Xian, and it was a violent one like raiding a bandit's lair. Although she appeared calm, she couldn't contain her excitement. She didn't know how to describe the feeling, but she was truly enjoying the sharp perception and powerful strength that allowed her to kill enemies from 1,000 meters away. This was a completely different Chen Sixuan from the one who wouldn't even dare to touch a piece of chalk. Then let's go check it out. It's been a 2-hour sandstorm. What if we miss the messenger? We'll be empty-handed, Kiki said, using telekinesis to whisk the two of them towards their target location. During the flight, Chen Sixuan said in a serious tone, "This location is deep in uninhabited territory, far from major roads and towns. Even if it's not the Sand Scorpion Gang's lair, it must be where they're hiding something or trading something. Otherwise, their signals wouldn't be appearing so frequently in this area." Brother Ho crossed his arms, looking a little dissatisfied that even after being able to fly, he was still being carried away by Kiki's telekinesis. "Have you forgotten that I can now fly? Shut up and just follow," Kiki said bluntly. Chen Sixuan glanced at Brother Ho and whispered, "You're flying too fast, and the smoke and fire will easily reveal us. We're going on a reconnaissance mission. Don't act rashly." Lu Xingchen felt Chen Sixuan's words made perfect sense. He swallowed what he was about to say, coughed twice, nodded, and began to focus on keeping a close watch on the distant targets. After a short while, the three of them flew close to the ground in the direction of their target. When they reached the cliffs of a sandy hill, Chen Sixuan suddenly called out to Kiki, "Stop." Kiki immediately controlled the three of them to land. Chen Sixuan immediately crouched down, picked up his sniper rifle, and headed off. Through the telescope, a large wasteland stronghold came into view. It looked like a former abandoned signal station of the Federation, nestled at the foot of a wind-eroded rocky mountain. At first glance, it looked quite large. The entire stronghold was made up of rusted tankers, abandoned car wreckage, and welded iron plates. Several twisted steel towers stood in the corners, topped with old searchlights and heavy machine guns. There were also numerous flamethrowers, defensive grids, and other equipment, suggesting a high level of defense. In addition to the former observation station building, the stronghold also contained a dozen or so tin huts, each containing 40 or 50 highly modified doomsday vehicles, large and small. They were covered in thorns, steel spikes, and bizarre graffiti, looking incredibly arrogant. The signal station's abandoned reflector cover had been removed and used as a sunshade, upon which various radar and early warning devices had been newly installed. Chen Sixuan gently adjusted the scope to zoom in. A dozen figures were now gathered in the stronghold, some smoking on the watchtower, while others appeared to be playing cards in the sunshade. Looking back, she spotted a small air raid shelter with a heavy, blast-proof door spray painted with the Sand Scorpion Gang's logo. It seemed to house either the leader or key members, or to store supplies and ammunition. We've found the right place. This is the Sand Scorpion Gang's lair. Chen Sixuan raised her hand, motioning the two men beside her to lower themselves. Wait, she continued, adjusting her sights through the scope. Suddenly, beneath several awnings further inside the stronghold, she spotted several large cages welded from sheet metal and steel frames, holding numerous people. They were all in rags and appeared to be on the verge of death. Even though they were several kilometers away, Chen Sixuan could sense the despair within. There are actually dozens of prisoners there, so many people. Kiki frowned. It seems that they were all captured recently and haven't been traded yet. Chen Sixuan nodded. Apart from these people, there are not many sand bandits, but those watchtowers and some heavy defensive weapons inside cannot be underestimated. And I don't know what is inside the explosion-proof door. Chen Sixuan watched intently. At this time, on the watchtower of the stronghold, the thugs used flamethrowers to directly slaughter the zombies gathered at the door, and then the door full of spikes slowly opened, and two violent chariots roared out and drove towards them. Someone's coming out, heading our way. Probably checking on Axay. Lin Xian, standing nearby, clenched his fists and said sternly, then why don't we strike with lightning speed, giving them no chance to react? You're right, Chen Sixuan said coldly. Brother Ho, you go back and lead the main force. Kiki and I will take care of these spies here, and then we'll raid their lair. Okay, Lin Xian smiled, then turned and leaped into flames, shooting out with incredible speed, like a meteor. Meanwhile, a bandit in the Sand Scorpion Gang's stronghold's watchtower was smoking, his gun in hand. An old music player blared loud, piercing heavy metal music filled with obscenities. His teammate, armed with a sniper rifle, was playing a headshot game on the zombies roaming outside the stronghold. Bang! A male zombie's head exploded. Oh, juicy, bang! A female zombie's chest exploded. That's a huge bomb, the sniper grinned, his teeth etched. Through his scope, he gazed toward the road leading out of the stronghold. There, the two vehicles that had just ventured out to Axay to explore the area had stopped. Seeing this, he quickly looked back, zooming in. Suddenly, he saw the windows of the two vehicles had completely shattered, spraying a torrent of blood. They were frozen in place. The sniper's face paled, and he cried out, "It's not going away!" Bang! Before he could finish his words, he and the team member smoking behind him were simultaneously pierced by a powerful bullet, their heads splattering in a cloud of blood. The sudden, deafening noise quickly alerted the others in the stronghold, and the alarm sounded. Enemy attack! Get your weapons, you reckless bastards! How dare you attack our Sand Scorpion Gang? As the guards, realizing what was happening, rushed out with their weapons, they saw a new sun in the sky. Yandi, with a hilariously childish shout. The entire stronghold was completely engulfed in flames. Several sentry towers were taken out before they could even fire, sniped by Chen Sixuan's long-range sniper fire. Boom! Liang Lei and the others drove their cars through the horde of zombies, while Shukin, Luo Yang, and the others, with Kiki's help, had already airdropped into the stronghold, opened the gate, and began clearing out of bandits. This force arrived with lightning speed, leaving the bandits with no time to react before being annihilated. The captives in the cages watched with horror, screaming in fear at the blazing flames outside. Luo Yang and Shukin were the first to rush outside the air raid shelter. They were surprised to see the heavy blast-proof door, which was much thicker and more sturdy than it had appeared from a distance, even a level higher than the vault door. There's someone inside. Luo Yang used the drone to conduct a close-up search, discovering that the shelter was designed for some kind of nuclear explosion. It contained a vast interior, large enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Just as Chen Sixuan and his team had finished clearing the area outside the stronghold, a loudspeaker in the shelter suddenly blared sharply, followed by an angry man's voice from within. Who are you? How dare you attack our Sand Scorpion Gang? Are you trying to kill yourself? The man, seemingly watching the entire stronghold fall through some surveillance equipment, screamed with a shrill rage. You can't escape. When our boss gets back, you'll all be dead. Who's yelling so loudly? Kiki, arms folded, flew through the air. Hearing the shout, he clenched his fist in the air. The heavy blast-proof door instantly buckled under the powerful telekinesis, making a whimpering sound like tearing metal. Parts of the mountain's rock collapsed with a humming sound. Boom. For a moment, smoke and dust billowed everywhere. When the smoke cleared, a sleazy-looking man in briefs and a spiked necklace stood there, stunned, clutching a megaphone. He hadn't expected the multi-ton blast-proof door to be gone. The rage and arrogance on his face instantly faded to pale gray. What the hell are you? Bang! Before he could finish his words, Shuken shot him away. The group entered and were stunned to discover an interior of extraordinary opulence. The hallways alone were filled with a dense array of food and supplies. There was also a separate armory and a large storage warehouse underground. The largest room was truly extravagant. The floor was covered in Persian carpets embroidered with entwined nude women and scorpions. Stepping barefoot felt like sinking into warm, soft flesh. Dozens of copper pipes dangled from the ceiling, connected to homemade condensers that converted the scorching air outside into distilled water. This water, combined with a circulating pipe from the underground supply pool, flowed into the agate-rimmed swimming pool in the center. At the edge of the pool, a dozen graceful women, some naked and some clad in gauze bikinis, shivered in a corner. Chains were fastened around their necks. They were Old Scorpion's private harem, tasked with serving him. The one who had just been shouting at the door was actually the Sand Scorpion gang's second-in-command, secretly engaging in sexual activity while Old Scorpion was away. Wow, there's actually a swimming pool. Shasha, who had joined the raiding party, walked in with a startled look on her face when Kiki quickly covered her eyes. Let's go, there's nothing to see, Shuken, Kiki. At that moment, Chen Sixuan's voice rang over the communicator. The two of them immediately ran outside. They saw Chen Sixuan and several others standing in front of the iron cage holding the survivors. In the corner, an old man leaned against the cage, motionless, his face sunburned and red, scanning the group with a questioning gaze. Shuken's expression changed immediately upon seeing this person. Old Mo, this person was none other than Mo Changzi, the Iron Lead team member who had previously rushed into the high-altitude corridor with the Infinity. At 4:50 p.m. at Aksay Station, the 27th carriage of the Infinity had already been connected, and the armor around the car joints had been applied. The original Sun's carriages had heavy, homemade armor, providing decent defense, so Lin Xian prioritized resolving the issues with the internal doors and seals. At the same time, he led a team to complete the modification of the integrated electrical system, the onboard water purifier, and the water and air circulation systems, allowing for integrated management of the Infinity 6 power cars. Beyond that, Lin Xian primarily focused his time on the layout of the functional interior cars. He renovated the living car, added shelving and refrigeration to the supply car, and protected and displayed the ammunition car. Lin Xian disliked cluttered interiors, so he utilized his manufacturing skills to meticulously design each car, ensuring both comfortable living and efficient mobilization. Many of the designs were modeled after the Queen Mo, saving Lin Xian considerable effort. After Kiki and the others returned, Lin Xian handed over the deployment of the radar and sentry systems, as well as the installation of the arc pulse string vibrator, to Kiki and Luo Yang. All that remained was for him to rest, and then, while he worked on the outer armor and large defensive weapons for each weapon station, on the run. Several convoys within Aksay, preparing to follow the joint convoy into the no man's land, were also intensively preparing. At that moment, a voice from the sentry came over the communicator. Captain Lin, they're back. At this moment, many people climbed to a high point to observe. Across the vast Gobi Desert, large groups of troops were coming in from several directions, raising a cloud of dust. Chen Sixuan's team was the last to appear on the distant horizon. Only when the convoy neared Aksay did Lin Xian hear Chen Sixuan's voice. Lin Xian, the operation went smoothly. We found 2 Sand Scorpion gang strongholds. We have a lot of supplies, and we've brought back everything useful. Are there any casualties? No. Good. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. However, we brought back a group of survivors of the Sand Scorpion gang captives. Old Mo's family is among them. Old Mo, Lin Xian frowned, remembering the luxuriously modified all-terrain tracked armored RV and the cowboy-like old man. He hadn't heard from them since the high-altitude corridor, and he didn't expect to run into them here. Outside the Aksay platform, there was a dense crowd of people, all cheering and surrounding several mission convoys. Ningjing and Chen Sixuan led people to urgently count the spoils, while in the shade of the platform, Lin Xian and Shu Qin and others were checking the conditions of Lao Mo and others. I can't believe it's you. Old Mo's face was itched with age. Seeing the massive Doomsday train on the platform, his dry eyes finally brightened. Captain Lin, oh my. God bless you. I never expected to see you. Lin Xian had some food and water brought to them. Old Mo's family consisted of 4 children, including his daughter-in-law and 2 other children, his 10-year-old grandson, Mo Ocean, and a 6-year-old girl named Xiao. The family was in a state of disarray, covered in wounds, clearly having suffered a great deal. Thank you, Captain Lin. Old Mo's daughter-in-law, Sun Yuzhen, gratefully accepted the water from Lin Xian and immediately opened it, offering it to the 2 children nearby. They were already starving, their faces dull and their throats throbbing. Hungry and thirsty, they couldn't help but gulp down the food and water. Old Mo, what's going on? Where are the rest of your team? Lin Xian asked. After gulping down half a bottle of water, Lao Mo finally regained some spirit. He spoke with a mixture of anger and regret. A few days ago, we drove from the Wei River to Longjiang along the mountain road. We had planned to bypass Jinhei and go directly to Shuguang City. However, we encountered a strange entity at night and had to run northeast towards Star Abyss number 5. Unexpectedly, Star Abyss number 5 expanded by hundreds of kilometers overnight. We were in darkness all day before we realized something was wrong, and we had entered the polar night zone. Weiho River, Shuken frowned beside her. How did you end up in the western Gobi Desert if you took the eastern route? That's right, Kiki rolled her eyes. If you calculate the distance, you might not even get here in 3 days, not to mention in the polar night with no roads. We don't know either. Sun Yuzhen, in her 30s, was now haggard and disheveled, her once neat short hair now looking like dead grass. She said quickly, originally, we were following Silent City, but we and many other convoys encountered fog. Something terrifying appeared in there, and most of the convoys were scattered. When we emerged from the fog, we suddenly found ourselves in a desolate desert, and then you encountered sand bandits again, Lin Xian asked. Hearing what they said, Lin Xian immediately remembered what Ula Xiao had told him before. It seemed that Ula Xiao's convoy had encountered the same situation as theirs, which made Lin Xian suspicious. The distance from Longjiang Traxay is even farther than the entire uninhabited area. Even if the convoy hadn't stopped at all, even without considering the darkness, it would have taken at least 2 or 3 days. Moreover, they were fleeing in the wilderness, so their speed couldn't have been much faster. How could they have suddenly made it from the southern polar night zone of Star Abyss number 5 to the northern western Gobi Desert in such a short time? At this moment, Lao Mo nodded with a look of disappointment, and said with great annoyance, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have followed that Silent City." He looked at Sun Yuzhen and her 2 grandchildren beside him, and thought of the old friends in the other car who had disappeared, his tone full of regret. Lin Xian glanced at Sun Yuzhen. This woman's clothing was the most tattered, with the buttons broken and the crotch of her pants torn into shreds. She had long since lost her underwear. The crotch and inner thighs of her pants were stained with blood. It was obvious that she had been bullied by the bandits, but she seemed unconcerned. Her eyes were filled with the excitement and joy of survival. While explaining the situation to Lin Xian, she opened a bag of biscuits and stuffed them into the mouths of her son and daughter. At this time, Miao Lu had already taken a dress from the car and draped it over Sun Yuzhen to make her look less embarrassed in front of so many people. Thank you, Sun Yuzhen gratefully accepted. Facing the gazes of the crowd, she remained calm and said, "It's nothing, actually. Survival is more important than anything else in this world. It's just not nice for the children to see." The youngest daughter looked at the onlookers with timid fear. She quickly took the biscuit as it was passed to her. But the eldest son, however, regarded the crowd with wariness, huddling closer to his mother, his hands clenched tightly, as if trying to shield her from the tangled fabric of her clothes. The other Infinity team members' gazes towards Sun Yuzhen shifted subtly, as if inspired by her resilience. Women are a vulnerable group in the apocalypse. Skilled and capable, it's fine, but otherwise, in the chaotic escape, their status is incredibly low. Not every woman has the power to control her own destiny, as Monica did before and after the apocalypse. Old Mo's family's escape was already a difficult one. His son died before Yubai City, and the Tili family caravan had survived thanks to the mutual support of several old friends and families. Old Mo's self-reproachful expression revealed that this once arrogant and carefree old man had aged 10 years because of this ordeal. It was clear that he blamed his own inability to protect his family entirely on his own incompetence. The previously cool old man in sunglasses and jeans now looked haggard, lifeless. "It's okay, Ocean. They're good people. Captain Lin saved us, and they killed all the bandits." Upon hearing Sun Yezhan's words, Ocean's eyes shifted from defensive to fiery. He immediately crawled to his mother's side, then knelt and kowtowed to Lin Xian, saying, "Please, give me a gun. I can kill bandits and zombies." Everyone's faces grew solemn as they watched. Lin Xian reached out and lifted Ocean's head, which was about to kowtow. He said, "There's definitely a chance, but you shouldn't kowtow right now." Then, Lin Xian said to Lao Mo, "Rest in our car for a while. I'll get back to you later to find out more." Lao Mo sighed, looking at Lin Xian, who sighed, "Ah, my old bones don't know how to thank you." Sun Yezhan's face was filled with eager excitement. She quickly pulled her daughter and son aside and said to Lin Xian and everyone else, "Thank you. We won't cause you any trouble. I'm a psychic. I'm not very powerful, but I can fly and use a gun. Ocean and Ol are also very helpful. They can do the dirty and tiring work and won't be a burden to you." As he spoke, Ocean and Ol nodded repeatedly. "You're a flying psychic?" Lin Xian was surprised. "Wow." Sun Yezhan was clearly a straightforward person. Without saying a word, she spread out a pair of white wings behind her in front of everyone. They looked quite large, but now they were covered in scars, with knife and gunshot wounds deep enough to see the bone, and they looked a bit bloody. "The injuries are so serious, Miaolu, take them to get some treatment." At this moment, Lin Xian felt a little uneasy. He felt that the situation of Xingyin No. 5 that Lao Mo and Hula Xiao had described was definitely not a coincidence. There must be some unknown danger related to Xingyin in this uninhabited area. However, Lin Xian suppressed this thought for the time being. Without wasting time, he quickly asked Miaolu to take the few people to the car. After finding Hula Xiao for a detailed understanding later, he would discuss this strange situation with the other teams. "Please give me a monthly ticket." Chapter 325, Interior Construction of the Carriage. What? Familiar face, Jin Dili, who had just returned from leading a team, stepped onto the platform, wiping away sweat with a handheld hairdryer. He, along with Hula Xiao and his men, had swept through several Earth Dragon Society strongholds, reaping a bountiful harvest. Lin Xian nodded. An old friend from before, but his presence here seems odd. He then glanced at Hula Xiao, who was also approaching with Sun Chang in a large group, his face brimming with excitement. According to Lao Mo's account, they, too, had been swept into the No. 5 star abyss with the Silent City, only to emerge in this western Gobi desert. The situation was bizarre. "Hey, Captain Lin, you don't know, that bone dragon is a real scumbag. The treasures hidden in its cave are more than 10 of my regiments. We've stole a ton of gold this time," Hula Xiao said with a chuckle. Elsewhere, Chen Sixuan, Ningjing, and Shi Dian, who had finished their inventory, gathered around. "Red Eagle has quite a bit of money, too. This guy's left quite a few men in his base, at least 70 or 80, Ningjing said sternly. "Looks like he's keeping a backup plan, and it's not against us, he's guarding against fellow comrades." "It's the same here." It took some effort. Jin Dili shrugged. "Tisk, what's this Iron Alliance? Trying to get a bunch of bandits to work together is a complete joke." Chen Sixuan also explained the Sand Scorpion gang's situation. When she mentioned the extravagant palace in the air raid shelter housing a dozen or so favored concubines, everyone looked at her in silence. Lin Xian had seen this happen quite a bit after the apocalypse. It started in Jiang City, with Liu Wei from the Oasis Convoy, a prime example. Having just gained his powers, he immediately recruited soldiers, took wives, and concubines, unleashing the chaotic revelry of humanity after the shattering of rules. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Xian right after leaving Jiang City. Even so, everyone was still astonished after hearing about the old Scorpion situation. "Hey, this bastard, I heard he is quite strong, how come he didn't die in a woman's belly?" Shi Dian snorted. "Damn these bandits, every one of them, it would be considered a mercy of mine to crush them to death." As he said that, he looked at Lin Xian and said approvingly, "It's still Brother Lin's method that makes me feel better. That group of girls have been rescued, right? I'll tell them about this later, so that they can also feel better." Lin Xian said in a deep voice. What should we do with dozens or hundreds of people brought back? Let's find out the situation of these people first, Ningjing said at this time. Collect some information by the way, and then we'll discuss it in the evening. Lin Xian nodded. This was exactly what he meant. Hu Luxiao stood aside, rubbed his hands and said, He captains, our several convoys have followed us all the way into the no man's land. You can call on us for any tasks, follow us if you can, but let me say this first. Shi Dian crossed his arms across his chest and looked at Hu Luxiao and said, follow orders in all actions. Stop when you are told to stop, walk when you are told to walk, and close the windows and lights quickly when you are told to, otherwise, don't worry. Hu Luxiao grinned with his big gold teeth and patted his chest and said, now that we have entered the no man's land, we are all in the same boat. We will definitely not drag our feet. Okay, then you go back and prepare, Shi Dian said to him. Hu Luxiao's smile faltered upon hearing this. He thought to himself, haven't we just counted the spoils from the sand bandits' lair and we're about to divide them up? What's the point of asking him to go back? He looked at Lin Xian with a bitter expression, as if to say, boss, I've already sold those two. Now I'm on this side, and I contributed to the raid. You should give me something. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh at Hu Luxiao's expression, so he said directly, let's talk about the harvest first. Yes. Okay. Hu Luxiao's eyes lit up at Lin Xian's words, and he immediately perked up. Led by Chen Sixuan, Jin Dili, and Ningjing, the team had seized a massive amount of supplies from 8 strongholds, the Sand Scorpion Gang, the Crimson Vultures, and the Earth Dragon Society. Together with the supplies from the 3 convoys that attacked the city this morning, the supplies now formed a small mountain on the open space outside the Axay station. Among them were 1,126 first-level blood essences and 94 second-level blood essences. Canned fish, meat, beans, fruits, vegetables, and dried foods like cookies and chocolate filled several large trucks, weighing over 10 tons in total. Honey, sugar, salt, oil, and other supplies were also plentiful. Then there were the weapons and equipment, thousands of automatic rifles, over 20 arc pulse cannons, over 100 rocket launchers, hundreds of drones, light and heavy machine guns, mortars, air-to-air mines, vehicle-mounted artillery, missiles, flamethrowers, grenades, sniper rifles, shotguns, modified harpoons, poison gas grenades, and even 3 obsolete 155mm military self-propelled howitzers, and a self-propelled rocket launcher vehicle without ammunition. There was also a vast assortment of explosives, fuel oil, napalm, and other miscellaneous items. Aside from the bizarrely modified weapons, the vast majority were brand new federal-issue weapons, clearly a notch above those of the ordinary survivors. This might be one reason why the bandits were so rampant in the western Gobi Desert. Besides that, the total amount of bottled or usable fresh water collected from various outposts was less than 5 tons. Excluding bottles, buckets, and other supplies, Lin Xian estimated it to be just over 4 tons. Assuming an adult consumes 1,000 milliliters of water per day, this combined train and the several convoys in Axay, totaling over 5,000 people, would barely have enough to drink for a day. Of course, 1,000 milliliters per day is a luxury in a place like this. From a purely life-saving perspective, a minimum of 300 milliliters per day is required, assuming no other activities. However, facing darkness and the constant threat of danger, this is simply impossible. 500 milliliters would only be enough for 2 days at most. And that's not even counting the water needed for the train or for cooling the nuclear reactor. Still, this supplement is a lifesaver. The convoy still has some remaining capacity. If they can successfully cross the no man's land and reach Quanchang in 2 or 3 days, the situation might improve significantly. In addition to these supplies, there were also over 120 captives taken by the bandits, including Laozi's dozen or so favored concubines. Lin Xian took a quick look and saw that all the women were silent. He couldn't tell if it was the stress of being held captive for so long, or if they just couldn't believe they were being rescued. After all, they had begun to think of themselves as objects, simply being abducted from one group to another. Only after they were clothed, their chains removed, and given food and water did some of them begin to sob with tears in their eyes, while others, already numb, ate their food and water in silence. The distribution of these supplies was different from the previous battle in Yijin. This time, all the teams were contributing, and water was a scarce resource for every team, so Lin Xian agreed to divide the food and water equally among the teams. I don't want the weapons. If any team wants my share, they can exchange it with me for some water." At this moment, Monica, who had been resting comfortably for the entire afternoon, approached, flanked by umbrella-carrying men, and spoke directly. "As for the other dozen or so women, if there is no problem after checking, I will take them in." Jin Dili was the first to be surprised when he heard this. He immediately looked at Monica inexplicably. "Are you kidding? You will take women in? Why not?" Monica crossed her arms and said, "They may be cowardly, or numb, or they may have no personality and self-esteem, and only have the instinctive rationality to survive. But once such people have the strength, they will not be soft-hearted when killing people, and I will keep them away from men." Lin Xian was slightly stunned when he heard this. He originally thought that Monica wanted to use this group of women to neutralize the situation of her team being dominated by men and weak by women. As a result, Lin Xian found that he had thought too simply and too vulgar. Monica actually wanted to form an all-female team, and even separate them from her male teammates. Lin Xian could see the look of the men behind her go from excitement at hearing Monica was going to recruit these dozen women to a dreadful, icy look of helplessness. This woman was simply a demon. In the enclosed carriage of the Queen Mo, it was one thing to have a sexy queen, invisible and intangible, amidst the loneliness of the apocalypse. But adding a dozen gorgeous women, all separated, wouldn't her male teammates be suffocating to death? Upon hearing this, not only Lin Xian, but the other teams all looked at Monica with strange eyes, as if they couldn't understand her. "Let's get back to the point. I don't need weapons for now. If any teams are short on weapons, please share some water with me." Lin Xian broke the silence. His train now had 2 green cars, so the need for water was immense. Lin Xian's infinite fleet and Monica's Queen Mo were both well equipped, each one more advanced than the last. Lin Xian didn't see much need to scan and manufacture the weapons, so he simply asked for more water. Another fleet, the Fu Lushou fleet, was run by Boss Hu, and his men were equipped with high-end equipment. Sun Chang's advanced robotic arm alone was worth the price of a set of Phantom Wolf-class battle armor, demonstrating that Tu Lushou was willing to spend heavily on his men. He didn't ask for weapons or food, only for some water and blood essence. "I'll trade." As soon as he said that, a fleet immediately stepped forward. The distribution of supplies was quickly negotiated, and the Axe Bandit suppression operation officially concluded. Lin Xian, Longshan No. 1, the J. Ochre fleet, the Queen Mo, and Hu Lushou's fleet shared 70% of the blood essence, with the remainder distributed among the others, based on fleet units. The Infinity received 150 first-level blood essences, 15 second-level blood essences, some canned food, and 300 liters of water. While this wasn't much for 180 people, it was enough to alleviate their immediate needs. Adding the 10 second-level blood essences Hu Lushou had given Lin Xian now had 191 first-level blood essences, 25 second-level blood essences, and 1/3 level blood essence. If he could find the Phoenix Society or the Federation, these blood essences could be exchanged for a considerable amount of supplies. It was 5:30 p.m. The teams that had completed their distribution were busy carrying supplies to their respective teams. As darkness approached, everyone had experienced the horror of the previous night, and the personnel responsible for repairing and preparing the trains began to speed up their work. After completing the rearrangement of its train cars, the Infinity returned to the Union Trains formation, with Longshan No. 1 leading the way, followed by the Infinity, Queen Mo, and the Joker convoy. The convoys from Axe City also gathered around the Axe platform, forming a convoy camp, awaiting nightfall and ready to join the Union train in its journey into the no man's land. On the Infinity, the triumphant crew looked at the new train layout, excited and bustling about helping with the interior preparations. The living quarters of Shuken's 3 carriages had been moved to a single carriage, which wasn't too crowded, as the original carriages were too wide, holding fewer than 10 people each. Now, 26 people shared one compartment. Aside from Shuken, everyone else still had 2 people per compartment. Only Xiaowen felt a slightly mixed reaction. She had moved to car 4, where she and Ding Junai were responsible for tending the plants in both cars. She was reluctant to part with her sisters and live on her own, but she was also excited because Lin Xian had assigned her a significant task. Although it was just to manage a small garden, she felt it was a sign of Captain Lin's trust in her. Cars 9 through 18 were bustling with activity. Men and women were excitedly setting up their new shelters. Families were assigned to separate compartments, which could be closed, creating a small safe house with plenty of space for personal belongings. In cars 10 and 11, Chen Sixuan, Li Miaolu, and others were busy working efficiently. These were mainly occupied by children like Duaruo, as well as single women from Li Yi's team and some families. Overall, the majority of the population was women and children. The chatter and laughter in the cars was palpable, and everyone's joy was palpable. Between carriages 11 and 14, there was an ammunition train car and a weapon station car. Carriage 14 was for young women like Luoluo and Xiamin, with a relatively small group of 16. After finishing their work, Miaolu and Xiaoyuan helped them set up their living quarters. The sunshades can't be opened casually. They're under the control of the forestry team. Of course, they're generally allowed during the day. The toilets are functional, but showers are not allowed for the time being. We're in the Gobi Desert right now, and we're not allowed to use water for the next few days. Everyone can walk around the planting car whenever they have free time, but don't touch the plants. The air there is great, perfect for relaxing. We use it as a little garden. Miaolu and Xiaoyuan quickly warmed up to the girls and began to explain the interior. Further back, Dalu, along with Lu Cheng and Luo Yang, were arranging the accommodations for carriages 15 to 18. There were 70 or 80 people there, and aside from a dozen or so families with women, the rest were entirely men, creating a lively atmosphere. The men were quick and hard-working. After the sturdy old Joe packed up his safe house, he patted the armored wall of the carriage and said excitedly, "This train is more comfortable than living in the car. The compartment shelter made by Captain Lin is spacious and comfortable, and the glass is bulletproof. It's amazing, yeah, it's like a moving city. There is no need to worry about bumps, that's right, it's so comfortable, Captain Lin is really amazing. He built such a safe train. We can all feel more at ease in the future, there are more of us, and there is a medical cabin on the train. We don't have to worry about getting injured when fighting those monsters in the future. Well, you still have to be careful with falling. You can't put your head back if it falls off." Lu Cheng, who was helping, couldn't help but say. "Ha ha ha," the men roared with laughter. Meanwhile, Sasha stalked down the hallway. A large man, observing the young girl, couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Lu, that's your sister, right? Why are you running out back here? My Sally is right back here." Sasha glanced at the group with a proud air, then said, "If we encounter any monsters, I'll be ready to go. You better wear your pants." With that, she hummed a little tune and walked right past the group's odd looks. Lu smiled sheepishly and said, "Well, don't underestimate my sister. She's even better at killing monsters in a mecha than I am." The men were stunned. They hadn't expected a girl who looked only 11 or 12 to be so brave. In their fleet, children usually hid in the cars or helped out where they could, but this little girl was actually charging ahead of all these grown men to kill monsters. Whose unit was she? Lin Xian was currently sitting on the floor of military train carriage number 13, working on a fully automatic bullet-punching machine. This windowless carriage was completely enclosed and protected by high-strength steel armor. On either side were densely packed weapon racks, loaded with a variety of firearms, from automatic rifles to shotguns, Gatling guns, sniper rifles, grenade launchers, flamethrowers, arc pulse guns, light machine guns, and so on. Ammunition of various calibers was also stacked in boxes. Receiving firearms and ammunition here required approval from both the building and Shuken. These two also regularly trained the team members in firearms and physical skills. As long as they were suitable and proficient, they could use any weapon they wanted. They could even learn to operate mechas and aircraft, and they could talk to Shasha. Lianglei, under Kiki's guidance, familiarized himself with the train's wiring and electrical structure. He would later oversee the train's engineering department, leading a team of mechanical technicians to maintain the train, aided by the PX-05 robot. With this division of labor, Lin Xian no longer had to rush around for a broken pipe or leak. After Chen Sixuan led Li Yi and Miaolu in inventorying the train's supplies, she led a group of 20 or so women, who would later be responsible for the train's internal affairs, to familiarize themselves with the train's internal affairs, including the use of supplies and the functional areas of the various carriages. They also assigned separate areas for sanitation and housekeeping. Li Yu would oversee meals, while Miaolu, a nursing major, would manage the medical supplies in the fully functional medical cabin and on the train itself. Miaolu and Xiaoyuan also helped Ding Junai monitor the growth of all the train's abilities and physical functions. Inside car 13, a manufacturing screen appeared, and a flood of materials flew out. This massive industrial device finally began to take shape. Once this thing was built and a PX-05 robot was assigned to control and maintain it, Lin Xian would only need to extract the bullet material converted from the decomposed space to automatically stamp and reload it. While it wouldn't be a one-shot solution, it solved 90% of the problem. Now that the number of people on the train had increased, with at least 120 combat personnel alone, and multiple 1130s added to the mix, the ammunition consumption for just one battle would be enormous. So, after weighing the pros and cons, Lin Xian decided to prioritize manufacturing this thing before dark. The captives are currently being housed on Longshan No. 1. While they are being rescued, Ningjing is also arranging for personnel to conduct a survey of their situation and compile this information. Lin Xian is also preparing to synchronize information regarding the situation at Xingying No. 5, so he can inquire specifically about Uluxiao and Lao Mo's situation. Luo Yang and Xiaobei are staying alone at the weapons station on carriage No. 12. They have converted their car's computer into a simple information center, connecting to the infinity sentries and radar system. This means that Kiki no longer needs to monitor the situation alone at night, both sides can respond simultaneously. As time came to 1830, it was getting closer to dark, and the carriage gradually calmed down. Chen Sixuan, who had arranged everything, came to carriage 13, looked at Lin Xian who was still busy and said, "You haven't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. We are going into no man's land tomorrow, you should rest." "That's what I plan to do too." Lin Xian glanced at her, then looked at his watch, and said solemnly, "It will be dark soon. If nothing goes wrong tonight, Brother Shi and I will discuss the intelligence we have gathered from Lao Mo and the group of kidnapped people, and then we will rest." Chen Sixuan nodded and said, "I have arranged for the food to be distributed. Because I am worried about what happened last night, I will not arrange hot meals for the time being." Lin Xian saw that Chen Sixuan's eyes were a little strange, and he couldn't help but said, "What's wrong?" "Thoughts?" Chen Sixuan came over to Lin Xian's side and sat down on the ground like him. Her eyes flickered as she said, "Perhaps my old habit has come back. What I saw today when I went to the Sand Scorpion gang made me feel a little uncomfortable." Lin Xian looked at her. "More uncomfortable than killing people?" Chen Sixuan shook her head and said in a clear voice, "Of course, the dark night is the most terrifying for us. It means death and the extinction of civilization. But these sand bandits, in terms of combat power, might not even be able to stop a wave of snow demons from Zilan City. But what they can do is 1,000 times more terrifying than those monsters." Lin Xian sneered at this and said, "Yes, the closer we are to our own kind, the more we know how to inflict greater harm on our own kind. Do you know what that old scorpion said to us before he died?" Chen Sixuan looked at him. "He said he knew he was no match for our combined team, but they could still give us a little gift in the dark night." Chen Sixuan's expression froze when she heard this. Kiki called those Adventists traitors, but these people are even worse than traitors. Beep, beep. The watch beeped. Lin Xian listened to the whistling sound of the wind and sand outside the car and said solemnly, "Now we are gradually beginning to unlock the secrets of the night, knowing the dark mark and how to enter the silent state. If there is really someone who can establish a connection with the night and help it exterminate human civilization, then perhaps it will be humanity's greatest sorrow." As night fell on the deadly silent Gobi Desert. "Everyone, please seal the gaps in the doors and windows. Please vote for me." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.